Chapter 1. The Fallen Immortal Curse. Lin Che, you are afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Your time is running short, so cherish it well. Alas, heaven is jealous of exceptional talents indeed. Those like the Holy Sun are easily envied by the heavenly Tao. The physician just said that the Holy Sun has only 3 years left to live. On a bed, Lin Che, barely managing to open his eyes amidst the cacophony around him, felt a familiar face emerge in his mind. Qin Wentian, his junior disciple. He pulled aside his garment and looked down at the magma-colored patterns embedded in his skin, nearly fused with his flesh. I want to see Qin Wentian. Lin Chi's expression was frenzied, his face ablaze with unrestrained fury. Xiaoche, why are you shouting so loudly? Do you not know that your junior nearly lost his life while trying to save you? Since you have awakened, I shall take you to see him. A woman clad in a simple dress, as beautiful as a celestial being with an ethereal demeanor, gracefully approached, parting the crowd as if they were mere shadows. She was Ji Luoyao, the sword immortal of the Tai sacred land, the Xintian sword sovereign of the Tianxin continent, and also Lin Chi's senior sister. Her words, devoid of earthly warmth, struck Lin Che like a thunderclap. What? Qin Wentian saved him? Lin Che would never forget the palm that Qin Wentian had struck against his chest with all his might. It was Qin Wentian who had bestowed upon him the fallen immortal curse. Ah, what excellent acting, managing to deceive even his senior sister. A sardonic smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Chi's lips. Adjusting his attire, he followed Ji Luoyao, eager to see just how long his junior disciple would continue this charade. In the medicinal hall of the Tai sacred land, a woman in blue, with delicate hands, fed medicine to a pale-faced man lying on the bed. Second sister, how is my junior disciple faring? Nothing serious after taking the rejuvenation pill I concocted. He should recover in less than 3 days. Behind Ji Luoyao, Lin Chi's eyes glowed crimson as he clenched his fist tightly. Xiaoche, what is wrong with you? The cold and aloof second sister, Leng Ruo Shuang, noticed the expression on Lin Chi's face from a distance. Xiaoche, are you being controlled by some curse? Why do you seem so off? Ji Luoyao, closest to Lin Che, could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from him. Since Lin Che had awakened, she had observed his unstable emotions, and now, upon seeing his junior disciple Qin Wentian, an unprecedented wave of killing intent had erupted from him. Get away! Lin Che roared, then swiftly darted to Qin Wentian's side, ready to strike. Clang! A flash of cold light. A long sword unsheathed a blade that could slice through iron blocked Lin Chi's path, preventing him from advancing. The cold aura surrounding Leng Ruo Shuang permeated the air, freezing it, and even a thin layer of ice formed beneath Lin Chi's feet. Lin Che, what madness has taken hold of you? I understand you are reluctant to accept the reality of the fallen immortal curse, but it is what it is. We are all suffering. If it weren't for your junior disciple, you would not only be cursed, but likely dead. How can you not feel gratitude towards him, yet still wish to kill him? Finally, unable to remain silent, Ji Luoyao's voice carried a hint of anger. Ha, gratitude? Save me? Ha! Do you know where this fallen immortal curse on my chest came from? It is a gift from your precious junior disciple. If you still acknowledge me as your disciple, then do not stand in my way. Let me kill him. As he spoke, Lin Che erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, dripping with sarcasm. Struggling to channel his spiritual energy, he manipulated a flying sword to strike at Qin Wentian, who lay upon the bed. Lin Che, how dare you? Stopped, Lin Ke. In an instant, a tremendous pressure descended, immobilizing Lin Che and rendering him unable to move. The white-clad sword immortal Ji Luoyao and the divine healer Leng Ruo Shuang had joined forces. None could withstand them. Lin Chi's cultivation had already diminished due to the fallen immortal curse, causing him to fall a significant tier, and the curse continued to insidiously consume his strength. He was no match for the two women. The sharpness of the sword energy cut into Lin Chi's skin, but compared to the pain in his body, his heart bled even more. The very person he once saved from the abyss was now poised against him for the sake of a fledgling junior disciple. In that moment, Lin Che felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Seeing the countless tears in Lin Chi's robe, Ji Luoyao furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger crossing her face. How could he act this way? His junior disciple was so gravely injured, yet he still wronged him. Enough! Lin Che, I understand that you are distressed by the fallen immortal curse, but this is beyond your control. How can you suspect your junior disciple, who does not know that among the entire Tai sacred land, he is the closest to you? You should not doubt him. Upon hearing Lin Che repeatedly malign her junior disciple, the usually cold and detached Lung Ro Shuang finally lost her temper. The terrifying pressure emanating from her almost rendered Lin Che breathless. Already weakened by the curse, Lin Che felt his vision darken, and his body leaned forward, collapsing to the ground. Weak as you are, you should be recuperating instead of posturing someone. Take Lin Che away to rest. Ji Luoyao cast a glance at Lin Che on the ground, showing no intention of helping him up. Instead, she directly ordered her subordinates to escort Lin Che away for recuperation. Second sister, what is your take on this matter? Ever since Lin Che awakened, his emotions have been unstable, spouting nonsense about how his junior disciple cursed him. I know my junior disciple's character all too well. He is not that kind of person. If he truly wished to harm Lin Che, he would not have waited until now. Yet Lin Che refuses to comprehend this, sister. How do you intend to handle this matter? Let us wait until the junior disciple awakens before deciding. The next day, Lin Che was roused from sleep by the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. Ji Luoyao, Lung Ruo Shuang, if you do not believe me, I shall go to the law enforcement hall and present my evidence to them. As for Qin Wenqian's life or death, he could not care less indeed. He had once cherished Qin Wenqian, but the moment Qin Wenqian cursed him with the fallen immortal curse, that Lin Che had already perished. The fallen immortal curse is an ancient forbidden spell, exceedingly malevolent, specifically designed to devour one's cultivation and essence once afflicted. No matter how high one's cultivation, eventually all power and vitality would be consumed, leading to annihilation. Lin Che's cultivation now only sufficed to sustain his life for 3 years. Awakening, Lin Che sought ways to dispel the fallen immortal curse, only to discover there was no remedy. Gazing out at the scenery, he found himself lost in thought. Having traversed this fantastical world for 20 years, he activated a system 5 years ago named the Heavenly Tao System, which vanished after bestowing upon him a novice gift of 3,000 paths. Over the years, relying on the rewards of the system's 3,000 paths, his innate talent had become unparalleled in the Tianxian continent, hailed as an extraordinary prodigy in the great wilderness domain. Yet, when faced with the fallen immortal curse, he found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 2. Transforming Spirits. Qin Wenqian, the cherished heart of his 5 senior sisters. Yet he had only a few years left to live. He did not wish to continue living in such a constrained manner. Rising from his bed, he made his way toward the law enforcement hall of the Tai sacred land. He intended to submit his evidence to the law enforcement hall, personally sending Qin Wenqian to the dungeons. Stop! Where do you think you are going? As he stepped out of his residence, a shadow obstructed Lin Che's path. A girl clad in white, her skin as pale as snow, with eyes filled with the sharpness of swordsmanship, surrounded by an aura of sword energia, true prodigy of the sword path. Like a sword unsheathed, her mere presence sent chills down Lin Che's spine. Ji Luoyao's voice slowly echoed in Lin Che's ears. He had no intention of stopping, sidestepping her, and continuing onward. Whoosh! Just then, a sword flew from behind Ji Luoyao, aiming directly at Lin Che's brow. Lin Che's heart turned colder, his body feeling as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. He had never imagined that the sister who once cared for him would one day point her sword at him. Seeing Lin Che's silence, Ji Luoyao ceased her inquiries. She had hoped that this would keep Lin Che in check. Yet Lin Che took another step to the right and continued forward. Swish! The flying sword once more obstructed his path. The sword's sharpness pierced Lin Che's brow, drawing forth blood. Lin Che, you! A flicker of guilt flashed through Ji Luoyao's heart, and she instantly teleported in front of Lin Che. Then, she summoned 3 spirit swords, sealing all of Lin Che's escape routes. Ji Luoyao, if you still hold any fondness for our past, let me go otherwise. Lin Che, you are accusing your junior disciple without justification, and now you claim I lack sentiment? Do you even understand how you came to be in this position today? Was it not I who recognized your talent and recommended you to the Holy Master? Would you be where you are now without me? Ji Luoyao, initially reluctant to dredge up old grievances, found herself compelled to do so in response to Lin Chi's words. Huh. Hearing Ji Luoyao's remarks, Lin Che could not help but laugh. He vividly recalled that night 5 years ago at the Tai's sacred land, when the most talented prodigy in swordsmanship was knocked from her pedestal by a girl from the Divine Sword sect. It was from that day he learned a revelation. The innate sword bone within Ji Luoyao was not hers at all. It belonged to her twin sister, Ji Ning Shuang. Having lost her innate sword bone, Ji Ning Shuang was relegated to a waste in the sect, while Ji Luoyao, possessing the innate sword bone, rose to prominence as a genius in the Tai's sacred land originally. It was believed that Ji Ningshuang, having lost her innate sword bones, would fade into obscurity. However, to one's astonishment, she underwent a rebirth and declared war on Ji Luoyao, ultimately defeating her. Had it not been for Lin Chi's intervention at that moment, Ji Luoyao might have already met her demise. It was from that time onwards that Ji Luoyao began to relinquish her inner pride, viewing Lin Che as a dear younger brother, offering him meticulous care and attention. Yet now, upon observing Ji Luoyao's countenance, it mirrored that of 5 years ago, arrogant and dismissive of all around her. What are you laughing at? Unbeknownst to her, upon witnessing the smile on Lin Chi's face, Ji Luoyao's heart suddenly quivered violently. In the location of her heart resided a bone radiating with golden light, her innate sword bone. This bone, which should have shattered 5 years prior, now pulsated with vibrant life. All of this was thanks to Lin Che. It was he who bestowed upon her a technique of unknown rank, yet one that enabled her to cultivate the infinite sword body. The reason she dominated the Qingyun ranking, revered by the world as the celestial sword immortal, was solely due to the infinite sword body. However, reflecting upon her contributions to Lin Che over the past 5 years, any feelings of guilt that surged within her vanished entirely. She had repaid Lin Che, and they were no longer indebted to one another. Well spoken, Ji Luoyao. From this day forth, I, Lin Che, shall have no further ties with you. Moreover, I advise you to step aside. I am far more familiar with the infinite sword body than you are. Although Lin Che was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, forcing him to expend spiritual energy would accelerate the consumption of his essence blood. Nevertheless, his comprehension of the sword path had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to dominate numerous prodigies even without the aid of spiritual energy. Greetings. However, since you claim we are unrelated, I will not permit you to harm my junior brother. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, a flicker of anger crossed Ji Luoyao's fair countenance. The gratitude she ought to have felt towards Lin Che evaporated in that instant. How could someone who would slander even their own junior brother possess a kind heart? Perhaps her initial importation of the technique was spurred by ulterior motives. At this moment, Lin Che found the individual before him utterly repugnant. She resorted to unscrupulous means to usurp her younger sister's innate sword bones for herself. And now, perceiving his affliction with the fallen immortal curse, her true colors were laid bare. What a vile creature! He had once felt sympathy for such a woman. It was truly infuriating. Buzz! The sword at his waist was unsheathed, moving like a spirit serpent-like, graceful, and imbued with a fierce and domineering sword intent that broke free from the constraints of 3 spiritual swords binding his movements. The sword intent soared into the heavens. A white rainbow pierced the sun. Ji Luoyao, witnessing her sword formation being effortlessly dismantled, was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes as her lips curved slightly. Had this been in the past, when Lin Che was still at his peak, she would have considered her actions carefully. Yet now, with Lin Che afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and unable to easily wield spiritual energy, he posed no threat. With the infinite sword body and the innate sword bones within her, coupled with her profound cultivation, she had no fear of any opponent's sword intent. Behind Ji Luoyao, the manifestation of the sword path appeared, a 100-foot-long golden sword piercing the heavens. Enveloping her within its embrace, the infused sword intent shattered Lin Chi's defenses. I believe I have mentioned the concept of spirit transformation to you before. Gazing at the sword path manifestation behind her, Lin Chi's eyes reflected a glimmer of disappointment as he could not help but shake his head. Humph. What spirit transformation? You are merely envious of my superior sword path talent. Seeking to destroy me's spirit transformation entails the complete fusion of the sword path manifestation with oneself, discarding the ostentation yet. To Ji Luoyao, the manifestation represented power, a means why would she wish to transform it into herself? Ha! Spirit transformation. Lin Che scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, a foolish woman, no wonder she possessed the infinite sword body and innate sword bones. Yet now merely lingered at the void god realm. Such a physique was truly squandered. He uttered a low shout, thrusting the azure edge into the earth, while a faint blue phantom, wielding a large sword, gradually faded into nothingness, as if merging with Lin Che. All sword energy retracted, transforming him into an ordinary mortal. You are merely putting on airs today. I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. The sword path manifestation behind Ji Luoyao descended, akin to a deity parting the heavens with a single stroke, causing the earth to tremble violently. Just as the sword intent hovered above Lin Chi's head, it suddenly halted midair, unable to descend any further, as if confronted by an invisible resistance. Chapter 3. The Law Enforcement Hall. You cannot stop me, Lin Che said, walking forward without a glance back, leaving Ji Luoyao in shock. It turned out that the spirit transformation Lin Che mentioned was indeed real. But why didn't Ti try to persuade her? It must be that Lin Che did not wish for her to grow stronger. How petty of him! She had previously opened her heart to him. As she watched Lin Che's vanishing figure, the last remnants of guilt in Ji Liao's beautiful eyes faded completely. In the medicine hall, what transpired in between was a mystery to me. At that moment, only senior brother was lucid. I'm sorry, second senior sister. It was my fault that senior brother fell victim to the fallen immortal curse. I apologized. As Qin Wentian awoke, he recounted everything that had occurred in the trial grounds to Lung Rushuang. Observing the slight color returning to her junior brother's face, Lung Rushuang's beautiful eyes brimmed with compassion. Gently, she reached out to tousle his hair and said softly, "Junior brother, this is not your fault. After all, no one could have anticipated such an event. As for Lin Che, the sect will provide compensation. You need not worry. Is that true? Second senior sister, how is senior brother's injury? I wish to see him." As he spoke, Qin Wentian lifted the blanket, preparing to rise, when a delicate hand landed on his shoulder. "You care for him, but he will not appreciate your sentiment." A cold voice followed. "Senior sister, let us take junior brother and visit the law enforcement hall." Ji Luoyao's brows furrowed with an inexplicable annoyance. Indeed, as junior brother suggested, he had been ensnared by someone's curse. Saying this, Lung Rushuang opened her palm to reveal a blood-red corpse-controlling insect. Is this the corpse-controlling insect? Could it be the work of the corpse-refining sect? Ji Luoyao trembled, her eyes filled with incredulity. It is said that the practitioners of the corpse-refining sect use such insects to control other cultivators. Exchanging glances, the two women understood each other and took Qin Wentian away from the medicine hall. The law enforcement hall. Outside the main hall, Lin Che struck the great bell, its resonating sound attracting numerous elders and disciples. "Oh look, isn't that the Holy Sun?" "Hush, you still call him the Holy Sun. Under the fallen immortal curse, he is destined for an early demise. His position will soon be replaced. Are you seeking death? It has been said that a starving camel is larger than a horse. Besides, he hasn't been stripped of his title, yet if someone hears you, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." A group of curious disciples gathered around the law enforcement hall, speculating about Lin Che's presence, that he is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Why isn't he recuperating properly? There must be something more to this incident. Some elders, upon hearing the bell, assumed an enemy was attacking, only to witness the scene before them. Disciple Lin Che pays his respects to the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Inside the grand hall, Lin Che, appearing rather slender, bowed to the hall master, Li He, who was at the third level of the virtual god realm, the hall master of the law enforcement hall of the Tai Holy Land. "Why has the Holy Sun graced us with his presence?" Li He feigned ignorance, probing cautiously. "This item, hall master, you must recognize." Lin Che presented the item he had retrieved from Qin Wentian, laying it before Li He. A token of the corpse-refining sect. The hall was instantly filled with gasps from the elders. The corpse-refining sect had existed for eons, even predating the Tai Holy Land, specializing in the crafting of insects to control others through sinister means. In this, Lin Che unveiled a piece of black cloth, revealing something wrapped within. The sight of it captured everyone's attention. Does Hall Master recognize this pill? Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Li sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. The three corpse awakening pill? These items were found in the trial grounds? No, they were discovered on Qin Wentian, along with the fallen immortal curse on me. Before Lin Che could elaborate further, a chilling voice interrupted him. Enough. Lin Che, I never would have thought you to be this kind of person. Were it not for Junior Brother, you would have lost your life, yet you dare to slander him. The speaker was none other than Lin Che's elder sister, Ji Luoyao, accompanied by others. Surely the Holy Sun is not such a person, but he has always treated us kindly, devoid of any airs. Indeed, the Holy Sun would never commit such an act. There must be a misunderstanding. Outside the hall, the gathered disciples buzzed with speculation, most of whom believed in Lin Che's character. Elder sister, please do not say more. This matter cannot be solely blamed on Senior Brother. It is my fault for allowing the corpse refining sect to harm him. Qin Wentian's voice was weak, reminiscent of one just recovering from a grave illness. Eliciting sympathy that at his words, the surrounding elders and disciples were taken aback. The hall erupted with chatter. What has transpired? From Junior Brother Qin's tone, it seems the Holy Sun has indeed fallen victim to the corpse refining sect's curses. Could it be that our disciples were controlled by the corpse refining sect to act against the Holy Sun? This possibility cannot be dismissed, for only the Holy Sun could have eliminated everyone else in the trial grounds. But why is Junior Brother safe? Finally, the disciples noted this discrepancy. Indeed, aside from Lin Che, only Qin Wentian returned alive from the trial grounds. Ji Luoyao, you truly possess a keen mind. Consider the two items in my hand. Lin Che could hardly be bothered to raise his eyes to Ji Luoyao. A token of identity and a three-corpse awakening pill. This only suggests the presence of corpse refining sect disciples. Yet, what do you have to say about the one placed on Junior Brother? And what of the nurturing heart insect within you, you traitor of the Tai Holy Land? Ji Liao's face twisted with mockery as she pointed her spirit sword toward Lin Che's face. Her fingers poised elegantly. This is the second time today that you have aimed a sword at me. Once, he had vowed to protect her with his life. Now, she threatened him for the sake of a novice disciple. Memories flooded Lin Che's mind, abruptly severed by the blade aimed at him. The so-called nurturing heart insect was a product of the corpse refining sect's cultivation methods, requiring a specific insect known as the life source insect. Only after the life source insect had consumed the cultivator's spiritual veins could it evolve into a nurturing heart insect, enabling the practitioner to manipulate the insects or refine them into obedient ones. The process took no less than 2 years. However, it had been precisely 2 years since Qin Wentian joined the Tai Holy Land and became a disciple of Zi Xiaopeak. Let us see how Lin Che interprets this. If the Hall Master does not believe me, let him touch this corpse-controlling insect that Ji Luoyao was determined not to spare Lin Che, for the corpse-refining sect had once dominated the Tianxian continent, where all cultivators prided themselves on being insect cultivators. Yet as time passed, the tide shifted. Insect cultivators, relying on their own life essence to nurture the life source insect, found their lifespans reduced to 2/3 that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, as insect cultivation progressed, the methods became increasingly heinous, drawing the wrath of the heavens, resulting in calamities befalling many insect cultivators. Thus, the era of insect cultivation came to an end, with the most brutal practice being the corpse refining, using insects to refine corpses and consuming others' essence. Since then, insect cultivators became the pariahs of the cultivation world, shunned and despised. This also explained the elders' and disciples' extreme reactions upon hearing about the life source insect. What a clever scheme did I, Lin Che, admit my fate. I am indeed an insect cultivator, a descendant of the corpse refining sect in your eyes. Lin Che's right hand, which had been clasped over his abdomen, suddenly relaxed, and he appeared remarkably at ease, as if he had truly let go of something. With Qin Wentian's meticulous scheming, coupled with the unreserved trust of Ji Luoyao and others, any further defense on his part seemed superfluous. Rather than continue to argue, it would be more prudent to savor the remaining moments. What? The Holy Sun? I must have misheard. Impossible. The Holy Sun has dedicated himself to the Tai Holy Land. He cannot possibly be affiliated with the corpse refining sect. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbors some unspeakable secret? Some disciples, skeptical of Lin Che's words, believed he must have some hidden agenda. That as Qin Wentian listened to the murmurs around him. His expression darkened. Lin Che's prestige within the Tai Holy Land was indeed formidable. Despite presenting such compelling evidence, there were still disciples siding with Lin Che. Looking at Lin Che, who stood not far away, his black hair billowing in the wind, Lung Ruxiang hesitated, casting a glance at him, her lips moving slightly, yet ultimately saying nothing. Lin Che, do you acknowledge your crime? Li He's authoritative voice rang out. His piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Che, seemingly seeking some revelation in his eyes. Yet, Lin Che's expression remained as serene as an ancient well, devoid of any turmoil, and with a calm demeanor. He replied, disciple acknowledges his crime and is willing to accept the sect's punishment. Throughout, he did not cast a single glance at Ji Luoyao, as if she were non-existent. Ji Luoyao felt as if she had struck a punch into cotton. She had long prepared Lin Che's defense. Yet now he not only refrained from defending himself, but even chose to confess. For reasons unknown, she felt a vague sense of loss at that moment. But upon recalling that Lin Che was now afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and had become a remnant of the corpse-refining sect, she realized that a life shrouded in darkness awaited him. Thus, within the Tianqian continent, she would be the only one embodying the boundless sword body. Beside her, Lung Ruxiang's eyes flickered with surprise, perplexed by Lin Che's actions. Afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, and now voluntarily accepting punishment as a remnant of the corpse-refining sect. Was he not thereby sealing his own fate? Yet, recalling Lin Che's words when he once taught her medicine, her wavering heart regained its resolve. There was sufficient room for only one medical sage on the Tianqian continent. Hallmaster, I find this matter rather suspicious and believe it should not be handled so hastily. Indeed, merely relying on Qin Wentian's word is insufficient to silence the public outcry. If mishandled, it might dishearten the disciples of our Tai Holy Land. Hallmaster, I hope to report this matter to the sect for thorough investigation. Several elders stepped forward to speak on Lin Che's behalf. Qin Wentian, gnashing his teeth in frustration, found the situation somewhat unexpected. Even the matter of the heart-nourishing goo had been revealed, yet there were still those willing to shield Lin Che. However, he concealed his emotions well. Hallmaster, I too trust my senior brother's character. I hope Lin Che is aware that even at this critical juncture, my junior brother still speaks on his behalf. That I your heart made of iron. Even Ji Luoyao could not help but rebuke Lin Che. Yet Lin Che seemed oblivious to her words, maintaining an expressionless facade, standing coldly as if isolated from the world. Senior sister, do not blame my senior brother. It is I who failed to consider his feelings. It is all my fault. Qin Wentian spoke weakly, his voice frail and punctuated by persistent coughs that he appeared so feeble, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. These words grated on Lin Che's ears, nearly provoking an outburst. This person was utterly revolting. Could he be any more despicable? Lin Che, have you gone mute? Your senior sister and junior brother are speaking to you. Finally, unable to contain herself, Lung Ruxiang raised her hand and struck Lin Che across the face. Smack! As she attempted to land the blow, Lin Che countered swiftly, the two sounds echoing in succession. A sharp, piercing cry escaped Lung Ruxiang's lips as she gingerly touched her cheek, where a vivid handprint lingered. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with uncontrollable fury. Lin Che! Lung Ruxiang's breath turned icy, her gaze filled with murderous intent. The air around her dropped in temperature, and thin ice began to form beneath her feet as her aura surged ominously toward Lin Che. In an instant, Lin Che found himself sluggish, unable to react as all avenues of escape were sealed. The overwhelming pressure left him gasping for breath, beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickling down his face. His blood vessels feeling as if they had been frozen solid. Chapter 5. The Cliff of Reflection. Damn it. I can't move. Move body. Lin Che's body was encased in ice, and breaking free using sheer physical strength proved to be quite the challenge. In her fury, Lung Ruxiang had lost all rationality. The slap she had delivered felt like an indelible shadow upon her heart, as the chief physician of the Tai Holy Land and a revered healer in the outside world. Capable of miraculous healing, how could she not be enraged after being struck by a mere waste afflicted by the fallen immortal curse? Everyone in the hall, including Ji Luoyao and Qin Wentian, was left dumbfounded, fixated on the unfolding scene between Lin Che and Lung Ruxiang. Most astonished was Ji Luoyao. Her relationship with Lung Ruxiang had previously surpassed that of a master and disciple. Lin Che had always complied with Lung Ruxiang's words, never once displaying discontent that he had cared for her deeply, and it was remembered that when an elite disciple within the sect had once called Lung Ruxiang a cold-faced woman, Lin Che had pursued him with a sword for 3 days and nights. Yet now, Lin Che had struck his esteemed senior sister. Qin Wentian could not suppress the grin creeping onto his face. He had been contemplating how to dispose of Lin Che, and now, given this turn of events, Lin Che's pursuit of death could hardly be blamed on him. Second sister, calm down. My senior brother is not in control of himself. Please forgive him this once. He still needed to maintain appearances lest he seem too heartless. Seeing Qin Wentian suddenly appear and stand before Lin Che, Lung Ruxiang barely regained a shred of her composure. Junior brother, someone like this scoundrel is not worthy of your plea for mercy. From beginning to end, Lin Che gazed coldly at the unfolding events. Enough, you all may leave. My crimes do not require your intervention. Hallmaster, do you not agree? Having slapped that wretched woman Lung Ruxiang, Lin Che felt a sense of relief wash over him. Lung Ruxiang now resembled a frenzied tigress, completely disregarding her usual aloof goddess demeanor as she lunged toward Lin Che. Chief Lung, the matter concerning the Holy Sun requires further investigation. Li interjected promptly to intervene. Hallmaster, there's no need for such trouble. Simply revoke my cultivation and expel me from the sect. This scheming sect held little allure for him anymore. His previous attachment stemmed solely from Ji Luoyao and the 5 senior sisters. Now that they no longer needed him, why should he continue to grovel? He could simply depart from the sect and retreat to a small town to live in seclusion. Was that not more appealing? What? The Holy Sun wishes to leave the sect. Is this not too severe? Could it be that the Holy Sun is truly wronged? The elders felt the situation was indeed suspicious and warranted investigation. Yet Lin Che had proposed to leave the sect. That it was important to note that Lin Che was the Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land, one of the 3 great holy lands of the Tianxian continent. The title of Holy Son represented the next Holy Master, and one could imagine Lin Che's influence. Leaving the Tai Holy Land meant that his every word and action would represent it. If his title were to be revoked without cause, it would likely cause discontent and impact the Tai Holy Land's prestige within the Great Wilderness Domain. Hallmaster, he wishes to leave the sect of his own volition. No one is forcing him. Moreover, he has been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, and even if his title as Holy Son is not revoked now, the Holy Master will not disregard him upon their return. Ji Luoyao sought to expel Lin Che from the sect, unaware that this was precisely what Lin Che desired. Alas. Very well then. I shall confine you to the cliff of reflection, Holy Son. All matters will await the Holy Master's return for a final decision. As the Hallmaster, Li He understood the necessity of providing an explanation to the others. The events in the trial ground were rife with suspicion, and given that Lin Che was also afflicted with the heart-nourishing goo, he needed to be monitored for a time. That a thorough investigation would be conducted while awaiting the Holy Master's return to make a final judgment. That suffices. You need only convey my circumstances truthfully to the Holy Master. She will know how to decide. Lin Che was acutely aware that his designation as the Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land was merely due to the current Holy Master recognizing his extraordinary potential and terrifying talent for cultivation. Now, afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, and with the heart-nourishing goo within him, he was no longer suitable to continue as the Holy Son. This was a truth he was well aware of. And he had long grown weary of this title, that he now yearned for a life of simplicity. Someone take the Holy Son away. With the matter stated so plainly, Li He refrained from further comment. Simply instructing others to escort Lin Che out as for Ji Luoyao, she cast a sidelong glance at Lung Ruxiang's swollen cheek and spat, "Only a brute who strikes women." It seems she has forgotten that the instigator of all this is none other than the so-called victim in their eyes. Lung Ruxiang. Had it not been for Lung Ruxiang, there would have been no slap delivered to Lin Che to assert dominance at this moment. Lung Ruxiang gazes at Lin Che's departing figure, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip. Her face contorted with resentment. "Senior sister, are you all right? Will this make you feel better?" Qin Wentian inquires, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe away the crimson imprints left by fingers on Lung Ruxiang's fair visage. his eyes brimming with compassion. Feeling Qin Wentian's concern, the anger within Lung Rushuang dissipates somewhat as she channels a bit of spiritual energy, causing the remnants of the marks on her face to vanish. The ungrateful wolf, whom she had once treated like a dear younger brother, has returned such loyalty with treachery. Truly a case of blindness. Senior sister, do not take it to heart. The senior brother must have been manipulated by the goo and lost his wits. From now on, I shall protect you, Qin Wentian declares earnestly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Indeed, you are a thoughtful junior brother, unlike that ungrateful wretch. Humph. When the Holy Lord emerges from seclusion, I shall see how long he can maintain his arrogance. If previously they harbored a tinge of guilt towards Lin Che, now only resentment remains as Lin Che is escorted to the cliff of reflection. He casually discards a spirit sword glowing with a crimson hue onto the ground, murmuring, "It is all over." From Qin Wentian's machinations, it is not difficult to discern his ties to the corpse-refining sect, yet these foolish women continue to orbit around him, likely oblivious to how their fate will unfold. Is it the heart-nourishing goo? In that case, I might live a little longer. Due to the nature of goo cultivation, his lifespan is only 2/3 that of an ordinary cultivator. However, there exists a method of prolonging life, by utilizing the life essence of others through the master goo. One can enhance their own longevity. The existence of the fallen immortal curse perpetually drains his essence, and the heart-nourishing goo conveniently sustains this condition. Yet, the drawback is that the spiritual energy he cultivates cannot be stored. In other words, while he can maintain his current level, he cannot advance. Chapter 6. The blind female cultivator, however, this predicament means he shall become the target of universal disdain, a demon cultivator. The corpse-refining sect earned its title of demon cultivator and incited the wrath of both gods and men, ultimately vanishing from the annals of history because it thrived by devouring the life essence of human cultivators to enhance its power. Even without the fallen immortal curse, Lin Che's position as the Holy Sun would be usurped merely for secretly practicing forbidden goo techniques. Moreover, with the curse afflicting him, his cultivation has plummeted. Yet upon entering the cliff of reflection, Lin Che appears surprisingly at ease, unfazed by the anticipated despair. His imprisonment has not quelled the rumors surrounding him. Rather, they have intensified within the sacred grounds, spawning numerous versions of the tale. Meanwhile, on one of the 36 peaks of the sacred land, atop Zixiao Peak, in an exquisite cultivation cave, two ivory-like, translucent feet dangle in the water, creating ripples that a woman with lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, her face adorned with a hint of melancholy, seems lost in thought that if Lin Che were present, he would instantly recognize her as his other senior sister. Nangong Mingyue. She sheds her garments and submerges herself in the water. Soon, the effects of her toxic body manifest, turning the water in the pool as dark as ink. Nangong Mingyue. She instinctively calls out Lin Che's name. Lin Cheyu. No sound answers her in the cave. Only her hurried breaths fill the air. Indeed, Lin Che has been imprisoned at the cliff of reflection by her and several other senior sisters. She did not participate directly, but she acquiesced to the actions of her fellow sisters. This medicinal pool, designed specifically to suppress her nether poison body, was prepared by Lin Che, and even the spiritual herbs required for the medicinal bath were meticulously chosen by him. In the past, whenever her nether poison flared, she would immerse herself here for an entire night, and by the next day, the accumulated toxins would be purged, significantly reducing their potency. Yet these past few days, with Lin Che confined to the cliff of reflection, the medicinal pool has been neglected. The herbs steeped within have lost their efficacy, failing to suppress her nether poison as they once did. In the pool, Nangong Mingyue writhes in pain, cold sweat streaming down her face. Her expression contorted that a flicker of regret stirs within her, but as she recalls that Lin Che might be the very culprit behind her current plight, her heart is consumed by a surge of anger. It turns out that Nangong Mingyue's nether body was inherited from her mother, a former disciple of the corpse-refining sect. After the sect's demise, her mother concealed her identity, leading a life free from conflict, ultimately marrying her father and giving birth to her. Due to her mother's cultivation of goo, her body was long plagued by venomous insects, developing a resistance that gradually formed a new constitution, the nether poison body. Having inherited this condition from her mother, Nangong Mingyue faced rejection and disdain from a young age, which warped her heart over time, culminating in the act of patricide. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the corpse-refining sect and Gu. Thus, upon learning that Lin Che might be a descendant of the corpse-refining sect, her temperament drastically shifted, and she tacitly approved of her senior sister's actions. Then on the cliff of reflection, the mountain winds rustle through the air, and Lin Che sits cross-legged on a stone slab beneath a green pine tree. Behind him, a voice calls out, "Senior brother, you must be hungry. This is the breakfast I brought for you. Get lost." Lin Che responds without turning his head, recognizing the voice of none other than Qin Wentian, the one responsible for his affliction with the fallen immortal curse. How had he never noticed before how repugnant this junior brother was? He had ambushed him, causing him to be cursed, and now had the audacity to feign concern before him. "Look, junior brother, didn't I tell you? This scoundrel is utterly unworthy of sympathy. Since he tells us to leave, let us take our leave. I think this breakfast should be fed to the stray dogs." At some point, a figure clad in a sky-blue thin robe, with her long hair elegantly tied up, has appeared behind Qin Wentian. Lung Rushuang gazes coldly through the barrier at Lin Che, who sits on the stone slab, his legs crossed as if in slumber, indifferent to the presence of Qin Wentian and his companion. As Lung Rushuang recalls Lin Che's stern visage, she reflexively touches her own face, still lingering with the memory of the slap he had delivered days prior, her eyes flickering with embers of anger. Realizing the barrier restricts her access, she begrudgingly departs with Qin Wentian. Only when they are far away does Lin Che rise, stretching his limbs, with a clatter. A sound of something being knocked over resonates from within the cave, catching Lin Che's attention. That he has been here for 2 days and has yet to enter this cave, having only rested outside. Just as he prepares to step inside, a series of thumping noises echo from within, as if something is striking the stone walls. Emerging from the shadows is a woman whose eyes are covered with black silk, her frame emaciated and her face gaunt from hunger. This prompts Lin Che to instinctively adopt a defensive posture. Are there others imprisoned here at the Cliff of Reflection? The blind girl, clearly sensing Lin Che's presence, grips her cane tightly, her body tense as she readies for confrontation. Then, timidly, she speaks, "You scared away my food." Her words spark a flicker of confusion in Lin Che. "You spoke loudly just now and frightened them all away." As she speaks, the girl points with her cane to a mouse that had just scurried out of the cave. "Mice? Food?" Lin Che, not lacking in wit, quickly comprehends that the food she refers to is indeed the mouse that has just fled. "I'm sorry. How about this? I'll go find something nearby for you to eat." After all, having frightened away another sustenance, one must make some form of amends. The blind maiden clad in coarse linen did not express gratitude for Lin Che's words. Rather, they intensified her psychological defenses. Her fingers gripped the cane so tightly that they turned pale. Her delicate frame trembled subtly, filled with unrest. Though her sight was obscured, 2 days prior, she had sensed the presence of someone approaching the Cliff of Reflection, prompting her to conceal herself deep within. Had it not been for her overwhelming hunger, chasing after a mouse would not have led to her exposure before others. Lin Che, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He dusted off his garments and rose, making his way toward the vicinity surrounding the Cliff of Reflection. During his 2 days here, he had engaged in meditation, although his cultivation had diminished a significant level due to the fallen immortal curse. He still possessed the means for self-preservation. Moreover, the Cliff of Reflection was safeguarded by the sect's array masters, establishing prohibitions to avert any potential threats to their lives. However, these protections also imposed considerable limitations. Ultimately, after circling the Cliff of Reflection, Lin Che's gaze fell upon a solitary, steep fruit tree that appeared that aside from the mouse in the girl's mouth and a few insects trapped beneath some stones. This tree bearing unripe fruits was the sole source of sustenance available. Chapter 7. The Saint Lord emerges from seclusion beyond the protective barriers, the Saint Lord of the Tai sacred land. Ziyue emerged from her seclusion today as she endeavored to break through to the true God realm. Instantly, many cultivators of the Tai sacred land were stirred, hastening to the sacred hall to pay homage to Ziyue. Within the grand hall, the high-ranking officials of the Tai sacred land flanked both sides, all eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed upon Ziyue, who sat regally upon a gilded throne in the vast wilderness. The strength of a sect hinges upon the prowess of its leader. The Tai sacred land owes its current glory entirely to the Saint Lord Ziyue, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. This recent period of seclusion was aimed at breaking through to the higher realm of true God. Should Ziyue succeed, the standing of the Tai sacred land in the wilderness would undoubtedly soar. Ziyue gently shook her head, acknowledging that she was still a hair's breadth away from the true God realm, which proved challenging to breach. "That do not be disheartened, my lord, that I believe you will surely succeed next time." One of the elders urged, "Indeed, as long as you are well, it is only a matter of time before you break through to the true God realm." Another added, "Precisely. Given the current state of affairs in the wilderness, no one from the other two sacred lands has achieved a breakthrough to the true God realm. So there is no need for undue anxiety that Ziyue's failure to break through to the true God realm, while regrettable, was alleviated by the fact that no unforeseen incidents had arisen due to her unsuccessful attempt. The high-ranking officials of the Tai sacred land felt a sense of relief. During my absence, nothing untoward has occurred within the sect, has it? Ji Luoyao, a cultivator at the Celestial Phenomenon realm, had assumed the leadership of the Zixiao Peak following the unfortunate demise of its former master during a sect mission. Among the 36 peaks of the Tai sacred land, Ziyue held Ji Luoyao, alongside Lin Che, in high regard. During her seclusion, she had entrusted Ji Luoyao with the management of the sect's affairs to hone her skills while assisting the Holy Son Lin Che. "My lord, it is my failing as a senior sister. Please punish me as you see fit." A maiden clad in a simple dress knelt on the ground, her tone earnest. Witnessing this scene, Ziyue gently rubbed her forehead, inquiring, "What has transpired? Speak plainly." Kneeling before her, Ji Luoyao relayed all that Qin Wentian had confided in her, that "My lord, please do not punish my senior brother. He was ensnared by the fallen immortal curse to protect me. It is I who am inadequate." Before Ziyue could voice her grievances, Qin Wentian, who had been waiting outside the hall, rushed in and knelt beside Ji Luoyao, his expression radiating innocence. "Bring forth Holy Son Lin Che." As the Saint Lord of the sacred land, Ziyue refrained from hastily judging Lin Che based solely on one side of the story. Instead, she commanded that Lin Che be summoned. "That "My lord, please wait. He has gone to the Cliff of Reflection," Li He interjected, promptly darting towards the Cliff of Reflection. Meanwhile, at the Cliff of Reflection, Lin Che offered the blind maiden a handful of several dozen unripe Baiyu fruits. Rubbing one before handing it to her, upon touching Lin Che's fingertip, the girl flinched, instinctively retreating several steps. In her panic, her cane slipped from her grasp, nearly causing her to tumble backward. "My apologies. Did I startle you?" Lin Che said, scratching his nose, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. The maiden, after receiving the Baiyu fruit, first felt it with her hands, then brought it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. The delightful aroma triggered a growl from her stomach. Having gone 3 days without a morsel, she was immensely hungry, yet she remained vigilant, swallowing hard and gazing at Lin Che. From his voice, she could infer that he was likely younger than herself. But she was oblivious to the reasons for his presence or his intentions. She could not ascertain whether the Baiyu fruit posed any threat. Intrigued by the peculiar individual before him, Lin Che entertained the notion of a playful prank. "Lin Che, the Saint Lord summons you. Come with me." A low voice resounded from beyond the barrier. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the barrier of the Cliff of Reflection, through which a figure clad in gray robes emerged. Hovering above the cliff was none other than the head of the law enforcement hall, Li He. "Have you finally emerged from seclusion? Let us depart," he said. "Take these Baiyu fruits with you. By the way, I realize we are yet unacquainted. What is your name?" "I am Lin Che. And you?" Lin Che did not immediately follow Li He, but instead turned to the maiden, bestowing upon her the entirety of the Baiyu fruits he had gathered. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, the girl fell into contemplation, offering no reply. Before she could react, over a dozen Baiyu fruits were stuffed into her pockets. Observing her dazed expression, Lin Che found her irresistibly charming and reached out to pat her head. However, she recoiled like a startled deer, fleeing from him. Seeing this, he withdrew his hand with a hint of disappointment before turning to follow Li He out of the Cliff of Reflection. "Wei." Only after Lin Che had distanced himself did a faint whisper escape her lips. "Wai Yui," as she clutched the Baiyu fruits, casting her gaze longingly in Lin Che's direction before retreating into the cave. Once more he escorted Lin Che through the skies, swiftly arriving above the grand hall of the Tai sacred land. "We have arrived. Let us descend." Lin Che nodded in response. Before landing, he took a moment to gaze down upon the Tai sacred land, perhaps for the last time, as a disciple of this esteemed sect. Within the grand hall, all present were tense, their eyes fixed on Lin Che as he entered. Among the crowd, Qin Wentian clenched his fists, struggling to contain his excitement that Ji Luoyao, cold as frost, along with Nan Gongmingyu and others, were also present. However, their gazes had lost the warmth of yesteryears, appearing foreign to Lin Che, who, having endured recent tribulations, felt no fondness for them. Avoiding their stares, he made his way to the center of the hall. "Lin Che, is what your sisters have said true?" "True," he replied, displaying an indifference that suggested he could hardly be bothered to refute the accusation, as he yearned only to leave the Tai sacred land swiftly. "Will you confess to your crimes?" "I confess that I request, my lord, to be stripped of my title as Holy Son and expelled from the sect." His response was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any attempts at justification or rebuttal. The elders and high-ranking officials of the Tai sacred land gazed at Lin Che as upright figure in disbelief. "That my lord, my senior brother, was merely misled by nefarious individuals, and with remnants of the refining corpse sect's curses still lingering within him. I implore you to show leniency." Before Ziyue could express her ire, Qin Wentian boldly stepped forward, advocating for Lin Che to "Hearing your words, Qin Wentian, I can't help but scoff at your hypocrisy. You would wish for my immediate demise, yet feign concern for my well-being. Seeking sympathy from my sisters." Chapter 8. Marrying in Alanyue City, I voluntarily withdraw from the sacred land. "Please, my lord, grant me this wish." Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, thought that with such a junior brother present, he need not endure the torment of remaining any longer. He might very well regurgitate the meals he had previously consumed. "You are too kind, little junior brother. Some individuals may appear virtuous on the surface, yet behind closed doors, they are more beastly than beasts, slaughtering fellow disciples and attempting to frame others. Allowing such a scourge to remain within the sacred land may lead to boundless troubles in the future." Ji Luoyao stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wentian, her words sharp and unyielding, embodying a resolve that suggested she would not rest until Lin Che was expelled from the sacred land. However, Lin Che, who had long seen through their true intentions, wore a triumphant smile that he feared that these foolish women would conspire with Qin Wentian against him. It seemed these voluptuous yet dim-witted women had yet to grasp Qin Wentian's ulterior motives. During the trials, Lin Che had come to a realization. His junior disciple was profoundly scheming, and everything that had transpired up to this point had been meticulously orchestrated by the latter. What he had not anticipated was Lin Che's decisive withdrawal from the sacred land. That if Qin Wentian was indeed the true heir of the corpse-refining sect, then having Lin Che, who bore the fatal curse, as a mere substitute was an ideal plan. Keeping him close would divert the attention of the high-ranking elders of the sacred land, allowing Qin Wentian to cultivate the curse without fear of exposure. "Senior sister, my senior brother has always been kind to me. I cannot bear to see him expelled from the sect." Qin Wentian began to act with great theatrics, adopting a seemingly heartfelt demeanor that might deceive the uninformed into believing he held Lin Che in high regard. In the hall, several senior elders could no longer bear to watch and pleaded on Lin Che's behalf. "Holy Master, considering the contributions Lin Che has made to the sacred land over the years, please show leniency this time. Once he leaves the sacred land, he will have nowhere to go to." An elderly woman spoke up, advocating for Lin Che to the Holy Master, Zue. They had all witnessed Lin Che's contributions, and given his popularity, he was second only to the Holy Master in prestige within the Tai sacred land. If he were to be unjustly stripped of his title as the Holy Son and expelled without cause, what would the disciples think? How would the other factions in the great wilderness perceive them? Would they not accuse them of being treacherous and ungrateful? In the future, would any disciple be willing to stand up for the sacred land again? "Thank you all for your righteous words, but the law is merciless that I practiced the forbidden arts of the curse cultivation, attempted to frame my junior brother, and was struck by the curse of the fallen immortal. It is my own fault that I am willing to relinquish my title as Holy Son, leave the sect, and even abandon my cultivation." To demonstrate his determination, Lin Che performed a series of hand seals, directing an attack toward his own crown. "Enough. Lin Che, since you recognize your mistakes, you shall be punished to guard the scripture pavilion for 10 years, without stepping foot outside. Ziyue's voice resonated with authority as she sat in the main seat, exuding an unyielding presence. Holy Master, I have a perfect solution. Qin Wentian's heart, which had been in turmoil, began to settle as he realized Lin Che would be confined to the scripture pavilion, ensuring no one could obstruct his plans. And he could cultivate the curse without concern. However, the words of his senior sister, Ji Luoyao, caused his heart to skip a beat that, "Oh, what do you propose?" Upon hearing Ji Luoyao's words, Ziyue's interest was piqued. She had also been contemplating whether this punishment was too lenient. 10 years might seem long to mortals, but for cultivators, it was but a fleeting moment. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Che was dissatisfied with this punishment. He had only 3 years left to live, and being confined to the scripture pavilion, faced with an ocean of ancient texts daily, would surely drive him to despair. Thus, upon hearing Ji Luoyao claim to have a perfect solution, he perked up, eager to learn how she intended to manipulate the situation to leave the sect. He could only rely on his several senior sisters that as long as he maintained a sufficiently atrocious attitude, he might have a chance. Holy Master, do you remember Hua Yui, who was punished for going mad and slaughtering her fellow disciples? You ordered her to have her divine eyes removed and to be confined to the penitent's cliff. At the mention of this, Ziyue's brow furrowed as she fell into contemplation, recalling the incident that had occurred 6 years prior. She remembered that the divine eyes had been granted to the sacred land, and now belonged to Lu Ruoli, the foremost prodigy of the eye technique, who hailed from the Purple Cloud Peak, one of the 36 peaks, making her Lin Che's 4th senior sister. What does this have to do with punishing Lin Che? Ziyue inquired, slightly puzzled, while the other elders turned their gazes toward Ji Luoyao. Holy Master, speaking of this reminds me that the Lord of Lanyue City has recently sent a letter, which I shall present to you. As she spoke, Lung Rushuang, standing beside Ji Luoyao, produced a letter and presented it to Holy Master Ziyue. Ziyue took the envelope, removed the seal, and with a sweep of her consciousness, grasped the contents. Have you finally come to your senses? Are you willing to exchange the eye technique Tian Zhao? Ziyue murmured softly. However, Lin Che had heard rumors about the prodigy with the burning sky divine eyes, and later learned that his 4th senior sister had acquired a pair of divine eyes from an unknown source. Requesting Lin Che to implant them into her OWN-S, a master of the 3,000 paths. Lin Che found this task trivial and used his medical skills to transplant the burning sky divine eyes into Lu Ruoli's own. Since then, Lu Ruoli had risen to prominence, securing a position among the top 50 of the Great Wilderness Azure Cloud rankings. Today, Lin Che learned that these divine eyes had such a lineage, and he could not help but feel disdain for his 4th senior sister. Yet, Ji Liao's next words left Lin Che astonished. Holy Master, what I propose is for Lin Che to marry into the Hua family of Lanyue City. To the outside world, they could announce that Lin Che was merely going to Lanyue City for training, while internally, they could select a new holy son. Besides, since Lin Che bore the curse of the fallen immortal, his cultivation would soon dwindle, rendering him a mere mortal, which would suit him well for a union with Hua Yui, allowing them to support each other. Buzz! Ji Liao's words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of those present. Lanyue City was but a tiny place, lacking in cultivation resources. Lin Che's identity as the holy son of the Tai sacred land would be overshadowed by his status as a mere son-in-law of the Hua family. It was important to note that Lin Che was still the holy son of the Tai sacred land, that if the Tai sacred land was a giant in the great wilderness, then Lanyue City was merely a sparrow, not even qualifying as a third-rate power. For Lin Che, the holy son of the Tai sacred land, to abandon his dignity and become a son-in-law was undoubtedly a devastating blow. This was entirely in line with Ji Liao's style, unwavering in her pursuit of goals, regardless of the means. Ziyue did not respond, but instead turned her gaze to Lin Che. Holy Master, my senior brother, I am willing. Lin Che's voice rang out, cutting Qin Wentian off before he could finish. Lin Che's declaration left Qin Wentian momentarily speechless. Hua Yui, do you know who she is? A blind person, a waste who has lost her eyes and cultivation. Do you know what kind of place Lanyue City is? A tiny dot devoid of cultivation resources. The strongest in Lanyue City seems to be merely at the 3rd level of the returning source realm. And the returning source realm barely meets the threshold to enter the Tai sacred land. Whether one can become an outer disciple of the Tai sacred land is still debatable. Are you truly willing to endure such an abysmal environment? Have you lost your mind? Qin Wentian was at a loss for words, taking a long time to regain his composure. His fellow senior sisters and the high-ranking elders shared the same stunned expression. Ji Luoyao thought she had misheard. She believed that Lin Che, accustomed to a life of luxury and ample cultivation resources in the Tai sacred land, would be unable to accept such a stark psychological contrast and would suffer greatly. She envisioned him becoming mentally unstable, pleading with her not to send him to Lanyue City. Unfortunately, the reality was entirely contrary to Ji Luoyao's expectations. Lin Che did not protest, did not express reluctance, did not seem troubled in the least. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips as he readily agreed to become a son-in-law in Lanyue City. "Have you truly thought this through?" Ziyue asked, her appreciation for Lin Che prompting her to inquire further. She understood that even if Lin Che were to become immortal, his talent would remain. And if he wished to stay in the sacred land, even if he could no longer be the Holy Son, she could still offer him a position as a mentor, teaching disciples in the sacred land. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Che preferred to marry into Lanyue City rather than remain in the Tai sacred land. "Thank you, Holy Master. I have made up my mind that I request your blessing for the marriage. I shall set off for Lanyue City tomorrow." Lin Che maintained an expressionless demeanor to Ji Luoyao, however, wore a look of disdain. Keep pretending. Just wait until you arrive in Lanyue City and find yourself begging for my help." Lung Rushuang glanced at Lin Che, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Was this once cherished junior brother truly so heartless? Among the crowd, Nangong Mingyue's face turned as pale as paper, her lips purple, her delicate body trembling beneath her black robe, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. She then silently left the hall. Her poison had flared up again. Recently, it had been occurring with increasing frequency. "Very well, you have made your decision. I shall escort Hua Yui back. You may head to Lanyue City tomorrow. Someone, escort Hua Yui back to Lanyue City and inform Hua Wuxin that Lin Che will soon marry into the Hua family. So they should prepare accordingly." Ziyue did not linger over this matter. Lin Che, at best, was left with some innate talent. Arriving in Lanyue City, a place devoid of cultivation resources, any prodigious talent would be rendered futile without support. Coupled with the curse of the fallen immortal, it was certain that within a year, Lin Che would be reduced to a mere mortal, devoid of any value to the Tai Holy Land. Merely a discarded pawn. "Thank you, Holy Master, for your grace. I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Che disregarded the opinions of those around him and strode out of the Grand Hall, casting not a single glance at his former senior sister or junior disciples. Was this too cruel for the Holy Son? No. Perhaps this was the best fate for him. In the struggle for survival, it is not for anyone to blame but himself for his misfortune. Observing Lin Che's departing figure, many were filled with a sense of melancholy. Who could have imagined that the unparalleled genius who dominated the Qingyun rankings for 5 consecutive years would exit in such a manner? Qin Wentian watched Lin Che's silhouette fade away, his eyes darting with thoughts. Back in the cultivation cave, Ji Luoyao and the others gathered together. Senior sister, with Lin Che's departure, who will take the position of the Holy Son? Need it be said? Of course, it will be our junior brother. He is currently at the 9th level of the Huahai realm, and his talent rivals that of Lin Che in his prime. It is only fitting for him to assume the role of Holy Son. But will the Holy Master harbor discontent? You are already the Holy Maiden, and if our junior brother becomes the Holy Son, will it not repeat Lin Che's fate? Lung Rushuang understood her senior sister's ambitions. Lin Che was replaced not only due to the curse, but primarily because he lacked ambition. You underestimate our junior brother. He is the most suitable candidate for power. Once he sits upon the Holy Son's throne, within 5 years, the entire Tai Holy Land will surely be within our grasp. By the way, where is Mingyue? Did we not see her in the Grand Hall just now? How has she vanished so suddenly? Ji Luoyao recalled seeing Nangong Mingyue in the Grand Hall. That Mingyue's condition seems to be off. She must be experiencing a flare-up of her nether poison body. Lung Rushuang was aware of Nangong Mingyue's situation, but had relied on Lin Che to serve as a vessel to eliminate the accumulated toxins within her. Now that Lin Che had severed ties with them, naturally, no one would care about Nangong Mingyue's well-being the Zixiao Peak. Within a cultivation cave, a drug pool contained a body that should have been as pure as mutton fat jade, now marred by black veins creeping from her ankles to her neck. The pain pierced her heart like steel needles, causing the resolute Nangong Mingyue to cry out. Why did the poison flare-up occur so frequently despite following the recipe for her medicinal concoction? Dripping with fragrant sweat and exhausted, she crawled onto the shore, wrapped in a towel, and floated 3 inches above the ground on her bare feet. Eventually, she began to meditate on a cold jade bed. In that moment, memories flooded her mind. Every time her poison flared, Lin Che had been by her side. When she was in pain, Lin Che prepared red date porridge for her, and when she felt down, Lin Che told her jokes to lighten her mood. Now, in the vast expanse of the cold jade bed, she found herself utterly alone. Yet, the thought of Lin Che harboring the nourishing heart Gu made her instinctively reject him. The next morning, after packing his belongings, Lin Che donned a spatial storage ring and closed the stone door, where someone awaited him outside, that it was Ziua, who had specifically prepared guards for him. After all, with the fallen immortal curse upon him, he could not recklessly use his powers, and the distance from Tai Holy Land to Lanyue City was considerable to ensure Lin Che's safety during his journey. Zixiao Peak's other courtyard found 2 individuals who had not slept well the previous night. Senior sister, did you not sleep well last night? You too? Ji Luoyao yawned and stretched her willow-like waist. Let us go and see him off. After all, we are fellow disciples. Once she was fully awake, Ji Luoyao took Lung Rushuang and headed to Lin Che's residence. Chapter 10. The Recipe to Suppress the Nether Poison. Arriving just a moment too late, they found that Lin Che had not even given them a greeting, as if they were insignificant to him. Who would want to concern themselves with such a person? Let's go in and tidy up. Our junior brother will be living here from now on. Ji Luoyao formed a seal in her palm and gently placed it in the indentation. Boom! The stone door swung open, and the 2 entered Lin Che's cultivation cave side by side. However, upon stepping inside, Ji Luoyao and Lung Rushuang were astonished by the sight before them. The cave was barren, save for a blue stone bed used for meditation and a stone table with a few stone stools, along with a cooking stove and a storage cabinet. He has emptied his entire home. It seems he has no desire to leave at all. They couldn't help but think that he was rather self-aware, knowing that anything from the Tai Holy Land would fetch a high price in the outside world. Seeing the cave in such a desolate state, the 2 instinctively believed it had been cleared out by Lin Che using the spatial storage ring. Senior sister, look at the items in the storage cabinet. Lung Rushuang casually glanced at the cabinet, expecting it to be empty, but to her surprise, it was filled to the brim. Within were a rusty Xian iron sword, a tattered battle robe, a bloodied treasure map, several jars filled with elixirs, and a few sword manuals along with some low-tier cultivation techniques. That aren't these the items we gifted him before? Ji Luoyao was moved by the sight. She never expected Lin Che would keep the worn-out gifts they had casually given him. Senior sister, why don't we take these forgotten items to him before he goes too far? Lung Rushuang picked up a tattered battle robe, recalling how she had spent dozens of spirit stones to procure it for him during his first mission. That sounds good. After all, we are fellow disciples. Let him have something to remember us by. The 2 placed the items into a storage ring and vanished from the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Che was accompanied by 2 sect guards as they approached the entrance to the teleportation array. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a voice calling from a distance. Wait, Lin Che, you've left something behind. It's all in the storage ring. As she spoke, Lung Rushuang handed over the spatial storage ring. Lin Che accepted it with a smile, scanning its contents with his consciousness. With a clatter, he casually tossed the ring to the ground, pressing it firmly into the earth with his foot. Without hesitation, he stepped into the center of the array. The entire process was fluid and natural as he gazed at Lung Rushuang and Ji Luoyao from across the array's barrier. Lin Che. Ji Luoyao's face flushed red with anger, veins bulging on her forehead as she trembled with rage. She had thought Lin Che cherished the items as a testament to their relationship, only to realize now that she had been mistaken. He was nothing more than an ungrateful beast. Lin Che, from this moment on, you are no longer my junior brother. Even if you plead with me in the future, I shall not allow the Holy Master to grant your return to the Holy Land. Lung Rushuang's face turned pale with fury, a tempest of rage swelling within her. As Lin Che departed through the teleportation array, He could still hear Lung Rushuang's furious shouts from afar. Yet, he merely smirked slightly. Perhaps he had once valued their connection, but ever since the curse of the fallen immortal had taken hold, those sentiments had turned to mere waste. Senior sister, had I known Lin Che was such a thankless wolf, I should have let him be devoured by a beast in the wild long ago. After 20 years of raising him, even a dog should know to wag its tail. Do not worry. He will surely come to seek us out. The situation with Wei Yui is far more complicated than merely losing the burning heaven divine eye and his cultivation. The Hua family has promised to trade Tianzhao for it. Once Li returns and masters Tianzhao, the issues surrounding Wei Yui will likely come to light, and Lin Che will undoubtedly come to me for help. Ji Liao's face remained frosty, yet a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Reporting to you, Holy Maiden, we found Sister Nangong at the mountain gate of Zixiao Peak, but she was already unconscious at the time. Just as Ji Luoyao was about to check on Nangong Mingyue's condition, someone came to report. Understood. Rushuang, carry Mingyue and take her to her residence. Lung Rushuang hoisted the unconscious Nangong Mingyue on her back and headed toward the most secluded part of Zixiao Peak. Due to Nangong Mingyue's nether poison body, she had faced ostracism at Zixiao Peak. Lin Che's cultivation cave was the closest to her dwelling that I never expected this nether poison to be so potent, already infiltrating her hard veins. I truly wonder how she has endured all these years that as she carried Nangong Mingyue. Lung Rushuang utilized her ice attribute's spiritual power to temporarily alleviate the pain caused by the nether poison. Simultaneously, she examined Nangong Mingyue's body. That it seemed Lin Che had been quite close to her. Surely he must have employed some method to assist her. Ji Luoyao appeared contemplative. It is impossible. The medical texts do not document the symptoms of the nether poison body. Moreover, Mingyue is already gravely ill. Her survival is a miracle in itself. Just as Lung Rushuang expressed her concerns with fervent words, a faint voice emerged from behind her. Second senior sister, just place me in the medicinal pool ahead for a soak. Nangong Mingyue felt a surge of joy at the concern shown by her senior sisters. Previously, she had always thought that Lin Che had stolen her sisters away from her. Now that Lin Che was gone, her sisters had begun to show her care. Are you certain? Mingyue, when did your poison body start to manifest? Lung Rushuang, known as the Divine Healer, though she had no means to deal with the nether poison body, could still sense certain things that I in the medicinal pool. Nangong Mingyue, enduring the pain etched on her face, feigned calmness as she replied, in the past week, it would only manifest occasionally once every 6 months. And it never worsened. That I do not know why, but it has been occurring frequently lately, sometimes twice a day, and even while soaking in the medicinal pool, it still manifests. Who taught you to prepare the medicinal concoction in the pool? As a physician, Lung Rushuang's perception was keener than that of ordinary cultivators. Upon entering the cave, she had already caught a faint whiff of medicinal fragrance. Lin, it was Lin Cas, she uttered these words. Nangong Mingyue's voice dropped low, as if speaking Lin Che's name was a source of shame. Lin Che, as I suspected, it seems you did not impart the entirety of the medical text to me. Do you have the prescriptions? Lung Rushuang pressed on the crucial point. No, none. In truth, there had been some. Lin Che had made multiple copies for Nangong Mingyue, but at that time, she had not taken it to heart. She had never truly regarded Lin Che as a junior brother. More often than not, he had seemed more like her servant. What? Does that scoundrel wish to see you perish, even as he departs? He cannot bear to leave behind the prescriptions. Lung Rushuang could no longer contain her outrage as she burst out. Chapter 11. Exotic worms. Lin Che, having traversed through the teleportation array, departed from the Tai sacred ground, heading towards Lanyue City. However, due to the scarcity of resources in Lanyue City, there existed no master of formations capable of constructing a teleportation array. Thus, he was transported to the nearest sect, the Sword God sect, where 2 sect guards were obliged to escort Lin Che on a relentless journey. After approximately 2 days, Lin Che and his companions finally arrived in Lanyue City. That in the heart of the city stood an ancient edifice, the very destination of Lin Che's visit, the Lord's Manor. Young Master, Lanyue City is under the jurisdiction of the Tai sacred ground, governed by the Sword God sect, one of the 4 affiliated sections. Should you encounter any troubles, you may directly contact the sect leader, who will assist you. One of the guards gestured, and another produced a dark iron token. This token was none other than the identity emblem of the Sword God sect. Lin Che accepted the token and placed it within his storage ring. Observing the guards, it seemed they were unaware of his expulsion from the Tai's sacred ground, that if they were to learn of his current predicament, they would not treat him with such reverence. Gentlemen, this is a token of my appreciation. From here on, I can manage on my own. You may return. With that, he presented a bulging bag of spirit stones and waved farewell to the two. Take care, Senior Brother Lin. Alas, old Wang, how could such a good person as Senior Brother Lin? Enough with the lamentations. These matters are beyond our purview. One of the guards, watching Lin Che's receding figure, couldn't help but reminisce about the time Lin Che served as the holy son of the sacred ground, never one to flaunt his status. Always compassionate towards his juniors, and discerning in reward and punishment. Upon entering the heart of the city, Lin Che quickly noticed a patrol of guards clad in dark iron armor. Who goes there? Dare to intrude upon the Lord's manor. The patrol leader brandished a spear, pointing it at the slender figure of Lin Chit. Is I, Lin Che, of the Tai sacred ground, here at the behest of the Holy Master to propose a marriage with the daughter of Lord Hua Wuxin. Lin Che remained unperturbed, accustomed to the chaos of the world. Under normal circumstances, this squad of guards could be obliterated in an instant. However, he was not one to relish bloodshed, especially now that his identity had shifted from that of the holy son of the Tai sacred ground to that of a mere son-in-law. Upon seeing the distinguished token that signified Lin Che's status as a disciple of the Tai sacred ground, the patrol leader was taken aback, kneeling immediately. I am but a blind fool. Please forgive my offense. Holy Son, greetings, Holy Son. The guards echoed in unison, all kneeling before Lin Che, their heads bowed in deference. Rise, and take me to see the Lord. Yes. Under the escort of the patrol guards, Lin Che entered the Lord's manor. The scale of the manor was quite modest, far smaller than even 1/10 of Zixiao Peak, and the quality of spiritual energy was vastly inferior that as soon as Lin Che stepped into the manor. His consciousness enveloped the entire structure. Within the manor, my lord, the Holy Son has arrived at the Lord's manor. Should we go to receive him, go ahead, and ensure the former Lord's chambers are vacated. Selecting a few servants to attend to the Holy Son's needs. Also, have the chef prepare a 3-flavor spirit fish soup to welcome the Holy Son that I in the manor. A refined noblewoman clad in a silver-gray fox fur coat spoke with gravity while seated in a chair adorned with purple floral patterns. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once. The subsequent treatment left Lin Che utterly astonished. While those beneath him might not perceive the reality, surely this future mother-in-law would not be oblivious. His status as Holy Son was, in essence, a mere faade, designed to placate the disciples of the Tai sacred ground. Otherwise, a transcendent force like the Tai sacred ground would not seek a marriage alliance with a place as insignificant as Lanyue City. It was evident to any discerning individual that something was amiss. Yet upon his arrival, the servants of the Lord's manor not only refrained from mocking him, but also greeted him with smiles, bustling about to prepare accommodations for him. Meanwhile, atop Zixiao Peak in the Tai sacred ground, Ji Luoyao tended to Nangong Mingyue, who was suffering from the nether poison outbreak, while Lung Rushuang secluded herself to research medicinal formulas. Having just expelled Lin Che, she found it impossible to swallow her pride and invite him back, and over the years, she had become exceedingly skilled in the medical arts, having treated numerous cultivators afflicted by lethal poisons or blood curses, thus earning considerable prestige. She was filled with confidence, believing that what Lin Che could accomplish, she too could achieve. Nangong Mingyue, on the other hand, smiled with genuine happiness, for she could finally feel the concern of her senior sisters. No one would compete with her any longer. Simultaneously, in the innermost chamber of Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian pushed open a stone door, revealing a row of stone shelves behind it. Upon these shelves rested 6 yellow-brown ceramic jars, all sealed tightly. The moment the stone door opened, 5 of the jars began to shake violently, as if something within sought to burst forth. Only when Qin Wentian channeled his spiritual power and pressed his hand against the lids did the jars finally calm. This lifetime, whether I can achieve the status of a Gu immortal and transcend the cycle of reincarnation depends entirely on you. I know you wish to emerge, but the time is not yet ripe. Old Six was too impatient, and now he has lost contact with me and has become someone else's Gu. Qin Wentian appeared to be either conversing with himself or addressing the insect within the clay pot. The Tai sacred land was merely a temporary vessel for him. Once the 5 insects in his possession matured, he would extricate himself from this place, were it not for Lin Che's interference. He would not have squandered a precious insect prematurely, thus foregoing an opportunity to ascend to the status of insect immortal. In the Tianxian continent, before one could transcend to the Emperor realm, one must undergo the 9-fold rebirth, completing this transformation to successfully attain the Emperor title. Qin Wentian had long been in search of a corporeal vessel to inhabit, ultimately evolving into an extraordinary insect by reaching the Emperor realm. The most notable characteristic of this realm lies in the profound paths one bears, and the ability to comprehend a complete path is inherently linked to one's innate talent. However, insects can transcend all such limitations, as a single insect can embody an entire path, and the greater the number of insect corpses one controls, the higher the chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm on Zixiao Peak, including Lin Che. 6 individuals had essentially grasped the embryonic forms of their respective paths. This was precisely why he had fixated on Lin Che and the others. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one crucial fact. Lin Che possessed more than one path. Moreover, Lin Che had seen through his machinations, and fortunately, no one believed Lin Che's claims. Although the majority of disciples within the sect stood by Lin Che, the belief of just a few of his senior sisters sufficed. Lanyu City was particularly lively that night. Although its population was less than 1/10 of that of the Sacred Land, the disciples of the Sacred Land were typically engrossed in their secluded cultivation and had no time to stroll about. Furthermore, that evening, the city lord had announced astonishing news. The daughter of the city lord was to be wed on an appointed day. Chapter 12. The wedding the following day. Lanyu City seemed to come alive, with a long line of guests arriving at the city lord's residence to present their gifts, an awe-inspiring sight, with a steady stream of well-wishers. Most of the visitors were lords from nearby towns or messengers from lesser sections. By the time the bride's entourage was dispatched, it was already evening. Lin Che found himself quite inebriated. Almost all the guests were relatives of Hua Yui, and not a soul from the Tai sacred land was present. Despite this, the Hua family treated him with great respect, showing no signs of negligence, which left Lin Che, unaccustomed to such pampering, feeling somewhat out of sorts upon entering the bridal chamber and gazing at the festive room. He had nearly sobered up upon seeing the enchanting figure seated upon the bed. The spirit wine of Lanyu City was not intoxicating, particularly for a cultivator of his caliber. His inebriation stemmed from his failure to dissipate the alcohol's effects with his cultivation during the drinking process. As he approached the bed to lift the red veil from the bride's head, he was met with a gaunt face tinged with a hint of yellow, adorned with a familiar black satin ribbon that obscured her eyes. "Is it you?" Indeed, this was the blind maiden he had encountered not long ago at the Cliff of Reflection. The difference was that today, the girl appeared more radiant, her cheeks dusted with a touch of rouge. "It seems you are truly the holy son of the Tai sacred land. Lin Chwi. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself last time. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Hello, I am Hua Yui." Hearing Lin Che's voice seemed to affirm something for Hua Yui. She exhibited no signs of inferiority, maintaining an air of calm composure. During their previous encounter at the Cliff of Reflection, Lin Che had left her his name, which Hua Yui had casually noted. Lin Che regarded her with lingering curiosity, sensing an odd familiarity about her. Noticing the sudden stillness in the atmosphere, Hua Yui playfully teased, "Are you perhaps disappointed to be marrying a blind girl like me?" Holy Son, she had only learned of Lin Che's identity as the Holy Son the day before. Initially, she had doubted that they could be the same person. Today, her suspicions had been confirmed, and it seemed fate had played a hand. "Oh, why do I feel that you, facing me as the Holy Son, seem rather unrestrained?" Lin Che was also influenced by Hua Yui's optimistic demeanor. The Hua Yui he saw today bore a striking resemblance to the one he had met at the Cliff of Reflection. Yet her personality seemed as different as night and day. He was intrigued to know what had caused such a transformation in her character. "Once I returned home, I naturally had nothing to fear." Hua Yui seemed to guess what Lin Che was about to ask. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this was Lanyu City, not the confining Tai sacred land. This was Hua Yui's hometown, where she had grown up. Back home, she had no reason to feel fear. In that moment, Lin Che appeared to grasp Hua Yui's mindset. But what of his own home? Where did it lie? Once, he had thought of the Tai's sacred land as his home, Zixiao Peak as his sanctuary, places worthy of a lifetime of protection. Instinctively, Lin Che reached for his chest, unable to forget the moment his closest junior brother had desperately pressed the falling immortal curse upon him. Nor could he shake the memory of his most respected senior sister distancing herself from him, even speaking harshly, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never seem to bridge the gap. Prejudices in the human heart were akin to an insurmountable mountain. No matter how fervently one endeavored, one could not hope to shift even a fraction of it to in the celebratory bridal chamber. An unusual silence enveloped the air. Suddenly, delicate hands, seemingly devoid of strength, rested upon Lin Che's hand, swiftly pulling his thoughts back to reality. Help me remove the eye veil. Hua Yui's voice was lively, and Lin Che complied. Wrapping his arms around her shoulders to untie the veil, as he beheld her grayish eyes, Lin Che faltered, as if ensnared in a trance. Before he could utter a word, her soft lips pressed against his. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Che nearly lost his composure. How could a towering figure like him be so easily overwhelmed by a girl scarcely reaching 5 feet tall? After several exchanges, the initiative returned to Lin Che's hands. Following a flurry of passionate moments, when Hua Yui awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Remembering the events of the previous night, she pouted, resembling a disgruntled maiden from a secluded chamber. It was all Lin Che's fault for being so vigorous that she would be bedridden for at least 3 days. However, as she lamented internally, Lin Che approached with a bowl of exquisite fish soup. Awake! Here, have some soup. There's also chicken stewed with 1,000-year wild ginseng. Gazing at the large pot on the table, Hua Yui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was he treating her like a pig to be fattened? Open your mouth. With that, Lin Che lifted the spoon, aiming it toward her lips. Hua Yui's face flushed deep red to her ears. She had never been fed in such a manner before and found herself momentarily unaccustomed. Where did you put the bowl? I will drink later. In no way. Open your mouth, da-da. In the days that followed, Lin Che gained a rough understanding of Lanyu City, and his culinary skills thoroughly captivated Hua Yui's taste buds. One day, a letter summoned Lin Che to the city lord's residence to Chair. This is a letter from your senior sister at the Tai sacred land. Take a look. Hua Wuxin handed the envelope to Lin Che. Lin Che accepted the letter, bidding farewell to his mother-in-law before departing the main residence. As he walked back to his room, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. Sizzle. The letter was reduced to ashes. The spiritual energy contained within the envelope dissipating into nothingness, carried away by the wind. Within a cave on Zixiao Peak, Ji Luoyao, meditating in solitude, felt the spiritual energy return to her body, her tightly shut eyes snapping open. Lin Che, how dare you? She had not anticipated that Lin Che would burn the letter she had sent without even unsealing it. It was worth noting that Lin Che had once held her in the highest regard, obediently adhering to her words and always cautious in her presence, fearful of incurring her displeasure. Yet astonishingly, within just a few days of leaving the Tai sacred land, he had come to so blatantly disregard her existence, incinerating the letter she had sent without so much as a glance. The letter's content had sought to procure a remedy for suppressing the manifestations of Nangong Mingyue's ghostly poison. She had surmised that having left the Tai sacred land for the resource-scarce Lanyu City, Lin Che would urgently require cultivation resources. In exchange for the prescription, she had promised him no small amount of spirit stones. That what's wrong, senior sister? Did that ingrate Lin Che upset you again? Cold Ru Shuang, engrossed in formulating a recipe, entered the room upon hearing her exclamation. And no matter. Ru Shuang, how goes your progress? Perhaps we should have the Sect Ji Boya take a look at Mingyue's condition, that if even the cold and frost cannot remedy the situation, then one can only place hope in the esteemed elders of the sect. Ji Boya, the most skilled practitioner of medicine in the Tai sacred land, is renowned throughout the vast wilderness. The Ji Luoyao firmly believes that if he is willing to lend a hand, there is no ailment that cannot be cured. Chapter 13. The Truth in the City of Lanyue. At the Lord's Manor, after spending some time together, Lin Che realized that Hua Yui was, in truth, a pitiable woman. Each night, as he lay beside her, he would often hear her murmuring the name of another, Lu Ruoli. This name was not unfamiliar to Lin Che, for his fourth senior sister bore the same name. Upon waking, he had attempted to cautiously probe Hua Yui about the connection she had with this Lu Ruolei. It was evident that Hua Yui was no fool, while Lin Che may have perceived it as mere coincidence. She understood the relationship between Lu Ruolei and Lin Che all too well. She wished to spare Lin Che any discomfort regarding this matter. Hua Yui did not know much about Lin Che. In fact, she only learned of his impending marriage to her after the fact. She had inquired with her mother, Hua Wuxin, as to why Lin Che, a scion of the Tai sacred land, would come to such a remote place as Lanyue City. However, Hua Wuxin had not divulged the truth, merely advising her daughter to cherish her time with Lin Che and to refrain from dwelling on the past. As she gazed at the slumbering Hua Yui, who lay with her back turned, Lin Che quietly opened his eyes that he tiptoed to a nearby chair, resting his hands behind his head as he contemplated the scenery outside. His thoughts were tumultuous, pondering whether he had been too selfish, afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Even with the presence of a life-bound goo worm within him, he feared he would not survive beyond 3 years, leaving him with only a fleeting time to accompany Hua Yui. Aside from her blindness and lack of cultivation, Hua Yui was no different from an ordinary person who could enjoy decades of life, a stark contrast to his own impending demise. If the fateful day were to arrive, would Hua Yui not be left to mourn him, wasting the precious youth of a blossoming maiden? Lin Che sought out Hua Yui's mother within the manor. He respectfully presented tea to Hua Wuxin, who had been quite pleased with Lin Che's conduct during this time. Initially, she had expected Lin Che to act with the arrogance of a sacred scion or to look down upon her daughter. However, everything had unfolded unexpectedly, and she had intended to speak with Lin Che herself. To her surprise, he approached her first a chair. "Speak your mind," Hua Wuxin said, sitting upright. Lin Che did not hesitate. "Mother, I wish to inquire about Yui. Her blindness is not as simple as it appears, is it?" Although Hua Yui had undergone a costly surgical procedure to have her eyes replaced after the extraction of her heavenly burning eyes, the physician's skills were lacking, and the method employed by Lu Ruolei was exceedingly cruel, designed to ensure Hua Yui's perpetual blindness. Even with medical intervention, restoration was impossible. "You have discerned the truth, but I advise you to abandon this line of thought and cherish your time with Yui. I seek nothing further." Lu Ruolei, as the illustrious daughter of the Tai sacred land and the empress of the Dian dynasty, was a formidable figure. Had Lin Che not been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, the matter would have been less dire. However, Hua Wuxin's expression darkened as she recalled the painful memories associated with the topic. "The injury to Yui's eyes was indeed inflicted by my senior sister, Lu Ruolei." Lin Che deduced that on their wedding day, as he unwrapped the silken cloth obscuring her eyes, he had immediately sensed something amiss. The eyes that now resided in Hua Yui did not belong to her. They were merely a fade, devoid of true function. Moreover, Hua Yui experienced nightmares every night, calling out Lu Ruolei's name. Most crucially, Lin Che had once facilitated the transplantation of a pair of divine eyes for his fourth senior sister, eyes imbued with extraordinary power. He had been curious about their origin, but Lu Ruolei had remained tight-lipped, and he had refrained from pressing further. "You know?" Hua Wuxin trembled at his words, astonished by Lin Che's perceptiveness. "Is it not obvious?" Lin Che pressed on. "Mother, I have long been puzzled by my circumstances. You are aware of my situation, are you not?" He addressed the marriage between himself and Hua Yui, recognizing that should Hua Wuxin refuse, he would have no choice but to force the union. "Yes, I understand, but I wish to see my daughter," she replied. "They demanded I exchange the eye technique Amaterasu for an additional condition, that Yui marry you. To rescue her from that dreadful place, I acquiesced to their terms." Hua Wuxin began to reminisce. Upon hearing this, Lin Che grasped that everything had been orchestrated by his senior sister from the outset. Amaterasu. So, Yui's eyes can be restored through the spiritual threads of the eye technique, but that was taken away. He realized that do you not understand that this action has utterly extinguished any hope for Yui's sight to be restored? Originally, the loss of her eyes could have been remedied through Lin Che's capabilities, but now, with the core being further damaged, Hua Yui's optical axis had been irreparably severed. Restoration was only possible with another pair of divine eyes. "Are you suggesting that Yui's eyes might one day see light again?" Hua Wuxin exclaimed, gripping Lin Che's shoulders, her gaze intense. "While it is exceedingly difficult, hope is not entirely lost," Lin Che replied, feeling a flicker of compassion as he met Hua Wuxin's earnest eyes. He reluctantly allowed a glimmer of hope to escape his lips, wishing to spare her from despair. After all, Amaterasu had been extracted from the core of Hua Yui's eyes through a secret technique of the Hua family. Is it true? You are not deceiving me. Hua Wuxin sought confirmation, desperate for certainty. The guilt she bore from having extracted Amaterasu weighed heavily on her heart. However, do not rejoice too soon to T.O. restore her sight. We must find another pair of divine eyes. And the optical axes must be of similar size. Lin Che's profound understanding of medical arts was a rarity. For others, even the transplantation would be impossible, let alone restoring sight after such damage. Upon hearing this, Hua Wuxin's spirit diminished, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Divine eyes were exceedingly rare, and those possessing such gifts were exceptional talents, often sought after by the sacred lands or top-tier factions. Their chances of finding one were slim. Indeed, for the city of Lanyue, this was an arduous demand, yet it remained the only hope. Have you considered what will happen to Yui once I depart? If you truly love her, you must sever the ties between us now, Lin Che declared, revealing the purpose of his visit. With little time left, he wished to leave without burdens, and his acceptance of the marriage was primarily to extricate himself from the Tai sacred land. Chapter 14. The Eternal Night's Demonic Eyes as a Mother. I respect Yui's choices. Through our time together, I have come to understand that she harbors affection for you, yet her blindness has instilled a sense of inferiority within her. I have temporarily sealed away the painful memories of her eyes, and you should discuss this with Yui. Hua Wuxin is an enlightened individual who, having endured the anguish of love in her youth, fervently wishes to spare her daughter from similar tribulations. Her choice of Lin Che is not merely a matter of necessity. She harbors a desire to gamble on him in hopes of uncovering a profound answer. In that moment, Lin Che finds himself at a loss on how to confront Hua Yui, especially considering that she has entrusted him with her first experience, leaving him unable to simply walk away. After bidding farewell to Hua Wuxin, Lin Che finds solace alone by the full moon well in the backyard, gazing at the swaying silhouette illuminated by the moonlight that I in his hands. He cradles a bamboo scroll he has just completed, a novice gift from the system known as the Extreme Night Demon Eye. Yet, to cultivate such eyes requires an immense expenditure of rare resources. Even the formidable Tai Holy Land had to invest untold resources to nurture Ji Luoyao's boundless sword body, ultimately leading to the ascension of the renowned sword sovereign in the outside world. Relying solely on the scant resources of Lanyue City, he would struggle to even begin his training, let alone acquire rare materials. He caresses the dark, iron-like token in his hand. If memory serves, the Sword God sect possesses a dragon eye, said to be a remnant of an ancient divine dragon, imbued with incredible power. Should he harness the dragon eye as a medium, the chances of successfully cultivating the Extreme Night Demon Eye would significantly increase. Moreover, in terms of resources, the Sword God sect far surpasses Lanyue City. At dawn, the Tai Holy Land is enveloped in a faint golden radiance. On Zixiao Peak, a dense purple mist swirls, embodying a portentous atmosphere. Consequently, Zixiao Peak is revered among the 36 peaks as a paradise. However, within a cave at this moment, a layer of dark green mist pervades the air. Nangong Mingyue, afflicted by dark poison since childhood, was brought to Zixiao Peak by the previous peak master, who utilized countless rare resources to suppress the outbreak of her affliction. Upon encountering Lin Che, he employed one of the 3,000 paths, poison, to forcefully transform Nangong Mingyue into a rare poison body known as the Yin Ming poison body, which ranks among the top 30 in the realm of divine bodies. Her physique is akin to a poison reservoir. Should the dark poison erupt, it could annihilate a city with a population of tens of thousands. Nonetheless, Lin Che is confident that he can prevent the outbreak of Nangong Mingyue's poison body. According to the formula he devised, a medicinal bath every 3 months would suffice to ensure her well-being. Yet, now that she is separated from Lin Che, Nangong Mingyue is unaware of the formula and unable to control the dark poison within her, leading to its rampant leakage, subtly threatening Zixiao Peak. Master Ji, it is here, my junior sister. Juliao's cool voice resonates as she stands beside an elderly man clad in a white robe. This venerable figure is Ji Boya, a renowned 7th-grade holy physician within the Tai Holy Land. This dark poison was originally refined by a cultivator named Yu Ming, utilizing the 9 nether veins for assassination. When the previous peak master brought Mingyue here, I discerned the dark poison within her that I never anticipated that what was once a life-threatening affliction could be transformed into a legendary divine body, becoming known throughout the realm that I had thought she had eradicated the dark poison. Jiboya, merely observing from a distance, detects the potent corrosive nature of the dark poison. Initially, due to the residual medicinal properties in the medicinal pool, Nangong Mingyue was able to barely suppress it with her cultivation. However, as the residual properties dissipated, the dark poison within her began to surge chaotically, assaulting her limbs and bones. Master Ji, to be honest, Mingyue was able to control her Yin Ming poison body, earning the title of the Daughter of Heavenly Poison. Solely due to the formula provided by Lin Che.as she speaks, Ji Luoyao produces a water pouch. This contains the medicinal solution my junior sister frequently used for her bath that I would appreciate it if you could examine it for any issues. Following the incident involving Qin Wentian, Ji Luoyao has lost all trust in Lin Che, even doubting whether her cultivation of the boundless sword body harbors some fatal flaw. Jiboya accepts the water pouch, scanning its contents with his consciousness, and his pupils constrict sharply. A prodigy. No, a genius of the medical arts. The water contains merely 3 ingredients, all of which are highly toxic herbs. Master Ji, have you discovered something? Luoyao, the Holy Sun is indeed a genius. Cough, cough. Jiboya realizes he has lost composure and clears his throat, regaining his composure, yet his heart remains unsettled. Whether it be the poison dragon saliva, the devouring grass, or the fierce sun herb, all possess extreme toxicity. Even the slightest misstep could lead to certain death for an ordinary cultivator. Who would dare to use them in concocting medicine? Having lived for over a millennium, he thought he had seen it all, yet he has never encountered such a combination of 3 toxic herbs. With the foundation of the Tei Holy Land, sourcing them is not a challenging task. Master Ji, have you discerned the formula? Ji Luoyao inquires. Nangong Mingyue's poison has already infiltrated her heart veins. Had she not cultivated the Yin Ming poison body, anyone else would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, she is still enduring considerable torment. It will require time to concoct the formula, and I have never attempted this before, so I cannot guarantee success. Jiboya refrains from making any promises to Ji Luoyao. As this is a situation he has never encountered, by the way, I have a detoxification pill. Let her take it first to temporarily suppress the spread of the dark poison within. Researching the formula will take time. And the most troublesome aspect is that he is uncertain of the proportions required for the ingredients. Ji Luoyao accepts the detoxification pill, expresses her gratitude, and enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, enters the mist-laden cave that on a frost-covered bed of ice. Nangong Mingyue lies bare from the waist up, her legs crossed behind her as she channels true energy into the other. Unfortunately, the effect is minimal. Dark green patterns have already emerged on her jade-like back, as if branded upon her skin. She emits sounds of agony, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her brow as her body convulses. Her face contorts in pain, beads of sweat cascading down her delicate features, reaching the brink of unbearable torment. Senior sister, has Elder Ji arrived? Yes, but Elder Ji mentioned that he requires time to prepare the formula. For now, let Mingyue take this detoxification pill. Ji Luoyao watches Nangong Mingyue's expression with a heavy heart, her resentment towards Lin Che deepening, while simultaneously recognizing the wisdom of her earlier decisions. Chapter 15. The Legend of Lin Che in Lanyue City. At the rear courtyard of the main residence, Che, my mother has mentioned that the Sword God sect is recruiting disciples. Will you be going? A girl draped in silk entwines her arm with Lin Che's, her face radiating genuine joy. Yui, have you employed the method I provided to restore your sight? Lin Che inquires without offering a response. Hua Yui hesitates, then abruptly shifts her gaze to the ground, finally resting on her toes, tears welling as she recalls, since meeting you, you've bested me. Next, we must join the Sword God sect to seek the spiritual herb to restore your eyes. Lin Che surmises that Hua Yui is unlikely to believe that incessant tears could aid in her sight's recovery. A normal person would find it hard to accept. Che, you won't be angry with me, will you? I truly have a method, using chili water. Hua Yui struggles to voice this. Lin Che is left speechless. Chili water? It's not without its merits that you followed the instructions diligently. Why would I be angry? Let us go bid farewell to my mother before we set out tomorrow. But I lack cultivation. Will the Sword God sect accept me? Hua Yui finally voices her concern. Fear not, for I am here. Lin Che reassures her, grasping her trembling hand to offer a sense of security. Time slips by swiftly as Lin Che prepares to rest. He suddenly clutches his chest and bolts from the room, leaving behind the words, Yui, you should sleep. Upon exiting the room, he is drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing violently, that a scorching sensation envelopes his chest, as if he is engulfed in flames. That it is the activation of the fallen immortal curse, beginning to gnaw at his cultivation and the essence within him. Could it be a consequence of inscribing the extreme night demon eye with the spirit gathering pan during the day? He struggles, one hand pressed against the ground, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down his face, gasping for breath, his skin beneath his clothing resembling a red-hot iron. Glowing fiercely, he reflects upon his actions in recent days. Ever since arriving in Lanyue City, he has refrained from using spiritual power, hence the fallen immortal curse has not manifested significantly. However, he had employed a slight amount of spiritual power to inscribe the body scroll, and he never anticipated it would trigger the curse. Lin Che tears off his outer garment, revealing his robust physique, and gazes down at his chest, where the fallen immortal curse, previously coiled near his left chest, is visibly spreading an inch further. When the curse engulfs his entire body, it will herald his demise. The only means left for him to combat the curse resides within the dormant life-sustaining insect deep within him. It has spread further. Could it truly be pushing me down that path? The path of Gu is one of the 3,000 great ways that if he desires, it is not impossible for him to pursue it. However, on the Tianxin continent, the path of Gu is regarded as a malevolent one, associated with demonic cultivators, since Gu practitioners typically consume the life essence of others to elevate their own cultivation. Unless absolutely compelled, he truly does not wish to tread this path that invites universal enmity. The Sword God sect possesses the Dragon Eye, which has the ability to restore the eyes of the night. Regardless of the circumstances, I must make a visit there. Currently, he wishes to sever any ties with the Tai Holy Land and those few women. Hence this time, upon entering the Sword God sect, he intends to rely solely on his own strength. Meanwhile, at the Tai Holy Land, on one of the 36 peaks, the 100 Herbs Peak, another failure. Master, perhaps it is time to give up. These 3 types of herbs simply cannot be combined. A young acolyte said, pouting, trying to persuade the elderly figure in white robes beside him to abandon the endeavor. Boya, the peak master of 100 Herbs Peak, had become obsessed ever since learning the recipe, tirelessly attempting to concoct it. However, on the Tian platform of Zhixiao Peak, Qin Wentian is currently studying medicine with Lung Rushuang. Without reservation, Qin Wentian acknowledges that his accomplishments over the past 2 years owe much to the diligent guidance of his 5 senior sisters. Wentian, your talent is unparalleled. Have you ever heard of a particular recipe? During their teaching sessions, Lung Rushuang attempted to share the recipe that Lin Che had prepared for Nangong Mingyue, curious to see if Qin Wentian could glean any insights from it. Over the past 2 years of instruction, she had witnessed Qin Wentian's astonishing aptitude for medicine, even sensing a subtle trend that hinted at him surpassing her. This sight brought her great comfort. Upon hearing Lung Rushuang's words, Qin Wentian fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he shook his head. Senior sister, this requires time, considerable time. With so much time, it would be wiser to devote it to cultivation. Enhancing one's abilities is the true path that in Qin Wentian's eyes, cultivation reigns supreme. For a fleeting moment, Lung Rushuang felt a pang of sorrow, for this recipe was indeed concocted by Lin Che. In other words, Lin Che had wasted a significant amount of time in pursuit of a remedy for Nangong Mingyue's underworld poison. What if that time had been spent on cultivation? The implications were unimaginable. Yet, the thought of Nangong Mingyue's current suffering made her realize that Lin Che's willingness to invest so much time in such a tedious endeavor clearly indicated ill intentions. Otherwise, knowing that Nangong Mingyue was without the recipe, why did he not present it before departing? Even when her senior sister sent a letter, Lin Che burned it without a glance. After all, they had been fellow disciples for so many years. Yet he remained so cold-hearted. Wentian, you must cultivate diligently and never stray down the misguided path like your senior brother. Lung Rushuang imparted these earnest words to Qin Wentian. Senior sister, my brother will surely come to his senses. He is merely, once a Gu practitioner, always a Gu practitioner, that I hope he refrains from utilizing Gu's power. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to uphold righteousness against Qin. With that, Lung Rushuang swept away, leaving Qin Wentian with a smirk. To invoke spiritual power while bearing the fallen immortal curse, it seems you truly wish to hasten your demise. Qin Wentian revealed a mark emblazoned on his wrist, at the Lanyu city mansion. Lin Che and the others bid farewell to the city lord, Hua Wuxin, and under the protection of the city's experts, embarked on their journey to the Sword God sect. The Sword God sect was actively recruiting disciples. And the four great families of Lanyu City, including the city lord's mansion, were eager not to miss out, for the Sword God sect served as a stepping stone. Should a prodigious talent arise, they might catch the attention of the Tai Holy Land's emissaries and ultimately be brought into their fold. A transformation likened to a crow turning into a phoenix. Along the way, Your Excellency. With your status, how could the Sword God sect possibly assess you? Indeed, you are a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Even the sect master is unworthy of carrying your shoes. Throughout the journey, Lin Che was inundated with such flattering remarks. The Divine Mansion realm? Once, he indeed was at that level, but now he was merely at the 9th level of the Sea Transformation realm. Moreover, due to the fallen immortal curse, he could not freely wield his cultivation. The recent gathering of spiritual energy served as a cautionary tale, causing him to plummet a significant realm in a single moment. Those days are behind me. Since I have become a part of Lanyu City, I am no longer a holy son. The assessment by the Sword God sect will naturally adhere to their own regulations. Lin Che stated with composure. Hua Yui, throughout the journey, listened to the praises directed at Lin Che, her eyes filled with envy. She knew Lin Che was a holy son, but never imagined he would be such a prodigy. 5 years at the Dao Foundation realm, 10 years at the Dan Condensation realm, 18 years at the Celestial Phenomenon realm, and 20 years as a powerful figure in the Divine Mansion realm. Among those she was familiar with, whether they were disciples of holy lands or ancient sects, none could compare to Lin Che. Chapter 16. The Sword God sect. The Sword God sect, located in the Tianxian continent, is a second-tier force in the Great Wilderness region and one of the affiliated sects of the Tai Holy Land. It is also a revered destination for cultivators from surrounding cities and villages. Sword cultivators are hailed as invincible among their peers, yet the requirements to become one are exceedingly stringent at this moment. Lin Che and his companions had arrived at the foot of the Sword God sect's mountain, where a towering peak shaped like a sword pierced the clouds, radiating an aura of swordsmanship. At last we have arrived. Your Excellency, look there. That is the heavenly sword of the Sword God sect, rumored to have been left by a great sword master who comprehended the indomitable sword intent. As long as we pass the test of the sword steel, we will be admitted into the Sword God sect. The sword steel? Lin Che inquired as he listened to the disciples from the city lord's mansion recount tales about the Sword God sect. Surveying his surroundings, he did not see the sword steely that was mentioned. Your Excellency, you may not be aware, but the assessment of the Sword God sect is not conducted by human hands. Do you see those iron swords ahead? Following the direction pointed out by the speaker, Lin Che indeed noticed several mounds of earth less than 3 meters away, each adorned with a sword. These served as tombstones for the fallen disciples of the Sword God sect, built to honor their memory. The swords embedded within were once their own, and that stone wall, marred with fine cracks, was known as the sword steel. For this assessment, as long as we can wield a sword and leave a sword cultivator's mark upon that stone wall, someone from the Sword God sect will come to guide you. The Tai Holy Land. Zi Xiao Peak, Elder Ji, have you developed the formula? This morning, Ji Boya's unexpected visit led Ji Luoyao to mistakenly believe that he had discovered a way to suppress the underworld poison, causing her to silently mock Lin Che's superficial medical skills in comparison to Elder Ji's expertise. However, Ji Boya's next words sent a shock through Ji Luoyao. Luoyao, this recipe cannot be developed in less than 3 to 4 years. Given Mingyue's current condition, she may not last another year. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao first froze, then a wave of dread washed over her. No, Elder, you must be joking. You must have a solution, right? Ji Luoyao forced a smile upon her face. Ji Boya sighed deeply. There is indeed a method, but it will depend on Mingyue's willingness. Hearing this, Ji Luoyao felt a sense of relief. What method? Using the detox powder to dispel her poison, but this means she will have to start her cultivation anew from her current 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. The conversation between Ji Boya and Ji Luoyao roused Nangong Mingyue, who lay tortured by the underworld poison on the cold jade bed. Senior sister, I do not wish to lose my cultivation. Even Lung Rushuang, who had been by Nangong Mingyue's side, turned her gaze towards Ji Boya. She was well aware of the detox powder's implications, but it would be a devastating blow to Nangong Mingyue. If we do not proceed this way, we will have no choice but to seek the Holy Sun. Given your bond, he will surely lend his assistance. The Ji Boya's words reminded Nangong Mingyue, suffering greatly from the underworld poison, of the memories of the past. Those days when she had just been brought to Zixiao Peak by the former peak master, her progress in cultivation was slow due to the poison in her body. She was often mocked and bullied by her fellow disciples, and due to her inability to control the underworld poison, she had severely injured a fellow disciple during a competition and was punished with confinement. It was during this period that a small figure consistently accompanied her, watching her from afar, bringing her food, and sharing her punishment. Because of the underworld poison, she had even contemplated suicide, earning the moniker Poison Girl. The senior brothers and sisters on the peak avoided her like the plague, yet that small figure was the only one willing to approach her and treat her kindly, until one day, that slender figure was brought before her by the master. Mingyue, this is your junior brother. You two should get along well. The smile upon the youth's visage enveloped her in warmth akin to sunlight. From that moment forth, she was no longer solitary. A companion trailed behind her. Someone practiced swordplay with her, frolicked by her side, and together they delved into the mysteries of martial arts. One fateful day, the youth, with an air of mystery, presented her with an ancient tome bound in sheepskin, discreetly tucking it into her embrace without uttering a word, before vanishing from sight. From that day forward, her windowsill was adorned with several rare medicinal herbs, a constant presence until she mastered the ethereal poison body, ultimately becoming renowned as the daughter of heavenly poison in the sacred land. The one who had sacrificed for her was none other than Lin Che, the very individual she and a few senior sisters had conspired to expel from the sacred grounds. That a cold, indifferent voice jolted Nangong Mingyue from her reverie. That ingrate would show such kindness? If he truly valued our bond, he would not have brought the prescription that caused my junior sister to suffer under the torment of dark poison. Upon mentioning Lin Che, Lung Rushuang was reminded of the slap he had delivered, something no one had dared to do to her throughout her life. Rushuang, perhaps you should visit him yourself. He was once most obedient to you. Sister, that wretch whose conscience has been devoured by dogs will never change his mind. So do not harbor any illusions about him. Lung Rushuang's words were sharp. Sister, I shall accompany Rushuang to seek the prescription from our senior brother. One of the junior disciples offered to AT an unknown moment. A deep voice resonated from behind them that I believe our senior brother would not be so heartless. Lying in bed, Nangong Mingyue gazed at the numerous concerned faces of her sisters and younger brothers. And for a fleeting moment, the pain inflicted by the dark poison seemed to wane. Hello, junior brother. He harbors hatred towards us, so he should not dare to harm you. And Rushuang, do not throw a tantrum. Let us first obtain the prescription before discussing anything further. Ji Luoyao understood her junior sister's temperament and had no intention of forgiving Lin Che. This endeavor was solely to alleviate Nangong Mingyue's affliction. Ji Boya, having gleaned something from their conversation, opted to remain silent, greeting Ji Luoyao before departing. For my junior sister's sake, I shall speak kindly. Lung Rushuang took a deep breath. Rushuang, do not be too hard on yourself. If he refuses, then let it go. Do not plead with someone of his ilk. I would rather perish. Nangong Mingyue's frail voice carried a hint of resolve. Rest assured, junior sister, we shall ensure your safety. Sister, await our good news, Qin Wentian declared with confidence. That day, the group departed from the Tai sacred land under the pretext of seeking experience in the outside world, heading towards Lanyue City. Several days later, they arrived at the Sword God sect. Is it any wonder that such a small place as Lanyue City cannot sustain his vast training resources? Cold Rushuang scoffed. He deserves it, clinging to his pride while suffering. He thought leaving Tai's sacred land would offer him a refuge. Throughout their journey, Cold Rushuang incessantly mocked him, while Qin Wentian remained silent. lost in contemplation. Chapter 17. Transforming Finger into Sword, Saint Sun. Let us few take the lead and break the ice. You may save the best for last at a few disciples from the city lord's manor, intending to join the sword god sect alongside Lin Che and Hua Yui. Volunteered eagerly. Lin Che did not impede their enthusiasm. His gaze lingered on a stone wall marred by countless sword marks, lost in thought. Suddenly, one disciple unsheathed a rusty iron sword and swung it at the stone wall. Upon contact, the iron sword rebounded as if repelled by an invisible barrier, leaving no mark on the stone. The other two followed suit, but only one younger and somewhat slow-witted youth managed to leave a faint scratch the length of a thumb. With a depth barely reaching 3 centimeters, nonetheless, he received praise from the others. Well done, little Li. It seems you possess some talent. The city lord's efforts in nurturing us have not been in vain. The two who failed to leave a mark exhibited no jealousy, their words laced with encouragement. Aware of their own limitations, having lingered in the nascent Qi realm for 3 years, they had come to terms with their fates. Che, shall I give it a try? No need. I shall handle it. Lin Che placed a hand on Hua Yui's back, reassuring her, and after entrusting her to the disciple called Little Li, he leaped into the air, devoid of any spiritual techniques, merely relying on sheer force. Ultimately, he hovered at the center of the stone wall. With a subtle motion, he aligned his fingers, gently grazing the surface of the stone. Miraculously, without direct contact, the entire wall began to tremble violently, loose stones cascading down, alarming the 3 standing below. What is happening? Look, the wall is cracking. Could it be the legendary sword path mysteries? Indeed, it is the transformation of finger into sword. The disciples from the city lord's manor were rendered speechless, their mouths agape and eyes wide like saucers. Shielded by them, Hua Yui, though unable to see, possessed keen hearing and discerned the commotion around her. Having completed his task, Lin Che descended to the ground at the sword's steel, unable to withstand Lin Che's sword intent, began to fracture, fissures radiating outward until it shattered completely that a cacophony of debris erupted, prompting Lin Che to instinctively shield Hua Yui. As she felt the rush of air and the faint fragrance emanating from him, her fair face pressed against Lin Che's sturdy back, a blush blossoming upon her cheeks. Saint Sun, you truly are a prodigy. The transformation of finger into sword is said to be achievable only upon reaching the unity of man and sword. Who would have thought you could attain such mastery at such a young age? Truly remarkable, a testament to your unparalleled talent as the Saint Sun of Tai's sacred land. The others had yet to recover from their astonishment when 2 figures emerged from the remnants of the shattered wall. Could you be the sword sage of the sword god sect, Dugyun, and the sword fanatic, Xinsha? A towering and a smaller figure appeared before Lin Che and his companions. The 3 disciples from the city lord's manor clearly recognized them. Their tone imbued with respect, that we greet the Saint's son. Neither Dugyun nor Xinsha dared to exhibit any arrogance before Lin Che. The tales of his talent had spread across the 8 domains. And as members of the sword god sect, they could not remain oblivious to it that in comparison, their own swordsmanship paled, akin to a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. Given Lin Che's standing as a powerful figure in the divine mansion realm, they dared not show him any disrespect. Thus they bypassed the 3 disciples he had brought from the city lord's manor and proceeded to bow before him. There is no need for such formalities. I am no longer the Saint Sun of Tai's sacred land, nor do I possess any privileges that I have come to join the sword god sect, having been betrayed by his own junior and faced distrust from his senior sisters. He felt entirely detached from Tai's sacred land. Therefore, he did not carry himself with an air of superiority. Dugyun and Xinsha exchanged glances, both registering the confusion in each other's eyes. This was their first close encounter with Lin Che, and they were taken aback by his demeanor. Saint Sun, please follow me. And they are my friends, let them join the sect as well. The 5 entered the sword god's sect together. The 4 disciples nurtured by the city lord's manor were nearly overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Lin Che refer to them as friends, almost kneeling in reverence. Saint Sun, my life is yours from this day forth. Why are you stealing my words? Saint Sun, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Hua Yui, listening to the praises directed at Lin Che, felt a surge of joy mingled with an underlying sense of inferiority. Lin Che shone so brightly, being the Saint Sun of Tai's sacred land, renowned across the 8 domains, while she was but an ordinary mortal, blind to boot. The stark contrast between them felt insurmountable. There is no need for such reverence. Once we join the Sword God sect, we will be brothers and sisters in arms, and it is only natural to support one another. Upon hearing this, Dugyun could no longer contain himself and tentatively inquired, "Saint Sun, you are not jesting, are you?" "Of course not. Once spoken, my words are binding." Xiansha's gaze turned peculiar as he recalled the words of the madwoman in the dilapidated temple. The Sword God sect shall receive assistance from noble patrons. Before long, Dugyun led Lin Che and the others to meet the sect leader personally. While ordinary disciples merely followed the usual procedures, Lin Che was far from ordinary, setting aside his identity as the Saint Son of Tai's sacred land. He himself was a formidable figure in the 8th realm of the Divine Mansion. That it is worth noting that the sect leader of the Sword God sect was only at the nascent Pill realm, existing on a completely different plane from Lin Ch. That I in the Grand Hall of the Sword God sect. "Saint Sun, you have traveled far. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," to a middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal aura and clad in dark robes, wielded a wooden sword as he spoke with a beaming smile, introducing himself as Xiao Ming, the current sect leader of the Sword God sect. That it was said that he had attained the realm of sword pointing to the heart, achieving a remarkable level of mastery, reaching the pinnacle of the condensed dance stage. Upon encountering the sect leader, the 3 cultivators, including the previously tested Xiao Lizi, could not help but tremble in fear. The sword energy emanating from Xiao Ming was truly terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. And in stark contrast, the untrained Hua Yuyi remained serene, feeling no discomfort, for the youth before her shielded her from all harm. Moments later, Xiao Ming stepped back, a trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, as an overwhelming thought of inadequacy surged within him, prompting him to retract his imposing aura. That he smiled warmly and remarked, "Your understanding of the sword path, esteemed son, must surely surpass that of anyone in the vast wilderness. Wouldn't you agree? I presume there is nothing within the Sword God sect that would catch your discerning eye." Though Xiao Ming appeared to be merely in his 30s or 40s, he had actually lived for over 5 centuries, having learned that Lin Che had no reason to visit the 3 Treasures Hall without cause. Moreover, he had heard whispers of Lin Che's recent endeavors. "That I have come here solely to join the Sword God sect." Cough, cough. "You can't be serious about joining the Sword God sect." Xiao Ming coughed violently, nearly choking on Lin Che's words. What a jest! With Lin Che's status, if the Sword God sect were to accept him, it would be tantamount to challenging the Tai Holy Land. That he, an old man, still wished to prolong his life. "Not just me, but these few as well. I implore you to take us all under your wing," Lin Che stated earnestly. Xiansha, brimming with excitement, urged, "Sect leader, please acquiesce to the esteemed son." With the son's addition, who would dare to underestimate our Sword God sect? Chapter 18. The Sword Child, Jining Shuang'a, sect leader, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Xiansha's head was struck heavily by Xiao Ming's wooden sword, causing him to clutch his head in pain, tears welling in his eyes as he protested. Why should a child interrupt when the master speaks? Xiao Yun, keep him in check. Esteemed son, might I have a moment of your time? Lin Che nodded and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his hand. Turning his head, he chuckled lightly. You need not worry, Yu Yi. I shall return shortly. Hua Yuye's fair face flushed with 2 shades of crimson, hesitating to speak. Take care of Yu Yi. I will be back soon. With that, their figures vanished from the Grand Hall. Sect leader, can we speak now? Lin Che surveyed his surroundings, realizing they had left the Sword God sect. If his instincts served him correctly, they found themselves at the foot of the sect's mountain. Not far off, wild grass thrived around a conspicuously dilapidated temple, its idol long eroded and shrouded in a thick layer of spider silk. He was uncertain why the other party had employed the translocation and scene change technique to bring him here. Do not worry, esteemed son. I took the liberty of bringing you here for the sake of the Sword God sect's millennia-old legacy. Although he was unaware of why the esteemed son had been brought into the remote Lanyu city, he understood that the son's every word and deed represented the Tai Holy Land. The earlier declaration of joining the Sword God sect had genuinely taken him by surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Che let out a self-deprecating smile. That I have already stated that I am no longer the so-called Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land. I am simply Lin Che now. As for joining the Sword God sect, It is merely a desire of mine. The Tai Holy Land has no authority over it. He had not anticipated that the other's concerns lay in this direction. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. Perhaps the Holy Master of the Tai Holy Land sought to manipulate him into returning to the Holy Land. Esteemed son, the Sword God sect has already been struggling due to the matter concerning Saint SG. If you were to, Xiao Ming, witnessing Lin Che's resolute determination to join the Sword God sect, felt genuine fear and decided to reveal the truth to Lin Che. Could there be some hidden circumstances? Lin Che furrowed his brow, preparing to inquire further when suddenly, commotion erupted from within the dilapidated temple. Please don't kill me, sister. I beg you, spare me. No, sister, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please let me go. Inside the ruined temple, a ragged woman, donning a ghostly mask, trembled as she crawled before the crumbling idol, her ramblings echoing with madness. Her shrill voice incessantly conveyed her insanity, with hair disheveled and barefoot. She danced amidst the straw, her body and garments caked in it. Upon noticing Lin Che and Xiao Ming's approach, she recoiled in terror, hiding behind the stone statue. Curious, Lin Che inquired, "Who is she?" Xiao Ming did not immediately respond, but instead retrieved several meat buns from his storage ring. Placing them before the statue, then turned his gaze away from the woman. "She is Ji Ning Shuang, the younger sister of Ji Luo Yao, the saintess of the Tai Holy Land, and once a talented sword disciple of our Sword God sect." As Xiao Ming spoke, a wave of discomfort washed over him that Ji Luo Yao and Ji Ning Shuang had once been celebrated disciples of the Sword God sect, known as its twin prodigies. However, circumstances had since changed drastically. What? Why is she in this state now? Upon hearing Ji Luo Yao's name, a flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Che's eyes, though he masked it well. The story began on the day they were to join the Tai Holy Land. Xiao Ming divulged everything he knew about Ji Ning Shuang to Lin Che. After absorbing this information, Lin Che fell into a deep reverie. Her innate sword bone was extracted. Rebirth through nirvana. Ji Ning Shuang? He suddenly recalled a face strikingly similar to Ji Luo Yao's, when he had been brought into the Tai Holy Land as a disciple by the former peak master of Zishao Peak. He had met his senior sister, Ji Luo Yao at that time. Ji Luo Yao possessed an innate sword bone, hailed as a genius of the sword path, yet was proud and disdainful, indifferent to others. It wasn't until a rainy night that he witnessed a woman, nearly identical to Ji Luo Yao, shatter all her pride, stripping Ji Luo Yao of everything, causing her to fall from grace and spiral into despair. After her fall from glory, the isolation from those around her deepened her despondency that it was he who had remained by Ji Luo Yao's side, helping her emerge from that dark period and providing her with a means to grow stronger. The sword body of the infinite path, one of the 3,000 paths, that is, for whether Ji Luo Yao sought revenge against that woman. He remained unaware that it seemed Ji Luo Yao had indeed cultivated the infinite sword body later on, exacting vengeance. Yet the means employed were excessively cruel. Sect leader, what if I told you that I possess a way to restore her, returning your sect a remarkably gifted sword disciple, now that he had severed ties with Ji Luo Yao? Her enemies had become his allies. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You, esteemed son, are not deceiving this old man, are you?" He had longed to heal Ji Ning Shuang but had exhausted countless methods, ultimately giving up. "You must know of Ji Ning Shuang's challenge against Ji Luo Yao, correct?" Lin Che understood that mere words would not suffice. He needed to present compelling evidence. Indeed, that was the first battle following Ji Ning Shuang's extraction of her innate sword bone and her subsequent rebirth. Xiao Ming was well aware that after that battle, Ji Ning Shuang's talent had erupted, earning her the title of Sword Disciple, leading the entire Sword God sect. "Do you know what became of Ji Luo Yao?" Xiao Ming shook his head. Due to the battle's occurrence within the Tai Holy Land, news had been sealed, and many were unaware of the details, only knowing that Ji Ning Shuang had descended safely from the mountain. Ji Luo Yao's sword bone had been severely damaged, and had it not been for my master's intervention to protect her heart vein, she would have surely perished. Xiao Ming trembled at these words. An innate sword bone damaged, her heart vein nearly shattered. Yet she had managed to survive, and Ji Ning Shuang had exacted such revenge. Was this the true depth of the Holy Land's power? This conviction only solidified his decision. Esteemed son, please do not put me in a difficult position. The Sword God sect cannot endure any further turmoil. Whether you believe it or not, Ji Luo Yao's current achievements are entirely due to my support. If you allow me to join the Sword God sect, Jining Shuang— No, esteemed son. Before Xiao Ming could finish his sentence, he received a telepathic message from Du Guyun. Sect leader, the cold divine doctor from the Tai Holy Land, and Qin Wentian have come to pay a visit. Can we not escape this fate? What fate cannot we escape? Lin Che observed Xiao Ming speaking to himself. Esteemed son, this is all you're doing. The Tai Holy Land has sent people. Noting Xiao Ming's anxious expression, Lin Che instead moved behind the statue, where Jining Shuang, with dirty hands, was imprinting fingerprints on the bun she was devouring, hidden amidst the straw. The Tai Holy Land, indeed a persistent bunch. Let us go. I shall accompany you to see them. Rest assured, they have come seeking me. Chapter 19. The powerful being of the divine mansion Lin Che surmised the purpose behind their arrival to in the grand hall of the Sword God sect. The two visitors from afar were offered tea. I have already informed the sect leader of your arrival. I trust he will be here momentarily. Du Guyun instructed his disciples to prepare tea, personally attending to the esteemed guests, Lung Rushuang and Qin Wentian. Given the distinguished status of the visitors, he dared not offend the two lords lightly, having failed to extend a proper welcome to you both. I am remiss in my manners, and I hope for your understanding. Soon a voice, slightly aged, echoed from outside the hall. Xiao Ming wiped the sweat that had beaded on his forehead from anxiety. It was all due to Du Guyun and the foolishness of Xinsha, insisting on bringing these individuals to the sect. Now, they demanded to see Lin Che, leaving no time for idle talk. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lung Rushuang spoke coldly. Is this how you, the divine healer, plead for assistance? Simultaneously, Lin Che's voice emerged from behind Xiao Ming as he strode forth confidently, his gaze seemingly lost in thought, as if conversing with the air he had previously struck this woman, and now he was astonished that she had the audacity to seek him out. Clearly, sisterly bonds run deep. Lin Che. Having received a slap from Lin Che, upon encountering him again, Lung Rushuang felt the remnants of pain radiating from her previously swollen cheek, igniting a surge of fury within her. She cast aside the earlier admonitions of Ji Luo. As her emotions shifted, an unusual phenomenon enveloped the grand hall of the Sword God sect. Snowflakes began to fall, and the temperature plummeted. Everyone present, including Xiao Ming, felt an overwhelming chill, as if their very blood had congealed. Do you even realize that you nearly brought about Ming Yue's demise? Lung Rushuang's figure flickered, appearing before Lin Che, seizing his collar as they locked eyes. In that instant, Lin Che, sensing the surge of spiritual energy from her, enveloped Hua Yunyan in a protective barrier. The magma-like patterns on his chest began to writhe, yet he appeared impervious to pain. Standing defiantly against Lung Rushuang, gazing at the woman who accused him, he let out a cold laugh. That I am no longer a part of the Tai's sacred land. Her fate is of no concern to me. He was acutely aware of Nangong Mingyue's situation, knowing that without his formulated remedies, the nether poison must have erupted. That your heart made of stone. She is your third senior sister. How can you, before Lung Rushuang could ascend to her moral high ground and deliver a reprimand? Lin Che's emotionless voice interrupted. Silence. When you cast me out of the sacred land, did you ever consider that I was your junior? I have stated that I share no connection with you. Do not use your seniority to impose upon me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Standing behind him, Hua Yunyan grasped his hand, which was slick with cold sweat, sensing the pain within Lin Che's heart. She stepped forward, aligning herself with him. Yet to Lung Rushuang, whose demeanor was icy and proud, this display was utterly ludicrous. Lin Che was one thing, hailing from the Tai's sacred land, but how could a lowly girl like Hua Yunyan dare to defy her? With a contemptuous glance, Lung Rushuang cast her eyes upon the pale-faced Hua Yunyan, an invisible pressure descending upon her, causing the frail figure to tremble uncontrollably. That a suffocating sensation enveloped her heart, but just as swiftly as it came, it dissipated. Lin Che, forming a seal with his hand, countered Lung Rushuang's frigid assault, shielding Hua Yunyan. Simultaneously, he struck out toward Lung Rushuang. Taken aback, she quickly summoned her spiritual power to counter. Boom! A barrier of spiritual energy formed less than half a foot from her, thwarting Lin Che's attack. Sister, are you unharmed? We genuinely came for the remedy for Sister Mingyue. Junior brother, do not waste your breath on this despicable creature. Eliminate him, and the remedy will naturally belong to us. Lung Rushuang's murderous intent flared, especially as Lin Che shielded Hua Yunyan. For a fleeting moment, she felt an emptiness within her, as though she had lost something significant. However, Lin Che's unyielding strike had ignited her desire to kill. Sister, do not. Brother, quickly apologize to your sister and return with us to the sacred land to treat Sister Mingyue. The elder sisters will forgive you. Everything will return to the way it was. Qin Wentian's gentle voice interjected as he placed a hand on Lung Rushuang's delicate shoulder. Lin Che cast a cold glance at him, as if regarding a fool. The reason Qin Wentian sought to prevent Lung Rushuang from taking lethal action was that Lin Che could not perish just yet. Both Lin Che's insights and his formidable prowess were what he coveted. Upon hearing Qin Wentian's vile words, Lin Che retaliated with a kick, devoid of any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered with apprehension as he swiftly raised his arms to shield his chest, bracing for Lin Che's blow. The impact sent him careening backward, crashing into several walls before finally halting. The onlookers, including Xiao Ming, were left astounded. Was this the might of a divine mansion expert? Merely with physical strength, he could send a pinnacle celestial phenomenon cultivator flying that it was utterly terrifying. Could such physical fortitude truly belong to a mere mortal? What a ferocious beast! Xianxia observed Lin Che, who remained unfazed. Gulping, he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian, rising slowly from the ground, spat blood, his expression a mix of mockery and pain. Lung Rushuang approached Qin Wentian, checking his condition with her spiritual power, and sighed in relief. Pointing at Lin Che, she reiterated, I will ask you one last time. Will you give the remedy for Mingyue or not? Give? I would rather feed the remedy to dogs than grant it to a woman like you. Before I change my mind, take him and leave the Sword God sect, or the consequences will be more severe than merely breaking a couple of ribs. Lin Che stood resolute, his robes billowing in the wind. You ungrateful wretch, it's a pity that Mingyue is blind. Junior brother, we depart. Recognizing the runes swirling in Lin Che's eyes, Lung Rushuang understood that if they lingered any longer, a bloodbath would ensue. With her current cultivation level, she could not contend with Lin Che, especially with Qin Wentian present. Nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, she left those final words and utilized a void-breaking talisman to disappear. The Sword God sect returned to a state of tranquility that in the depths, the ancient elders who had been in seclusion breathed sighs of relief. They had feared that the Sword God sect might be reduced to ruins. For the clash of divine mansion experts was no trifling matter. Lin Che had been suppressing his cultivation throughout the encounter. Lin, oh no, master, please accept my bow. Xianxia scampered toward Lin Che, prostrating himself on the ground, pleading for him to take him as a disciple. Lin Che remained silent, leading Hua Yunyan away. Build me a grass hut at the foot of the mountain. Soon, a voice echoed through the hall. Xianxia was nearly leaping with excitement. Master, do not worry. Your disciple will promptly alleviate your burdens. Duguyun gazed at Xiao Ming with a face full of tears, silently lamenting, my treasured disciple. Xiao Ming grimaced. Deservedly so. With that, he swept his sleeves and retreated deeper into the hall. Chapter 20. Exclusion Tai's Sacred Land. Zixiao Peak. A terrifying surge of power erupted, sending a beam of azure light soaring into the sky, causing the entire Zixiao Peak to tremble. Lin Che. Juliao's fair face was clouded with frost. After venting her frustrations, her aura subsided. She had not anticipated that the once docile junior brother would transform in such a manner, especially upon seeing Qin Wentian lying on the stone bed pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Her heart ached, and she felt an overwhelming impulse to rend Lin Che into pieces. Master, sister, I am fine. It was merely an accident. Brother did not intend to harm me. Initially furious, Ji Liao's expression softened at his words. Despite his injuries, he still defended Lin Che. Are you foolish? Earlier, when they were at the Sword God sect, Lung Rushuang had examined Qin Wentian, who had only suffered 2 broken ribs. The injuries were not severe and would heal in a few days. However, upon returning to Zixiao Peak, as they prepared to meet Ji Luoyao, Qin Wentian suddenly fainted in her arms. After Lung Rushuang recounted the events at the Sword God sect to Ji Luoyao, the recent scene unfolded. Sister, my injury is trivial. What of Sister Mingyue? How is her nether poison? Ji Luoyao sighed softly. Her younger brother was kind-hearted to a fault. Even in such dire straits, he sought to defend another. I will find a way regarding Mingyue. You focus on your recovery, and do not mention that person again. He is no longer one of us at Zhixiao Peak. He first wronged you, then indiscriminately injured you. There is no place for such a person among us that I, Ji Luoyao, have no such junior brother. Focus on your recovery. I will report this matter to the Holy Master. Previously, Ji Luoyao could tolerate Lin Che's slander against Qin Wentian, for she understood that Lin Che was also a victim. However, the incident where Lin Che seriously injured Qin Wentian and the chilling demeanor of Lung Rushuang could not simply be overlooked. That it was imperative that Lin Che be completely removed from the Tai sacred land. Sister, Ji Luoyao said, extending her jade finger to touch Lin Che's brow. She had intended to say more, but suddenly, the world around her spun violently, and she fell into a deep slumber. Not long after. At the entrance of the sacred hall of the Tai sacred land, a figure clad in snow-white robes, with flowing sleeves, appeared. Lord Saint, the holy maiden Ji Luoyao of Zhixiao Peak seeks an audience. Reported a hurried sect guard. Let her in. Reclining on a bed crafted from purple crystal, dressed in a pale purple gown that gracefully concealed her alluring figure, Ziyue's deep violet vertical pupils flickered with a hint of confusion. Ji Luoyao pays her respects to the Lord Saint. Shortly after the messenger departed, a figure materialized within the hall, followed by a clear voice echoing through the grand chamber. There is no need for such formalities. Luoyao, there an urgent matter that requires my attention. Ziyue rose to stand at the center of the sacred hall. Lord Saint, I implore you to announce Lin Che's expulsion from the sacred land to the great wilderness domain. Ji Luoyao, upon seeing Ziyue, spoke directly without preamble. Upon hearing this, Ziyue's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, a voice tinged with authority replied, Give me a reason. She hesitated to immediately acquiesce to Ji Luoyao's request. For the events that had transpired during the trial were still under investigation. Until the truth was fully revealed, it was unwise to hastily condemn Lin Che, let alone proclaim his expulsion from the sacred land to the entire great wilderness domain. It should be noted that prior to this, she had already faced pressure to allow Lin Che to be wed into the Lan Yu City Hua family, effectively driving him out of the Tai sacred land. This action had already incited dissatisfaction among certain elders within the sacred land, and the majority of disciples had collectively petitioned her to reinstate Lin Che. Ji Luoyao, upon hearing this, instinctively paused at a reason truly necessary. A scoundrel like Lin Che remaining within the Tai sacred land would only tarnish its reputation. Without a moment's hesitation, she continued, Not only did he slander my junior brother, but he also attempted murder. Is that not sufficient? In Ji Luoyao's eyes, Lin Che's actions had inflicted grievous harm upon Qin Wentian, seemingly with the intent to kill. Perhaps it was due to Lung Rushuang's presence that he had some reservations. She could not fathom what might transpire if Qin Wentian were to confront Lin Che alone, that as long as she severed all ties with Lin Che, they would no longer need to be concerned in similar situations in the future. Are you suggesting that Lin Che aimed to kill Qin Wentian? Ziyue asked, her expression one of puzzlement. How could this be? She was aware that Lin Che was not currently within the Tai sacred land, making it impossible for such an event to have occurred there. Thus, it must have taken place in Lan Yu City. The situation is as follows. Ji Luoyao recounted every detail to Ziyue without reservation. Upon hearing her account, Ziyue grasped the entire sequence of events. She had heard whispers of the incident involving Nangong Mingyue and the outbreak of the nether poison, as it had stirred the attention of the sect's esteemed 7th-tier medical sage, Ji Boya. She had thought that with Ji Boya's intervention, the matter concerning the nether poison would be resolved, but she was taken aback to learn that there existed a prescription that even Ji Boya could not concoct. This brought to mind the words spoken by the previous Lord Saint. Lin Che pertains to the fortune of the Tai sacred land. Have you sought out any items Lin Che left behind before his departure? The prescription may well be concealed within them. Ziyue did not exhibit hostility towards Lin Che. Rather, she inquired of Ji Luoyao regarding the prescription for suppressing the nether poison. That ingrate would be delighted to see us all perish. How could he possibly be so benevolent as to leave behind the prescription? We have searched through everything, yet the prescription remains unfound. Given the current circumstances, do you still intend to protect him? Ji Luoyao harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Lin Che, a sentiment that had persisted since the day her master took Lin Che under her wing. Luoyao, it is not that I wish to shield him, but he is the Holy Son personally conferred by the previous Lord Saint, and his achievements over the years are well acknowledged by the disciples of the Sacred Land, that if we were to expel him based solely on this, it would likely incite chaos. Ziyue elucidated the implications of the situation to Ji Luoyao, being astute, had initially believed that these reasons would suffice to expel Lin Che from the Tai Sacred Land, only to discover that his standing within the sect was far greater than she had anticipated. Should we then allow him to continue bullying our fellow sect members? Furthermore, Mingyue's life hangs in the balance, as it is also in his hands. The matter concerning Qin Wentian could be set aside for the moment. The nether poison afflicting Nangong Mingyue could no longer be delayed. Ziyue fell into contemplation. Nangong Mingyue, the daughter of heavenly poison of the Tai Sacred Land, ranked 35th on the Great Wilderness Qingyun list, represented a significant force for the Tai Sacred Land, that if she were to perish, it would be an immense loss for the sect. Chapter 21. A cottage at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, the Sword God sect was equally shaken by the news. What status did the Holy Son of the Tai Sacred Land hold? Even their sect leader would pay homage upon encountering him. Yet today he appeared within the Grand Hall of the Sword God sect. It must be noted that although Xiao Ming had not merely stood by during Lin Che's confrontation with Lung Rushuang, but had attempted to contain their battle's news with formations, the sheer power of their cultivation levels rendered ordinary spiritual formations ineffective. As a result, certain perceptive individuals within the sect had caught wind of the events. A group of individuals, seemingly inexperienced, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the prior occurrences. Did you see that sword monument at the foot of the mountain? It is said that the Lord Saint shattered it with a mere finger. And previously, the Sword God sect was shaken to its core. It was rumored that the Holy Son and one of his sister disciples engaged in a contest of skill, which caused quite the uproar. Isn't that terrifying? Alas, I wonder how many years it will take for us mere mortals to reach the level of the Holy Son at the foot of the Sword God sect, beside a dilapidated temple overgrown with weeds. A grass hut had been erected. Xiao Lizi, you shall lead the two of them up the mountain to join the Sword God sect for diligent training. I shall reside here from now on. Lin Che beckoned for the black-robed Xiao Lizi to come closer, entrusting him with certain matters that he had come to understand that prior to the announcement of his expulsion from the Sacred Land to the Great Wilderness Domain. Joining the Sword God sect would indeed cause them endless trouble at this moment. Lin Che's voice was slightly hoarse, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lord Holy Son, we do not wish to leave. We want to stay by your side. Xiao Lizi mustered his courage to speak. Having witnessed Lin Che's might in the Grand Hall, their previously unwavering faith in the Sword God sect crumbled. They had trained for as long as they could remember, all in the hope of one day joining the Sword God sect. As for the Tai Sacred Land, it was an existence they dared not even dream of. Given their humble origins and self-awareness, they had never encountered a cultivator from the Tai Sacred Land and could scarcely imagine the true might of one born from such a lineage. The earlier duel in the Grand Hall had utterly reshaped their perceptions. They realized that an individual could indeed possess such strength, capable of unleashing a terrifying force without relying on spiritual energy, purely through physical prowess. From that moment on, Lin Che's invincible aura was forever etched in their minds. Moreover, with even the self-proclaimed genius of the Sword God sect, Xian Xia, switching allegiances to seek Lin Che as a mentor, their resolve only solidified. Upon hearing their declarations, a bitter smile crept onto Lin Che's lips that he was well aware of their sentiments, yet he was merely a clay figurine unable to withstand the river's flow. He lacked the energy to concern himself with others. That battle in the Grand Hall, though it appeared glorious, had been a fight for his very life, having been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Every use of his cultivation would result in a backlash. The magma-like patterns beneath his garments were spreading towards his chest, indicating that his cultivation had fallen dramatically, plummeting from the sea transformation realm to the great perfection of the core formation realm. Furthermore, due to the physical strain he had exerted, even his essence blood was being devoured by the curse's mark. Were it not for his sheer willpower to endure, he would have likely collapsed at any moment. The consumption was overwhelming, and the agony of the curse gnawing at his cultivation and essence blood was beyond what ordinary people could fathom. And no one knew the extent of the terrifying pain he bore beneath that seemingly frail exterior. Alas! How is it that you have set your sights on my master? With your current cultivation, perhaps you should train for several decades before seeking to become his disciple. Just as Lin Che was about to say something, Xianxia, overhearing Xiao Lizi and the others wishing to become Lin Che's apprentices, interjected with a dismissive tone. Xiao Lizi and the others appeared oblivious to Xianxia's remarks, gazing at Lin Che with hopeful eyes. Lin Che turned away, gesturing dismissively. You cannot learn anything by staying with me, as I have no resources to offer you. Do not forget the promises you made to the city lord. Having entrusted the care of Hua Yui to Xianxia, Lin Che casually set up a magical array and entered the thatched cottage. Observing Lin Che's departing figure, the others seemed to have made a resolute decision and began ascending the mountain path. As soon as he stepped into the cottage, Lin Che's body trembled, sweat already saturating his garments that he shed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Instinctively, his gaze darted toward his chest, where the magma-colored patterns had indeed spread again, this time doubling in size from the last occurrence, with the entire area of his chest now embedded with the fiery markings. This time, not only was his cultivation affected, but even the essence flowing through his limbs and bones was influenced. A prominent vein bulged on his right wrist. His face bore a pallor that betrayed his condition. Looking into the copper mirror on the wall, he noted that he appeared gaunted, as if transformed into a different person. Unbeknownst to him, a human skin mask had materialized in the palm of his hand. After a while, the magical array set before the thatched cottage dissipated. Master, my mistress has asked me to invite you for a meal. Xianxia called out with utmost reverence. The Lin Che before him was no different from the one he had known. Xianxia, do you still remember the agreements we made? Lin Che inquired. Rest assured, as soon as my cultivation reaches the Guiyuan realm, that old man shall certainly grant me the Dragon's Eye. Lin Che's acceptance of Xianxia as a disciple was not without reason. Since entry into the Sword God sect was barred, alternative means must be sought to acquire the Dragon's Eye. Xianxia had caught his attention from the outset. His talent was commendable, and he seemed to harbor something formidable within. Yet, it appeared that the Sword God sect remained oblivious to this fact. It was hardly surprising, given that their most powerful sect leader was merely at the peak of the Dan condensation stage. Unable to perceive such nuances, Lin Che surmised that this lad, if his deductions were correct, would eventually bear the banner of the Sword God sect. It was prudent to cultivate a rapport with him now, as it could lead to a resolution regarding the Dragon's Eye. If all else failed, he could serve as leveraged. That moment, Xianxia appeared innocent, entirely unaware that he had been ensnared in Lin Che's schemes. Very well, let us dine, and after, await me behind the dilapidated temple tonight, Lin Che instructed before taking a seat on a wooden chair before the cottage, facing Hua Yui. Are you all right? She inquired, concern etched on her face after a prolonged silence without hearing Lin Che's voice. I am fine. Let us eat. By the way, here are today's medicinal herbs. Remember to take them after your meal, Lin Che said, placing a small vial in her palm before he began to eat. As the evening meal concluded, Lin Che urged Hua Yui to rest within the cottage, as he had matters to attend to. Behind the dilapidated temple lay a spacious clearing where Xianxia had been waiting for quite some time. However, he was soon drawn by a peculiar sound, leading him to intrude upon the temple's interior. Who are you? He demanded. The cold moonlight filtered through the temple, casting a silvery sheen upon the straw, resembling frost. Upon spotting the masked figure with disheveled hair, Ji Ningxue, Xianxia instinctively heightened his guard. Chapter 22. Heart's blood regarding the matter of suppressing the outbreak of the nether poison. Ziyu's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. She first ruled herself out. Given her status, it was inconceivable for her to seek Lin Che's aid. Moreover, within the vast expanse of the Tai, Holy Land, there were indeed those with superior medical skills than Ji Boya. Yet they were all obstinate old-timers, making it impractical to expect their assistance. Additionally, when the former head of the Zixiao Peak brought Nangong Mingyue, who bore the nether poison, to the Tai, Holy Land, they had vehemently opposed her presence. This was due to the founding of the Nangong family being established atop the 9 nether veins, where every third generation, a disciple would inherit the nether poison. Consequently, the Nangong family had earned the epithet of poison masters among the external cultivators. Most critically, the nether poison was uncontrollable, with each bearer of this bloodline rarely surviving past the age of 30 to now. Nangong Mingyue had but 2 years remaining before succumbing to this curse. Upon her death, the nether poison within her would disperse like air, causing the demise of any cultivators who inhaled it. An explosive time bomb. First, take me to assess Mingyue's condition. Ultimately, Ziyu resolved to ascertain the specifics before reaching a conclusion. Ji Luoyao huffed coldly, leading the way ahead. Suddenly, their figures appeared at a relatively secluded cave on Zixiao Peak. The moment she set foot on Zixiao Peak, Ziyu sensed the presence of the nether poison. Upon arriving at Nangong Mingyue's cave, they found the entrance warded by a formation, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to approach. Moreover, the concentration of the nether poison was alarmingly high inside the cave. On the cold jade bed, dark green patterns crept up the corners of Nangong Mingyue's eyes. The nether poison had invaded her very being. She was now the source of the toxin. Master, senior sister. A faint, frail voice emerged from Nangong Mingyue's lips, causing Ji Liao's eyes to redden instantly. I have seen the Lord of the Holy Master. Cold Ruoshang, who had been silently observing, offered a slight bow upon seeing Ziyu. At this stage, even if a remedy were discovered, it would likely be futile. Prepare the detoxification powder. Having witnessed Nangong Mingyue's condition firsthand, Ziyu felt powerless. Cold Ruoshang immediately countered, no, there is still hope. The Xianhuang fruit can solve the crisis of the nether poison as long as we can obtain it, which grants immunity to all poisons. The Xianhuang fruit was a rare and exceptional sacred herb that, when consumed by cultivators, could forge an invulnerable body and impart similar effects to their essence blood. However, even the Tai Yi Holy Land, a formidable force, did not possess any in its collection. Such words are easily spoken. Where do you propose we find a Xianhuang fruit in such a short time? Ziyu shot Cold Ruoshang a glance. The Xianhuang fruit's value was incalculable. It likely only existed in some celestial-grade secret realms that, if the detoxification powder was not administered in time to cleanse the nether poison from Nangong Mingyue's body. Once it erupted, it would endanger the entire Holy Land, with dire consequences. Cold Ruoshang's suggestion was undoubtedly frivolous. Did he not anger the Holy Master? Ruoshang is merely concerned for her junior sister, Ji Luoyao interjected. Casting a meaningful glance at Cold Ruoshang, who merely turned her head in silence. Senior sister, please help me search the medicinal pool. I believe I recall a remedy. A weak voice intermittently reached their ears from Nangong Mingyue's lips. Currently, due to the invasion of the nether poison into her organs, had it not been for her profound cultivation and the residual effects of Lin Shei's concoction remaining in her body, her frail constitution would have succumbed long ago. The agony caused by the nether poison contorted her features, and her expression appeared dazed, as she recalled every word Lin Shei had ever spoken to her. She remembered their last meeting was here, where Lin Shei had told her it might be the final time he prepared a remedy for her to at that moment. She had not taken his words to heart. But now she seemed to grasp a deeper understanding, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks. Lin Shei, have you come to see me? In her final moments, the person she most wished to see was not her longed-for junior brother or her yearning sister, but the very junior brother she had treated like a servant. She had always regarded Lin Shei's efforts toward her as a given. Suddenly, a voice of delight from Ji Luoyao echoed from the medicinal pool. I found it! The remedy has been located. Ji Luoyao, while rummaging through the pool, eventually retrieved a bamboo scroll. Scanning its contents with her spiritual sense, she found it identical to what Ji Boya had described. Cold Ruoshang and Ziyu exchanged glances, utilizing their abilities to temporarily suppress the nether poison within Nangong Mingyue. Senior sister, have you examined it thoroughly? That treacherous wolf would not leave a remedy without ulterior motives. Lest it hasten the nether poison's outbreak, Cold Ruoshang remarked with a hint of disdain, recalling the slap she had received from Lin Shei, which had extinguished any hopes she had harbored. Hearing this news, she felt no emotional turmoil, as it was precisely what Lin Shei ought to do. After all, Nangong Mingyue was no outsider but Lin Shei's senior sister, and it was only natural for him to leave a remedy for her. Ruoshang, take a look. It seems there is an additional medicinal catalyst listed. Ji Luoyao pointed out that is it indeed so. Cold Ruoshang took the bamboo scroll from Ji Luoyao and glanced at its contents. quickly drawn to the words heart's blood. Ziyu, standing beside her, also caught sight of the entire prescription. The ingredients listed: poison dragon saliva, devouring grass, raging sun grass, and the catalyst of heart's blood, were all present. None of them cared for the insults hurled at Lin Che earlier. However, upon hearing this news, the previously feeble Nangong Mingyue was momentarily stunned. The remedy is for you. Keep it with you, as it will ease the nether poison's onset. This was her first descent from the holy land of Saint City on a mission. At that time, Lin Che had spoken to her, and the young Nangong Mingyue believed Lin Che looked down upon her. In a fit of indignation, she carelessly tossed the prescription into the medicinal pool to steep. She seemed to have forgotten everything Lin Che had done for her. Only the resplendent scroll of the seven-colored poison scripture, deep within her consciousness, turned slowly. This was not merely a manual for mastering poisons. Its true defiance of fate lay in the final volume that recorded the body scripture concerning the cultivation of a supreme physique, the nether poison body. This scripture, which combined both poison mastery and body cultivation, was also a gift from Lin Che. Did it require her essence blood as a medicinal catalyst? Lung Ruo Shuang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relayed what she had gathered to Zue and Ji Luoyao. The essence blood from one's origin can lead to a reduction in lifespan by several years and a drop in cultivation by several minor realms. In severe cases, it could result in the loss of life and complete forfeiture of one's cultivation. Regardless of how powerful a practitioner may be, the essence blood within them is finite, that if too much essence blood is lost, irreparable consequences will ensue. Upon hearing the need for essence blood, Ji Luoyao and Ziyue trembled. Could it be that Lin Che had been using essence blood all along? That cold-hearted scoundrel would never willingly part with it. Just as this thought flickered in their minds, Ji Luoyao extinguished it. Yet Lung Ruo Shuang felt a jolt at the thought of using her own blood as a catalyst. She too hesitated. The loss of essence blood was no trivial matter. It was intrinsically tied to cultivation and lifespan. What did practitioners strive for in their pursuits? Was it not cultivation and longevity? Chapter 23. The damage to one's Dao heart deep within the Grand Hall of the Sword God sect. An emergency meeting was convened by the upper echelons, led by Xiao Ming. Sect Master, I believe a conflict has arisen between Lin Che and the Tai Holy Land. The battle we witnessed previously in the hall did not seem staged. However, it is rumored that Lin Che has been afflicted by an ancient forbidden curse, causing his cultivation to plummet. Before long, he will be reduced to a mere mortal, even if he still bears the title of Holy Son. He holds no value for our Sword God sect, that we cannot afford to offend the Tai Holy Land. But why is Lin Che so fixated on our sect? The elders deliberated on how to address this matter. After all, prior to his expulsion from the Tai Holy Land, Lin Che was publicly recognized as their holy son, that if he were to receive such treatment at our Sword God sect, and word reached the ears of the Holy Master of the Tai Holy Land, it could spell disaster for us. Everyone, I had a conversation with Lin Che earlier. He claimed he could restore Ning Shuang, but he has conditions. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders erupted in disbelief. How could this be possible? Ning Shuang's rebirth from the ashes was thwarted, her meridians shattered, her cultivation lost, and her mind clouded. She's worse off than an ordinary person. Unless a miracle occurs, there is no hope. Indeed, I concede Lin Che's unparalleled talent, but in Ning Shuang's condition, even a 7th-rank medical sage would find it futile. An elder, nearing the twilight of his life, spoke up, but I believe it's worth taking a gamble. It is said that the Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land excels in the arts of medicine, poison, and swordsmanship. Given that Ning Shuang's situation cannot worsen, we might as well inquire about his terms. As long as they are not too outrageous, we can at least our wide in recent years. The Sword God sect had begun to decline a decade ago. The sect was a formidable power, bolstered by the talents of Ji Luoyao and Ji Ning Shuang. Now, the younger generation could not bear the weight of the sect's legacy, causing great concern among the elders. The hope they once held for Ji Ning Shuang's rebirth had turned out to be a fleeting moment. Xiao Ming's words drew both supporters and dissenters, yet the majority were inclined to take a chance, primarily because they had witnessed Lin Che's performance in the Grand Hall. His fighting prowess was such that 10 members of the Sword God sect combined would stand no chance against him. What role should we assign him within the Sword God sect? Xiao Ming found himself in a quandary. Mishandling this matter could invite calamity upon the sect. Let him serve as a guest elder in our sect. Additionally, he can guide our disciples. That an elder, whose life was nearing its end, suggested that a guest elder does not belong to the sect and can leave at any time, free from the sect master's direct orders, yet receives treatment equivalent to that of a sect elder. Very well. This way, if the Tai Holy Land seeks trouble, we can distance ourselves from him. The other elders nodded in agreement. Good. I will inquire about his thoughts and his conditions. At the foot of the Sword God sect, the moonlight bathed the land in silvery radiance. In the dilapidated temple, three figures faced off. The masked Jining Shuang suddenly panicked and shouted at Lin Che and Xian Sha. Don't come any closer. I no longer possess the sword bone. I beg you, spare me. Her pleas echoed throughout the temple, shattering the tranquility that enveloped it. Lin Che teleported behind Jining Shuang and struck her neck with a single palm. Jining Shuang leaned against Lin Che's shoulder and fainted. We leave. With that, Lin Che carried Jining Shuang away. At the entrance of the grass hut, Xiaoming had been waiting patiently. Holy Sun. The moonlit scene may tarnish your image if it spreads the dragon's eye, along with certain spiritual herbs that can heal the eyes. These are my conditions for treating her. Lin Che was not surprised to find Xiaoming here. Did you know I would come? Yet you have quite the appetite. Dragon's Eye is vital to the inheritance of the Sword God sect, that I cannot make that decision alone. The Dragon's Eye is an eye left behind by an ancient divine dragon. Over time, its divine essence has largely dissipated, yet it remains an exceptional vessel to cultivate the extreme night demon eye of Hua Yuyi. One must utilize this Dragon's Eye as a medium. Xiaoming was somewhat astonished, but upon recalling Lin Che's identity, he understood. The Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land was certainly no ordinary being. However, he was taken aback that Lin Che would demand the Dragon's Eye. Despite its diminished divine nature, it still contained the true blood of the dragon. Elders of the Sword God sect often utilize the true blood within the Dragon's Eye to refine their own bodies. For the Sword God sect, it was an immensely valuable treasure, and the herbs for restoring eyesight were also rare commodities. When weighing the value of a prodigy capable of leading the Sword God sect to glory against these treasures, I believe Sect Master Xiao should be well aware of the answer. With that, Lin Che instructed Xian Sha to carry Jining Shuang into the room of the grass hut, but I will give you my answer tomorrow. I have also arranged for a residence for you within the sect. You shall move there tomorrow. As night fell, Lin Che did not rest. He ground the herbs with a pestle, having already discerned Jining Shuang's condition from their earlier contact. The shattered meridians and the extraction of her sword bone were not his primary concern. The most troubling issue was the damage to her Dao heart. For a practitioner, the most feared affliction is a damaged Dao heart. The steadfastness of one's Dao heart determines how far one can progress in their cultivation. He had not anticipated that his former senior sister, Ji Luoyao, could be so cruel. Not only had she ruined her sister Jining Shuang's cultivation and beauty, but she had also extracted her sword bone and, in her final moments, inflicted a fatal blow to Jining Shuang's very spirit, causing her Dao heart to shatter completely. The confusion she now experienced stemmed from this damage to her Dao heart. It was worth noting that Jining Shuang was Ji Liao's own sister. Was the so-called talent truly so paramount? Indeed, perhaps to that woman, talent dictated everything. Lin Che couldn't help but recall the disdainful glint in Ji Liao's eyes upon learning that he had been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Was it contempt? Mockery? In any case, at that moment, he could distinctly sense that her attitude towards him had irrevocably shifted. Previously, she had concealed her feelings. Thereafter, she even deemed it beneath her to maintain a facade. Ji Luoyao, are you worried that my existence will overshadow your brilliance? Forgive me. The infinite sword body is merely a nascent form that in the future, a true, unparalleled sword body shall emerge. The following morning, after receiving Xiaoming's response, Xian Sha accompanied Lin Che back to the Sword God sect. Lin Che settled into his new residence, prepare the necessary spiritual herbs, and have someone gather them, but he had no time to rest. Under the influence of the fallen immortal curse, his remaining time was limited, but he must cultivate the extreme night demon eye and the undying sword body within 3 years. Xiaoming took the prescription and nearly stumbled as he read the names of the herbs listed. 3 sacred medicines and 5 top-grade spiritual herbs. Are you treating the Sword God sect as a holy land? Sacred medicines are not common cabbages found in the market. Chapter 24. The Xianhuang fruit on the peak of the purple cloud. The hesitation of the eldest sister Ji Luo Yao and the frozen expression of the second sister Lung Rua Shuang were captured by the discerning gaze of Nangong Mingyue, who lay upon the bed. Memories of Lin Che repeatedly preparing prescriptions for her flashed through her mind. His pale face and slightly trembling body that time. She had thought little of it, believing Lin Che was merely putting on an act. Now, reflecting upon it, her heart felt as though it were pricked by needles, a wave of regret sweeping over her. Guilt towards Lin Che began to stir within her. Sister, you need not waste your spiritual energy on me. It is not worth it. She did not wish for several senior sisters to squander their lifespan and cultivation to save her. The malevolent poison had infiltrated her vital organs. Without the Xianhuang fruit, it would be futile no matter who came to her aid. What nonsense are you spouting? You are our junior sister. If we do not save you, who will? Do you still harbor hope for that ungrateful Lin Che? Indeed, I shall use my heart's blood. As your senior sister, I am most suited for such matters to this moment. Ji Luoyao demonstrated the responsibility befitting a senior sister. Nangong Mingyue was also awakened by Ji Luoyao's words. How could someone as selfish as Lin Che possibly make such a tremendous sacrifice, expending his essence blood to rescue her? His previous actions may have merely been a ploy to win her sympathy. Before she could ponder further, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Senior sister, use my essence blood. At that moment, a voice from outside the cave brought Nangong Mingyue back to reality that a young man clad in azure robes, exuding an aura of heroism, appeared within the cave. Wen Tian, you cannot do this. You are our junior brother. Lung Rushuang immediately halted Qin Wentian. Senior sisters, please listen to me. This medicinal catalyst requires not only the essence blood of a cultivator, but also the one who donates blood must have ingested the Xianhuang fruit to forge a body immune to all poisons. Upon hearing this, several individuals, including Ziyue, turned their gazes back to the prescription. Behind the medicinal catalyst heart's blood, it was indeed noted that the donor must have consumed the Xianhuang fruit for their essence blood to be effective. This seemingly simple statement plunged Nangong Mingyue into contemplation. Junior brother, how do you know the prescription so well, and that you have actually ingested the Xianhuang fruit? What a miraculous opportunity, in other words. Our junior brother possesses a physique impervious to all poisons. The moment of brief silence was not limited to Nangong Mingyue alone. Qin Wentian's words revealed an abundance of information. Junior brother, how did you come to know this? Is it true that you have indeed ingested the Xianhuang fruit? Qin Wentian's arrival prevented the waste of essence blood and simultaneously brought hope to Nangong Mingyue. Senior sister, saving Mingyue is our priority. I did indeed consume the Xianhuang fruit, but that was long ago. That he did not hesitate, decisively extracting the essence blood from the spellcaster, utilizing the essence blood drawn from the trigger of the forbidden spell. Fortunately, Lin Che's earlier kick had employed his physical strength, hastening the consumption of Lin Che's essence blood within him. The essence blood devoured by the fallen immortal curse could be refined from the spell imprint. Golden holy blood flowed slowly along Qin Wentian's wrist. Ji Luoyao, filled with compassion, took out a jade vial the size of a thumb and collected several drops of essence blood. Upon witnessing the golden holy blood flowing from Qin Wentian, her previously anxious heart found solace. The Xianhuang fruit is the condensation of the primal energies of heaven and earth, capable of effecting transformative changes in a cultivator, that I have also prepared 3 spiritual herbs here. While I am uncertain of the precise proportions in the prescription, with the junior brother's essence blood, success is assured. Lung Rushuang accepted the small jade vial handed to her by Ji Luoyao, her eyes brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian, after forcing out several drops of essence blood, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. That in truth, he had not been affected, but to avoid raising suspicion among the senior sisters, he had to act convincingly. Junior brother, are you all right? The depletion of essence blood is no trivial matter. I suggest we take him to the Heavenly Fire Sacred Realm for proper recuperation. The Heavenly Fire Sacred Realm, a sanctuary of the Tai Holy Land, is a place abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivators to consolidate their foundations. Only the prodigies within the Holy Land are permitted to enjoy such a place. Ziyue initially frowned but later regarded Qin Wentian with newfound appreciation, signaling Ji Luoyao to escort him for recovery. Nangong Mingyue, watching Qin Wentian depart, felt a tumultuous mix of emotions as she strived to recall every moment when Lin Che had prepared medicine for her. Until Lung Rushuang, while soothing Nangong Mingyue's muscles and tendons, observed her troubled expression. What troubles you, Mingyue? Senior sister, do you truly believe someone would silently expend their essence blood to suppress another's toxic body? Nangong Mingyue quietly voiced her doubts. Hearing this, Lung Rushuang's beautiful brows furrowed. Do you still believe that ungrateful person would waste essence blood? No, it is the junior brother. I wish to ask the senior sister if it was indeed the junior brother who has been using his essence blood to assist me all along. Junior brother, could it be that he has been the one suppressing your toxic body all this time? Lung Rushuang, incredulous, had never heard Qin Wentian mention such a thing, that no wonder the junior brother's progress in cultivation has been so erratic. At first, I thought he had encountered some difficulties in his training, but it seems I never expected him to be so loyal and devoted. To this thought, Lung Rushuang felt even more disdain for Lin Che. As Qin Wentian had only been at Zixiao Peak for 2 years, yet had made such sacrifices for Nangong Mingyue. Lin Che, whom she once regarded as her closest companion, had remained indifferent when her junior sister's life hung in the balance. Ziyue, listening nearby, was equally moved. The essence blood was the culmination of a cultivator's hard work. One should know that advancing in realms is inherently against the heavens, and depleting essence blood poses great risks, making it challenging to return to one's original height. For those related by blood, making such a choice would be exceedingly difficult, let alone enduring it for years. That a genius. This Qin Wentian is a true prodigy. If it were not for this incident, with his cultivation level constantly fluctuating, had this not occurred, he might have even reached the divine mansion realm. Junior sister, focus on your recovery. I will inquire further for you. However, it is most likely the junior brother's doing. As for why he allowed that ungrateful person to take the lead, it is probably to spare you from any psychological burden outside the heavenly fire's sacred realm. Junior brother, why are you so familiar with the medicinal catalyst? Is Mingyue's situation you're doing? Senior sister, please do not ask any more. I do not wish to see Mingyue tormented by the malevolent poison. Depleting this little essence blood is inconsequential. I will return shortly, that I end truth. He had not depleted any essence blood at all, for the essence blood he had just provided was extracted from the fallen immortal curse. To be precise, it was Lin Che's essence blood that I asked for the Xianwang fruit. He had never consumed it. He was merely a thief. Chapter 25. The indestructible sword body at the Sword God sect, within a residence of the outer sect. Lin Che clutched his heart, his brow furrowed into A shape, but he could distinctly sense that something within the fallen immortal curse imprint was gradually dissipating. Was it that dog Qin Wentian employing some underhanded means? Could it be? Lin Che speculated on the implications, cursing inwardly at the fallen immortal curse. Could there be something he remained unaware of? As the caster, it seemed that his cultivation and essence blood would ultimately be siphoned off by him. If that were the case, had all his years of cultivation merely been a gift for him? He carefully sensed the mysterious substance flowing slowly within the fallen immortal curse, pondering where it would ultimately vanish to. Disappearing into thin air? The color of the patterns was also fading. His expression revealed shock. During this time, the patterns of the fallen immortal curse had always been a molten color, and such a phenomenon of fading had never occurred until today. As if it had been refined, this instilled doubt in Lin Che's heart. He wondered if Qin Wentian, the spellcaster, had done something. What troubled him most was his lifespan. At that moment, he once again glanced at the goo that lay dormant within his dantian. Nurturing the goo required life essence. The more life essence one had, the longer their lifespan, that if he wished to sustain 3 more years of life while feeding the fallen immortal curse, he must nurture the goo. Before that, he needed to verify his conjecture. He still could not make up his mind. Becoming a goo cultivator would mean that he would have no place to stand in the Tianxian continent. Master, that woman has awakened. Xin Sha, who had been watching over Ji Ningxuang in her room, hastily conveyed this news to Lin Che the moment she regained consciousness. Awakened? Go and take a look. Xin Sha followed closely behind Lin Che. Increasingly convinced of the unfathomable depth of his master, he had heard from the older generation about Ji Ningxuan's situation, where even the esteemed 4th-rank medical saint of the Sword God sect had personally intervened to no avail. Yet Lin Che had managed to resolve it within a single night. That I in the room, Ji Ningxuan, now awake, felt the icy chill of the bronze mask on her face as she gazed upward, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Who are you? Why am I here? As her eyes fell upon the figure clad in dark robes with a strikingly handsome face, Hua Yui, she could not suppress her curiosity. The remnants of her memories haunted her. Had she not been mutilated by that wicked woman, her sword bone removed and her meridians destroyed? How could she possibly find herself in this place? Hua Yui, standing guard in the room, replied to her inquiry. You are in the Sword God sect, saved by my husband. The Sword God sect. They did not dare act back then. What compels them to rescue me now? I hold no value to them. Why not let me die? Ji Ningxuan's heart stirred at the mention of the Sword God sect, a name she was all too familiar with. The events of the past had left her unable to move on. Despite their capability to intervene, they chose to remain aloof out of fear of the Tai's sacred land, leading to her current plight. She despised her own helplessness and loathed the callousness of the Sword God sect. It seems you have recovered quite well, Lin Che remarked as he entered the room. Hearing Ji Ningxuan's outburst, was it you who saved me? Who else, besides the son of the Tai's sacred land, would dare to save you? Before Lin Che could respond, Xian Sha, following closely behind, spoke with unabashed arrogance. The Tai's sacred land? The son? You mean him? Ha ha! Ji Ningxuan scoffed at Xian Sha's words that in her eyes. The son of the Tai's sacred land held a status so lofty that it was inconceivable he would deign to come to this insignificant Sword God sect. How amusing! My master is your savior. Without her, you would still be in that decrepit temple, pretending to be mad. Xian Sha, being a straightforward sword cultivator, could not hold back his words. Thank you for saving me. But I advise you not to meddle in my affairs, or the consequences could be dire, Ji Ningxuan declared, preparing to leave. Among the individuals present, aside from Lin Che, who wore a simple white robe and remained somewhat inscrutable to her, the other two, a mere mortal and a lowly spirit, were inconsequential. Even the likes of Ji Luoyao could crush them with a mere finger. Is there anything new in your sea of consciousness? Lin Che inquired as he noticed Ji Ningxuan's skepticism. Without further explanation, he spoke cryptically as she was about to depart. Puzzled, Ji Ningxuan paused, and as she delved into her sea of consciousness, she discovered a scroll suspended in the center, radiating a sacred light. The golden glow inscribed the words inextinguishable sword-bodied at a glance. Ji Ningxuan found herself unable to look away, as if enveloped by an unparalleled will, envisioning a sword cultivator with an unmatched physique severing the heavens and shattering the void. Coming back to her senses, she was drenched in sweat, her face betraying a mix of shock and in that moment. All her disdain for Lin Che dissipated, replaced by a newfound respect as she asked, "Who exactly are you?" She vividly recalled that she had never practiced such a transcendent technique. In her understanding, physique was innate and could not be cultivated later. Yet, this inextinguishable sword body was something that could indeed be developed postnatally. The audacity of this method, manifesting within her consciousness without her consent, compelled her to regard Lin Che with renewed seriousness. You may consider me a figure capable of fulfilling your deepest desires. Lin Che replied nonchalantly. What are the conditions? Ji Ningxuan understood well that nothing in this world came without a price. The realm of cultivation thrived on interest that if she bore no value, there was no way he would act out of kindness. I haven't yet formulated them. I will inform you once I have. Lin Che, maintaining his composure, turned to leave, offering her no further opportunity for inquiry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gray-robed cultivator finally delivered the medicinal materials Lin Che required. Yet they were merely high-grade spiritual herbs, lacking any holy medicines. This caused him to frown slightly. With such inadequate resources, how could one even hope to cultivate? Return and inform your sect master that these herbs are woefully insufficient. Your Excellency, the sun, these are the finest spiritual herbs available in the Sword God sect's herb pavilion, the gray-robed cultivator replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's lips twitched in disbelief. How impoverished! At this rate, how long will it take for Hua Yui's sight to be restored and for Ji Ningxuan to cultivate the inextinguishable sword body? Your Excellency, the sect master has informed me that the holy medicine you seek has been located at the Wanbao Pavilion in the Dayan Empire, and the sect is currently negotiating for it. The Dayan Empire? Lin Che mused, recalling that it was one of the 3 great sacred lands and 2 major empires within the vast wilderness. Very well, inform them that I require a 3-leaf sword grass as well. Initially, Lin Che had intended to request the nine-leaf sword grass, but realizing that the sword god sect might not have even heard of it, he settled for the lesser three-leaf sword grass. The gray-robed cultivator recorded Lin Che's requests and departed. Outside the Tianhua sacred realm, Qin Wentian emerged, feeling invigorated after breaking through several small realms. Yet, to maintain the facade, he ruthlessly struck his abdomen, only satisfied when blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Lung Rushuang, waiting outside, recognized that the passage had opened and hurried forward. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Seeing the blood still fresh on Qin Wentian's lips, her usually icy demeanor softened with concern. She thought to herself that the loss of primal blood was indeed no minor injury. "I'm much better now. It's nothing serious, just a bit of blood loss. By the way, how is senior sister Mingyue doing with her poison?" Chapter 26. Inner demons even with Lung Rushuang's typically frigid temperament. She could not maintain her stoic facade upon seeing Qin Wentian's condition. "Let me take you to see Mingyue. She has some questions for you." Atop Zixiao Peak, having absorbed a considerable amount of medicinal essence over the past few days, Nangong Mingyue had managed to suppress the effects of the poison, delaying its onset. She stood gracefully in a moonlit robe, gazing at the rising sun, her complexion looking quite well. "Senior sister Mingyue, your poison has been suppressed." That's wonderful news. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Mingyue instinctively turned to see Qin Wentian and Lung Rushuang approaching. She called out, "Sister," before her gaze shifted to Qin Wentian, a complex expression crossing her face. "Junior brother, have you been helping me with the poison all along?" she asked, voicing the question that had lingered in her mind. "Sister, I haven't done much. The previous prescriptions were all prepared by senior brother, and I merely contributed a bit of blood," Qin Wentian replied modestly. "Junior brother, why are you so foolish? Was it that heartless person who made you do this?" Hearing the truth, Nangong Mingyue's tears flowed freely, cascading down her beautiful face like pearls scattered from a broken string. Remembering Lin Che's actions, she felt a chill of disgust. To garner her sympathy, he had sent her junior brother to donate blood. Where was his responsibility as a senior brother? After the fact, he acted as if it were a noble sacrifice. But now, reflecting on it, his face was nothing but vile that a scoundrel like him was unworthy of being her junior brother. The last remnants of guilt she had felt dissipated upon realizing the truth. "Junior brother, thank you." Nangong Mingyue's face broke into a sincere smile as she expressed her gratitude once more. "Sister, it's nothing. I really didn't do much. All the credit belongs to senior brother. He possesses exceptional medical skills," Qin Wentian said, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing Qin Wentian, whose face was still pale from the loss of primal blood, both women felt a surge of emotion. This considerate junior brother tugged at their heartstrings. Even Lung Rushuang, usually so composed, felt her eyes moisten upon learning the truth. "Were you held back in your cultivation because of your blood donation?" Nangong Mingyue could no longer suppress the emotions that surged within her. During the initial period when Qin Wentian had just entered Zixiao Peak, coinciding with the time when her Mingdu would flare up uncontrollably, Qin Wentian had frequently faced criticism from their master due to his fluctuating cultivation levels. In retrospect, it seemed that this instability was merely a consequence of attempts to suppress the poison within her. How ironic that her mind was preoccupied with Lin Che, that ungrateful wretch, while she overlooked the silent devotion her junior brother had shown her throughout the years. For over 2 years, her junior brother had been tirelessly depleting his own essence to restrain her Mingdu, while she harbored guilt towards someone who had callously watched her suffer and attempted to bring about her demise. At that moment, a wave of disdain for Lin Che washed over Nangong Mingyue once more, her gaze now fixed on Qin Wentian. "Very well," she resolved, "I shall seek out my senior sister and urge her to inform the holy master of Lin Che's misdeeds, to strip him of his title as Holy Son. Such a beast, unworthy of the name, should not be allowed to represent the Holy Land." Cold as frost, she voiced her innermost thoughts. She had always seen Lin Che with disfavor, believing him unworthy of his position. Now his actions had only served to affirm her beliefs. Her senior sister was unparalleled in her swordsmanship, possessing the innate sword body and the innate sword bones, making her an undeniable candidate for the role of Saintess. But Lin Che, what merit did he possess? His cultivation, his talent. In the past, Lin Che had excelled in medicine, poison, alchemy, and swordsmanship, earning renown across the 8 domains. This much she could acknowledge. Yet now, afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, his cultivation was dwindling, and he had strayed down a perilous path, nurturing a sinister worm within him. His character had deteriorated to such an extent that he remained indifferent to the plight of his former senior sister, even taking credit for deeds he did not commit. How could such a morally bankrupt individual be deemed worthy of the title of Holy Son in the Tai Holy Land, even as a mere title? Cold as frost felt it to be an affront to the sanctity of Tai. Within the Holy Hall of Tai, Ji Luoyao had long intended to propose a candidate for the position of Holy Son to Ziyue. However, Ziyue had remained indecisive. With the emergence of this incident, she believed Lin Che's days as Holy Son were numbered, and thus she spoke. "Holy Master, at this juncture, do you still fail to see Lin Che's true nature?" Ziyue pondered briefly, recognizing the validity of Ji Luoyao's words. She held Qin Wentian's character in high regard, yet the title of Holy Son was not solely hers to bestow. It required the consensus of the Elder Council. Moreover, a candidate for Holy Son must not only possess good character, but also establish prestige and, most importantly, contribute to the sect. Without prestige and contributions, even if one were reluctantly conferred the title of Holy Son, it would be challenging to command respect. Luoyao, I understand your concerns, but Qin Wentian's cultivation, his reputation within the Holy Land, and his contributions to the sect are insufficient to shoulder the weight of the Holy Son's responsibilities. As a saintess, you should grasp the complexities involved that Ji Luoyao, having forgotten that her own ascent to the title of saintess was due to Lin Che's efforts on her behalf, was unaware of the arduous path it entailed. Ziyue's words reminded her of her own experience. She had become the saintess of Tai 6 months after Lin Che assumed the role of Holy Son in less than half a year. She had amassed a staggering 100,000 contribution points, astonishing the previous Holy Master, and was thus granted the title of saintess despite her cultivation being at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm. This event had caused quite a stir. Yet, it had also led her to become arrogant and impetuous, her ambitions swelling unchecked. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, she instinctively felt that the latter was still favoring Lin Che. She could not comprehend how, after all that had transpired, a person who had turned a blind eye to the suffering of his peers, and who had taken credit for actions he had not performed, could still be deemed worthy of continuing as the Holy Son of Tai. Holy Master, if you are unwilling to act, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Farewell. The Ji Luoyao resolved to expose Lin Che's prior indifference towards Nangong Mingyue, as well as his deceitful manipulation of Qin Wentian's essence to garner sympathy from her. She aimed to incite the disciples and elders of the Holy Land to recognize Lin Che's true character, while simultaneously establishing Qin Wentian's prestige within the sect. After Ji Luoyao departed, Ziyue stood in place, feeling as though something had been overlooked, yet she could not quite grasp what it was. Suddenly, a memory sparked, and she made her way to the task hall. At the outer sect of the Sword God sect, Ji Ningxuang had not moved from her room all day. She had attempted countless times to sense the spiritual energy, yet each attempt had ended in failure. This realization brought her to a stark awareness. Even with unparalleled techniques laid before her, cultivation was but a distant dream for one with severed meridians. She began to doubt the credibility of Lin Che's previous statements. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Are you still hoping to cultivate through the ordinary means of drawing in spiritual energy, despite your severed meridians? Lin Che did not hold back, immediately striking at Ji Ningxuang's fragile hopes. Restoring her meridians was within his capability, but only with the aid of divine herbs. Even if he succeeded in reconnecting her severed channels, it would merely lead her back down the same old path. Now, with Ji Luoyao harboring 2 innate sword bones in addition to her infinite sword body, for Ji Ningxuang to tread the same path would only invite tragedy once more. Then what do you suggest I do to cultivate? Ji Ningxuang, already fraught with frustration from her inability to practice, shot back defiantly. I understand your desire for vengeance against Ji Luoyao, but let me remind you, the current Ji Luoyao possesses not only 2 innate sword bones, but has also mastered the infinite sword body. If you proceed methodically to reconnect your meridians and sense spiritual energy, you may as well abandon all hope of revenge in this lifetime. Lin Che's words struck like a heavy hammer, landing squarely on Ji Ningxuang's heart. The already shattered foundation of her Tao began to show signs of further fracturing. Stop. Just stop. Ji Ningxuang cried out, her hands clutching her head as she knelt on the ground in despair. Indeed, Ji Luoyao had not only shattered her Dao, but had also become the manifestation of her inner demons along her path of cultivation. Chapter 27. The Hall of Punishment. Unexpectedly, the proportions of the medicinal formula turned out to be like this. At Baoyao Peak, one of the 36 peaks of the Tai Holy Land, Ji Boya examined the formula sent by Ji Luoyao. As he scanned the contents with his divine sense, he took the formula in hand, his fingers trembling with excitement. Old Master Ji, did you discern any issues with this formula? This was Ji Liao's true intent. She could not believe that Lin Che would so kindly leave behind a formula. So for safety's sake, she had asked the 7th-ranked medical sage, Ji Boya, to review it once more. Upon hearing her words, Ji Boya instinctively replied, the proportions of each herb are impeccable. However, the use of heart's blood as a medicinal guide is quite unexpected, as depleting one's essence is something most cultivators would shy away from. Old Master, could you possibly examine the condition of my junior brother, Qin Wentian? Although Qin Wentian had assured her that he was fine, Ji Luoyao was still uneasy. Only the words of the 7th-ranked medical sage could lend credibility to Lin Che's despicable actions. That as the Sanus has requested, this old man shall make the trip. At Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian seethed inwardly. Damn it! What madness has that woman descended into? She actually wants someone to check my condition. Surely not. He resolved to take desperate measures. After a considerable time, Ji Luoyao arrived at Qin Wentian's cave dwelling, accompanied by Ji Boya. Junior brother, are you home? I've come to see you with old Master Ji. Cough, cough, please come in, senior sister. Did a weak voice from within the cave echoed, startling Ji Luoyao. Junior brother, are you all right? Upon entering, she found Qin Wentian sprawled on a stone bed used for cultivation. His complexion as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his expression contorted in pain. Seeing this, Ji Luoyao immediately threw herself onto Qin Wentian, her eyes reddening. Old Master, hurry! Ji Boya, witnessing the scene, did not delay that he grasped one of Qin Wentian's arms, channeling gentle spiritual energy through his meridians into Qin Wentian's body. What is the verdict, Old Master? How is my junior brother? He's fine. It's just that he has excessively depleted his essence, causing his body to enter a state of self-induced shock. With proper care, he will recover in due time. Upon hearing this, Ji Liao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Old Master, my junior brother has been continuously depleting his essence for nearly 2 years. That he truly not in serious trouble. Please ensure there are no lingering effects. Recalling something, she implored once more. Rest assured, I have thoroughly examined him inside and out. That I never expected our young friend Qin Wentian to possess such tenacity. It seems I have underestimated him in the past. Ji Boya's aged, wrinkled face displayed a rare hint of astonishment at this revelation. Depleting one's essence, especially over an extended period, would be unbearable for most sects, let alone a smaller one. Old Master, I have one more humble request. I hope you can vouch for this matter. As Ji Luoyao recounted the events surrounding Lin Che's suppression of Nangong Mingyue's Mingdu. While secretly using Qin Wentian's essence, Ji Boya remained in stunned silence, unable to process such unheard-of occurrences. What are your intentions, my saintess? I hope Old Master can provide written proof. I will handle the rest. Ji Boya, in the sacred land of Tai, holds a position of great prestige and high status. If Qin Wentian could secure his unwavering support, the position of the Holy Sun would be within closer reach for them. This is not an insurmountable task. Ji Boya did not dwell on it for long. It was merely a matter of providing proof. Although he was unaware of Ji Luoyao's intentions, he still acquiesced. After sending Ji Boya away, Ji Luoyao took this proof and proceeded to the punishment hall of the sect. Within the punishment hall, there exists a list known as the bounty list. That Ji Luoyao intended to use the charges she had prepared to elevate Lin Che to the bounty list. The hall was filled with lower-ranking members of the sect, who, in their desperation for more cultivation resources, were forced to tread a perilous path. Upon seeing Ji Luoyao, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Not long ago, Ji Luoyao had also undertaken bounty missions, ranking among the top 10 on the bounty list, and she had successfully returned with the head of her target. It had been 5 years since the revered Holy Maiden had last graced such a place. One would assume that someone of her high standing would have no need to engage in such a dangerous lifestyle, who can accurately gauge the thoughts of such a prominent figure. Perhaps she had grown weary of her comfortable existence and sought a bit of excitement. Hush, lower your voice. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A woman clad in purple robes approached Ji Luoyao, greeting her with a bow. That I have the honor of meeting the Holy Maiden. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? This woman was none other than Du Lei, the head of the punishment hall. This is the charge and his identity information. Ji Luoyao communicated through her divine sense, subsequently handing over a document to Du Lei. The time Du Lei regained her composure from the shock, she found herself alone in the room. Lin Che, the holy son of the Tai sacred land, had been placed on the bounty list, and he occupied the 9th position. The following day, the Tai sacred land was in an uproar. The 36 Peaks and the Elder Council were all astounded. The Holy Son has been placed among the top 10 on the bounty list? This cannot be true. The Law Enforcement Hall is still investigating, and it remains uncertain whether Qin Wentian's claims hold any validity. Indeed, just as one storm subsided, another arose. Now, the Holy Son had become a target for hunting. If word got out, how would we maintain the dignity of the Tai sacred land? The disciples of the 36 Peaks engaged in heated discussions about the matter. Some believed it to be a deliberate frame-up, while others speculated that Lin Che might indeed be the type, merely adept at concealing his true self. Within the Elder Council, one elder exclaimed, "Luoyao, your silence in placing Lin Che on the list has tarnished the reputation of our Tai sacred land, even as the Holy Maiden. You cannot act unilaterally. The Law Enforcement Hall is still conducting their investigation. We cannot definitively conclude that Xiao Che is the heir of the corpse refinement sect. You have gone too far this time, Luoyao." These elders had summoned Du Lei from the punishment hall to understand the situation as it unfolded. The remedy seemed simple: eliminate Lin Che and reinstate the Holy Son, Lord Holy Master. Do you still favor Lin Che at this juncture? Wentian surpasses him 100-fold. Despite 2 years of depletion of his primordial blood, he is still cultivated to the 9th level of the Sea Transformation realm. Ji Luoyao's aim was to compel Ziyue to confer the title of Holy Son upon Qin Wentian. Ziyue's expression fluctuated, for she had recently reviewed Ji Luoyao's contributions through the task hall, and doubt began to creep in. Now, Ji Luoyao's extreme actions, forcing her to reinstate the Holy Son, made Ziyue uneasy. She understood who the candidate would be: Qin Wentian. Luoyao, Ziyue stated firmly, the selection of the Holy Son must await developments from the Law Enforcement Hall. Do you wish to make a spectacle for the other factions in the Great Wasteland? Chapter 28. The Fall into Darkness indeed. Luoyao's withdrawal of the bounty task, targeting our own Holy Son, is utterly disgraceful. Moreover, Xiao Che is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and has lost all his cultivation. He is likely no longer a threat to the sacred land. Many within the Elder Council chose to side with Lin Che. Ji Luoyao's face flushed with anger. She had not anticipated such stubbornness from them. You have all been deceived by that scoundrel. Look at this prescription and the misdeeds he has committed. In a fit of rage, she produced the inscribed prescription and used the Yin-Yang treasure mirror to replay the events that transpired in the Sword God sect's main hall. The other members of the Elder Council, including Ziyue, displayed expressions of disbelief. Lin Che still possesses cultivation, and it seems even stronger than before at the level of the Divine Mansion. Could it be that Qin Wentian spoke the truth? The truth would soon reveal itself when the Tianji Pavilion released the Qingyun list. Many found it unfathomable that someone afflicted by the fallen immortal curse could exhibit such power. The Qingyun list, compiled annually by a mysterious organization known as Tianji Pavilion in the Great Wasteland, included only those heroes of the generation deemed worthy. The elder of Tianji Pavilion was rumored to be skilled in divination, knowledgeable of past and future. No being in the Great Wasteland could escape his perception. Is this not sufficiently clear? The only thing that can suppress the fallen immortal curse is the life-saving goo. Lin Che has indeed fallen into darkness. One must ask, does a demon still have the right to be the Holy Son of the Tai sacred land? Ji Luoyao questioned loudly. He possesses a resolute will. He would not engage in self-destructive actions that we lack concrete evidence. We must refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. Let him return for verification of his cultivation. Should there be any anomalies with the heart-nourishing goo, we shall eliminate him immediately. This will safeguard the reputation of our Tai sacred land. Ultimately, Ziyue made her decision. Holy Master, wise choice, the candidate for the Holy Son, in my opinion, should be my junior disciple, Qin Wentian. You have witnessed his talent firsthand. Hearing Ziyue finally relent, Ji Luyao's face broke into a rare smile. However, I must preface this. While Qin Wentian's talent is commendable, his prestige and contributions to the sect are still lacking. He can only be provisionally recognized as the Holy Son to facilitate the continued investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall. Ziyue refrained from directly conferring the title of Holy Son upon Qin Wentian. Ji Luoyao nodded in agreement, aware that persuading Ziyue to compromise was no small feat. Tio push further might yield counterproductive results. Outside the Sword God sect, within Lin Che's residence, the path to achieving the indestructible sword body required first severing one's own meridians, forsaking cultivation, and then consuming life and death grass to grasp the essence of indestructibility. In the courtyard, Ji Ningxuan, donning a bronze mask, sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a mountain of life and death grass. This was a common spiritual herb with a relatively low value, containing a faint trace of indestructible will that Ji Ningxuan sought to comprehend what it meant to be indestructible. Yet, each time she closed her eyes, the visage of that woman would invade her thoughts, preventing her from achieving tranquility. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, mingling with her hair, as she let out a deep sigh. If you cannot confront your inner demons, I advise you to abandon your quest for vengeance. With those words, Lin Che left, hands behind his back. Upon returning to his room, Lin Che gazed at the bed where Hua Yu lay quietly, applying spiritual herbs to her eyes. An idea struck him. He took out a sprig of life and death grass, intending to validate his suspicions. Just then, the door swung open. Master, trouble has arisen. The Tai sacred land has sent people, demanding your return with them. Xian Sha's tone was laced with urgency. Who exactly has come? Ah, the one you kicked away last time, and another who resembles a fairy. Upon hearing this, Lin Che rose, grasped his wooden sword, and strode out, leaving Xian Sha behind. Hey, wait for me, master. In the grand hall of the Sword God sect, Xiao Ming smiled apologetically as he poured tea for the two visitors that I have already informed the disciples. The Holy Sun will arrive shortly. Before long, Lin Che's figure bearing the wooden sword appeared in the hall. Senior brother, we have come to get lost, before Qin Wentian, who wore a smiling face, could finish a sentence. Lin Che issued a dismissal. These people had interrupted him time and again. Did they truly believe him to be so amiable? Did they think that just because he was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, he was powerless and could be bullied at will? Qin Wentian's smile faltered. Nangong Mingyue, adorned in a verdant robe, furrowed her brow. Lin Che, my junior brother, are you not on the brink of death? How can you waste your precious life on me? Before Nangong Mingyue could voice her thoughts, Lin Che's retort caused her cheeks to flush. Xiaoming had already instructed the disciples studying formations to set up defenses to prevent a repeat of the previous incident. Ultimately, it was the Sword God sect that would suffer the greatest loss. As Lin Che witnessed Nangong Mingyue suppressing the dark poison, his suspicions were confirmed. Lin Che, you have fallen into darkness. Come back with us. Senior brother, the Holy Master will be lenient. Do not resist. Return with us. At these words, Lin Che nearly lost his composure, struggling to contain his smile. While they fear my power, they still speak so sanctimoniously. Is this what they call a sacred land? Truly hypocritical. And what if I refuse? Lin Che, your indifference to my plight has not gone unpunished by the sect. This time, your return is merely a test to ascertain whether you have succumbed to the art of gu cultivation. You refuse to accompany us back. Could it be that you harbor a guilty conscience? Nangong Mingyue, for reasons unknown, finds her mind wandering back to the pallid visage of Qin Wentian when he offered his blood to her in her moments of need. Upon hearing this, Lin Che could not help but scrutinize Nangong Mingyue with newfound seriousness. He had never before realized how utterly devoid of integrity his senior sisters truly were. Previously, he had sacrificed 2 years of his essence blood without receiving so much as a word of gratitude. And now, with only 3 years of life remaining, they still expected him to humbly offer his blood, all while expelling him from the sacred grounds. You claim I failed to save you. The sect has chosen not to pursue this matter. Might I inquire what status you hold that warrants my assistance? As for the sect, I am now an esteemed guest elder of the Sword God sect. What obligation do I have to rescue a complete outsider? I would appreciate it if you could think before you speak next time. Lin Che was genuinely taken aback by the moral coercion displayed by this woman. The ones who expelled him from the sacred grounds were indeed her. Yet he was the one being portrayed as the villain. A truly ludicrous situation. Senior brother, she is tormented by the poison of the underworld. Please do not provoke her further. Our visit is also at the behest of the sacred master. And I implore you, Qin Wentian urged earnestly, turn back while there is still time. Do not cling to your delusions that if you are willing to return with us, you will still be the revered saint of the Tai sacred land. Lin Che found it utterly hilarious, nearly doubling over with laughter as he retorted, "What nonsense! Lin Che, how have you changed so drastically? He is our junior brother." Nangong Mingyue, upon hearing Lin Che's rebuke, felt as if the person before her was a complete stranger. The Lin Che of yore had been gentle and refined, humble and kind, in stark contrast to the man standing before her now. And you, had it not been for my medicinal formula and my essence blood, would you dare to bark here? Leave at once, or I might just take the liberty of leaving a couple more corpses behind. Lin Che glared at Nangong Mingyue, whose expression was utterly revolting. A surge of anger bubbling within him with no outlet. Stop deceiving yourself. Lin Che, do you think I am still the Navi, a fool you once knew? You drain my junior brother's essence blood, yet act as though it were your right. I am fully aware of everything. It was my junior brother who helped suppress the poison of the underworld all along, while you merely performed trivial tasks, yet you presume to consider yourself my savior. Do you have no shame? Had Lin Che not invoked the matter of essence blood, perhaps Nangong Mingyue could have restrained her temper. However, the audacity of Lin Che to position himself as her benefactor before her was enough to ignite her fury, prompting her to retort immediately. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che's expression turned contemplative as his gaze rested upon Qin Wentian, standing beside Nangong Mingyue. Quite the clever one. I see that so. The essence blood that mysteriously vanished during the celestial descent was your doing. Was it? Have you finished your little speech? May I escort you and your junior brother away now? In the past, he might have sought to clarify matters, yet now, nothing seemed to hold significance. Senior brother? Lin Che raised an eyebrow, his wooden sword precisely poised at Qin Wentian's neck. Lin Che, how could you have fallen so low after leaving the Tai sacred land? Before Nangong Mingyue could finish her sentence, a spray of blood splattered across her face, as Qin Wentian's head was severed from his body. Qin Wentian, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, was fortunate that he had prepared a contingency plan, bringing only a shadow of himself. Upon witnessing the decapitation of Qin Wentian, Nangong Mingyue erupted in fury. Luck is on your side. I never imagined you would be so cowardly, only daring to face me with a mere spirit form. Indeed, the being Lin Che had just slain was but a manifestation of Qin Wentian's spirit. Atop the Zixiao peak of the Tai sacred land, a figure suddenly opened his eyes. How could his swordsmanship have attained such heights? Were the rumors true? Had he reached the realm of man and sword as one? Qin Wentian was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had only lost the spirit form, he had undeniably experienced death. At the Sword God sect, the high-ranking members observing from outside the formation stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Tio slay a cultivator of the 9th level of the Sea Transformation realm with a single stroke. Is this even human? Especially when wielding nothing but an ordinary wooden sword. Lin Che, you dare to kill the soon-to-be saint of the Tai sacred land. There will be no refuge for you in the great wilderness. Underworld arts, in an instant, an endless miasma of poison enveloped the grand hall of the Sword God sect, the sickly green gas spreading rapidly. Fortunately, Xiaoming had foreseen the impending danger and had instructed the formation master to set up protective arrays, thus preventing any casualties. Lin Che, wherever my underworld poison spreads, not even a blade of grass can survive. Prepare to meet your end. Nangong Mingyue, concealed within the poison, was in no rush to strike. She wished to witness Lin Che succumb to the poison's effects. Her junior brother, Qin Wentian, was her prized possession. Could this truly be the renowned daughter of the heavenly poison? Nangong Mingyue, ranked 30th on the Azure Cloud list, known for her mastery over the underworld poison? Aside from her, one would be hard-pressed to find another capable of wielding such poison in the great wilderness. Phew, that was close. Our sect nearly met its doom. Outside the formation, the members of the Sword God sect reveled in their misfortune. In the center of the array, Lin Che maintained a stoic expression, oblivious to the scenario Nangong Mingyue had envisioned. Ha! Is this the extent of your underworld poison? It seems you have made little progress over the years. Lin Che spoke in a tone befitting a mentor, his eyes betraying a blatant derision that as time passed. Nangong Mingyue, cloaked in the poison, grew increasingly unsettled. Why had he not succumbed to the underworld poison? How was he able to remain unscathed? It could not be. The one who saved me must be my junior brother. How could it possibly be him? At this moment, doubt began to creep into Nangong Mingyue's heart. I should have informed you. I have consumed the Xianhuang fruit, rendering me impervious to all forms of harm. And you have never truly listened to anything I said, observing the mixture of despair and madness etched upon Nangong Mingyue's face. Lin Che felt the unsettling patterns within his chest ease slightly. Impossible. My savior is my junior brother. You are merely a thief who has pilfered the fruits of another's labor. Nangong Mingyue's greatest reliance lay in her underworld poison being ineffective against Lin Che. Yet now, she found herself questioning her own beliefs, her inner confidence slowly eroding. Only Lin Che understood that Nangong Mingyue was not the prodigy the world believed her to be. From a young age, her world had been shrouded in darkness. Born into the family of poison masters known as the Nangong clan, where few survived past 30 that unable to control the underworld poison, they were often shunned. With no sect willing to take in such a ticking time bomb, her rise to prominence on the Azure Cloud list, becoming the illustrious Heavenly Poison Daughter, was entirely due to Lin Che's guidance. He had imparted to her the 7-colored poison scripture, braving various taboos to procure the rare materials necessary for her to cultivate the underworld poison body, thus instilling confidence within her. Now, with her prideful poison rendered ineffective against Lin Che, her faith wavered, threatening to revert her to the dark, reclusive self she once was. Begone. Lin Che's wooden sword cleaved through the air, creating a rift in space above the Sword God sect, drawing Nangong Mingyue into its depths. Having completed this act, he turned his back without a glance, leaving the high-ranking members of the Sword God sect in stunned silence. The supreme legacy of the sword. All disciples hurriedly studied the sword mark left behind. That strike, it must have been the essence of spatial sword intent. I never imagined that in my twilight years, I would witness spatial sword intent. Once Lin Che departed, Xiao Ming and the others immediately began to comprehend the profound nature of the sword strike, which had left them in awe. Since the founding of their sect, only their ancestors had birthed a genius who grasped spatial sword intent, yet none had ever reached the level of tearing through the void with a single strike. After leaving, Lin Che did not return to his residence, but instead pressed a hand against his chest. What exactly is the nature of this celestial descent curse? Even wielding sword intent, I still feel its effects. The agony of having my essence blood stripped away caused even someone as resolute as him to tremble. Coughing, he expelled a mouthful of warm blood that I in that instant. Lin Che's eyes turned wild, as the goo that lay dormant within his dantian began to show signs of awakening. Chapter 30. Misunderstanding Senior Sister? On the summit of Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian was suddenly jolted awake. Nangong Mingyue had accompanied him to the Sword God sect, and he had been sent back by Lin Che with a single sword strike. A thought flickered in his mind. Would Nangong Mingyue be affected by this? Just as this notion began to take shape, an unexpected black rift in space appeared in the previously clear sky above him, resembling a heavenly eye quietly opening in the firmament. Within the profound pupil of this eye, a young girl clad in a green skirt emerged. Qin Wentian dared not delay. He rushed forward, his eyes glistening with tears as he called out to the void with deep affection, but he pulled her into an embrace, lowering his gaze upon Nangong Mingyue, whose tattered clothing and vacant eyes belied her murmured words. His heart swelled with fury towards Lin Che. The emergence of this rift on the peak undoubtedly caused a significant commotion. Ji Luoyao, who was practicing nearby, with her icy demeanor, sensed the disturbance immediately and hurried over. Upon arrival, she was struck by the sight of their junior sister, not only injured but also in tatters, and most importantly, the state of mind in which Nangong Mingyue found herself. The two sisters gasped in unison, "Junior sister, senior sister, it's all my fault that I failed to protect Mingyue, which led to this." Qin Wentian wept bitterly, engulfed in profound guilt, unable to face Ji Luoyao and Lung Rua Shuang. "Junior brother, what exactly happened? What has that beast Lin Che done to Mingyue?" Ji Luoyao inquired, her face filled with indignation. The sight of Nangong Mingyue's tattered clothing and the bloodstains on her face made it all too easy to imagine the horrors she had endured. Ji Luoyao began to loathe herself. Had it not been for her momentary compassion, such tragedy would not have befallen them. As Ji Luoyao pressed Qin Wentian for the details, Leng Ruoshuang stood to the side. Beginning an examination of Nangong Mingyue's condition, that a gentle azure aura enveloped her entirely, and after confirming that there were no physical injuries, she exhaled a heavy sigh, the anger in her brow dissipating. Yet upon contemplating the moral depravity Lin Che might have inflicted upon Nangong Mingyue, her fury reignited. Ruoshuang, is Mingyue all right? Qin Wentian relayed his unfiltered thoughts to Ji Luoyao that he then anxiously inquired about Nangong Mingyue's condition. Hearing this, Ji Luoyao turned her gaze to Leng Ruoshuang. Leng Ruoshuang sighed softly. Physically, she is fine, but I fear she may have suffered emotional trauma. Upon hearing this, the temperature around them plummeted. Frost forming on the ground. What? That beast truly committed such an act of moral depravity. The truth could only be revealed once Mingyue awakened. Leng Ruoshuang still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Lin Che, whom she had watched grow up, would not stoop to such despicable deeds. However, Ji Liao's cold voice interrupted her thoughts. This is the footage recorded by the Yin Yang mirror, a fact as solid as iron. Leng Ruoshuang instinctively took the Yin Yang mirror, and upon witnessing Lin Che cleave the void with a sword, dragging Nangong Mingyue into the rift, her heart turned ice cold. How should this matter be handled? After all, it pertained to Nangong Mingyue's reputation. Regardless of the circumstances, she was a member of Zixiao Peak, and should word spread, it would tarnish both her and the Tai sacred land in that moment. Leng Ruoshuang found herself at a loss. This matter must be settled privately, that I will remain by Mingyue's side to prevent her from doing anything reckless upon awakening. Furthermore, this painful memory must not be mentioned by any of you until Mingyue's emotions are fully stabilized. Senior sister, do you think that brother's actions were meant to help Mingyue heal? Qin Wentian said, pretending to be profound. Heal. Junior brother, don't be naive, he would erase even you from existence, had you not gone in spirit form. You would likely be a cold corpse by now. Leng Ruoshuang firmly dispelled this notion. The Ji Luoyao did not linger, departing for the sacred hall that a quarter of an hour later, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. I have matters to discuss. I need to see the saint. After the guards reported, Ji Luoyao hurriedly entered the hall, and no sooner had she stepped inside than a languid voice drifted towards her. Luoyao, the ceremony for the saint's son cannot be rushed. Saint, I did not come for that. This time, I implore you to completely erase Lin Che's name from the 3 Lives Stele and to reinstate it on the bounty list. Each name etched on the 3 Lives Stele signifies a great honor. Beyond representing their identity as geniuses of the Tai sacred land, it also serves as a mark, a sole imprint exclusive to the Tai sacred land. Once removed, it signifies that one can never again enter the Tai sacred land. Conversely, being listed on the bounty list indicates that from henceforth, one will be an enemy of the Tai sacred land. Upon hearing this, Ziyu exclaimed, "Isn't this too rash? We must consider what transpired in the trial ground." Saying, "I do not wish to interrupt you. Please take a look at the Yin Yang mirror." Ji Luoyao produced the prepared Yin Yang mirror and presented the footage to Ziyu. Ziyu took the Yin Yang mirror and, upon scanning the images, felt an increasing sense of alarm at Lin Che's displayed prowess. The final image, depicting a shadow resembling Lin Che dragging Nangong Mingyue into the rift, went unnoticed by her. After all, the rift contained spatial storms, and encountering them would mean certain death unless one was a true god. Saint, please issue the final ultimatum. Lin Che is no longer a member of Zixiao Peak, nor is he a saint of the Tai sacred land. You need not regard our feelings. That Ji Luoyao noticed the fluctuating emotions on Ziyu's face, assuming that as a woman, Ziyu's anger towards Lin Che's actions was at its peak. However, Ziyu's next words left her speechless. Luoyao, the soul imprint on the 3 Lives Stele requires excessive soul power to remove. It would be a loss as for the bounty. It is highly contentious. So we should defer it until the situation in the trial ground is resolved. Is Qin Wentian all right? At the end, Ziyu recalled the first scene from the footage, where Qin Wentian, the newcomer, was obliterated by Lin Che's sword intent. Saint, have you been bewitched by that beast Lin Che? Ji Luoyao almost blurted out, but found it difficult to voice her thoughts, as it concerned Nangong Mingyue's reputation. Yet, the most critical point was something Ziyu failed to notice, which only fueled Ji Luoyao's frustration. Luoyao, please mind your words. This saint believes I am not yet senile. I can still discern right from wrong. That it is, however, you seem to have been neglecting your cultivation recently. Ji Luoyao was left speechless by Ziyu's retort. Overwhelmed by trivial matters and the preparations for Qin Wentian ceremony, she had little opportunity for focused practice. That is this even the crux of the matter? The focus should be on the reputation of her junior sister, Nangong Mingyue, and the life-bound curse within Lin Che. Chapter 31. The youth-preserving pill. Are you all right? Ji Ningxuang, who had intended to inform Lin Che of her enlightenment regarding the indestructible sword intent, discovered him in a desolate area outside the Sword God sect. However, the Lin Che before her was unlike any she had seen before. His body trembled uncontrollably, bloodshot eyes resembling those of a mindless beast. Upon seeing Ji Ningxuang, he lunged at her. Startled, she instinctively raised her hands to defend herself. Lin Che sank his teeth in her tender arm, fervently sucking her blood, a twisted sense of satisfaction manifesting on his face. Ji Ningxuang, overwhelmed by the searing pain radiating from her arm, instinctively cried out. The piercing scream momentarily restored some clarity to Lin Che's mind, but he paused, gazing at Ji Ningxuang, whose face had drained of color from his actions. If you're fine, let go. Ji Ningxuang gasped, struggling to maintain her composure as she looked at Lin Che, who showed no intention of releasing her arm. That I'm sorry. How did you end up here? Lin Che, regaining some composure, asked the question that had been on his mind. That I have comprehended the indestructible sword intent. What should I do next? Remove your mask. Those words. Ji Ningxuang froze, reluctant in her heart. Ever since Ji Luoyao had disfigured her, she had hidden her face behind a mask. She lacked the courage to confront her own reflection in the mirror, seeing only her own ugliness. Now, to be asked to remove her mask in front of a man felt overwhelmingly difficult. If you don't want to remove the mask, that's fine. Complete the remaining training on your own. There's no need to consult me. Seeing Ji Ningxuang's reluctance, Lin Che did not press the issue, leaving behind a single statement before preparing to leave. However, just as he turned to go, Ji Ningxuang's resolute voice echoed behind him. I am willing. That as Ji Ningxuang's words fell, she removed the bronze mask and flung it to the ground. Her legs weakened, causing her to kneel. Lin Che, however, showed no mercy. That he picked up a prepared copper mirror and placed it before Ji Ningxuang. The reflection revealed Ji Ningxuang with disheveled hair, her fair face marred by countless fine scars, displaying her disfigurement in all its grotesque reality. Are you satisfied now, or do you still not have enough to mock me? Ji Ningxuang had believed Lin Che intended to humiliate her when he made her remove the mask. Ever since Ji Luoyao had stolen her innate sword bone, she had endured similar humiliations countless times, becoming accustomed to it. She had hoped that Lin Che, by offering her martial techniques and assisting in her quest for vengeance, would prove to be different from others, only to discover he was of the same ilk. You have yet to dispel the demons that plague your heart. Hiding behind a mask merely signifies the psychological scars left by that person. If you fear her within, reality shall only be more brutal. To Ji Ningxuang's astonishment, she heard no mocking words about her appearance. The face is the secret to a woman's confidence. Have you considered that perhaps her destruction of your visage stemmed from jealousy? Furthermore, if you find no rare treasures, locating a single renowned beauty herb and refining it into a rejuvenating elixir could very well restore your former beauty. Lin Che's words caused Ji Ningxuang, who knelt with tear-stained cheeks, to instantly pivot, her beautiful eyes locking onto him fiercely. That is what you say true. You aren't deceiving me. Having endured too many deceptions, she could no longer discern the truth from falsehood. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? By the way, if you wish to survive, it would be prudent to forget everything that just transpired. The world knew of the fallen immortal curse. Yet the existence of the life root goo had not been made public by the Tai Holy Land. Thus, the number of those privy to this information remained scarce. They had been influenced by the life root goo within him, uncontrollably yearning to devour the essence of life. Ji Ningxuang nodded vigorously. That if you doubt my sincerity, I can swear a heavenly oath. She was astute, understanding the implications of Lin Che's words, yet she cared little for them. Her sole purpose was revenge. even if it meant sacrificing her own life to no need. I shall keep this mask. Lin Che retrieved the mask Ji Ning Shuang had discarded and donned it upon his own face. He then swaggered back toward the estate. The Ji Ning Shuang stared in a daze at Lin Che, wearing her mask until his figure faded from view, at which point she began to stomp her feet in frustration. Yet suddenly, she realized that the burden she felt regarding her appearance seemed to diminish. When will we refine the rejuvenating elixir? Ji Ning Shuang called out loudly, gazing at Lin Che's retreating silhouette. At the Tai Holy Land, atop Zixiao Peak, within the cave dwelling, Nangong Mingyue awoke, her complexion still appearing quite poor. What on earth happened, and how did you end up caught in the space rift? Senior Sister Mingyue, are you feeling any better? It's all my fault. If I had been more cautious, perhaps you wouldn't tee up beside her. Qin Wentian's eyes glistened with moisture. Junior brother, are you speaking the truth? Nangong Mingyue did not respond to the cold words, but instead questioned Qin Wentian, who sat on the bed. Senior sister, what do you mean? The Xianwang fruit. You said you ingested and refined the Xianwang fruit, gaining an impervious physique. Was that true? Nangong Mingyue's gaze sought an answer. This caused Qin Wentian to feel a surge of guilt that he had never refined the Xianwang fruit. The means to suppress the Yin poison stemmed solely from the blood-binding curse inscribed upon his arm, which had drawn forth the source blood from Lin Che's fallen immortal curse, fortuitously managing to suppress the Yin poison's outbreak. The Xianwang fruit had merely been a fabrication. Mingyue, what troubles you? It was Junior Brother's source blood that suppressed your Yin poison. Why is this happening? If Junior Brother has not refined the Xianwang fruit, then how can his source blood save you? What does this imply? Cold Ru Shuang, sensing the suspicion in Nangong Mingyue's tone, could not help but raise her voice. Qin Wentian, with a face full of remorse, replied, Sister Ru Shuang, it's nothing. I was originally picked up by our master from the foot of the mountain. My identity has always been questionable, that it is only natural for Sister Mingyue to harbor doubts, but I truly did refine the Xianwang fruit. That's so. But if that is the case, why would my Yin poison be ineffective against him? The tone of Qin Wentian prompted Nangong Mingyue to refrain from further inquiries. Yet if his words were indeed true, then what of Lin Che? How could Lin Che disregard her Yin poison? Could it be that there were two Xianwang fruits? Nangong Mingyue shook her head, dismissing the notion as unrealistic. One Xianwang fruit was already considered a great fortune. Having two appear simultaneously, especially both obtained by people from Zixiao Peak, seemed implausible. Mingyue, what exactly transpired in the space rift? Did that beast Lin Che do something heinous to you? Ever since Nangong Mingyue had awakened, Cold Ru Shuang had noticed something amiss in her words. Her fears had indeed manifested. Lin Che was truly a vile creature capable of such actions. Just as Cold Ru Shuang's mind raced with wild thoughts, Nangong Mingyue's next words brought her back to reality. It was Lin Che. He too refined the Xianwang fruit, rendering my Yin poison ineffective, and I was the one who was swept into the space rift. Nangong Mingyue's declaration left Cold Ru Shuang's mind momentarily blank. Lin Che had also ingested the Xianwang fruit. Since when had the Xianwang fruit become as common as cabbage on the street, accessible to anyone? Furthermore, could it be that Nangong Mingyue refrained from discussing certain matters due to their sensitive nature? Cold Ru Shuang pondered that if she were in Nangong Mingyue's shoes, she too would feel ashamed if subjected to Lin Che's lewd advances. Senior sister, has he also refined the Xianwang fruit? No wonder your Yin poison has no effect on him. Looking at Qin Wentian's innocent eyes, Nangong Mingyue couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Her junior brother genuinely cared for her. Yet she found herself doubting him based on a thief's words. Mingyue, as long as you are safe, that is what matters. That in a few days, it will be the ceremony for junior brother's ascension as the Holy Sun. And all the major holy lands will be in attendance, including us from Zixiao Peak. Cold Ru Shuang chose not to expose Nangong Mingyue's evasive response, but instead silently attributed all her grievances to Lin Che. Once Qin Wentian was officially recognized as the Holy Son of Tai Holy Land, she would ensure that Lin Che's name was erased from the Three Lives Steel, thereby severing all ties between Lin Che and the Tai Holy Land. With the power of the Holy Land at her disposal, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant to extinguish Lin Che's existence. Nangong Mingyue nodded, but suddenly her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not merely the outbreak of her Yin poison. Something within her dantian seemed to provoke her eyes to turn crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized Qin Wentian's arm and bit down hard. Mingyue, Senior Sister Mingyue? Cold Ru Shuang barely grasped what had transpired. Yet Qin Wentian was filled with rage. The Control Corp's goo had gone berserk at this moment, undoubtedly influenced by the life root goo within Lin Che. Curse it! This has ruined my plans. His intention for visiting the Sword God sect had been to awaken the dormant life root goo within Lin Che, intending to expose him before others, but now his plans had been jeopardized. With the Control Corp's goo within Nangong Mingyue erupting prematurely, it seemed he would have to hasten his agenda. As Nangong Mingyue bit down on Qin Wentian's arm. He felt all sensation fade from that limb. Mingyue, what has come over you? Cold Ru Shuang, witnessing Nangong Mingyue's loss of reason, hurriedly procured 3 silver needles, applying them to different acupuncture points on Nangong Mingyue's body. The 3 major points, now sealed by the needles, halted the flow of spiritual energy, causing Nangong Mingyue's face to drain of color as she gradually regained clarity. Upon realizing she had left a neat row of bite marks on junior brother Qin Wentian's arm, she instinctively buried her hands in her hair. What would have happened to me? Senior sister, junior brother, this was not my intention. You must believe me. I don't know why I acted this way. In that moment, despair and helplessness filled Nangong Mingyue's gaze, and she curled up in a corner, softly sobbing. Cold Ru Shuang, well versed in the medicinal arts, immediately discerned the underlying issue. Drawing a sharp breath, she exclaimed, "It is a goo. You've been cursed." The moment those words left her lips, a name surfaced in Nangong Mingyue's mind. Lin Chit must be him. There was no doubt he had schemed to usurp her cultivation. Simultaneously, Cold Ru Shuang found herself recalling the same name. Mingyue, though this involves your privacy, I must inquire. What transpired between you and Lin Che after you entered the space rift? Upon hearing this, Nangong Mingyue's body trembled violently. Was her senior sister suspecting her of having an affair with that loathsome creature? Sister, I have entered the spatial rift, and I am utterly alone. Even the goo within me, I do not know when it was planted. You must believe me, sister. How could I possibly conspire with such a person? Before Nangong Mingyue could finish her words, Lung Ru Shuang produced the yin-yang mirror, which unveiled the preserved images before her without reservation. In the final moments of the projection, she beheld a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Che, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, plunging her into darkness as she fainted. Outside the Sword God sect, within the estate, the relationship between Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yun had thawed over the past few days. They even exchanged a few words on topics beyond their cultivation. Elder Lin, here are the 3-leaf sword grass and the Dingyin grass you requested. Some additional spiritual herbs are en route. That a gray-clad elder delivered the required herbs to Lin Che before taking his leave. Master, it has nearly been a week. When will you teach me swordsmanship? Since witnessing Lin Che's prowess in battle, Xiansha had been incessantly pestering him for lessons. Did I not mention it? She is your training partner. Once you can withstand 10 strikes from her with this iron sword, you may progress to the next stage. Lin Che, lacking any martial arts to teach Xiansha, handed him an ordinary iron sword and proceeded to the alchemy hall with the newly acquired herbs. Master, where are you headed? Do you require a bodyguard? I am suited to be your protector. As Lin Che prepared to leave, Xiansha hurriedly tugged at his sleeve to TO the alchemy hall. Lead the way. You all follow along and learn a thing or two at this time. Lin Che intended to use the Dingyin grass to concoct a beauty-restoring pill for Ji Ningxuang to regain her appearance. Xiansha's earlier remarks reminded him that he could not freely utilize his cultivation at present. A loyal bodyguard was indispensable. If Ji Ningxuang could swiftly restore her own cultivation, he would find things significantly easier. No longer needing to handle every matter personally at your command, Master. Xiansha flattered him profusely before strutting behind Lin Chh. By the way, Master, do you also know alchemy? I have never heard you mention it before. Along the way, Xiansha, like a curious child, asked incessantly about various topics. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the alchemy hall. The strength of a sect is primarily assessed by its leader and subsequently by its alchemists. The higher the rank of the alchemist, the greater the sect's strength. As cultivators at a certain level require pills to aid their training, at this juncture, a powerful alchemist significantly determines the overall strength of the sect's disciples. The Sword God sect, positioned between 2nd and 3rd tier forces, had its highest ranked alchemist as the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall, a 5th tier alchemist. Inside the hall, disciples quickly recognized Lin Che and his companions from a distance and informed the hall master, Jiang Chun, of their arrival. Oh, Elder Lin, what brings him here? I was unaware he possessed any talent for alchemy. Chapter 33. The Gu Curse Sister. This is the situation at TZ Xiao Peak. Within Nangong Mingyue's cave, Lung Rushuang disclosed the truth to her senior sister, Ji Luoyao. Upon hearing, Ji Luoyao's fists clenched tightly, creaking with rage. She wished to strike Lin Che dead on the spot for planting a Gu curse on those close to them without their knowledge. How despicable! Can this Gu be extracted? Ji Luoyao inquired, voicing her greatest concern that as long as the Gu can be extracted, it would serve as the most compelling evidence, and Lin Che would undoubtedly face condemnation from numerous forces in the Great Wilderness, becoming a historical pariah of the Tai sacred land. Lung Rushuang shook her head. The Gu has taken root in the Dantian, and from what I understand, it has been planted for quite some time. Attempting to remove it may jeopardize Mingyue's cultivation, and she might not survive. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao nearly ground her teeth to dust, the veins on her forehead bulging. She appeared on the verge of exploding. Why? How could that person be so vile? Ever since our master passed, it has been us sisters who raised him. The trial grounds, with the fall of the immortal curse, was one thing, but he even framed our junior brother. When Nangong Mingyue's nether-poisoned body flared up, they did not come to her aid. They had never been this enraged. Now he would go so far as to utilize the corpse-controlling Gu to seize our sister's cultivation. What kind of twisted mindset does he possess? Deranged? No, that barely scratches the surface. Is it possible to estimate the approximate time frame? Furthermore, will the extraction of the Gu from Mingyue's body not only damage her cultivation, but also threaten her life? Yes, sister. This corpse-controlling Gu has already taken root in Mingyue's Dantian, and, over time, has consumed much of it, that if we attempt to remove it suddenly, it is likely that Mingyue would perish along with the disappearance of the Gu. Before Lung Rushuang could reply, Qin Wentian interjected. The most crucial factor is that the corpse-controlling Gu has yet to fully mature. It cannot currently bear Nangong Mingyue's poison, that if we attempt to remove it now, it would be a wasted effort, which is not the outcome I desire. After hearing Qin Wentian's response, Lung Rushuang appeared momentarily stunned, for she had not delved deeply into the study of Gu. Her initial response had been somewhat ambiguous, but after Qin Wentian's clarification, she felt a sense of enlightenment. Junior brother, I did not expect you to have such knowledge of Gu. Lung Rushuang was pleasantly surprised. Qin Wentian, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, explaining that he had only gleaned fragments from ancient texts that his senior brother had burned. It hardly counted as anything significant. Meanwhile, Ji Luoyao's expression grew colder. She had not anticipated Lin Che to be so deeply concealed. His actions were meticulous, but thanks to her diligent junior brother, who had not overlooked even the fragments, she feared she might have made an irretrievable decision. With this thought, her disdain for Lin Che escalated to hatred. Observing Ji Luoyao's face shift from green to white, Lung Rushuang softly inquired, Sister, what should we do next? We must find a way to substantiate this matter and inform the Holy Master to announce it to the Great Wilderness. I want to see which forces would dare to harbor him once this news breaks. As for Mingyue, you and the junior brother will take turns guarding her. Notify me the moment she awakens. Before departing, Ji Luoyao cast a glance at Nangong Mingyue, lying pale on the bed. Both Lung Rushuang and Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. The Sword God sect, within the alchemy hall, Jiangchen inquired. Elder Lin, what grade of pills do you intend to concoct? My subordinates are all elite alchemists. Previously, due to Lin Che's status, he had been somewhat overshadowed, but now he finally had an opportunity to reclaim some standing, particularly in what he believed to be his area of expertise. Lin Che smirked slightly, a 6-tier beauty-restoring pill. Upon hearing this, even the alchemists nearby, eager to showcase their talents, felt their hearts leap in their chests. Jiang Chun, the hall master, instinctively thought he must have misheard. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he asked again, Elder Lin, what rank of pills do you wish to concoct? Hey, old Jiang, are you hard of hearing? My master said he wants to refine a 6-tier beauty-restoring pill. Before Lin Che spoke, Xian Sha, standing beside him, answered with an air of importance, as if it were he who would concoct the 6-tier pill. Buzz! The surrounding disciples erupted into a flurry of astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? Someone wishes to concoct a 6-tier pill. I believe the hall master only recently broke through to 5th-tier alchemist. right? Yes, the last time the Hall Master opened the furnace, he refined a 5th-tier Dragon Power pill that s. Oh, what is this about refining 6th-tier pills in the Alchemy Hall? Some of the disciples, still in their apprentice stages, had begun to grasp the challenges of alchemy. Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuang, who had been trailing Lin Che at a distance, felt an inexplicable stir upon hearing the term beauty-restoring pill, although she had removed her mask and dared to confront her true self. Deep down, she still resisted the peculiar gazes of those around her. Besides, what woman does not cherish beauty? She was simply astonished that the beauty-restoring pill was actually a 6th-tier concoction, leading her to question whether Lin Che could truly refine such a pill. After spending these days together, she had not observed any signs of alchemical talent in him. Huayani, too, felt the weight of the gazes directed at them, gripping Lin Che's sleeve with a bit more force. Elder Lin, you aren't joking, right? Refining a 6th-tier pill. Is there a problem? Lin Che responded to the crowd's skepticism with an unperturbed expression. The highest-ranked alchemist in our hall is merely a 5th-tier alchemist. If Elder Lin truly intends to refine a 6th-tier pill, you must undertake the task yourself. The Alchemy Hall cannot assist. Jiang Chen shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Perhaps he believed Lin Che had yet to fully acclimate to leaving the Tai sacred land. For a sect of that caliber, 6th-tier pills were undoubtedly commonplace. But for the Sword God sect, 5th tier was already the limit. Fear not. I simply require the use of the alchemy furnace that Hall Master Jiang typically employs. No further assistance is necessary. As Jiang Chen spoke, he could distinctly sense the calm confidence radiating from Lin Che, emanating from within. That a thought arose in his mind, one that even he found hard to believe. Could it be that Lin Che truly possessed the ability to concoct elixirs? After a considerable moment, Jiang Chun regained his composure and said, "Please, follow me." Lin Che nodded and followed suit. Meanwhile, the group behind him, led by Xian Sha, hesitated, contemplating whether to accompany them. At that moment, a voice called out, "Let us follow. It will broaden our horizons." Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yuyi exchanged glances, then resolutely trailed Lin Che. Hearing this, Xian Sha was the first to rush ahead, exclaiming, "Oh ho! Alchemy! Alchemy!" Chapter 34. The bottleneck was too impatient. Before the Three Lives Monument, Ji Luo Yao found herself unable to dispel the characters inscribed by Lin Che years ago, despite her years of cultivating the boundless sword body. Logically, having achieved a qualitative leap in both swordsmanship and soul power during these years, why was she unable to erase even a portion of the strokes? It seemed she had inadvertently touched upon a barrier, what one might call a bottleneck on the path of cultivation. Her swordsmanship had stagnated for an unknown period, and her soul power had ceased to grow. I refuse to believe this. Ji Luo Yao attempted once more to invoke her soul power, pushing it to its utmost limit, her body enveloped in a divine radiance. A sword mark appeared upon her brow, within which a small figure sat cross-legged. A domineering surge of soul power crashed against the Three Lives Monument. In that instant, it felt as if something had rebounded. The soul power meant to erase Lin Che's inscriptions ricocheted back onto Ji Luo Yao. The small figure within the sword mark on her brow showed signs of cracking, revealing faint indications of breaking apart. Simultaneously, her expression contorted in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock in her attempt to erase Lin Che's name from the Three Lives Monument. She had seemingly unwittingly trespassed upon a certain taboo. Within her chest, 2 radiant sword bones, adorned with sword runes, felt suppressed by an inexplicable force, unable to unleash their might. What means had Lin Che employed to engrave them? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Ji Luo Yao coughed up another mouthful of warm blood. She tried to muster the strength to rise, only to falter again due to the strain of her injuries, collapsing to the ground. Bloodstains marred her silver teeth, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Holy maiden, are you all right?" An elderly man, simply dressed and frail, approached Ji Luo Yao with a cane, his tone respectful. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am merely an old servant named Ji, tasked by the previous holy masters to guard the Three Lives Monument," he replied, his voice tinged with weariness. "What special significance does the name on the monument hold, and why can Lin Che's name not be erased?" After hearing his introduction, Ji Luo Yao posed her question. "Those who can leave their names upon the monument are exceptional prodigies capable of bearing the fortunes of the sacred land. Lin Che, the saint's son, inscribed his name there at the tender age of 9. drawing the attention of the spirit within the monument and forming a pact with it. Hence, unless the spirit consents, no one can erase it by brute force. Otherwise, they will face a backlash. Ji elucidated for Ji Luo Yao. However, upon learning that Lin Che was able to inscribe his name at 9, Ji Luo Yao felt a pang of discomfort. After all, she had only managed to leave her mark at the age of 19. Did this not imply that Lin Che's cultivation at 9 had already matched her own at 19? Yet, Lin Che had always appeared to display only slightly superior talent in her presence. Could it be that he had been hiding his true abilities, having 2 innate sword bones? She had always believed there was no one among her peers who could surpass her. Lin Che was merely marginally more insightful. Otherwise, he was nothing remarkable. What kind of pact did he forge? What level of power must I attain to gain the spirit's recognition, to achieve unity of man and sword, wherein I am the sword? And the sword is me, Ji replied. The pinnacle of swordsmanship lies in the unity of man and sword. At this revelation, Ji Luo Yao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. She suddenly recalled a phrase Lin Che had once uttered to her. You rely too heavily on your innate sword bones. Your swordsmanship has flaws, but if you cannot let go of your sword bones, you will inevitably struggle to attain true mastery of the sword path. At the time, she had dismissed his words, but years had elapsed. And she still found herself stuck at the spirit realm of swordsmanship, unable to even grasp the profound truths of the sword. Could it be that he wished to destroy her? The innate sword bones were coveted by countless sword cultivators. Possessing sword bone runes was akin to gaining an advantage in comprehending sword intent, that I am the path of swordsmanship. Being a step ahead meant being ahead in every subsequent step. The thought of Lin Che planting a curse within Nan Gongming only solidified her conviction that he sought her downfall. Thank you for your enlightenment, esteemed elder. I take my leave. Ji Luo Yao, bearing her grievous wounds, departed from the Three Lives Monument. Soon after, the 2 companions guarding Nan Gongming witnessed Ji Luo Yao, burdened beyond her limits, collapse at the entrance. Sister, they called out in unison. Lying in bed, Nan Gongming found herself trapped in an endless cycle of dreams, returning to her childhood, alone and helpless, silently enduring the torment of the dark poison. Time and again, she brushed against death until she encountered Lin Che, who ventured into forbidden grounds to seek divine materials for her. Yet, during these moments, the image of Lin Che's figure, reflected in the yin-yang mirror, and the cold, indifferent words of Lung Ru Shuang echoed in her mind, as if sealing her fate. You have been cursed. You too shall become a despised curse cultivator in the great wilderness. Expelled from the Tai East sacred land, becoming the next Lin Che. The mere thought of this made her reluctant to awaken. Sister Ru Shuang, the elder sister, is gravely injured, and we must tend to her first. They supported Ji Luo Yao to the cold jade bed where she could meditate and began to channel their spiritual energy to heal her. After half an hour, Ji Luo Yao gradually regained consciousness, though the backlash on her soul had profoundly shaken her divine essence. Where am I, sister? You have awakened. Are you feeling better? Who did this to you? They inquired, knowing full well that Ji Luo Yao, at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm and ranked 9th on the Great Wilderness Qingyun list, had few rivals among her peers. That it was unimaginable that she had sustained such severe injuries. I am fine. It was my own doing. Has Mingyu not awakened yet? There are matters I wish to inquire of her. Ji Luo Yao's voice remained weak. Injuries to the soul were often far more challenging to heal than those of the body. Moreover, if lingering issues were left unaddressed, they could manifest as significant problems when attempting to ascend to higher realms in the future. Alas, the curse within Mingyu has settled down, yet she remains unresponsive. I am at a loss for the reason. Lung Ru Shuang could treat physical ailments but was unable to address deeper psychological wounds. This was her first encounter with such a condition in Nan Gongming. Thank you for your efforts, junior sister. By the way, the ceremony to confer the title of Holy Son upon the junior brother will be held soon. Have you informed Ruo Li and Qing Qing? At Zhixiao Peak, there were 7 individuals, including Lin Che. Now, Qin Wen Tian was about to be conferred as a quasi-holy son, and the other 2, who were traveling abroad, should also return. Yes, I have sent word to them. Ruo Li's eye technique has reached great mastery and can discern the hearts of others. Perhaps when she returns, she will be able to heal Mingyu. Lung Ru Shuang recalled something and stated, The Burning Heaven Divine I has reached full mastery. It seems this year's Qingyun list will witness considerable changes. Chapter 35. The completion of the elixir in the alchemy hall within a spacious alchemical chamber. A multitude of alchemists had gathered, ranging from novice alchemists to those of the third and fourth ranks. They had come from far and wide, eager to witness the saint son of the Tai Yi sacred land concocting elixirs. According to rumors, Lin Che excelled in swordsmanship, medicine, and poison, yet there had been no mention of his proficiency in alchemy. Their motives were twofold: to verify the truth of the rumors and to witness Lin Che as potential embarrassment. This alchemical chamber belonged to Jiang Chun, the hall master of the alchemical guild. Contrary to their expectations, Lin Che did not hastily ignite the furnace to begin crafting elixirs. Rather, he first caressed the alchemical cauldron to ensure its quality, preventing it from exploding under the pressure of the alchemical flames. Only then did he commence the preparation of the ingredients for the youth-preserving elixir, besides the core ingredient, the rejuvenating herb. 3 additional medicinal components were required before he began the process. Onlookers were primarily those with varying degrees of alchemical experience, and thus could be regarded as alchemists as they observed Lin Che meticulously inspecting everything. Their anticipation for him grew. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to concoct elixirs? It appeared he was not merely putting on a facade. The flames emanating from his palm were genuine. He seemed to possess considerable skill. However, to assert that he could concoct 6th-grade elixirs seemed somewhat fantastical. "Let us wait and see," they murmured. Some individuals have already come to accept the identity of Lin Che as an alchemist. Yet they remain reluctant to believe that he can concoct a 6th-grade elixir. The 3 companions of Lin Che, standing anxiously behind him, were so tense that their palms were sweating, for in their eyes, Lin Che was already formidable enough. However, alchemy differs fundamentally from cultivation. It demands an immense expenditure of energy, the accumulation of experience, and a vast wealth of spiritual stones that it can be said that alchemists are the most financially burdensome profession among all. Should one achieve success, the rewards are considerable, and the status of an alchemist holds significant prestige within the cultivation community that a 6th-grade alchemist would be treated with utmost respect, even by the leaders of first-rate factions. Should a 7th-grade alchemist emerge, major sanctuaries would undoubtedly extend olive branches. Yet, at that moment, Lin Che remained utterly unaffected by the outside world, wholly absorbed in his alchemical endeavors. His mastery over the alchemical fire and the precise ratios of medicinal materials were executed flawlessly. Ultimately, after half an hour, the onlookers were first greeted by an enchanting fragrance of the elixir, followed by a thunderous crack that jolted them back to reality. Thunder of the elixir? Could it be that this elixir is not merely 6th grade? Foolish mortals, if even the thunder of elixirs has been summoned, it is certainly not an ordinary 6th grade concoction. "Everyone, quickly take cover," someone from the crowd shouted in alarm. Shortly thereafter, another bolt of elixir thunder struck down. The protective formations set up in the alchemy hall to prevent disruption to the alchemists were shattered into irreparable fragments that moment. The rejuvenating elixir within the cauldron burst forth, soaring into the heavens, yearning to transform into spirit. Good gracious, my master is actually a master alchemist. This is a treasure for our sword god sect, a 7th-grade alchemist. Am I dreaming? In my lifetime, I have encountered such a young master alchemist. Jiang Chen's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, his eyes wide with disbelief. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Che seized the nearby Xian Sha, executing a swift motion to hurl him away. "Bring back the elixir, or do not return at all." Lin Che's next words sent shivers down the spines of those unfamiliar with him, as they silently mourned for Xian Sha. After all, Xian Sha had a modest reputation within the sword god sect, possessing formidable talent in the sword arts. Yet, that was the thunder of the elixir. Who among the uninitiated, apart from those skilled in lightning and physical cultivation, would dare to withstand such power? "Che, will Xian Sha be all right?" She had heard Xian Sha's anguished cry when he was thrown, and she could roughly guess what had transpired. Jing Ningxuang, who had maintained a certain distance from Lin Che, secretly felt fortunate at this moment. Though her lips twitched slightly, the flung Xian Sha was caught off guard. "Master, I'm scared." As the elixir thunder drew nearer, Xian Sha's face turned pale. Who would have thought his master would betray him so? In truth, everyone had misunderstood Lin Che. including the leader of the Sword God sect, who was unaware that Xianxia harbored 9 sealed sword energies within him. The condition to unlock these seals was precisely the elixir thunder or other external pressures. And the attributes of these 9 sword energies were of the lightning variety. Boom! Xianxia was struck before he could muster any defense, his body paralyzed, consciousness fading as he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. This Xianxia is the beloved disciple of the esteemed Dugu. This is the end. Look, it's a 6th grade elixir. What's 6th grade? After being baptized by the elixir thunder, it has ascended to 7th grade. The commotion in the alchemy hall naturally attracted attention from the main hall. Within the great hall of the Sword God sect, the leader remarked, "The Holy Sun Lin has moved to the alchemy hall, attracting elixir thunder." Oh, it was him, that I was wondering how Elder Jiang had only just broken through to 5th grade last year. Let us go take a look. Some third-rate factions not far from the Sword God sect also sensed a potent aura of thunder. Above the alchemy hall, Lin Che held the rejuvenating elixir. Observing the 3 intricate patterns adorning its surface, a flicker of delight crossing his visage. Logically, the rejuvenating elixir was indeed merely a 6th grade concoction, insufficient to summon elixir thunder. However, the one in his hand could no longer be classified as 6th grade but rather as 7th grade. Moreover, a rejuvenating elixir adorned with 3 patterns, even within the realm of 7th grade elixirs, would be considered of superior quality. Lin Che supported the charged Xianxia, preparing to step outside when a voice called out from the entrance. "Holy Sun, your unparalleled talent is astonishing. I did not expect you to excel not only in cultivation but also in alchemy." Although Xiao Ming's words bore a hint of flattery, they were nonetheless the truth. In the entire Great Wilderness domain, Lin Che was indeed one of a kind. Initially hesitant to approach Lin Che due to the Taiji Holy Land, he now sought to gamble for the future of the Sword God sect. "Leader, that was but a jest. By the way, have you given any thought to the Dragon's Eye?" Lin Che's initial purpose for visiting the Sword God sect was to procure a Dragon's Eye for Hua Yui. His display of alchemical prowess, aside from crafting the rejuvenating elixir, was also a means of showcasing his value to Xiao Ming. The recent alchemy had even caused him to feel the influence of the fallen immortal curse, reminding him that time was of the essence. A trivial matter. If the Holy Sun desires it, I shall send someone to fetch it immediately. Thank you, leader. I am rather fatigued from today's alchemy. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Lin Che hurriedly departed the alchemy hall with Hua Yui and the others, fearing that lingering might lead Xiao Ming and the others to notice his peculiar condition. Very well. Xiao Ming merely uttered a single word of agreement before dispatching someone to procure the Dragon's Eye. Earlier, he had conferred with the Council of Elders, concluding that if a single Dragon's Eye could win Lin Che's favor, it would be an undeniable profit. The displays Lin Che had shown thus far had far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 36. Turmoil. At this juncture, the disciples of the Alchemy Hall were still in a daze, as if everything they had experienced that day were merely a dream. The following day, at the entrance of Lin Che's residence, a figure was seen kneeling. "You say yesterday's Elder Jiang is now kneeling at the door?" Upon hearing Ji Ningxuang's words, Lin Che quickly understood the implications. "Let us not concern ourselves with him. Take this elixir." After last night's adjustments, Lin Che had regained his composure and presented the 7th grade rejuvenating elixir to Ji Ningxuang. As she accepted the elixir, Ji Ningxuang felt as though everything happening around her was surreal. It is worth noting that she had her innate sword bones extracted, her cultivation obliterated, and her appearance ruined. Enduring this plight for 5 long years. During those 5 years, she had teetered on the brink of mental collapse, feigning madness to protect herself, merely surviving through such means. She had believed this would be her lifelong fate. For her enemy was far too powerful enough to instill despair within her. The most formidable forces of the Great Wilderness domain wielded boundless resources. Even a pig could soar to great heights, let alone her enemy, who possessed 2 of her sword bones and the limitless sword physique, with a talent for sword arts that echoed through the ages. Each aspect plunged her deeper into despair. Yet, just when she contemplated surrender, Lin Che's appearance and the technique within her sea of consciousness ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Now, cradling a 7th grade elixir, one only the sacred lands were qualified to produce, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears cascading down her cheeks. Plop! She knelt before Lin Che, for it was he who had granted her all of this. including the hope of vengeance. There is no need for such reverence. I have said it before. I do not assist you without reason. Now quickly consume the rejuvenating elixir. Keeping a 7th grade elixir on your person could incite envy. Human hearts are treacherous, especially in a sect like this. Upon hearing this, Jining Shuang felt somewhat relieved. After swallowing the elixir, she gazed into a bronze mirror and witnessed her face beginning to shed its skin. Ultimately, the reflection in the mirror revealed a fair and delicate countenance, her skin as supple as that of an infant. Overwhelmed with joy, Jining Shuang gently caressed her newly revitalized skin, unable to conceal her excitement. Thank you. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, regardless of Lin Che's motives. He had always helped her. Remember, restoring your appearance is to dispel your inner demons. Seeking vengeance requires more than just a beautiful facade. With these words, Lin Che exited the room. Elder Jiang, what are you doing? I beseech the Holy Sun to accept this old man as a disciple. Otherwise, I shall remain kneeling here. After a night of deep contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to cast aside his dignity as the Hall Master and his identity as a 5th-grade alchemist, seeking to learn the art of alchemy from Lin Che. Master-disciple, there is no need for such formalities. If Elder Jiang is interested in the art of alchemy, we may engage in a mutual exchange of insights. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. But then his heart surged with joy. Holy Sun, are you truly serious? Elder Jiang, I have already stated that I am no longer the Holy Sun of the Taiji sacred land. You may simply call me Lin Che. Is it not merely the art of alchemy? If there are any uncertainties, feel free to voice them. Lin Che exhibited no airs of superiority. Rather, he was humble and kind. Such a person perplexed Jiang Chen as to why he was treated so favorably by the sacred lands. Then I shall not be polite. Jiang Chen was utterly captivated by the art of alchemy. Although his innate talent for the craft was limited, it did not diminish his fervent passion for it. Enchanted by the prospect of mastering higher-level alchemical techniques, he found himself restless after witnessing Lin Che's extraordinary skills firsthand. Thus, at the crack of dawn, he rushed to Lin Che's doorstep, imploring him to impart his knowledge of alchemy. The two engaged in spirited discussions for half the day, and it was not until the afternoon that Jiang Chen departed, brimming with newfound understanding. On that day, the Sword God sect was abuzz with excitement. They had anticipated that Lin Che would offer various excuses to decline, but to their astonishment, he not only refrained from adopting an air of superiority befitting a saintly figure, but also showed consideration for Jiang Chen's feelings. This was a stark contrast to their preconceived notions of the so-called prodigy. That as night fell, Xian Sha, struck by lightning the previous day, began to regain his vigor. You too, come to the back mountain at once. The lightning had unsealed 2 of the sword qi within Xian Sha's body, while Jining Shuang, having dispelled her inner demons, experienced rapid advancement in her swordsmanship that was likely due to the innate sword bones that had once resided within her, leaving behind remnants of sword-intent runes. Thus, starting anew, her foundation was far superior to that of an ordinary practitioner. Luo Lin Che intended for her to pursue a path of swordsmanship that transcended those 2 bones. Aiming instead for the indomitable sword body, Ji Luo Yao had claimed the sword bones from Jining Shuang, and they were flawlessly connected, complemented by Ji Luo Yao's possession of the Wujin sword body. Should she tread the same path, Jining Shuang would undoubtedly face defeat. Only by honing the indomitable sword body could she hope to overpower her rival. Master, are you finally ready to begin my training? Xian Sha exclaimed, bring it on. I am prepared to weather any storm. Unfazed by the previous day's events, Xian Sha bore no grudge against Lin Che. Rather, he felt an odd sense of empowerment, as if the sword qi within him had grown stronger since the lightning strike. Jining Shuang realized this as well in recent days. As she comprehended the indomitable sword intent, she simultaneously grasped the sword intent residue left by the 2 bones. Despite her initial cultivation being at the foundational stage, she surpassed the typical practitioners of the origin realm. Lin Che said little. Upon reaching the back mountain, he set up a formation that allowed the 2 to spar. Master, fighting her presents no challenge. And besides, I do not strike women. As soon as he finished speaking, Jining Shuang dashed forward and knocked Xian Sha over with a swift kick. She is at the first level of the foundational realm. When did this happen? Xian Sha stammered, having heard tales of Ji Ning Shuang's exploits, believing her cultivation to be utterly depleted. When did she regain her foundational cultivation? Could it be due to that 7th grade elixir? Seemingly struck by inspiration, he gripped his iron sword tightly, fixing his gaze on the formidable Ji Ning Shuang, wary not to underestimate her. Noticing this, Lin Che leisurely rested his hands behind his head and strolled away. In the Tai sacred land, the Holy Master inquired, I heard that a master alchemist has emerged from the Sword God sect. Should we consider recruiting him? The Sword God sect was considered an affiliated sect of the Tai sacred land, and every whisper of activity fell under their scrutiny. What grade? Ziyu asked, nonchalantly, that we already have no less than 10 master alchemists in our sacred land. 7th grade. Has he just entered the ranks of master alchemists? Go ask him if he is willing to join. If he declines, you may handle it as you see fit, that a middle-aged man reported recent events from the Sword God sect to Ziyu. The master alchemist is none other than the Holy Sun. Oh no, Lin Shixiao. After a moment's reflection, the man divulged the specifics to Ziyu. That Lin Shixiao. Upon hearing Lin Che's name, Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Che has alchemical talent. 7th grade master alchemist? When did this occur? How come I was unaware? She was slightly astonished. Are you certain he concocted a 7th grade beauty elixir? Upon hearing the term beauty elixir, Ziyu's eyes sparkled. No woman would ever feel they were too beautiful, especially someone like her who had cultivated for over a millennium, requiring meticulous care for her skin. Indeed, it is said to have been concocted for a woman. Investigate the identity of this woman. Furthermore, approach him with kindness and tact. Under no circumstances should you act rashly. The young man responds better to gentleness than force. Chapter 37. The Ungrateful Wolf Senior Sister. Regarding your injury, it would be prudent to request the sect's master alchemist to concoct a soul-condensing pill. Otherwise, prolonging this could lead to significant complications. Cold Ru Shuang, being a 5th grade medical saint, possessed enough discernment to recognize that Ji Luo Yao needed a 7th grade soul-condensing pill to eliminate the latent dangers within her. Hearing this, Ji Luo Yao immediately shook her head. The ingredients for the soul-condensing pill were hard to come by, as anything related to the soul was deemed a treasure. Even within the Tai sacred land, it was unrealistic to expect to find it in a short time frame. Senior sister, I recall that Shi Xiang once concocted a soul-calming pill, which should be. While speaking, Qin Wentian rose and headed to his residence, the very place Lin Che had once occupied, rummaging through everything yet finding nothing. Seeing Qin Wentian rush in and out, Ji Luo Yao couldn't help but ask, little junior brother, where have you been? Senior sister, I remember that Shi Xiang once concocted a soul-calming pill, but it seems he took it with him. Little junior brother, why do you still hold hope for that scoundrel? He has caused such harm to our 3rd senior sister. As she spoke, Cold Ru Shuang cast a sidelong glance at the still unconscious Nangong Mingyue, lying on the bed. Upon hearing Lin Che's name, her expression turned frigid as steel to Ji Luo Yao, however, felt a twinge of regret. Regardless of its grade or efficacy, the soul-calming pill surpassed the soul-condensing pill. And if she could acquire one, her soul injury from the 3 life steal would heal swiftly. Moreover, what alchemical talent could he possibly possess? Even if he understood a modicum of alchemy, it was all taught to him by Qing Cheng. The soul-calming pill you saw was likely concocted by Qing Cheng out of concern for his excessive consumption of soul power during alchemical processes. Cold Ru Shuang spoke, as if she were well acquainted with Lin Che, addressing Qin Wentian. Unbeknownst to her, not only did Lin Che possess exceptional alchemical skills, but he had also personally gathered the ingredients for the soul-calming pill from the secret realms. However, on my way to seek the soul-calming pill, I overheard a fellow disciple mention that Shi Xiang had concocted a 7th grade beauty elixir at the Sword God sect, leading me to deduce that the soul-calming pill I previously encountered must also have been crafted by him. Qin Wentian shrugged innocently, revealing the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Luo Yao furrowed her brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. However, considering her junior sister, Imo Qing Cheng, was an 8th grade master alchemist, it was reasonable for Lin Che to be a 7th grade as well. 7th grade. The beauty elixir is only a 6th grade pill. ISNT it. Moreover, does he believe that by concocting a beauty elixir, we will reconsider and welcome him back? How laughable. Cold Ru Shuang, as a medical saint. possessed extensive knowledge of elixirs. Thus, when Qin Wentian claimed Lin Shay had concocted a 7th-grade beauty elixir, she found it somewhat contradictory that I heard from the man earlier that Shi Xiang attracted the Dan Lei. And recently, some members of the Alchemist Guild have been extending invitations to him. That treacherous fellow likely lacks the support of the Sacred Land-S resources and is now financially strained. Cold Ru Shuang continued to deride him, eye in her eyes. Lin Shay was precisely such a person. Senior sister, I wish to give it a try, regardless of whether that soul-calming pill is still in Shi Xiang's possession. For Qin Wentian, acquiring the soul-calming pill had become imperative. Otherwise, if Ji Luo Yao suffered further soul backlash, it would jeopardize her future path in swordsmanship, but he needed her to have a flawless sword path. Stop! You cannot go. Have you forgotten how your senior sister ended up in this state because of him? Just as Qin Wentian lifted his foot to leave, he was admonished by Ji Luo Yao. But senior sister, your injury, it's of no consequence. Your 5th senior sister will return within 3 days that I in the meantime endeavor to gather the necessary ingredients for the soul condensing pill, so she can concoct it. There is no need to seek that scoundrel. Ultimately, Qin Wentian nodded. Over the course of 3 days, he dispatched others to procure the ingredients, yet still lacked the primary herb, the soul-condensing grass that Mo Qing also encountered an urgent matter along the way, delaying her journey. Thus, he gazed towards the Sword God sect, as if resolved to undertake a certain course of action. However, all of his maneuvers were closely observed by Ji Luo Yao, the Sword God sect. Outside the main sect, Lin Shay's residence had recently been inundated with visits from prominent figures. Even the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild personally approached Lin Shay, inviting him to join their ranks. The Alchemist Guild was an assembly formed by a group of alchemists from the Great Wilderness Domain, exclusively accepting alchemists while also scouting for those with potential within the domain. They enjoyed great respect, admiration, and protection from various forces throughout the Great Wilderness. That it can be said that joining the guild would mean that a promising alchemist would be personally nurtured by the guild leader. In their eyes, Lin Shay exhibited immense potential. Within the vast Sword God Sect's alchemy hall, of the more than 300 alchemists, only the hall master, Jiang Chun, had ever joined the guild, and even then, he was merely an ordinary member. Due to Jiang Chen's age and talent, his potential was deemed limited. In stark contrast, Lin Shay, a master alchemist under 20 years of age, demonstrated extraordinary promise, whether it pertained to alchemy, swordsmanship, or cultivation. Talent was paramount, and the younger one was the faster they could cultivate. In their view, if Lin Shay were to put in just a bit more effort, he could ascend to a higher level within just a few years. I will carefully consider your words, Old Wang, and I shall provide you with a response in due course. As Lin Shay bid farewell to the departing group, he uttered a statement devoid of any pretense of genius. He had no desire to join the Alchemist Guild, nor did he possess the luxury of time to squander on alchemy. Having endured the effects of the fallen immortal curse, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Dan condensation realm. The pursuit of alchemy was not the life he yearned for. He sought only to live freely and joyfully in the time that remained to him. Master, a man claiming to be your junior brother has come to visit. Would you like to meet him? Junior brother. Upon hearing Xian Sha's words, Lin Shay's mind immediately conjured the distasteful visage of Qin Wentian. The Dio not let him in. With that, Lin Shay dismissed the matter with finality. Senior brother, how could you be so unwelcoming? Your junior brother has come bearing gifts. That a man clad in a dark blue robe pushed open the gate to the courtyard and spoke enthusiastically. Is that so? If the gift is delivered, can you leave? Lin Shay accepted the spatial ring Qin Wentian offered and casually tossed it to the ground, instructing Xian Sha to see the guest out. Is this how you treat your junior brother? I am thoroughly disappointed. That I had thought that after this period of tempering, you would have mellowed, but it seems you have only grown more obstinate. Do you even comprehend the extent of the harm you have caused Mingyue? And now, your junior brother brings you gifts. A striking woman, clad in white and untouched by dust, spoke with a tone that inspired no warmth, admonishing Lin Shay as if he were a child. With his eyes closed, Lin Shay recognized her instantly. Ji Luo Yao, once his most revered senior sister. Are you finished? Lin Shay, is this truly the attitude with which you address me? My sisters and I have wasted our efforts on you. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf raised on kindness. Seeing Lin Shay's demeanor, Ji Liao's frustration surged. Chapter 38. Rebirth. Senior brother, do not blame your sister for her outburst. She is merely concerned for Sister Mingyue. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Wentian wore a look of feigned sympathy, and together they painted Lin Che as the villain in this scenario. Why should I care? Can you refrain from hovering around me every day? Lin Che found their behavior amusing. Did they think they were so close? Enough, Lin Che. We have never sought anything from you, and you have no right to demand our supplication. Your junior brother cares too deeply, hoping you would find your way back. Junior brother, you see it for yourself, do you not? This man is utterly heartless. I will find a way to help Mingyue. We are leaving. Lin Che's repeated disregard had pushed Ji Luyao's patience to its limits, and she felt a fiery rage surging within her. Sister, what about your soul-calming pill? Silence. I would rather die than accept his offerings. Ji Luyao's fury intensified at Qin Wentian's words. With her tone sharpened, Lin Che remained unyielding, arms crossed defiantly. Sister, allow me one last word with my senior brother, and then I will leave with you. Qin Wentian's face betrayed a hint of reluctance as he tugged at her sleeve. Ji Luoyao sighed softly, her gaze filled with reluctance, but she ultimately restrained herself, granting Qin Wentian the opportunity to speak. Senior brother, the curse within Sister Mingyue is not of your making, is it? She suffers greatly, and I recall seeing a soul-calming pill in your possession. I came seeking that pill. Alas, I understand your resentment towards my sisters for expelling you from the Holy Land. However, they too had their reasons that I hope you can come to terms with this soon. That is all I have to say. Farewell, senior brother. With that, Qin Wentian followed Ji Luoyao out of the Sword God sect. Has Nangong Mingyue been cursed as well? It seems Qin Wentian has no intention of sparing anyone from Zixiao Peak. Lin Che pondered Qin Wentian's words, contemplating their deeper implications. Soul-calming pill. Do any of them have injured souls? They brought this upon themselves, if they had not begged so desperately for their master to accept Qin Wentian. None of this would have ensued. Watching Qin Wentian's retreating figure, Lin Che shook his head resignedly. As a man on the brink of death, why concern himself with such matters? He resolved to focus on living well today. Before long, another visitor from the Taiji Holy Land arrived. Li Xiugo, a 7th-tier alchemist, sent by Ziyue to negotiate the recipe for the youth-preserving pill. Your Highness, it is good to see you. That I trust all is well. It is you. Did Zixiao Peak send you? If so, please leave. I have nothing to discuss with them. Noticing Lin Che's intent to dismiss him, Li Xiugo quickly distanced himself from Zixiao Peak. Your Highness, you misunderstand. It is the Holy Master who specifically sent me to negotiate with you. Negotiate? The Holy Master? Is there anything the Taiji Holy Land lacks? Upon hearing the title of Holy Master, Lin Che's demeanor softened slightly. Though he remained aloof, curious about what Ziyue wished to trade. For the recipe of the youth-preserving pill, please name your price. The Holy Master wishes to negotiate for the recipe in your possession. Oh, I wonder what the Holy Maiden is prepared to offer. Lin Che had indeed been contemplating sending someone to Wanbao Tower in the Dian Empire to negotiate the sale of the recipe. He could not afford to wait for profits from alchemy. The Holy Master has not provided a clear price, but has suggested a barter. I desire these 2 items. Lin Che decisively pinned down his requirements on paper. After reading the list, Li Xiugo exhibited a look of astonishment. Night Demon Vine, Divine Water of Light, both are precious holy herbs. This recipe for the youth-preserving pill is, perhaps if we add this one. Lin Che presented a 7th-tier youth-preserving pill. Such a pill was highly coveted among female cultivators, and one alone would surely incite a frenzy in the outside world. Before coming, Li Xiugo had conducted his research and learned that Lin Che had previously given a youth-preserving pill to a woman named Jining Xuan. To his surprise, he now found another. With this pill included, the value of both items would rival that of the previous 2 holy herbs. That agreed that it is a deal. Lin Che readily handed over the recipe and the pill to Li Xiugo. With this, I can report back to the Holy Master. Take care, Your Highness. By the way, this is a letter from the Holy Master for you. Just as Li Xiugo was about to leave, he suddenly paused, seemingly remembering something, and produced a letter bearing a mark of spiritual consciousness. Farewell. Do not trouble yourself. Once Li Xiugo had departed, Lin Che returned to his chamber. He opened the letter, and after scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, a smile crept across his lips. To succeed the position of the prospective Holy Son. It seems they wish for me to dissolve the spirit contract of the Taishu sword. Very well, from henceforth. I shall have no further ties with the Taiji Holy Land. The Taishu sword was a high-tier sacred artifact possessed by each holy son upon their ascension, requiring a blood oath to establish a master-servant contract. He lowered his gaze, calculating the time. The Tianji Pavilion had recently revealed the Qin Yuan ranking, but he wondered how much strength remained after being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Casting a glance at the woman standing silently beside him, Lin Che gently grasped Hua Yui's delicate hand, catching her off guard. Feeling the warmth of his touch, her heart raced, and a blush adorned her cheeks. "Che, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I merely wish to surprise you. Please lie down on the bed. I will help you remove the eye band." "All right." Hua Yui, with her other hand nervously clutching her garment, complied, lying down as instructed. These dragon eyes indeed matched perfectly. Lin Che murmured to himself as he retrieved the dragon eyes sent by Xiao Ming. "This may be somewhat painful. Bear with it, and if it becomes unbearable, you may bite down on my hand." Upon hearing this, a warm sensation flowed through Hua Yui, and she softly responded with an mm. Lin Che did not hesitate. He used a dagger he had prepared earlier to adjust the size of the dragon eyes before commencing treatment for Hua Yui's eyes, despite his utmost caution. The excruciating pain still elicited muffled groans from Hua Yui. "All done, now rest. Tomorrow, I will personally remove the eye band." After completing the final application of medicine, Hua Yui's back was soaked with sweat, leaving her feeling drowsy. Lin Che, having exhausted himself, felt the effects of the fallen immortal curse surge, causing him to gasp in pain. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the rays of the rising sun filtered through the window, illuminating the dark world that enveloped Hua Yui, bringing her a long-awaited glimmer of hope. In the realm of darkness, the first rays of dawn arrived. Chapter 39. Gathering Bang. How ungrateful. The senior sister had lowered herself to seek him out in person, and he still harbored discontent. Upon the summit of Zixiao Peak, after hearing the account presented by Qin Wentian, Lung Rushuang's expression instantly turned frigid. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist and shattered a massive boulder before him into fragments. There was no need for him to dwell on such matters for long. The day his junior brother ascended to the position of Holy Son would mark the moment he was expelled from the sacred land. It was not worth his ire. Daji Luoyao, her face taut, endeavored to calm her emotions. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, trembled imperceptibly beneath his flowing robes, his visage pallid and ashen, as if he were struggling to endure excruciating pain. Unbeknownst to him, Lung Rushuang was too preoccupied with the earlier incident involving Lin Che to notice Qin Wentian's distress. "Senior sisters, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," he announced to Ji Luoyao, troubled by the wounds to her soul, nodded absent-mindedly, while Lung Rushuang's attention remained fixated on Nangong Mingyue, who lay unconscious in bed. Upon departing from Nangong Mingyue's cultivation chamber, Qin Wentian rolled up his sleeves and gasped sharply. Fixing his gaze upon his arm, his expression shifted dramatically. His entire arm was marred by dark green patterns, from which a blue-green mist continually seeped, as if it had been splashed with some potent acid, incessantly bubbling. At his wrist, a clear row of bite marks was visible, the source of which was this very pattern, which spread insidiously, intertwining with his blood vessels, rendering his skin an eerie green hue. The cursed poison, ever since Nangong Mingyue, under the influence of the goo, had bitten him on the arm upon her awakening, the dark poison had relentlessly spread, ultimately coursing through his entire arm. Damn it. With my cultivation at the 9th level of the Sea Transformation realm, I am utterly incapable of suppressing this cursed poison. He felt a pang of regret for having extracted a portion of the fallen immortal curse to aid Nangong Mingyue in containing the dark poison, leaving him now unable to suppress it in the short term. His initial intention had been to deepen the enmity between Ji Luoyao and Lin Che, but he had planned to extract the essence blood from the fallen immortal curse once Lin Che acted impulsively against Ji Luoyao. However, Ji Luoyao's stubborn pride rendered her unwilling to engage with Lin Che, while Lin Che's demeanor upon encountering Ji Luoyao left Qin Wentian astonished. The cold, indifferent gaze he cast made Qin Wentian uneasy. The current predicament was such that only Nangong Mingyue could absorb and refine the cursed poison. Yet, in his prior attempts to sow discord between her and Lin Che, he had used Lin Che's essence blood to help Nangong Mingyue suppress the poison, inadvertently acknowledging the falsehood that he had refined the Xian Huang fruit. Seeking out Nangong Mingyue now would surely expose him, rendering all his prior efforts futile. With the ceremony for the Holy Sun's ascension looming, he was determined to avoid any mistakes during this critical period, thus attempting to suppress the poison with his own cultivation. Yet, the potency of the cursed poison exceeded his expectations, and his body had reached its limits. Stumbling back to his residence, he frantically seized a vial of pills from a stone table and swallowed them hurriedly, his complexion finally showing some signs of relief. The Sword God Sect. Lin Che gently lifted the blindfold from Hua Yui's eyes. For a long moment, she remained in disbelief that she would once again behold the light in her lifetime, witnessing the vibrant world around her. Everything felt surreal, as if it might shatter at any moment. Dressed in a simple white robe, a handsome young man walked alongside her, his eyes reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. Are you a Che? Hua Yui exclaimed, her deep black gemstone-like eyes glistening with tears, almost spilling over, that he truly had healed her sight. Hua Yui, what troubles you? You wouldn't deny me as your husband just because I restored your vision. Would you? Lin Che remarked, his face a mask of feigned sorrow. Finally convinced of the reality before her, Hua Yui's laughter chimed like silver bells. How could that be? I merely feel as if everything is a dream. In that moment, Hua Yui's eyes no longer harbored the previous timidity and insecurity. Her large, gem-like eyes radiated confidence. From now on, I shall cultivate diligently, and you shall protect me. It is important to note that Hua Yui's restoration of sight was not merely a trivial matter. Her eyes bore the power of the extreme Night Clan. Once she fully mastered her abilities, her divine gaze would alter the very fabric of the world. Che, I feel a burning sensation in my eyes. What could this mean? Hua Yui initially thought it was merely dust irritating her eyes, but the burning sensation intensified upon rubbing them. It is no surprise, for you once possessed the burning heaven divine eye. Even if the divine eye was taken from you, remnants of its legacy remain. Lin Che mused softly, do not worry. This is a sign of your eye technique's awakening. Simply focus on your cultivation. And I will guard you, he assured her. Eye technique awakening? Can I truly cultivate it? Hua Yui, born with a burning heaven divine eye, had a unique path of cultivation, since it had been taken from her by Lu Ruoli. She had been unable to channel spiritual energy into her body. Now that she was on the verge of unlocking the extreme night demon eye, she could naturally guide spiritual energy into her being, making cultivation a certainty. Of course, moreover, you will progress rapidly. However, Yui, there are matters I must forewarn you about. The seals placed within your eyes will gradually weaken as your power develops, and you may begin to recall memories long forgotten. Prepare yourself mentally for this. Lin Che mentioned this without divulging the information he had received from Hua Wuxin. Should Hua Yui be unable to cultivate, the memories sealed within her consciousness would remain locked. However, now that she was on the path to mastering the extreme night demon eye, she had become a qualified cultivator, and the seals would gradually diminish with her growing strength. Some truths are ultimately inescapable. Rather than expound at length, it would be more effective for Hua Yui to witness it firsthand. Listening to Lin Che's words, her expression remained serene, devoid of bitterness, suffering, or complaints. It merely the loss of the burning heaven divine eye. The moment I beheld the vibrant world once again, alongside you, Che, the hatred in my heart dissipated significantly. The seal left by my mother was broken not long ago, and I have been aware of everything in advance. The young woman, clad in a flowing black gown with long hair cascading to her waist, possessed a delicate visage as tranquil as a still pond, her deep-set eyes reflecting Lin Che's silhouette. Lin Che's lips moved, yet he ultimately said nothing. With less than 3 years to live, he could not make any promises to Hua Yui. Rest assured, focus on your cultivation. Today, the Tai sacred land was unusually bustling. The usually desolate Zixiao Peak was teeming with people, all due to the momentous return of 2 significant figures. Hey, second sister, where is junior brother? Indeed, Sister Ruoli and I have brought him gifts. One was dressed in a light purple gown, her slender waist delicate, with tresses cascading like a waterfall behind her. The other wore a thigh-high split chipao, her figure voluptuous and alluring, her eyes enchanting. The former was Lu Ruoli, ranked 4th among the disciples of Zixiao Peak. The latter was Amo Qingcheng, ranked 5th. What is wrong, second sister? Did something happen while we were away? Lu Ruoli, adept at reading the atmosphere, quickly sensed Lung Rushuang's unease. Do not mention it. It is all that heartless Lin Che's fault. Sister, wasn't he expelled from the sacred land? Chapter 40. Exposure. Ji Luoyao, her soul wounded, sought solitude to recuperate, while Qin Wentian, burdened by the cursed poison, closed himself off to seek a solution. Within Nangong Mingyue's chamber, only Lung Rushuang remained to guard her. After succinctly recounting the recent events to her two junior sisters, Lung Rushuang observed Lu Ruoli's expression transform into one of innocent mirth that a useless person paired with a blind one. They seemed quite well matched. With the fallen immortal curse afflicting him, he ought to retreat to a remote corner of the mortal realm and live out his remaining days without meddling in the affairs of cultivators. Truly, he is like an old man consuming arsenic, seemingly seeking a prolonged life. Both Lu Ruoli and Mo Qingcheng exhibited clear disdain for Lin Che. The decision to expel him from the sacred land had been unanimously reached by the five sisters. They had assumed that with the curse weighing upon him, his cultivation would soon be extinguished, and he would settle down after being cast out. However, to their astonishment, even after retreating to the desolate Lanyu city, he remained unrepentant, aspiring to become a guest elder of a branch sect of Tai's sacred land. What a fool! It is one thing to be worthless, but another entirely to lack self-awareness, they mused. Clearly viewing Lin Che in this light, senior sister Rushuang, let us first examine senior sister's injuries. We can discuss this matter later. Mo Qingcheng, upon hearing of Ji Liao's soul injury, promptly suggested they investigate the condition of her body. We need the soul-condensing pill. Recently, the Tai sacred land has seen a scarcity of soul-related holy medicines, and we have only found auxiliary herbs. Qingcheng, do you have any soul-nourishing grass on hand? We must procure the soul-condensing pill. It seems the injuries are quite severe. Mo Qingcheng thought to herself. Let us check on Mingyue first. She is right here. However, we will need Ruoli to use her eye technique. As Mingyue's body shows no signs of injury, yet she remains unresponsive that I suspect she may have fallen under an illusion. Lung Rushuang shared her insights with the two that this is simple enough. Upon entering the residence, one's gaze fell upon Nangong Mingyue, serenely reclined on the cold jade, in Lu Ruoli's beautiful eyes. A flicker of wrath momentarily flashed. Even her former senior sister had been harmed. How could Lin Che possess such a callous heart? Instantly, a flame ignited deep within her pupils, growing ever more fervent until it manifested as a blazing emblem that a surge of crimson light erupted from Lu Ruoli's eyes, ultimately merging with Nangong Mingyue's body. In the dreamscape, Nangong Mingyue was suddenly enveloped in crimson flames, exuding an aura that seemed capable of incinerating the void itself. She abruptly opened her eyes, drenched in cold sweat, and surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze landing on a woman clad in a pale purple gown. With great difficulty, she managed to speak. Ruoli, you have returned? Unbeknownst to Nangong Mingyue, at the very moment Lu Ruoli's flame entered her body, a pair of eyes lay hidden within the dream she had woven. The burning heaven-divine eyes, impervious to all illusions, transcended the mundane world and gazed down upon the 8 realms that I have returned. Senior sister, are you well? Upon witnessing Nangong Mingyue awaken, Lung Rushi's frosty demeanor finally softened into a faint smile. Mingyue, you have finally awakened, and we owe it all to Ruoli. Had they not returned, I shudder to think how much longer you would have remained in slumber. Seeing Lu Ruoli refrain from exposing her hidden intentions, Nangong Mingyue cast a grateful glance in her direction. Let us go and check on our eldest sister. By the way, I see the conferral ceremony about to commence. Surely, our junior brother would not choose this moment to retreat into seclusion and cultivate for the celestial phenomenon realm, would he? Mo Qingcheng, having scanned Nangong Mingyue with her divine sense and confirmed her safety, promptly replied, I am not entirely certain about our junior brother's situation. Let us first assess the extent of our eldest sister's injuries. Regardless, we shall ensure to awaken our junior brother before the conferral ceremony begins. Lung Rushi furrowed her brow, as if resolute in a certain decision. Very well. Within Ji Liao's cave abode, she had initially sat in meditation, aiming to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to nourish her primordial spirit. However, before long, she felt a sweetness in her throat and spat out a mouthful of warm blood. Her delicate face turned pallid. The recent strain had aggravated her injuries, rendering her incapable of cultivating. Senior sister, look who has arrived, senior sister. What is the matter? As Lung Rushi's words fell, Mo Qingcheng stepped into the residence and immediately noticed the blood on the floor and the deep crimson stain on Ji Luoyao's chest. Her expression shifting to one of urgent concern as she gathered around Ji Luoyao. I am fine. Have you returned? Have you seen our junior brother? Ji Luoyao, rare in her display of joy, inquired, now that the five sisters had gathered. Who would dare to speak ill of Qin Wentian? Hearing from Lung Rushi that their junior brother was in seclusion, they had come to see her. Senior sister, regarding your injuries, eldest sister, I possess soul-nourishing grass. Do not worry. I will refine a pill by tomorrow, and your injury shall heal. Please take this first. Mo Qingcheng, exuding tranquility, handed Ji Luoyao a small green vial. Very well. Let us go meet our junior brother. I suspect he is consolidating his cultivation. Given his temperament, he would not choose to break through at such a critical juncture that Ji Luoyao did not believe Qin Wentian was in the midst of a breakthrough as she led the others to his residence. At the entrance to the cave, a barrier had been set, yet to Lu Ruoli, who possessed the burning heaven divine eyes, it was as insubstantial as air. With a mere glance, she pinpointed the array's core and effortlessly dispelled the barrier in the time it took to brew half a cup of tea. Inside the stone chamber where Qin Wentian was in seclusion, he opened his eyes the moment he sensed the barrier being breached, and upon detecting several familiar auras, he let out a sigh of relief. Rising, he exited the stone chamber. The five women simultaneously directed their gazes upon him. That I greet the five esteemed senior sisters. That his divine sense swept over them. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Aside from Nangong Mingyue, the others possessed cultivation at the celestial phenomenon realm, with Mo Qingcheng at the third level. However, what made him most cautious was Lu Ruoli, who bore the burning heaven divine eyes. Junior brother, you have grown quite handsome in these years. Your senior sisters can hardly recognize you, Lu Ruoli remarked. Wait, Qingcheng does Qin Wentian had anticipated. Lu Ruoli discerned his condition with a single glance. Junior brother, when did you fall victim to the dark poison? At these words, the others were rendered speechless. Only Nangong Mingyue, seemingly recalling something, exclaimed, Junior brother, did you not refine the Xianhuang fruit, granting you immunity to all forms of harm? How could you, Mingyue? Was it you who did this? Why would you do such a thing? He is our junior brother. Have you also been ensnared by that Lin Che's honeyed words? Upon hearing Nangong Mingyue's tone, Ji Luoyao's expression immediately turned frigid as she fixed her questioning gaze upon Nangong Mingyue. That I did not. The poison within me acted up uncontrollably, and I bit down on our junior brother's wrist. He had previously suppressed my dark poison with his essence blood and claimed to have ingested the Xianhuang fruit, possessing a body immune to all harm, so I thought nothing of it. Nangong Mingyue defended herself with a tremor in her voice, a flicker of panic in her eyes as she realized the situation had spiraled out of control. Chapter 41. Anomalies at Lu Ruoli's insistence. Qin Wentian exposed his entire arm to the air. Junior brother, what exactly is going on? Logically, having refined the Xianhuang fruit should render you immune to the dark poison. How could this happen? Mingyue, is this truly the time for such discussions? We must first dispel the dark poison afflicting our junior brother. Ji Luoyao shot a disapproving glare at Lung Rushi, sighing inwardly. Thankfully, junior sister Lu Ruoli had discovered this early. Had it been concealed until the conferral ceremony, she could barely fathom the consequences. Senior sister, Nangong Mingyue attempted to voice her thoughts, but upon meeting Ji Luoyao's authoritative gaze, the words caught in her throat. She fell silent, placing her hand on Qin Wentian's shoulder as the dark poison visibly receded from his arm. In the end, his arm regained its original hue, save for the row of bite marks. Phew! The other four women collectively exhaled in relief. Junior brother, are you all right? How do you feel? Is it any better? Each of the four spoke in turn, leaving Nangong Mingyue momentarily sidelined. Mingyue, you need not attend the conferral ceremony for now. We shall see when. Why not? Senior sister, I assure you, I did not intend for this to happen. I never expected upon hearing Ji Luoyao's intention to revoke her participation in the conferral ceremony. Nangong Mingyue could not help but retort that it was Lung Rushi who stepped forward. Junior brother, Mingyue has a point. What is the situation with you? The matter of Qin Wentian consuming the Xianhuang fruit was known to all except for Lu Ruoli and Mo Qingcheng. Naturally, Lung Rushi was no exception. As for Ji Luoyao, her gaze remained fixed on Qin Wentian. Senior sister, I apologize. It is my inadequacy. Previously, due to excessive depletion of my essence blood, I was temporarily incapable of producing blood sufficient to counter the dark poison. This was an explanation Qin Wentian had long prepared. After all, no one had consumed the Xianwang fruit, so how could they know its intricacies? Thus, he fabricated a story that, I see. Could it be that your previous injuries have yet to heal? Should we have your fourth senior sister examine you? Upon hearing Qin Wentian's explanation, Ji Luoyao did not harbor any suspicions. The other three shared her sentiment, yet only Nangong Mingyue remained skeptical. The Xianwang fruit, ever since her dark poison had proven ineffective against Lin Che, she had delved into ancient texts, ultimately uncovering all information regarding the Xianwang fruit. Indeed, as Lin Che had stated, it was the nemesis of the nether poison body, or rather, a savior. The two were interdependent, each being the other's antithesis. The Xianwang fruit thrived in the depths of the 9 nether veins and was also known as the yellow spring fruit. Only by embracing the resolve of certain death could one hope to retrieve it from the poisonous fields of the 9 nether veins. Moreover, once ingested and refined, it conferred immunity to all toxins. Had Qin Wentian just lied? This thought flickered through Nangong Mingyue's mind. Senior Sister Mingyue, are you all right? Lu Ruoli, possessing the burning heaven divine eyes, was perceptive enough to read hearts to a certain extent. Prior to Nangong Mingyue's awakening, Leng Rushi had informed Lu Ruoli of Nangong Mingyue's affliction, intending to monitor her every move through Lu Ruoli's divine sight. And no, I am perfectly fine. Upon hearing Lu Ruoli speak, Nangong Mingyue regained her composure. What had come over her? Why was she beginning to doubt her most cherished junior brother? Very well, our junior brother must prepare for the conferral ceremony. Tomorrow, Qingcheng, I must trouble you to refine a soul-condensing pill for me. The other senior sisters can begin arranging matters at Zixiao Peak. Ruoli, please stay with Mingyue. I feel more at ease that way. Ji Luoyao's words were unmistakably clear. She was deliberately distancing herself from Nangong Mingyue. Already sensitive regarding such matters, Nangong Mingyue felt an ache deep within her heart. She longed to argue, but found herself powerless to do so. For Qin Wentian's injuries were indeed a consequence of her actions. Ruoli, you go ahead and handle the conferral ceremony, that I truly am fine. Nangong Mingyue wished for a moment of solitude. Outside the Sword God sect. Within Lin Che's residence, a searing heat assailed the senses, the ground seeming to be scorched, and the air felt as if it had been enchanted by some arcane art, countless eyes watching keenly. Eternal night demonic eyes, is it merely at the minor success stage? This speed surpasses that woman by a considerable margin. Indeed, the counterfeit is still lacking compared to the genuine article. Before him, the flower of the night. Hua Yui evoked memories of the past, bringing to Lin Che's mind the figure of Lu Ruoli, in his quest to enable Lu Ruoli to master the fiery heaven divine eye, which was not inherently hers. He had expended countless rare treasures of heaven and earth. However, ultimately, due to it not being her own, her comprehension of the eye techniques was perpetually outpaced by Hua Yui. Now, Hua Yui possessed the eye techniques of the fiery heaven divine eye, the magic eyes of the extreme night clan, and the inherited techniques of the same clan, in the realm of eye techniques. Only his unique annihilation I could rival hers Che. I have succeeded. Hua Yui exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon fully mastering the extreme night magic eye. From now on, I will be able to protect you. Her words warmed Lin Che's heart. Protect. He fell into reminiscence of the time he had assisted Lu Ruoli in attaining the fiery heaven divine eye. From this moment forth, I shall secure my place on the Qingyun ranking. He had felt genuine happiness for her then, Che. I wish to return to Lanyue City to share this news with my mother. I want everyone to know that my husband is not a worthless individual, Hua Yui stated with earnest conviction. All right, that sounds good, I have grown weary of staying at the Sword God sect lately. At that moment, the outer sect was far from peaceful. The emergence of the extreme night magic I had caused celestial phenomena, while the grand spectacle of myriad swords bowing was unfolding. What prompted this homage of countless swords was none other than Ji Ningxuang, who had successfully formed the embryonic shape of the Undying Sword Body. The Undying Sword Body, a legendary sacred body rumored to achieve immortality upon reaching full maturity, exuded a sword intent powerful enough to command the reverence of myriad swords. Ji Ningxuang, currently engaged in a swordsmanship duel with Xian Sha at the back mountain of the outer sect, seemed to sense something, causing an extraordinary phenomenon to erupt from her body. The swords of all sword cultivators within the Sword God sect resonated, suddenly flying from their sheaths. Alas, my sword, damn. My sword has gained sentience. Look up at the sky. Above the Sword God sect, countless flying swords stood erect, resembling a locust swarm in their passage, seemingly directed towards the outer sect. In that moment, the sword aura surged exponentially, stirring even those deep within the sect's underground to the sword body. My Sword God sect has actually produced a sword body. Such formidable sword intent. It is relentless. The skies were adorned with vibrant hues. As purple energy surged from the east, the sword aura is rampant. Inside the residence, Lin Che, sensing the commotion, stepped outside to witness the spectacle caused by Xiao Shuang. Hua Yui, with her extreme night magic eye, saw through the veil of the heavens anomaly. Grasping Lin Che's arm firmly, she nodded emphatically at the back mountain. Xian Sha watched as the flying swords converged towards Ji Ningxuang, leaving others in awe. A sword body. You have achieved the acquired sword body. Chapter 42, Cultivation achieved the homage of myriad swords was an event rare in a millennium, only provoked by those who awakened innate sword bodies or achieved the impossible acquired sword body. Since its establishment, the Sword God sect had never witnessed such a celestial phenomenon. Even when Ji Ningxuang awakened her innate sword bones and inscribed sword path runes within, it had merely resulted in rampant sword aura and auspicious signs descending from the heavens. Aside from the phoenix that appeared during her nirvana, bestowing the flames of rebirth, the Sword God sect had, for 9 centuries, never experienced the extraordinary sight of myriad swords bowing. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Sword God sect, violent tremors shook the earth, splitting the ground as chasms formed like a celestial abyss. Within the forbidden grounds, a divine sword, radiating with crimson light and an overwhelming aura of blood, was bound by 3 thick black chains. The previously sealed divine sword, as if drawn by some deliberate force, suddenly erupted with an immense wave of blood energy, nearly collapsing the entire peak. The ends of the 3 chains binding the divine sword were affixed to 3 stone pillars inscribed with mysterious runes. With a thunderous roar, the mountain that suppressed the divine sword was shattered, and the blood-soaked divine sword soared into the sky. Quickly report to the sect master. The Qishao sword is broken free from its bindings and escaped the forbidden grounds. Could this fierce sword once again bring chaos to the world? Who knows? I heard that it took the combined might of the entire Sword God sect to seal it within the Sword Vein Mountain. Now that it has accumulated power over so many years, it is feared that no one can suppress it anymore. The outer sect of the Sword God sect, thousands of flying swords gathered at the back mountain, forming a protective array around their king. A sword seal emerged at Ji Ningxuang's brow, with myriad swords floating behind her, the undying sword intent radiating dominantly, as if she were the sovereign of swords. Sister Ningxuang, could you teach me how to achieve the sword body? This scene nearly made Xian Sha's teeth grind in envy. The acquired sword body was an unparalleled rarity, aside from the 9th-ranked saintess of the Tai sacred land, Ji Luoyao. No one else in the vast wilderness had achieved it. Yet now, Ji Ningxuang had effortlessly attained the acquired sword body, causing Xian Sha to feel a pang of jealousy. Look, isn't that Ningxuang? I heard she was useless. Indeed, just 10 days ago, I saw her at a dilapidated temple. Those sword cultivators from the inner sect, whose swords had turned disobedient, were drawn here by the flying swords. And upon witnessing the spectacle, they were left agape. What did they see? The homage of myriad swords. Purple energy surging from the east, sword aura rampant. They felt their own sword aura being utterly suppressed. Completely ineffective. Countless flying swords, enveloped in faint spiritual energy, hovered silently in the air, while Ji Ningxuang stood atop the myriad swords, gazing down upon the Sword God sect. Ningxuang, you have not disappointed me. Your talent is remarkable. Du Guyun, stroking his goatee with a grin, gazed at Ji Ningxuang. His words laced with admiration. Ji Ningxuang maintained her composure, her expression unwavering. Yet within, a tempest raged. She had finally formed the embryonic shape of the undying sword body. That man had not deceived her. Having experienced the fall from genius to obscurity and then rising once more, Ji Ningxuang felt indifferent to the accolades surrounding her. The only person who could stir her emotions was Lin Che. She alone understood how utterly she had fallen. Her meridians shattered, her cultivation lost, her beauty marred, and drowning in despair day and night. Even the renowned seventh-grade alchemist of the great wilderness had deemed her destined for mediocrity. Yet the one who helped her reclaim everything was Lin Che. One could say he had molded her, with the sword intent from two innate sword bones, combined with the undying sword intent. She was confident that even against Ji Luoyao, she could stand a chance. Ningxuang, upon your return to the inner sect, the position of sword child has always been reserved for you by this sect master. Xiao Ming's figure appeared in the outer sect. The emergence of the acquired sword body signified that the sword god sect would have another unparalleled prodigy, rivaling the saintess of the Tai sacred land. He dared not envision surpassing the legendary saintess of Tai. He merely sought to lead the sword god sect into the ranks of first-rate powers. Thank you, sect master, for your kindness, but there's no need. As soon as the words left her lips, the three slumbering ancestors of the sword god sect awakened. The spirit of the sword, like a diminutive deity, overshadowed the skies, exuding immense pressure. 3 elder men in white robes hovered in the air. Xiao Ming pays respects to the ancestors. All disciples of the sword god sect, do not forget to pay your respects to the ancestors. Pay respects to the ancestors. Following Xiao Ming's command, Du Guyun was the first to kneel. He had not expected to rouse the slumbering ancestors, but considering the emergence of the acquired sword body, it was anticipated. Young lady, the previous matters were a disservice from the sword god sect. But you should also understand the sect's position. After all, she is a person of the sacred land, and if we incite the forces behind her, the sword god sect could vanish in the blink of an eye. The acquired sword body, half a step into the Dan formation realm, is indeed an unparalleled talent that if you are willing, the sect will spare no effort in nurturing you, as a form of compensation. Little girl, I shall impart to you the 7-kill sword technique. Come forth. The three ancestors, wise with age, possessed knowledge about Ji Ningxuang's situation. Regardless, Ji Ningxuang had once been a genius of the sect. They understood that since her cultivation had been completely obliterated, she had been neglected by the sect, and now they sought to make amends, hoping she would reconsider. However, Ji Ningxuang remained unmoved, even when they offered to personally teach her the coveted 7-kill sword technique. Desired by countless inter-sect prodigies, she maintained her silence. She knew that these individuals cared only for her acquired sword body, with no regard for her as a person. Ningxuang, don't be petulant. Hurry and listen to the ancestors. Du Guyun, who had previously taught Ji Ningxuang, hurried to her side, tugging at her sleeve. Indeed, the previous matters were a disservice by the sect, and it is only right for you to feel disheartened. At this moment, Xiao Ming spoke up that he was aware of how miserable Ji Ningxuang's past had been. Although he had ensured she received some care, in a world where strength was paramount, lacking cultivation meant one would not be respected. Sister Ningxuang, a melodious voice broke the silence as two figures appeared on the back mountain. Ye Ji Ningxuang, upon hearing a voice, turned and called out the name, and only when she saw Lin Che did she stride forward in front of him, under the gaze of the crowd, and proceeded to perform an action that left Xiao Ming and the others utterly astonished. With a thud, the once proud Ji Ningxuang, who had remained unfazed by the temptation of the 7 kills sword technique, knelt directly before Lin Che. Just as her knees were about to touch the ground, Lin Che gently supported her with a hand. What are you doing? There is no need to bow to me. This is merely the fruit of hard work, he said. As Lin Che's words fell, whispers began to ripple through the surrounding crowd. Is he really the son of Tai's sacred land? He looks so young. Could he have committed some offense? Otherwise, how could someone from Tai's sacred land deign to visit our sword god sect? The relationship between him and the sword maiden seems rather unusual. Upon witnessing Lin Che's appearance and Ji Ningxuang's demeanor towards him, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled Lin Che's words when he had first entered the sword god sect. As long as you provide me with Long Yin, I can return you a remarkable talent from sword god sect. Initially, he had dismissed it as a jest, but later, having presented Long Yin to Lin Che, he witnessed the creation of a 7th-grade beauty-preserving pill, realizing Lin Che's value. Now, he had finally come to the realization that everything occurring with Ji Ningxuang was likely deeply intertwined with Lin Che. The three ancestors of the Sword God sect simultaneously directed their gazes towards Lin Che, clad in a simple white robe. Who is he? One of the elders, intrigued by Ji Ningxuang's act of kneeling, inquired about Lin Che's identity. Reporting to the elder, this individual is named Lin Che, the son of Tai's sacred land. Duge Yun introduced Lin Che's identity to the three. Upon hearing Duge Yun's words, the three exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. What proof do you have of his identity as the son of Tai's sacred land? One elder, missing an arm, remained skeptical that it was understandable. The status of the son of Tai's sacred land was immensely prestigious. So why would he lower himself to a place like Sword God sect? Moreover, if he truly were the son of Tai's sacred land, why would he act furtively? Surely, if he revealed his identity, Sword God sect would treat him with respect. Just as Duge Yun was about to elaborate, Lin Che interjected. Junior Lin Che pays his respects to the three elders. What Duge said is accurate. But that was my past identity. I am no longer affiliated with Tai's sacred land. Currently, I serve as a guest elder in Sword God sect. Lin Che spoke candidly, preferring his present circumstances over any title of son. Are you the one who attracted the Dan Lei recently? Indeed. It was merely a 7th grade pill. I hope the elders do not find it laughable. Lin Che did not let the fact that he had drawn the Dan Lei with the 7th grade pill inflate his ego. However, upon hearing this, the one-armed elder couldn't help but twitch his lips. What do you mean, merely a 7th grade pill? Do you understand the status of a 7th grade alchemist in the great wilderness at this moment? Xiaoming leaned closer to the three elders, whispering, and their expressions shifted, ultimately revealing a hint of respect. Did I, the aged Shipo Tian, pay my respects to you, honorable son? I, Shijing Tian, pay my respects to you, honorable son. I, Shijing Tian, pay my respects to you, honorable son. Lin Che's identity was secondary. What mattered most was that from Xiao Ming's earlier words, they learned that Ji Ningxuang's resurgence and the cultivation of her innate sword body were intricately linked to Lin Che. Moreover, judging by Ji Ningxuang's attitude towards Lin Che, they could surmise a great deal. Therefore, forging a good relationship with Lin Che might lead Ji Ningxuang to remain in Sword God sect out of respect for him. You three elders are overthinking it. Whatever you wish to communicate, please do so with Ningxuang as for her decisions. I shall not interfere. Lin Che understood the reasons behind their shift in attitude, but had no intention of meddling in Ji Ningxuang's choices. Upon hearing this, the three became agitated. Honorable son, Ningxuang's current achievements are all thanks to you, that if you speak a kind word, Ningxuang will undoubtedly stay. Indeed, honorable son, our Sword God sect has been in decline for the past few centuries, and talents have withered away. It is a rare fortune to have someone as outstanding as Ningxuang. However, as they spoke, the sky turned a deep crimson, blood aura exploding forth, and scarlet clouds filled the air. Is that the fierce sword from the forbidden area? Second elder, third elder, prepare for action. Shipo Tian suddenly raised his voice, instructing Xiao Ming to lead the disciples away from the battlefield. That my blood energy is depleting. Could this be an illusion? Are you feeling it too? My blood energy is uncontrollably draining as well. What on earth is happening? Before the disciples of Sword God sect could react, Duge Yun bellowed. All disciples of Sword God, retreat from the rear mountain. Meanwhile, Hua Yui, standing beside Lin Che, activated her eternal night demon eyes. Che. There is a sword radiating an eerie bloodlight, heading straight towards us. It's nothing to worry about. Lin Che had heard of the forbidden area of Sword God sect, and the eerie bloodlight sword Hua Yui mentioned was likely the Qi Shao sword, which had emerged in the great wilderness 800 years ago. Its disturbance was presumably directed at Ji Ningxuang's indomitable sword body. Boom! A streak of blood light pierced through the clouds, descending towards Lin Che and the others. The blinding red radiance expanded in their vision, ultimately revealing the full form of the blood moon, akin to a crescent moon stained with blood, slashing down towards the earth. Evil sword, do not wreak havoc. Break through the 9 heavens. The initial stance of the 7-kill sword technique was invoked. The spirit of the sword, akin to a deity, unleashed boundless sword energy that clashed against the blood moon. Crack. The blood moon, which appeared exceedingly sinister due to its red glow, began to shatter inch by inch. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, and even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed affected. Buzz! once the blood moon shattered. A demonic sword, perpetually exuding overwhelming blood energy, fell to the earth like a meteor. Boom! The ground trembled violently from the impact. The sword landed before Ji Ningxuang, and then the blood energy gradually receded. Could this Qishao sword be seeking to recognize Ningxuang as its master? That is a possibility. The Qishao sword once belonged to a great swordsman at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, but after being stained with countless blood, it birthed a bloodthirsty sword spirit, which is why it was suppressed by the founding patriarch in Jianmai Mountain. Ningxuang, be cautious. This demonic sword harbors a fierce spirit. Be wary of deception. Shipo Tian cautioned. Ji Ningxuang gazed at the Qishao sword, now within arm's reach, in a daze. Her first instinct was to look at Lin Che. Seeking his counsel, this sword suits you perfectly. Now that you have cultivated the indomitable sword body, you are in need of a fitting weapon. Take it. The Qishao sword reminded him of the Tian Yuan he had retrieved from the ancient sword tomb, which had greatly contributed to Ji Luyao's rise as the foremost sword cultivator in the great wilderness. Without any hesitation, Ji Ningxuang reached out and grasped the Qishao sword. The moment she held it, her aura surged dramatically, advancing into the third level of the condensation realm, AT present. Her cultivation placed her just below the sect leader, Xiao Ming, within the sword god sect. After casually wielding the Qishao sword, Ji Ningxuang stored it in her storage ring. The sky, once shrouded in blood clouds, returned to clear blue, leaving only the jagged cracks in the ground as evidence of the Qishao sword's descent. Witnessing Ji Ningxuang's effortless acceptance of the Qishao sword, the three elders burst into laughter. Heaven bless our sword god sect. Ming'er, immediately hold a ceremony to enshrine Ningxuang as our sword child from now on. Whatever Ningxuang requires, sword god sect shall fully support. Wait. Hold on. Do not publicly announce it yet. Shipo Tian quickly interjected, recalling the enmity between Ji Ningxuang and that individual from Tai's sacred land. Should they publicly enshrine Ji Ningxuang as the sword child, it would likely lead to a repeat of past mistakes. Chapter 44. Investigation. Ji Ningxuang once again cast her gaze towards Lin Che. Stay or leave. The decision is yours. That I have also mentioned that wherever you go from now on, I will follow. Lin Che did not wish to intervene excessively. Having imparted the text of the indomitable sword body to her, he expected no return. That an enemy of an enemy is a friend. He understood Ji Ningxuang's hatred towards Ji Luoyao, and since Ji Luoyao had dismissed him, he wished to witness her downfall with his own eyes during the remaining time that I am a guest elder here. And I will not be leaving for the time being. Then I shall not leave either. Do you believe I am currently a match for Ji Luoyao? Ji Ningxuang sought to confirm her current standing against Ji Luoyao. In a duel of the same realm, you surpass her. However, your cultivation still lags behind, and your mastery of divine abilities is limited. That if it comes to a fight, you could barely defend yourself. Lin Che had once been Ji Liao's senior brother and was well aware of her cultivation and abilities, thus providing an accurate assessment. Hey, were you not going to teach me the 7 kills sword technique? Upon hearing Lin Che's appraisal of her, Ji Ningxuang lifted her gaze towards Shijin Tian, who was grinning widely. Child, you have finally come to a decision. Fear not, I shall impart the complete 7 kills sword technique to you. Come, follow me. Ji Luoyao turned to pass by Lin Che. She whispered, wait for me. Ningxuang, rest assured, I will take good care of Ache. That a smile involuntarily flickered across Ji Ningxuang's face. Master, when will you bestow upon me the powerful physique? Xian Sha, shamelessly clinging to Lin Che's arm, whined. Du Guyun, on the other hand, felt utterly humiliated, having painstakingly raised his disciple for 16 years, only to see her whisked away by another. Xiao Ming, feeling quite pleased, believed that although Ji Ningxuang had not shown a sense of belonging to the sword god sect, given time, he would adequately compensate her. Ancestor, when will you pass on the complete version of the 7 kill sword technique to me? Du Guyun, with audacity, chased after Shijin Tian, only to be sent flying by a swat of his hand. But on this day, the sword god sect's extraordinary phenomenon stirred the other affiliated sects. And the spies planted by the Tai Holy Land within the sword god sect, having witnessed the events firsthand, relayed all the news to the holy master of Tai Holy Land. You mean to say that the sword god sect's so-called waste has cultivated the post-heaven sword body? Could it be that she is another Ji Luoyao? Ziyu's eyelids twitched furiously upon hearing her subordinate's report. filled with shock, doubt, and above all, disbelief. The post-heaven physique had only appeared once in the vast wilderness domain, embodied by none other than Ji Luo Yao herself. Moreover, Ji Luo Yao was born with innate sword bones, which had attracted the favor of the heavenly path to Jining Shuang. However, was merely a discarded child of the sword god sect. What merit or virtue did she possess to have cultivated the post-heaven sword body? Have you thoroughly investigated? Who was guiding Jining Shuang in her cultivation? Reporting to the Holy Master, Jining Shuang spends her days with senior brother Lin Che, that if anyone is guiding her cultivation, it can only be senior brother Lin Che, answered a middle-aged cultivator truthfully. During his time at the sword god sect, he had not discovered any suspicious individuals around Jining Shuang. That implies her post-heaven physique stems from Lin Che? Impossible! Lin Che is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, barely able to safeguard himself, let alone cultivate the post-heaven sword body. Did he not fail to awaken his sword body when he was in the Holy Land? As this thought flickered through her mind, Ziyu extinguished it. Lin Che's talent was indeed extraordinary, but that was in the past. Furthermore, cultivating the post-heaven physique had no shortcuts. Even if Lin Che were a prodigy, it was inconceivable that he would impart the methods for cultivating the post-heaven physique to another. Continue your investigation. Leave no stone unturned. And additionally, send someone to Xiao Peak to inform Ji Luo Yao. Ziyu deemed it necessary for Ji Luo Yao to be informed of this matter. As for how to proceed, that would be Ji Luo Yao's concern. She was well aware of the enmity between Ji Luo Yao and Jining Shuang from years past. Understood. The middle-aged cultivator quietly exited the grand hall at Xiao Peak. Within the cave of Nangong Mingyue, she had effectively been subjected to a form of indirect confinement. The outside world was sealed off with restrictions. A few days prior, she had been accompanied by Lu Ruoli, but due to the coronation ceremony, Ji Luo Yao had summoned Lu Ruoli away, leaving her alone. Alas, I never anticipated my senior sister would become like this. I merely questioned the younger disciple a couple of times. And after all, it is the truth. Having refined the Xianhuang fruit, one is invulnerable to all methods. The words of the younger disciple that day were clearly lies. Over the years, she had pondered much. Ji Luo Yao had never treated her in such a manner. Back when Lin Che had not been expelled from the Holy Land, even when she occasionally faced punishment for her playful antics, Lin Che would always step forward to take the blame for her. Gradually, as she gazed out at the scenery, Nangong Mingyue fell into a daze. Wait, my senior sister has no reason to confine me over that remark. Could it be that she is deliberately distancing herself from me due to the goo within me? No, I must clear my name. I cannot remain idle. Just as Nangong Mingyue was lost in thought, a voice rang from outside. The BY order of the Holy Master summoned the Peak Master of Xiao Peak, Ji Luo Yao. Hey, wait. Is the Holy Master summoning my senior sister for some matter? Could you please help me lift the restrictions outside? Nangong Mingyue's voice echoed from within the cave. The middle-aged cultivator hesitated. I can convey this to your senior sister, but lifting the restrictions. After she received no response, she spoke again. That might not be a good idea. What if? Rest assured, I will bear the responsibility if anything goes awry. I will not let you be put in a difficult position. The cultivator outside sighed and ultimately complied with Nangong Mingyue's request to lift the restrictions. Has something happened? Why would the Holy Master summon my master sister at this time? She asked, puzzled. That I cannot say. I can only hope that the poisonous maiden will convey the Holy Master's words to the Holy Maiden. With that, the middle-aged cultivator departed. Nangong Mingyue had no intention of seeking out Ji Luo Yao. Upon leaving Xiao Peak, she headed straight for the Holy Hall. Holy Master, Nangong Mingyue of Xiao Peak requests an audience. Announcer within the Grand Hall. Ziyu rested her chin on her hand, observing Nangong Mingyue standing in the center with curiosity. Mingyue, I hear you seek this Holy Master. Indeed, Holy Master, I have matters to discuss. I request to partake in the investigation of the trial grounds. This was a decision Nangong Mingyue had contemplated for a long time, as it pertained to the goo within her, which she could not afford to overlook. Oh, you wish to partake in the investigation of the trial grounds. Provide me with a reason. Holy Master, the situation is as follows. Nangong Mingyue relayed the information regarding Qin Wentian to Ziyu. Ziyu frowned upon hearing this. You suspect him. That is not typical of you Xiao Peak disciples to you believe it was Lin Che who expended his primordial blood to save you in the past. Yes, I wish to uncover the truth behind all this, that if someone is deliberately sowing discord among us at Zhixiao Peak, I will ensure they pay the price. Chapter 45. Shock Ziyu, upon hearing this, revealed a rare glimmer of appreciation. Do not rush into an investigation just yet. The Sword God sect has produced a sword body. Go and assess her, if she is willing to join the Holy Land. We shall support the Sword God sect as a first-rate power. A post-heaven sword body. A flicker of confusion crossed Nangong Mingyue's face as she inquired with curiosity. You know her. She is your senior sister's twin sister, Ji Ning Shuang. Upon hearing this, Nangong Mingyue was taken aback, lost in a certain memory that I recall she was declared useless long ago. Useless? I suspect she has had powerful assistants behind her these years, biding her time. After all, you are aware of her relationship with your senior sister. I would feel uneasy entrusting this matter to anyone else. There is no one better suited than you. Ziyu articulated her thoughts. At this, Nangong Mingyue suddenly grew interested in the matter, eager to uncover the identity of Ji Ning Shuang's benefactor. All right, I will handle this. The Tai Holy Land, under Ziyu's decree, formally stripped Lin Che of his title as Holy Son, announcing this edict to the vast wilderness domain. The issuance of this decree sent shockwaves through numerous powers within the wilderness. The first to react were the disciples of the 36 peaks of the Tai Holy Land. The Holy Son has been deposed. What is there to be surprised about? It is only logical. He is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and has lost all cultivation, making him unfit to continue as Holy Son. In the trial grounds, I heard that the Holy Son valiantly protected a dozen fellow disciples. Does the Holy Land not fear this will dishearten the other disciples? However, besides the decree drafted by Ziyu, news also spread regarding Lin Che's other identity as a disciple of the corpse refining sect, as well as his failure to save his own senior sister. All these rumors were orchestrated by Qin Wentian, who had recently experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation and, leveraging his resources, gathered a group of supporters to spread these tales. Meanwhile, the Sword God sect, as a subordinate sect of the Tai Holy Land, had garnered attention due to the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy like Ji Ning Shuang. Other nearby sects and powers hurried to curry favor, seeking to ingratiate themselves with the Sword God sect. With the Sword Maiden here, what do we have to fear for the future of the Sword God sect? They recalled that the Sword Maiden had once awakened her innate sword bones, capable even of contending with the Holy Maiden of the Tai Holy Land. Did I ask that not the Holy Son, who was recently stripped of his title, accompanying the Sword Maiden? Sure. Mind your words. Are you seeking death? The news of the Tai Holy Land's announcement regarding Lin Che's deposed identity had already reached the ears of various powers. Not only that, they were also aware that the Tai Holy Land would soon bestow a new Holy Son. Ji Ning Shuang, who was not far off, overheard their conversation and instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Lin Che, only to find him with an impassive expression. Syu, who was beside Lin Che, was about to speak. Lin Che restrained her. Do not concern yourself. I have long become accustomed to such things. Besides, did I not mention from the beginning that I am no Holy Son? Ji Ning Shuang, standing behind Lin Che, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with his back, yet could not recall where she had seen it before. Sword Maiden, the sect leader summons you. A cultivator in a black robe emerged from the crowd, speaking hurriedly. I understand. Upon concluding her remarks, Ji Ning Shuang beckoned Lin Che and the others to accompany her into the grand hall. Within, emissaries from neighboring sects had arrived to present gifts and extend their congratulations. Alongside a figure clad in azure, even Xiao Ming, the sect leader, adopted a more humble demeanor in their presence. Sect leader, did you summon me? As Ji Ning Shuang stepped into the grand hall, her attention was immediately drawn to the azure figure. While Lin Che feigned indifference, Junior brother, it has been quite some time. How have you been? I have come not only for Ji Ning Shuang, but also to confirm some matters with you, he stated. I have nothing to discuss with you. Furthermore, refrain from calling me junior brother. It is repugnant to my ears. Lin Che did not afford Nangong Mingyue any courtesy, questioning her trust in him, that if she did not trust him. What was the point of confirmation? The senior members of the Sword God sect, including Xiao Ming, had witnessed Lin Che's attitude towards his female seniors on multiple occasions, thus they were not overly surprised. However, the elders from other affiliated sects, who had come to present gifts, were left in shock. That must be the holy son of Tai's sacred land, daring to speak so boldly to the heavenly poison maiden. It was indeed hard to mistake. But did you hear? The heavenly poison maiden has come regarding the sword maiden. After all, with the sword maiden having attained her sword body, it was only natural for Tai's sacred land to extend an olive branch. In stark contrast, Nangong Mingyue's expression darkened, her heart heavy. When had her once cherished junior brother transformed into someone like this, especially under the cold gaze directed at her? She felt a constriction in her chest. Memories of Lin Che's earlier isolation resurfacing, replaced by a surge of indignation. Just as she prepared to speak, Ji Ningxuang's voice cut through, Tai's sacred land. Unless you can compel the holy master to decree that I be allowed to cripple Ji Luoyao. This conversation is moot. For the years she had endured torment, both mentally and physically, she could never forget the pain Ji Luoyao had inflicted upon her. Now that she had attained the sword body, they wished to summon her. Where had they been before? Did they truly believe that past grievances could simply be erased? Ji Ningxuang, do you even grasp who you are addressing? One thing is Lin Che, but a disciple from a second-rate sect dares to raise their voice at me. Are you courting death? Xiao Ming was visibly taken aback by Ji Ningxuang's boldness. And you wish to meddle in my affairs with Ji Luoyao. The tension between the two women was palpable, as though a single misstep could ignite a fierce clash to Ji Ningxuang, who had once been bold enough to challenge Ji Luoyao with her sword bones. Now, with her indestructible sword body, was itching to confront Tai's sacred land and personally deal with Ji Luoyao. Lin Che chose to disregard Nangong Mingyue's provocations. Nangong Mingyue, feeling her authority challenged, unleashed her nether poison body. Ji Ningxuang, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to push the sect to the brink? Xiao Ming, who had always held a reverent fear towards Tai's sacred land, would not have ignored Ji Ningxuang's predicament otherwise. Sect leader, is this how the sect compensates me? If so, I willingly withdraw. The moment Nangong Mingyue activated her nether poison body, the array masters of the Sword God sect sprang into action, setting up defensive formations. Within the formation, 4 individuals stood in opposition. This time, Lin Che refrained from taking action, allowing Hua Yui to shield him from behind. Ji Ningxuang, wielding her Qi sword, unleashed a torrent of indomitable sword intent. The spirit of the sword manifesting. Upon sensing this overwhelming sword intent, Nangong Mingyue was taken aback. It was more potent than her senior sister's, but she could not discern whether it was merely her illusion. Lin Che, meanwhile, was calculating how to extricate himself should a confrontation ensue. Though both Hua Yui and Ji Ningxuang were prodigies, Nangong Mingyue's nether poison required constant vigilance and less refined with the Xianhuang fruit. Chapter 46. Verification enough that be why the looks of you. It seems you are unwilling to visit Tai's sacred land. Since you harbor such disdain for my senior sister, I shall take it upon myself to clear her path today. Nangong Mingyue, having reached a resolution, no longer hesitated that I in her view. If Ji Ningxuang was not eliminated now, a future confrontation with her senior sister was inevitable. Killing Ji Ningxuang now would clear obstacles for her senior sister, perhaps leading Ji Luoyao to no longer deliberately distance herself. With that thought, Nangong Mingyue's nether poison began to spread like mist through the air. The nether poison was notoriously tyrannical. Inhaling even a trace would spell death within a quarter of an hour without the antidote. You too, heed my commands shortly. Lin Che communicated with Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui through his divine sense. Though the two women were unaware of Lin Che's intentions, they instinctively nodded. Nangong Mingyue concealed herself within the toxic mist. You unleash the fury of burning heaven, very well. Hua Yui's eyes snapped open, their depths dark as night, igniting with a flicker of flame. Subsequently, fiery runes emerged, and 2 streams of divine fire shot forth from her eyes. With a hiss, the emerald-green nether poison ignited, flames of an eerie green erupting into the air, the poison crackling as it burned. Nangong Mingyue was startled. Under Hua Yui's extreme night magic eyes, she had nowhere to hide. She possesses divine eyes? Nangong Mingyue was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Lin Che had such a powerful ally by his side. Ji Ningxuang quickly employed the 9 absolute heavens punishment. Ji Ningxuang, with her Qi sword radiating boundless sword intent, unleashed a single strike imbued with overwhelming bloodlust. That moment, just freed from the gaze techniques, Nangong Mingyue's face flickered with panic as she prepared to resist the descending blade of Blood Moon. However, due to Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui's intervention, Lin Che was left unprotected. Yet he did not succumb to the nether poison. Nangong Mingyue had come not only to inquire about Ji Ningxuang's intentions, but also to ascertain whether Lin Che had refined the Xianhuang fruit. It appeared all was as suspected. You mean to say that in the past, when my nether poison erupted, it was you who consumed your essence blood to suppress it? Why did you not disclose this? Though it was not their first meeting, and she knew Lin Che was immune to her poison, she couldn't help but voice her confusion. Why did you not explain during our first encounter? Did you ever grant me the chance for clarification? As for suppressing your nether poison, that is an act only a fool would undertake. Depart. Lin Che's lips curled into a cold smirk. Nangong Mingyue's heart ached at his words. Recalling how she had always taken Lin Che's efforts for granted when he had been by their side, in her mind, she had unrestrainedly drained his kindness, yet regardless of Lin Che's actions. Right or wrong, they had subconsciously deemed him at fault. Whenever Lin Che sought to explain, it only resulted in their more severe reprimands. It dawned on her that the frail silhouette who had once stealthily entered her room was indeed Lin Che. She remembered reporting this matter to her master, claiming Lin Che had ulterior motives, even labeling him a peeping Tom to her senior sister and others. I know you harbor resentment, that I wronged you. But you should not tarnish my innocence, nor should you place a curse upon me. The latter half of her statement was conveyed through divine sense. Upon hearing Nangong Mingyue's words, Lin Che felt a laugh bubble within him. Tarnish your innocence? Place a curse upon you? Who do you think you are? Who the hell would care for someone like you? Such a mindless woman would likely still count coins for someone who had sold her out. Ultimately, she could not discern who had sullied her purity or who had cursed her, still clinging to the notion that she was the innocent victim. Did she truly believe she was still the scapegoat of the past? Fine, Lin Che, since you claim to be the victim, I shall personally investigate this matter. If it is indeed your doing, I will not be lenient. Nangong Mingyue, remarkably, managed to suppress her rising fury and opted to investigate first. I require the entire truth regarding the trial grounds, as well as that Yinyang treasure mirror. Suddenly, she recalled that these items seemed to be in the possession of her junior brother, Qin Wentian. With that thought, she cast a deep glance at Lin Che on the ground and transformed into a streak of light, departing from the Sword God sect. Once Nangong Mingyue had distanced herself, and the nether poison within the formation was entirely consumed. The array masters of the Sword God sect finally dared to dismantle the formation. Ji Ningxuang's expression was grave. She had anticipated that with the 7-kill sword technique learned from the ancestor, coupled with her 5th-layer cultivation, she would not be weak. Today, facing Nangong Mingyue had once again instilled a sense of crisis within her. It was worth noting that due to the effects of the nether poison, Nangong Mingyue had remained one of the weakest individuals within the Purple Cloud Peak, aside from Qin Wentian. Even with the combined efforts of her and Hua Yui, they had barely managed to restrain Nangong Mingyue. Had she not held back at the critical moment, they would have faced defeat. Lin Che cast a glance at the two women. Remaining silent, as for the observing elders from various sects, they exchanged glances. Astonished by the unfolding events, particularly Hua Yui's remarkable display, even Xiao Ming, Duge Yun, and the ever-present Xian Sha beside Lin Che were left in shock. Hua Yui had arrived at the Sword God sect blindfolded. Essentially a sightless individual. How long had it been? Perhaps merely a week. Moreover, he dares to assure me that at that time, Hua Yui was devoid of any cultivation, utterly a mere mortal in the brief span of a week. They seem to have forgotten that Ji Ningxuang, having exhausted her meridians, appears to have achieved her current state in less than 5 days. Only they are aware that Lin Che has arranged for them a secluded training ground, an independent realm. Lin Che wields mastery over the 3,000 paths, and time is naturally one of them. Why manipulating time within the space he crafted, the flow of time is 20 times faster than that of the outside world. Though it seems the two have only cultivated for less than a week, in reality, they have undergone over 3 months of training. Duge Yun swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as he gulped down his saliva. Elder Lin Ahem, I too wish to take you as my master. This astonishing pace of cultivation evoked envy and resentment in him, prompting him to lower his pride and seek Lin Che's mentorship. Xiao Ming's lips twitched. Were it not for his own thin skin, it would be Duge Yun who would have the opportunity. Lin Che could only smile wryly, saying, Not at all, it is merely their exceptional talents, which have little to do with me. However, wielding the path of time does deplete his own cultivation, and he has now regressed to the first level of the condensing Dan realm. Just moments ago, when facing Nangong Mingyue, he was fortunate to have refined the Xian Huang fruit, granting him an impervious body. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely needed to expend his own cultivation to ensure his safety. Upon returning to the Tai sacred land, Nangong Mingyue first sought out the sacred lord. Zhu, is this true? The daughter of Hua Wuxin from Huayui Lanyu City. To her surprise, after leaving the sacred land, she had awakened her divine eyes once more. Truly, the twists of fate are unpredictable. Chapter 47. Otsue was momentarily struck by emotion. Huayui had been imprisoned at the Cliff of Regret in the Tai sacred land for 5 years. During that time, she had probed the other party countless times with her divine sense. Finding her to be nothing more than a blind mortal without any cultivation, that it was astonishing that just a week after leaving the Tai sacred land, she had reawakened her divine eyes. What on earth was happening? The more she heard, the more surreal it seemed. Or could it be that Ji Ningshuang and Huayui share a common benefactor, one who has long held a grudge against the Tai sacred land? Until a voice interrupted her thoughts. Sacred Lord, should I inform my senior sisters about this matter? Nangong Minghue's question plunged Yue into contemplation. Both Huayui and Ji Ningshuang had suffered persecution at the hands of the Tai sacred land. They could not join the sacred land, and allowing them to continue growing would inevitably endanger it. Yet, she could not take the lead, for doing so would entirely alter the nature of the situation. Outsiders might accuse her of jealousy towards the talented, that in such a case, who among the prodigies would dare to join the Tai sacred land? If this were to persist, the sacred land would undoubtedly decline. However, she quickly reached a decision to inform her senior sister and Lu Ruoli of their circumstances. They would know how to act. Yes, Sacred Lord, I wish to borrow the Yin Yang Mirror to investigate what transpired in the trial grounds. Please. The Yin Yang Mirror is in Wentian's possession. You may ask him for it. Unless there is anything else, you may take your leave. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Ziyue waved her hand, and Nangong Mingyue exited the sacred hall, that the Tai sacred land. On the heavenly altar, Lu Ruoli, who had a watchful eye on Nangong Mingyue, observed everything with keen interest. Ruoli, is everything you spoke of truly so? Lu Ruoli unreservedly relayed all that her eye had witnessed to Ji Luoyao. Mingyue actually did such a thing? How could she doubt the little junior brother? Could it be that Lin Che, that heartless wretch, has left a controlling corpse curse within her? Ji Liao's face turned a myriad of colors, from anger to pale. Had this been before, she would never have suspected Nangong Mingyue, but ever since the latter became afflicted with the controlling corpse curse, Ji Luoyao had unconsciously begun to associate her with Lin Che, perhaps even labeling her in the same light as him. The controlling corpse curse acts according to the commands of the host. Perhaps this was the very reason that scoundrel compelled senior sister Mingyue to act in such a manner. Lu Ruoli also concurred with this assessment. From here on, act as if nothing has occurred and continue your surveillance. Be careful not to alert the enemy. I wish to see what he intends to utilize Mingyue's body for. Ji Luoyao insisted that Lu Ruoli refrain from spreading this matter, instructing her to proceed as if nothing had transpired, maintaining their vigilance. Very well. Atop the Zixiao Peak, as Qin Wentian and the other 4 sisters busied themselves with the coronation ceremony. The peak was rather deserted. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Mingyue stealthily infiltrated Qin Wentian's cave dwelling. Forgive me, little junior brother, for the need to uncover the truth of certain matters. This is unavoidable. She prepared to step inside. She discovered that a barrier had been set outside the cave. Cautious. The more stringent Qin Wentian's defenses became, the more unsettled she felt. Aside from the 6 of them, no one else resided on Zixiao Peak. They were as close as family, generally unguarded, that it was unusual for a barrier to be in place. Qin Wentian's actions were indeed suspicious. Uncertain of the intricacies of this barrier, she hesitated to break it, fearing that if she did, Qin Wentian might immediately sense that if he returned while she sought the Yin Yang Mirror, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, at the outer sect of the Sword God sect, it was evident to even the most naive observer that the attitudes of Ji Ningshuang and Huayui toward Lin Che indicated that their current achievements stemmed entirely from him. In a flash, Lin Che garnered unparalleled acclaim within the Sword God sect. You all must devote yourselves to your cultivation. The people from the Tai's sacred land are already aware of your existence. However, there is no need for excessive concern. They wouldn't dare to confront you directly. At most, they will send someone to test your mettle, having spent many years within the Tai's sacred land. Lin Che was well acquainted with its affairs. Che, setting aside our matters, what exactly is wrong with your body? Why does your cultivation continue to dwindle? This issue had been apparent since Hua Yui reopened her magic eye. Initially, she had been unsure, believing it to be a unique cultivation method of Lin Che's, that it wasn't until one day she noticed Lin Che's cultivation realm inexplicably drop by a significant level that she realized the situation was far more complicated than she had imagined. Lin Che must be concealing something from them. The Jining Shuang also cast a questioning glance at him. Lin Che sighed softly. In the end, have you noticed, have you? It is true, you are no longer ordinary mortals without cultivation. My condition is as you see. My cultivation continues to diminish, rendering me a mere mortal. Do you suddenly feel I am unworthy of you, that I no longer belong in your world? He maintained a facade of nonchalance, devoid of any significant emotional upheaval. He had long anticipated this day, that a sudden pang gripped the hearts of the two women. Che, what are you saying? By speaking like this, where does it leave me? Were it not for you, I would still be that blind girl in Lanyu City, or rather, I would likely still be imprisoned at the cliff of regret in the Tai's sacred land, subsisting on rotting mice. Hua Yui cast a resentful glance at Lin Che, seemingly reproaching him for thinking so little of her. Did I have said before, I shall become your sharpest sword, regardless of whether you lose your cultivation and descend to the realm of mortals. This will never change. In that moment, Jining Shuang also declared her determination that if you still doubt this, I can swear an oath to the heavens, by the heavens above, I, Jining Shuang, vow to be the sword in Lin Che's hand. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens and mankind conspire against me. I, Hua Yui, pledge that in this lifetime it shall be with Lin Che. Enough. Before Hua Yui could finish her words, Lin Che's admonition cut through the air, breaking the moment. Truthfully, this scene stirred something within him. Once, she had given far more to her sisters atop Zhixiao Peak, yet had ultimately encountered estrangement, disdain, and contempt. Yet Jining Shuang and Hua Yui, initially, he had only acted on a whim, thinking to demonstrate to her sisters that even after leaving the Tai's sacred land, it was still possible to nurture unparalleled prodigies. Little did he expect that these two, particularly Hua Yui, had developed such deep feelings for him. You need not feel indebted to me for anything, that if you truly wish to do something for me, then elevate your cultivation first. You are still not qualified as you are now, but he deemed it essential to sever the bond between the two. Uncertain how long his current cultivation could endure, a fact he himself was oblivious to, recently, his life-bound goo had been increasingly active, and he feared that one day he might transform into a goo cultivator that devours the essence of life. As long as these two distanced themselves from him, the Tai's sacred land would refrain from brazenly sending assassins after them, thus providing them an opportunity to continue their development. Chapter 48. Surveillance, Nangong Mingyue. After some contemplation, resolved to break the restrictions, the truth lay before her, and this was a golden opportunity. With this thought, she seemingly cast aside her concerns and gently unraveled the bindings, entering Qin Wentian's cultivation abode. However, after searching for half an hour, she found no suspicious signs, ultimately discovering the Yin Yang treasure mirror in a concealed compartment. This artifact was a high-grade imperial tool, its sole purpose being to verify the identities of sect disciples. Additionally, it could record images akin to projecting slides. This was the objective of her visit. Upon acquiring the Yin Yang mirror, she hesitated not a moment, decisively casting a spell to investigate the images recorded within. Yet, as the images entered her consciousness, Nangong Mingyue stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes widening, her mouth slightly agape, as if confronted with something unfathomable to know. This cannot be real, no. In the mirrored realm, Lin Che had stealthily added a corpse-controlling goo to her water during their first encounter, taking advantage of her momentary lapse in vigilance. Each time her ghostly poison erupted, he would expend his own essence blood to suppress it, essentially nurturing the corpse-controlling goo through his blood, while it continuously consumed her cultivation until it was entirely drained. Such a cruel truth was unbearable for Nangong Mingyue. She could hardly fathom that someone once so close to her could sink to such depths of madness. Her body weakened, collapsing to the ground, her eyes vacant. Muttering to herself. Meanwhile, in the Tai sacred land, Tiantan, Qin Wentian wore a satisfied expression. Humph, how dare she question him? It seems Nangong Mingyue cannot be allowed to live, that he had thought everything was under control. Never anticipating Lin Che as an unforeseen variable, severing the connection with the other Gu, and even causing Nangong Mingyue to begin doubting him. How dare she infiltrate his abode while he was away to investigate him? If that was the case, she must be prepared for the consequences. Qin Wentian, confident in his machinations, had ensured that all traces pointed solely to Lin Che, that he had taken meticulous care to prevent such situations from arising. At the same time, Lu Ruoli, who was constantly monitoring Nangong Mingyue, had become aware of all that transpired with her senior sister. That madman Lin Che had long since plotted this. Sister Mingyue has completely fallen for his schemes. The content within the Yin Yang mirror was also perceived by the eye Lu Ruoli had placed on Nangong Mingyue. She communicated this truth to senior sister Ji Luoyao through telepathic means, and upon understanding the truth, Ji Luoyao's face darkened with fury. How dare he do this? Alas, Mingyue is likely on the brink of collapse. It's absurd that she still wishes to clear his name. Scum like him are unworthy. Senior sister, should I go comfort Sister Mingyue? After all, there's no need. Only when she sees Lin Che for what he truly is will she refrain from making foolish decisions. Although Ji Luoyao felt sympathy for Nangong Mingyue, she hoped that this incident would awaken her completely. Sighing heavily, Lu Ruoli expressed her concern. The expressions on their faces were keenly observed by Qin Wentian nearby. The burning heaven divine eye, I never expected you would monitor her as well. Lin Che, oh Lin Che, you are far too inexperienced to contend with me. Yes, each of them possessed his alien goo. They were effectively transparent to him, their thoughts laid bare. The recent telepathic exchange between Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli had not escaped his notice. It seemed imperative to expedite the Sacred Son's enthronement ceremony to sever the ties between that scoundrel and the sacred land. Allowing them to act against him without reservation, the Ji Luoyao resolved to advance the ceremony. Knowing that once Qin Wentian was established as the Sacred Son, Lin Che's demise would be imminent. Such a scoundrel, who dared to deceive her junior sister, must be subjected to the most excruciating punishment. Otherwise, she could not swallow this bitter pill. Death would be too lenient for Lin Che. She intended to imprison him, turning him into their plaything, rendering him unable to escape life or death. Senior sister. The sects invited by the Sacred Lord are nearly finalized, and preparations are almost complete. Only the matter of the Tai Su sword accepting a master remains. The Tai Su sword symbolizes the identity of each sacred son, and Lin Che had once made the sword acknowledge him. This step could not be overlooked during the upcoming enthronement ceremony. You and junior sister should go to the Sword God sect to bring him back. Once we sever his contract with the Tai Su divine sword, he will be rendered powerless at that point. How we deal with him will be a mere matter for the Tai sacred land. Ji Luoyao, wishing to avoid an encounter with Lin Che, recalled his demeanor during their last meeting, feeling her ire reignite. Very well. Outside the Sword God sect, Lin Che, the coward who acts but does not acknowledge it. Come forth, Nangong Mingyue, in a fit of rage, awakened with the singular intent to confront Lin Che. Despite having once felt guilty towards him, she now realized that all his affections had been a facade. She never imagined that such a hypocrite could deceive her, a junior who had treated him like a younger brother for nearly 6 years. Her voice, charged with profound energy, resonated powerfully. Lin Che's residence was not far from the mountain gate. Allowing her voice to carry clearly, Che, it's that woman again. She has come to entangle him. Hua Yui, activating her demonic eyes, discerned the visitor. Ignore her. You and Ning Shuang should set up the formation. Are the people of Tai, sacred lands, so idle? Don't they need to cultivate? They make such a ruckus here, lowering the prestige of the sacred land. With that, Lin Che resumed his slumber. Outside the Sword God sect. Facing no response, Nangong Mingyue charged in, only to be obstructed by the formation laid by Hua Yui and Ji Ning Shuang. Why are you here again? Are all the people of Tai sacred land as idle as you? Ji Ning Shuang harbored deep animosity towards Ji Luoyao, and as Nangong Mingyue was Ji Luoyao's junior sister, she held no affection for her either. What do you think you are, demanding that Lin Che? That perverse fiend, come forth. How dare you show your face and not acknowledge your cowardice? I also advise you to be cautious. Don't be deceived by that beast in human skin, or you may find yourself devoured to the bone. Having discovered the truth, Nangong Mingyue was consumed by hatred, her teeth clenched in fury. The mere thought of Lin Che's actions made her feel utterly vile. She wished to drag him to hell with her. Hua Yui and Jining Shuang were bewildered, yet recognized this as typical behavior of the Tai sacred land, domineering and autocratic, believing their perspective to be the only truth. Chapter 49. Intentions: What troubles you? Ruoli, on the path to the Sword God sect, Mo Qingqing inquired curiously at the sight of Lu Ruoli's furrowed brow. Nothing at all, that we must hurry. We cannot allow Sister Mingyue to suffer any grievances. Lu Ruoli's words trailed off as she quickened her pace, leaving Mo Qingqing bewildered that the Ion Nangong Mingyue was functioning effectively, allowing Lu Ruoli to ascertain her location. Outside the Sword God sect, with Nangong Mingyue's arrival, an increasing number of outer sect disciples and some inner sect disciples gathered to witness the scene. Lin Che, if you do not come forth, I will kill them all. In her current state, she was almost possessed, caring not for the lives of others, willing to employ any means necessary to draw Lin Che out. After all, Nangong Mingyue's title as the daughter of heavenly poison was earned through the slaughter of countless cultivators. What madness are you spewing now? I told you that there is nothing more to discuss with you people from Zixiao Peak. Why do you keep coming back to me? Lin Che, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Hua Yui with an icy demeanor. You hypocrite! You perverse fiend! What have you done to me that I need to spell it out? Scum like you should not exist in this world. Why don't you just die? Upon seeing Lin Che, Nangong Mingyue's wrath ignited instantly. Her body trembling with fury, that a hint of madness crossed her delicate features as ghostly poison began to envelop the area within 100 miles. Have you discovered another truth about me and found it unbearable? Or do you wish for me to admit it personally, to reveal my true self? It's no wonder a foolish woman like you was cast aside by the Nangong family. Silence. You are unworthy to utter my name. The mere sound of Nangong Mingyue escaping your lips nauseates me. You feign the demeanor of a gentleman while secretly betraying your ancestors. The demise of my master is undoubtedly intertwined with your machinations. In the past, you fervently urged my master to take me in, merely to siphon my cultivation and transform me into a puppet for your dominion over the Tai sacred land. Let me make it clear. Today, I shall send you to the netherworld. The 10,000 poison formation, slaughter. With a furious roar from Nangong Mingyue, a natural formation emerged within a 100-mile radius, with Lin Che and his companions positioned at its very center. An endless miasma of poison enveloped the area as she raised her hand, directing an assault towards Lin Che. Before she could approach, Hua Yui beside Lin Che activated her eternal night demon eyes, summoning the flames of destruction that burned fiercely in the void. That Jining Shuang, wielding her indomitable sword intent, brandished the Qishao sword to shield Lin Che, resembling his loyal sword attendant. Their talents, even within the sacred land, would be revered as ancestors. Unbeknownst to Nangong Mingyue, they were determined to protect Lin Che, a mere waste whose cultivation was nearly extinguished by the curse of the fallen immortal. Are you so eager to die for him? Do you not realize you have been manipulated? Or have you already been ensnared by him? Nangong Mingyue felt a profound unrest within her every time she witnessed someone sacrificing themselves for Lin Che. Why? How could someone so vile as Lin Che still have loyal supporters? She would rather believe that they were under his control. Upon hearing this, Lin Che finally understood the source of Nangong Mingyue's madness. She too had been cursed, hadn't she? It made sense. She had never intended to spare anyone from the Zixiao Peak. But why had only his and Nangong Mingyue's curses been exposed? Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, standing by Lin Che's side, were momentarily taken aback by the mention of curse. Hua Yui quickly pieced together the puzzle. The reason behind Lin Che's inexplicable loss of cultivation was indeed due to a curse. Jining Shuang reacted even more strongly, for she had witnessed Lin Che's state when under the curse's control. That as for whether they had been cursed by Lin Che, their hearts were crystal clear. Not only had they not been cursed, but Lin Che had even sacrificed his own cultivation to aid them in their training. So, you too are cursed? How difficult it must be to accept. Do you believe I am responsible? That I have drained my life essence to nourish the curse within you, seeking to usurp your cultivation? Are you so afraid of being expelled from the sacred land that you wish to drag me down with you? A smile crept across Lin Che's face. He felt no pity for Nangong Mingyue, for this was her just retribution, being silently cursed by those closest to her. How delightful that must feel. Oomph. Do you think I would believe you? I tell you, my senior sisters are aware of my curse, yet they have not distanced themselves from me. You shall not sow discord between us. As Nangong Mingyue uttered these words, her confidence faltered. For since learning of her curse, everyone on Zixiao Peak had avoided her. Even her senior sisters had taken to covertly monitoring her, yet before Lin Che, she was a stubborn duck, unwilling to admit her plight. She sought to prove to Lin Che that she was different. Nangong Mingyue, cease your self-deception. If they truly did not care about the curse within you, why did you come alone today? You merely wish to demonstrate that you are unlike me. But reality shall soon reveal that once cursed, all fates are the same. Who said that? Lin Che had never expected that even after being expelled from the sacred land, she would still attempt to incite discord among the sisterhood. As those words fell, a woman draped in a pale purple gown descended from the sky like a celestial being. Following her was a voluptuous beauty clad in a split qipao, appearing behind Nangong Mingyue. The former was Lu Ruoli, and the latter was Mo Qingsheng. Upon seeing those familiar faces, Lin Che couldn't help but frown. Then he recalled something. It seemed Ji Luoyao was indeed anxious, fearing that Qin Wentian might not secure the position of Saint Sun. Lin Che, you are a clever man. You understand our intentions, do you not? Return with us. Unravel your bond with the Taishu sword, and the sacred land will not trouble you. Umph. Lin Che scoffed. Returning with them could very well lead to further torment. Having chosen to leave initially, he had never contemplated returning. What are you? On what grounds do you summon me back? This group of women wore an air of superiority, acting as if he were obliged to comply with their demands, which was utterly infuriating. Lu Ruoli, as the empress of the Great Yin dynasty, exuded an imperial aura that commanded respect even in silence. She had assumed that after Lin Che fell victim to the curse of the fallen immortal and lost his cultivation, he would become docile. To her astonishment, he became even more rebellious, daring to speak to her in such a manner. Whether you go or stay is not for you to decide. Burn the void to ashes. Lu Ruoli unleashed her divine flames, igniting an inferno around Lin Che. As Yui laid eyes on Lu Ruoli, a multitude of memories erupted in her mind. The woman who had once gouged out her eyes and imprisoned her for 6 years now stood before her. She had thought she could forget those years, yet the resentment had festered deeply within her. Upon seeing Lu Ruoli today, the flames of hatred ignited within her. Chapter 50. Exchange. Lu Ruoli's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Hua Yui, who stood guard beside Lin Che. At you. You should not be here. Have I disappointed our great Yin Empress? Or was I destined to be imprisoned on the cliff of reflection for all eternity? Hua Yui, despite the disparity in their realms, stood her ground without a hint of fear. Your eyes, as a formidable empress. Lu Ruoli had never lost her composure like this before. The depth of Hua Yui's dark, abyssal eyes unsettled her divine gaze. She had sensed something amiss from the beginning and had extended her consciousness to lock onto everyone, yet she found no answers until she gazed into Hua Yui's eyes. I am not blind. In fact, I have awakened my divine eyes anew, that am I a disappointment to the Empress. You are indeed resilient. Nonetheless, thank you for the gift of your eyes. I have grown accustomed to them. And after today, I shall possess another pair. Lu Ruoli's greatest fascination lay in collecting the eyes of those with ocular techniques, studying their abilities. Now, she had set her sights on Hua Yui's newly awakened eternal night demon eyes. Lu Ruoli, our accounts are due for reckoning. Hua Yui initiated an assault using the strongest ocular technique of the Eternal Night clan. Lu Ruoli did not back down either, and the two women engaged in a fierce contest of ocular techniques. The higher-ups of the Sword God sect outside the 10,000 Poison Formation were left trembling, as the displays of prowess from both Lu Ruoli and Hua Yui were nothing short of monstrous. Demanding their reverence, Mingyue, I leave Lin Che to you. I shall handle that woman. Qingsheng conjured celestial flames, resembling the embodiment of a fire deity, as fiery wings emerged behind her. She then hurled a fireball towards Ji Ningxuan's position. Ningxuan, do not worry for me. Her nether poison is ineffective against me. Ji Ningxuan cast a deep glance at Lin Che before charging towards Mo Qingsheng, who hovered in midair. These women had not progressed at all over the years. Lin Che discreetly relayed Mo Qingqing's and Lu Ruoli's weaknesses to Ji Ningxuan and Hua Yui, but he refrained from attacking Nangong Mingyue immediately. I told you I am different from you. And no wonder my senior sister insisted on expelling you from the sacred land. She must have discerned the filthy deeds lurking behind you, that if they trusted you, they would not have left their eyes upon you. Would they? Ultimately, the curse within you remains a threat to them. Nangong Mingyue, whether I have committed those deeds or not. You are well aware. Alas, a life spent under constant surveillance is not a fate I, Lin Che, would ever desire. When Lin Che's ocular technique reached its peak, he had seen the eyes upon Nangong Mingyue the very first moment he laid eyes on her. Those void-like eyes belonged to Lu Ruoli, used to monitor Nangong Mingyue. Surely you have noticed, yet you refuse to accept it. Now, you are even less than a dog, for even those closest to you have distanced themselves. How delightful that must feel. Get lost and enjoy your title of the daughter of heavenly poison within the sacred land. Silence. It is not as you say. My senior sisters care for me deeply. Everything is because of you. You are the one who cursed me, the one who ruined everything. Nangong Mingyue desperately sought to numb herself, unwilling to concede the truth in Lin Che's words. Yet, she found herself incapable of doing so. The moment she closed her eyes, she was besieged by the memories of her senior sister's alienation and distrust. Even her most cherished junior disciple began to distance himself from her. Thus, she once again recalled the reflection she had seen within the Yin Yang treasure mirror. Her eyes could not deceive her. It was Lin Che who had, with his own hands, stripped her of everything. Before the disheveled and heartbroken Nangong Mingyue, Lin Che stood devoid of any compassion, silently observing her predicament. That he noticed the slight curve of a smirk at the corner of Lin Che's lips. Nangong Mingyue felt as though her tail had been stepped on. Erupting in fury, two streams of vital energy coalesced into arms that swiftly constricted around Lin Che's neck. Has your heart finally begun to shatter? It makes sense. You have always been a person rife with insecurity. Since I can help you build confidence, I can just as easily dismantle it. Henceforth, the Tai Holy Land shall forever lose a prodigious daughter. Lin Che deftly sidestepped Nangong Mingyue's lethal strike, retaliating with a resounding slap that echoed through the air, drawing the attention of every pair of eyes within the venomous array. As for Nangong Mingyue, blood trickled from her lips as she fell heavily to the ground, her gaze vacant and her consciousness swirling in disarray. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Che's physical prowess was formidable. Senior sister, should we not take Mingyue back? Mo Qingqing, witnessing Nangong Mingyue's injuries, felt a pang of dread that it appeared that Lin Che had indeed changed. The Lin Che of yore was a fierce protector of his sisters, ready to confront anyone who dared to harm them. Yet now, he had delivered a slap to Nangong Mingyue's face, that as she gazed upon Nangong Mingyue's swollen visage, Mo Qingqing's heart surged with indignation. Lin Che, she is your senior sister. How could you lay a hand on her? A chuckle nearly escaped Lin Che's lips at her words. Senior sister? What kind of senior sister expels her junior disciple from the sect? Which senior sister would lay a venomous array to subdue her own junior? Besides, the ties between us have long been severed. To invoke the term senior sister to hold me in moral bondage to such an extent is truly impressive. When you set the venomous array upon me, did you regard me as your junior? When you expelled me from the Holy Land, did you ever consider that I was your junior? Spare me the nauseating claims of senior sister. You are unworthy. Lin Che, you have ruined senior sister Mingyue, and the grand senior sisters will not let you off easily, though we cannot forgive you. From now on, you are the enemy of the Tai Holy Land. Qingqing, take senior sister Mingyue and let us depart. As Lu Ruoli spoke, she made to lead them away. Wait, tell Ji Luoyao that if she desires me to dissolve the contract with the Tai Su sword, she must offer Tian Yuan in exchange, or perhaps the primordial sword bone, or even your burning heaven divine eye. Lu Ruoli, who had initially been moving away, nearly lost her footing upon hearing those words. Damn that wretched creature. How dare he covet my burning heaven divine eye? Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuan and Hua Yui felt a warmth in their hearts upon hearing Lin Che's words. He was clearly standing up for them. Che, shall we take Sister Ningxuan back to Lanyue City? Hua Yui suggested, knowing that Sister Ningxuan's family resided there. However, before she could finish, Ji Ningxuan interrupted, I have no family. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Chapter 51. Departure from Tai Holy Land. Zixiao Peak, did he truly say that? Ji Liao's forehead pulsed with veins, her lips bleeding slightly from being bitten too hard. Countless sword energies crisscrossed as the sword intent within her felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing Lu Ruoli recount the events at the Sword God sect, Ji Luoyao was nearly driven to madness. The audacity of that man to covet her primordial sword bone. Yet, she also felt a sense of relief. Expelling Lin Che from the Holy Land had been the right decision. Your Holiness, you must have heard as well, and all present. It is not as the rumors suggest, that I, Ji Luoyao, am envious of talent and unable to tolerate Lin Che. Rather, he is a two-faced monster, and dissolving the contract with the Tai Su sword is something he ought to do. Yet now, he has entirely disregarded the Holy Land's grace in remaking him and the nurturing he received from Zixiao Peak. Seeking to use it as leverage against us, that Ji Liao's voice resonated loudly, her words shocking the disciples of Zixiao Peak. Even Ziyue appeared taken aback. While she had anticipated Lin Che might return to leverage the resources of the Tai Holy Land, she had never imagined him to be so greedy as to target his senior sister's swordbone. Lin Che is not that kind of person. Could it be that he is struggling to accept the sudden revocation of his status as Holy Son, leading him to speak such nonsense? I too believe that Brother Lin is not that sort of person, yet the injury on Sister Mingyue's face is all too real that I can sense that her vital energy is in turmoil. She must have suffered a grievous wound. Qin Wentian, heartbroken, remained by Nangong Mingyue's side, his expression filled with sorrow, a sight that evoked pity in all who beheld it. Wentian, your kindness is your downfall. You have repeatedly been harmed by that wretched creature. The contract with the Tai Su sword must be dissolved. This concerns your ascension as Holy Son. I will ensure that the Holy Master sends Lin Yuan him. Ji Luoyao spoke once more, and though her words seemed to suggest compromise, the fierce glint in her eyes indicated that she would not easily relent. Ziyue furrowed her brow deeply. She had heard of Tian Yuan, a fearsome sword drawn from the ancient sword crypt. It was through this sword that Ji Luoyao had secured her position on the Azure Cloud ranking, intimidating the younger generation of prodigies. Now, should Tian Yuan be offered, Ji Luo's combat prowess would undoubtedly be diminished, whether it be your Tian Yuan, your primordial sword bone, or Ruoli's burning heaven divine eye. All are indispensable to the Tai Holy Land and should not be relinquished lightly. Should it come to that, I shall personally intervene. I do not believe Lin Che possesses the audacity to demand such things. Ziyue understood the significance of these items. Should they be lost, Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli would be rendered powerless. If the two were to be struck from the Azure Cloud ranking, the Tai Holy Land's prestigious title would be jeopardized. Absolutely not. Ji Lao, how severe are Mingyue's injuries? Has she sustained any critical damage? Cold Ruxiang, unable to contain herself, inquired. Due to the Yin Ming poison body, Nangong Mingyue was already in a weakened state, and Lin Che, having refined the Xian Huang fruit, had likely held the advantage during their confrontation. As Ji Boya examined Nangong Mingyue's condition, he raised his head and shook it, sighing, old wounds remain unhealed, and new ones have been added. Moreover, the poison within her has erupted violently, spreading uncontrollably throughout her organs. Only the detoxification powder can save her. Otherwise, it may not be long before. Ji Boya did not continue, as Mo Qingqing's eyes turned red. Sister, I will go kill Lin Che. Stop. The urgent matter is to have the junior disciple feed Mingyue his life essence to halt the spread of the poison. Indeed, the others, including Cold Ruxiang, turned their gazes toward Qin Wentian, but he first cast a guilty glance at the crowd, then squeezed out a few tears, collapsing beside Nangong Mingyue as he lamented, Sister Mingyue, it is my fault. My cultivation is insufficient, and my life essence is inadequate to save you. It's all my fault. I despise my own weakness. When you needed me most, I could do nothing. What? How could this be? Junior disciple. Are you speaking the truth? The senior sisters urged him on. You can hit me or scold me. It matters not that I am useless. I cannot even save Sister Mingyue. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao leaned forward, nearly falling to the ground. Lu Ruoli and Cold Ruxiang rushed to support Ji Luoyao. How could this happen? Earlier, did we not hear Sister Nangong mention that Brother Lin had refined the Xian Huang fruit? Go find him. He should be able to help. Indeed, Brother Lin is the most compassionate. He cares deeply for the disciples of the sect. In matters of great significance, he will surely know what to do. The disciples atop the peak, at such a critical juncture, instinctively thought of Lin Che, even as Lu Ruoli and others criticized him. There were still those willing to defend him. Enough, I ask you, who is responsible for Mingyue lying here? At this point, unless he comes to me on his knees begging, I may consider giving him a chance that I ask for sending someone to plead with him, abandon that thought that if Mingyue were to lose her cultivation because of this, I will surely kill him to vent my fury. Hearing the disciples around her speak in favor of Lin Che made Ji Luoyao feel exceedingly uncomfortable that a traitor to the sect, one who stood by as a senior sister, faced death. What right did he have to be held in such esteem? He was unworthy, not only Ji Luoyao, but also Qin Wentian, who knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly that he seethed with rage, internally lamenting, "Why do you bear so many accusations, yet still have disciples defending you? Even as you expose your ambitions, why are there still those who stand by you? Lin Che, as long as you live, my heart shall never find peace. All right, following the instructions of Elder Ji, I will ensure that Shower takes the Tai Su sword to the Sword God sect on my behalf, that I believe that since he is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, the spirit of the Tai Su sword will no longer choose him. Moreover, I have prepared a scroll that can compel him to relinquish his essence at a crucial moment. Ziyu is determined to employ coercive measures to compel Lin Che to sever his contract with the Tai Su sword, while also harboring the audacious desire to extract a drop of his essence to prolong Nangong Mingyue's life. Outside the Sword God sect, Elder Lin remarked, "This is beneficial as well. Taking Ning Shuang and Miss Yu Yi with you will allow you to evade the storm. Should the Tai Holy Land be unable to locate us, they will not cause us trouble." Xiao Ming bid farewell to Lin Che and the others. Lin Che's previous actions had already deeply offended the Tai Holy Land, and if they did not depart soon, the Sword God sect would likely face repercussions. Lin Che had his own plans for leaving. He merely intended to depart temporarily, as Hua Yuyi had thoughts of returning home, and he intended to accompany her, for Ji Ning Shuang. Wherever Lin Che went, she would follow. Upon learning of Lin Che's impending departure, the Sword God sect, from the sect leader to the outer disciples, came to see him off, for during this time, Lin Che had bestowed considerable favors upon the sect. Chapter 52. The Semi-Holy Son left already. When did this happen? Old man, are you deceiving me? A spirited young girl in a flowing skirt tugged at Xiao Ming's goatee, demanding answers fiercely. Xiao Ming winced in pain, exclaiming, "I wouldn't dare deceive you, my little ancestor." They left just yesterday, but did not specify their destination, only that they were departing from the Sword God sect. Gu Xiao, a trusted confidant of Ziyu, was merely in her early 20s, yet had already reached the 7th level of the Condensation Dan realm. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's reply, she finally released her grip with a cold huff. "I knew you lacked the gall, little snake. I entrust you with this." That a small green snake emerged from her sleeve, its deep-set eyes resembling freshly mined sapphires, that it then transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the air. "Old man, if I discover you have deceived me, you shall face my wrath." With that, Gu Xiao made a playful fist gesture towards Xiao Ming before darting away like a streak of light. On the road to Lanyue City, Lin Che sensed something amiss when Hua Yuyi halted her steps. "What is it, Yuyi? It seems someone is tracking us. That my demon, I has detected a faint demonic aura." Demonic aura? This area should not be inhabited by demon clans. How could such an aura manifest? Ji Ning Shuang, who was trailing behind, halted and unsheathed her Qi Xiao sword. "Indeed, they are approaching. It appears to be a girl," Lin Che remarked just as the spirited girl descended, wielding a whip from a distance of 2 to 3 meters. With a crack, Ji Ning Shuang swiftly dodged the lash, retaliating with a sword strike that unleashed a torrent of sword intent. In but a single exchange, the girl found herself at a disadvantage. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Seizing the moment as the girl evaded Ji Ning Shuang's attack, Hua Yuyi activated her eye technique, immobilizing the girl's form. "But do not threaten me. I will speak." As her words escaped, a 1-foot-long green snake suddenly expanded, opening its gaping maw as if to swallow the 3-hole, burning heaven. Hua Yuyi's pupils darkened, and black flames erupted from the depths of her gaze, striking the green serpent's scales, causing them to sizzle and smoke. The serpent roared in agony, and the girl leaped atop its head, peering down at Lin Che and the others with her gem-like black eyes swirling within their sockets. "Brother Lin, you strike so fiercely. Have you forgotten your junior sister after such a short time? Wu, Gu Xiao Xiao, what brings you here? If you've come to persuade me to return and dissolve the contract. Have you prepared one of the following? The innate sword bone, the burning heaven divine eye, or the Tian Yuan?" Lin Che's words nearly choked Gu Xiao Xiao. The Tian Yuan was the only artifact apart from the Tai Su sword that reached the sacred artifact level within the Tai Yi Holy Land. The innate sword bone was the sword bone awakened by the sword's sovereign Tian Xian, imbued with powerful sword runes. The burning heaven divine eye was the awakened divine eye of the great flame empress. Possessing unparalleled might, none of these could possibly be relinquished by the Holy Land. Brother Lin, I did not expect that after such a long absence, you would still have a sense of humor. The Holy Master personally instructed me to invite you back to attend the ceremony for the conferral of Brother Qin Wentian as the Holy Son Jiu Xiao Xiao, shedding her previous frivolity, revealed a serious expression. Attend? You are certain this is not a trap or a means of confinement. Xiao Xiao, if you still regard me as your brother, return and ensure they prepare what I require. Otherwise, all discussions are off. Without the Tai Su sword's acknowledgement, Qin Wentian is at best a mere puppet. Brother, since you are so obstinate, do not blame your junior sister for being ruthless, the spirit of the Tai Su sword. Lend me your strength. Gu Xiao Xiao summoned a finely crafted divine sword that sliced toward Lin Che with an ancient sword intent. Just as it was about to reach him, the Tai Su sword abruptly halted in midair. Tai Su sword. It has been an age, my old friend. Lin Che communicated with the sword's spirit through the blade. What has happened to your cultivation? What transpired during my slumber? Why do you appear so weakened? A voice of surprise emerged from within the Tai Su sword that I encountered some complications. Qin attempted to refine you for his own purposes. Apologies, but I am unable to assist you at present. I suspected that fellow was not to be trusted. Now that you have left the Holy Land, his ambitions have been laid bare. It is a pity that those in power within the Holy Land are all foolish and corrupt. The exchange between the man and sword resembled that of long-separated friends, sharing their stories to Jiu Xiao Xiao, astonished that even at this moment, the Tai Su sword still stood by Lin Che's side. Resolved to unleash her trump card, she activated a scroll concealed on her person, which unfurled like a sudden vortex of space, sucking Lin Che and the others in without their defenses. All done. The Holy Master's gifts are indeed useful. She then made her way back to the Tai Yi Holy Land. Today, the Tai Yi Holy Land was unusually lively, especially at the Zixiao Peak. Adorned with festive decorations, the Tian Tan, a banner reading ceremony of conferral hung prominently. After Gu Xiao Xiao utilized the map of mountains and rivers to transport Lin Che and the others back to the Tai Yi Holy Land, Ziyu promptly ordered the ceremony to commence. Attending the ceremony were representatives from one of the three great holy lands, the Chaos Holy Land, along with the Tianyin Holy Land and several super sects, as well as a few first-rate powers. Atop the Tian Tan of the Tai Yi Holy Land sat the most honored guests present for the ceremony, that we welcome the esteemed elders from the various holy lands to this grand occasion. Next, we shall proceed with the transfer of the Holy Sword, as the former Holy Son Lin Che relinquishes his contract with the Tai Su sword. Lin Che was released from the map of mountains and rivers by Ziyu. At this moment, he held the Tai Su sword and walked directly up to the Tian Tan, the top of the steps. He was greeted by Qin Wentian. This young man's cultivation. It seems the rumors hold some truth. He is indeed afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, resulting in his cultivation depletion. That I have also heard that his previous actions within the Tai Yi Holy Land were merely a facade, aimed at gaining the recognition of several senior sisters and junior brothers, only to usurp their powers. That's so. I have heard that it was his senior sister who expelled him from the Holy Land. Some senior figures at the Tian Tan wore impassive expressions, yet internally were elated, having been suppressed by the Tai Yi Holy Land for so long. They finally seized the opportunity. Indeed, the Qingyun rankings, held every 3 years, have always been dominated by the Tai Yi Holy Land. Lin Che alone had consecutively claimed the top spot for 3 terms, not to mention the numerous prodigies like Ji Luoyao on Zixiao Peak, who had made it difficult for the other powers to breathe. Now, however, their major concern had been alleviated. Some disciples secretly lamented Lin Che's talent and formidable cultivation. Lin Che, you had better behave, or I cannot guarantee the safety of the two of them. At this moment, Ji Luoyao transmitted a warning to Lin Che. The matter concerned the Tai Holy Land's reputation, and there could be no room for error. Senior sister, if it would bring my brother back to his senses, I would willingly relinquish the position of holy son. Junior brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Have you forgotten how he harmed your senior sister? Hearing the two of them play off each other, Lin Che remained silent, simply observing their performance. Chapter 53. The exposure of the Qingyun rankings atop Zixiao Peak in the Tai Holy Land. An unusual stillness prevailed, as everyone had gathered at the Tiantan to witness the spectacle of the new holy sun. Within a cave, the cold jade bed lay empty, with Nangong Mingyue muttering in her sleep. Two others were present. Ji Ning Shuang and Hua Yuyi, both confined and stripped of their powers, cast into Nangong Mingyue's cave. Sister Ning Shuang, did you see how haughty she was during our prior meeting? Who would have thought she would fall to such a fate? This holy land truly evokes a sense of melancholy. Hua Yuyi, once the pride of the Tai Holy Land, had been imprisoned at the Cliff of Reflection after being blinded by Lu Ruoli, surviving only on the flesh of decayed rats. The sight of Nangong Mingyue on the bed brought forth memories of her past. Humph. She deserves it. Being led astray and remaining oblivious, her outcome is but her due to Ji Ningxiong felt no sympathy for Nangong Mingyue. For she understood that individuals like Nangong Mingyue, who lacked conviction and merely flowed with the tides, were not deserving of compassion, that on the cold jade bed, Nangong Mingyue trembled all over, after ingesting the detoxifying powder. The dark poison within her, along with her cultivation, returned to the cosmos at that moment. Her delicate face was as pale as death, exuding an air of pitiable helplessness, trapped in a woven dream, unwilling to awaken. She dared not confront reality, nor did she believe that all that transpired was indeed real, that we are currently sealed in our cultivation and must devise a means to escape this place. Those women seem intent on using us to coerce. It is said that Ache was expelled from the sacred land due to being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. This aligns perfectly with the practices of the Tai sacred land. Since they wish to leverage us against Ache, why not use the woman before us to extricate ourselves from this predicament? Hua Yui, having earnestly assessed her physical condition, discovered her cultivation was sealed. The only way to extricate herself was to take Nangong Mingyue hostage. Indeed, I share this intention, yet we must not place our hopes solely on this woman. For having reached such a juncture, the women of Zixiao Peak have left no one to oversee her, indicating she has lost her value. The illusory remaining on Nangong Mingyue observed Ji Ningxiong and Hua Yui's every move. At that moment, the heavenly altar was hosting the sacred sun's succession ceremony, reaching its most crucial step. Seated in the front row of the altar, Lu Ruoli's left, I reflected the events transpiring at Nangong Mingyue's residence. Meanwhile, on the altar, Qin Wentian was invigorated, his cultivation soaring as if propelled by a rocket. He received the Tai Su sword handed to him by Lin Che, his eyes filled with mockery, while outwardly he displayed utmost deference. From this day forth, I shall lead the sacred land to forge a new brilliance, living up to the trust placed in me by my senior brother. Hearing Qin Wentian's proclamation, Lin Che wore an expression of disdain. Truly a display of audacity. Count yourself fortunate. Henceforth, remain in the sacred land to atone for your sins. Until you earn Mingyue's forgiveness, you shall not step foot outside the sacred land, that in Ji Luoyao's view. Nangong Mingyue's current state of ruin was solely the result of Lin Che's actions. Thus it was only fitting that Lin Che should manage the remnants of Nangong Mingyue's life. They were all cultivators, with no time to squander on a useless person like Nangong Mingyue. This would not only showcase the harmonious relationship among the sisters of Zixiao Peak, but also highlight her extraordinary demeanor. Despite Lin Che's grave mistake, they could still accept and forgive him. In contrast, Lin Che gazed at her with a look of bewildered stupidity. This woman is truly beyond redemption. How could I have been so foolish as to venture into the sword tomb and forbidden grounds for such a dim-witted woman at any cost? Truly infuriating. Every word from Ji Luoyao now repulsed him. Indeed, she is the sacred maiden of the sacred land, possessing an extraordinary demeanor. Who would have thought that this Lin brother, now half a waist, would still be welcomed by her. Alas, poor Mingyue, the daughter of heavenly poison, who would have thought she would meet such misfortune? With the sacred maiden and the newly appointed sacred son, how could the Tai sacred land not flourish? In the audience, disciples of the Tai sacred land were filled with fervor, already envisioning a bright future. The other two sacred lands, unwilling to witness the Tai sacred land's harmony, clenched their fists in the shadows. Who would have thought that the esteemed Tai sacred land would accept a waste? Truly, a revelation for Tang. Indeed, Lin Che is clearly afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, having lost all cultivation, now reduced to a waste. Yet the sacred maiden still wishes to retain him in the sacred land. Is this not a waste of resources? It was said that he was responsible for the daughter of heavenly poison from Zixiao Peak taking the detoxifying powder, losing all her cultivation, to commit such a blunder, and the sacred maiden merely brushed it aside. Hypocrisy disguised as public interest. Elder Tang from the Tianyan sacred land, unable to bear the sight of the Tai sacred land's harmony, scoffed. Some elders from various sects concurred, echoing his sentiments. Everyone, allow me a moment to speak. Lin Che is my senior brother. Since our master passed, it has been several sisters caring for him, especially my eldest sister, who has doted on him immensely. Even though my senior brother has strayed from the path, she is still willing to give him a chance to amend his ways, hoping he finds his way back. This decision is not solely hers but reflects the wishes of everyone in the Tai sacred land, including the sacred lord. We shall not abandon any disciple. Qin Wentian, holding the Tai Su sword, spoke with righteous indignation, his voice infused with elemental force reaching every ear. The sacred lord, Zhou, regarded Qin Wentian with a complex gaze, not expecting him to make such a statement. Lin Che, do you not feel ashamed? Your junior brother has been thinking of you, maintaining his support at this moment. Yet what have you done? You attempted to frame him, to shift blame onto him. Honestly, you cannot even compare to a single toe of your junior brother. Ji Luoyao communicated with Lin Che through her spiritual sense. Duh. Is that so? I thank you for allowing me to remain in the Tai sacred land, but it is merely to salvage your reputation. The true aim is to covet the essence blood within me. Is it not? Sweet words about past grievances being forgiven and granting me a chance to reform are nothing but nonsense. It is all merely to drain me of my final value. Lin Che was genuinely disgusted by Ji Liao's words. How could such a person exist in the world? Flattering words who cannot utter them. Qin sacred son, I wonder what your cultivation level is. Allow me to assess your capabilities. The speaker was another sacred land son, Xin Nanfeng of the Chaos sacred land. Qin Wentian, who was relatively unknown, was a fitting target for a test. Xin Nanfeng, you are being outrageous. Cease this. Two voices erupted from different directions that moment. The heavens roared with wind. Golden light erupted, resembling a heavenly omen, with rays of light cascading down. Vibrant and divine. Could this be the Qingyun ranking? Indeed, there is no mistaking it. 3 years prior, when the Qingyun ranking descended, it was just like this. Haha, saving us the trouble of assessing our strengths. Once the Qingyun ranking manifests, simply check our standings to discern who is superior and who is inferior. Those who had earlier been eager to compete now gaze toward the golden light descending from the heavens. Chapter 54. A name on the ranking within Zixiao Peak. The radiant light descended, causing the three within the cave to tremble in astonishment. Could the Qingyun ranking have emerged? This sensation was unmistakable. It was the Qingyun ranking penned by the talented and Miaoi of the Tianji Pavilion. Junior brother, you will undoubtedly be at the top. The awakened Nangong Mingyue offered her heartfelt blessings that Ji Ningxiong and Hua Yui cast a sidelong glance at the pale Nangong Mingyue, choosing to ignore her and stride out of the residence. They were eager to discover which unparalleled prodigies had made the list. The Qingyun ranking recorded the top 100 extraordinary prodigies of the Great Wilderness Domain, with each name on the list possessing the potential to become a formidable figure in the future, provided they did not fall. However, those on the list were also at an increased risk of assassination. Not only the Tai sacred land, but every sect and faction eagerly anticipated the Qingyun ranking. Amidst the golden clouds, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, dressed in a light azure brocade robe and holding a bone fan, appeared. Despite her feminine appearance, she was attired in masculine garb, her exquisitely chiseled face radiating a heroic elegance. Her 3,000 silken tresses cascaded like a waterfall, secured by a hairpin. Upon her emergence, a branch enveloped in golden light manifested as un. In an instant, the golden pen grew several times larger, and Miaoyi began to write with elegance and flair. Golden light surged forth, letters shimmering with golden radiance, soaring like startled swans and gliding like swimming dragons. It resembled a decree being unfurled or a celestial script. Ultimately, the golden dragon pen in Miaoyi's hand vanished, and the holy light emanating from the branch dissipated. The Qingyun ranking was unveiled before all cultivators in the Great Wilderness Domain. And Miaoyi, known to be the only one in the Great Wilderness Domain in millennia with the potential to enter the Tao through literature, proved the rumors true upon this encounter. Look, my name has appeared on the Qingyun ranking, and I am ranked 99th. Ah, the positions yet to be revealed must also include my name. In the realm of the Qingyun ranking, the higher the position, the later it appears, and the greater the reward for those who ascend to the upper echelons. Gazing at the inverted Qingyun ranking in the heavens, Lin Che, situated atop the Temple of Heaven, found himself momentarily lost in thought. To ascend the Qingyun ranking is not merely an honor. It serves as an appraisal of a cultivator's potential. Once Lin Che, having begun his ascent at the tender age of 9, claimed the first position with a formidable presence. That day, the vast wilderness surged with turbulence due to his singular influence, and the Tai Holy Land was ablaze with fervor because of him. Moreover, the top rank of the Qingyun ranking bestows the will of the heavenly path, and it was this very will that enabled Lin Che to break through to the transformation spirit realm, making him the youngest formidable cultivator in the annals of the Great Wilderness. Upon once more encountering the Qingyun ranking, Lin Che's state of mind shifted. Previously, he had labored tirelessly to maintain his position at the pinnacle. But now, liberated from the so-called responsibilities of the Holy Land, he felt unexpectedly unburdened. Deep within, he understood that this time, the Qingyun ranking bore no connection to him. After all, he bore the curse of fallen immortals. And his cultivation had regressed to the first level of the condensation pill realm. It would not be long before he descended into the realm of the mundane, that he refrained from gazing at the Qingyun ranking again, instead pondering whether he could seize this opportunity to forcibly employ his cultivation to leave the Holy Land. Mo Qingsheng, clad in a split cheongsam, adjusted her attire, recalling the origin of this garment. The reward she received when Lin Che ascended to the top of the Qingyun ranking for the second time, the heavenly Xian battle garb, which could transform according to the wearer's will and boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities, able to withstand the full force of a cultivator 2 major realms above. Out of the corner of her eye, she discreetly glanced at Lin Che, and for reasons unknown, upon witnessing his current state, a flicker of guilt arose within her, evoking memories of the time spent together with him. However, upon sensing the remnants of his meager cultivation, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes that we can never return to what we once were at that moment. And Mo Qingqing's name also graced the Qingyun ranking, followed by 2 names that left everyone in profound confusion, Ji Ningxue and Hua Yui. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the bewilderment in their eyes. Who is Ji Ningxue? I've never heard of her. And Hua Yui, ranking ahead of me. Does anyone know who these 2 are? Within the Holy Land, atop the Temple of Heaven, Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli felt a flicker of panic arise within them, though they concealed it well, leaving no one the wiser. Who would have thought that those 2 seemingly worthless individuals would stumble upon such fortuitous luck? Ji Luoyao conveyed to the still-dazed Lu Ruoli sister, should we eliminate them to prevent future troubles? No, I have a better plan, one that can not only bolster the Holy Land's strength but also subdue them. Ji Luoyao gazed at the resplendent characters on the Qingyun ranking. Ji Ningxue, the indestructible sword body, an unparalleled genius who comprehended 3 sword intents, with immense potential, currently at the 4th level of the Transformation Sea realm. Hua Yui, the extreme night demon eyes, inheritor of 2 ocular arts, a prodigious talent with boundless potential, currently at the 2nd level of the Transformation Sea realm. The sword body. Before Ji Ningxue, there had been only 1 sword body in the Great Wilderness herself. Ji Luoyao. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoli's beautiful eyes fixated intently on the words denoting the extreme night demon eyes. Having traversed the Great Wilderness and dedicated years to the study of ocular arts, she had barely grasped 2 techniques herself. While Hua Yui, a mere blind person, how could she awaken new ocular abilities? the indestructible sword body. Could it possibly be another Ji Luoyao? The extreme night demon eyes. I've never heard of them before. And yet, they rank at 32. Look at their cultivation levels. It appears that only Mo Qingsheng, the master of the Pill King Hall, with her heavenly aspect cultivation, stands above them. How is it that I, a 9th level transformation C cultivator, find myself beneath them? Some were shocked, others perplexed, many filled with doubt that 2 newcomers of the Transformation C realm had dared to surpass them. I refuse to accept this, with my celestial tyrant body. Why should I be ranked below them? And I, with my ghostly eyes at the pinnacle of the Transformation C realm, am also placed beneath them. Is this your assessment? Before the words could fully escape, one individual instinctively covered the mouth of the speaker. A.N. Miaoi, with an indifferent tone, stated, "The information I possess is as such. If you do not believe it, you may enter the 100 Battle Heaven platform to contest." Upon hearing this, the group immediately fell silent, for they understood that the Qingyun ranking devised by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had never erred, being based on collected data and then simulated combat scenarios to produce the final rankings. Since Miaoi had declared it, it indicated that these 2 newcomers indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities. The only individual in the great wilderness who did not find the emergence of these 2 names astonishing was Lin Che. The indestructible sword body of Ji Ningxue and the extreme night demon eyes of Hua Yui were both teachings he had imparted. Anyone, even a mortal, could surpass all talents with his guidance. Moreover, both had been paragons before their downfall, that if they were unable to ascend the Qingyun ranking, Lin Che would find it truly remarkable that on Zixiao Peak, upon witnessing their names appear on the Qingyun ranking, Ji Ningxue and Hua Yui were initially taken aback, followed by a surge of gratitude towards Lin Che. Chapter 55. The second Sword Maiden has made the list. Look, there is also Miss Yui, and she ranks 31st and 32nd. The Sword God sect is favored by the heavens. At this moment, the 3 ancestors of the Sword God sect gazed at the radiant names above, tears streaming down their faces. The Qingyun ranking, revered as the talents ranking, meant that anyone who made the list, even a mere gatekeeper, could eventually become a significant figure. In the past, the founding patriarch of the Sword God sect had once ranked 97th on the Qingyun ranking and subsequently, with his own strength, transformed the sect from an obscure faction into a first-rate force. They had thought that such glory could never be recaptured, yet the rise of Ji Ningxue rekindled their hopes. Though her previous ascent had seemed fleeting and she hadn't even been present for the unveiling of the Qingyun ranking. But today, Ji Ningxue made her mark, just a name away from the Tai Holy Land and the Pill King Mo Qingsheng. Pass the decree. From this day forth, let the Sword Maiden inherit the position of the young master of our Sword God sect. All her requests must be met to the best of our abilities. Master the Sword Maiden's conflict with that individual from the Tai Holy Land. Take every measure to ensure the safety of the Sword Maiden. Understood. Xiao Ming's realization dawned on him. As long as they safeguarded Ji Ningxue's safety and allowed her to continue her cultivation, the prospect of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Land would no longer be a distant dream. The other 3 ancestors exchanged relieved smiles, locking eyes and solidifying their resolve that I end the city of Lanyue. Within the Lord's manor, a woman dressed in white, exuding grace, gazed at the inverted Qingyun ranking in the heavens. Along with the name she had never dared to dream of, her expression became vacant, as if she had seen a ghost. "My lord, the young lady, she has made the list. Congratulations, my lord. Look, our daughter has ascended to the Qingyun ranking." The entire household of the Lord's manor congratulated Hua Wuxin, who was so overwhelmed with emotion that her hands trembled. For Hua Yui to make the list was something she had never dared to envision. After all, what had Hua Yui endured? Her innate burning heaven divine eyes had been maliciously gouged out, her cultivation obliterated, and she had been reduced to a mere mortal, a blind person relying on others for her future. Emerging from Lanyue City, within merely a week, she had transformed into a daughter of genius on the Qingyun ranking, a claim that would likely be met with disbelief. From this day forth, I will abdicate my position as lord. Once Yui returns, I shall announce her succession to the lordship. The genius of the Qingyun ranking. Were it not for Hua Wuxin's limited capabilities and the fact that she governed only this single city. Otherwise, in any other sect, she would be promptly enshrined as a saintess, and it would be no surprise for her to be named Young Master. Indeed, the Lord is wise at the Tai Holy Land. Atop Zixiao Peak, upon seeing the golden characters, Nangong Mingyue genuinely felt elated for Mo Qingqing. However, when she instinctively shifted her gaze downward, the position that should have borne her name was instead occupied by Ji Ningxue. This revelation caused her previously bright eyes to dim instantly. The name Ji Ningxue struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Why? How dare a mere waste occupy my rightful place? Nangong Mingyue sneered. Seizing Ji Ningxue by the arm and questioning loudly that in that moment, a name floated through her mind. Lin Che. It was he who had planted the curse within her, who had caused her to lose her sister's trust, who had instigated her demonic affliction. You must return my cultivation. The Nangong Mingyue before Ji Ningxue had lost all semblance of reason, mistaking Ji Ningxue for Lin Che. Bang! Are you done making a ruckus? You madwoman, Ji Ningxue, observing the frenzied Nangong Mingyue, was reminded of her own past, when she had been helpless, stripped of her innate sword bone before Ji Luoyao. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the side of Nangong Mingyue's face. Boom! After receiving the blow, Nangong Mingyue's mind faltered, her thoughts collapsing into a void as she slumped to the ground, dazedly staring at the golden name in the heavens. The Qingyun ranking 7th place. The Holy Maiden of the Tai Holy Land. Ji Luoyao, with innate sword bone, Nirvana sword bone, and boundless sword body, at the first level of the Divine Mansion realm. Hiss, truly worthy of the Holy Maiden of the Tai Holy Land, to have ranked 7th. Even the esteemed Saintess, possessing a cultivation level of the first realm of the Divine Abode, barely ranks 7th. That my curiosity about the top position of the Qingyun list has intensified that I share your sentiments. We cannot dismiss anyone. Who could it be? Lin Che? Is that not an obvious statement? A waste afflicted by the fallen immortal curse would be a miracle to survive a single strike from me, let alone aspire to claim the top of the Qingyun list. The once favored contender for the top position has long been forgotten. Perhaps from the moment Lin Che was struck by the fallen immortal curse, his era was irrevocably concluded. Only 7th place, from the tone of Ji Luoyao, who stands upon the heavenly altar. It seems she is dissatisfied with this outcome. Yet it is indeed the case. Before integrating the Nirvana sword bone, she ranked 9th through her innate sword bone and the Wuji sword body. Now, having perfectly fused with the Nirvana sword bone, her cultivation has ascended to the first realm of the Divine Abode. Logically, she should have contended for a place in the top 5 that, however, unexpectedly, she has merely halted at 7th. Senior sister, you have performed admirably. If it weren't for the distractions concerning me and our senior brother, your cultivation would surely exceed the first realm of the Divine Abode. Qin Wentian, standing beside her, seemed to understand her thoughts as if he were a worm in her belly. His right hand rested lightly on her hand, and their interaction resembled that of companions rather than a senior and junior. Feeling Qin Wentian's overstepping, she did not mind. Instead, she smiled warmly at him. It is only natural for a senior sister to care for her junior brother. And let me remind you, I have never worried about you. Not far from them, Lin Che felt nauseated. He recalled a time when Ji Luoyao was injured during a sword duel, left unconscious, and in desperation, he performed CPR to revive her. Upon awakening, she vehemently berated him, accusing him of ulterior motives, and even sentenced him to 3 months of confinement. Reflecting on it now, he realized how blind he had been. Senior brother, you need not feel guilty. Senior sister does not harbor resentment towards you. As long as you amend your ways, you will continue to be part of the Zixiao Peak. Qin Wentian's gaze fell upon Lin Che, speaking in a somewhat casual tone that at this moment, the Qingyun list had already revealed the 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd places. The top 3 were all from the chaotic Holy Land, the holy sons and daughters of the Tianyan Holy Land. The talented woman from the Tianji Pavilion, and Miaoyi endowed with the radiant holy body, has entered the Tao through literature, and her cultivation is at the 4th realm of the Divine Abode. Ranked 2nd on the Qingyun list, the holy son of the Tai Holy Land, Qin Wentian. Skilled in swordsmanship, alchemy, poisons, medicine, techniques, and possessing the unique physique of the nether poison body, has achieved the 7th realm of the Divine Abode. His evaluation reads, Holy Dragon Fortune, boundless potential, unparalleled talent. This series of accolades left all, including the Tai Holy Land, breathless. Chapter 56, the one and only of Eternity Boom. In the great wilderness domain, from the sacred lands to the lesser sects, chaos erupted. Dayan Miaoi, the talented woman of the Tianji Pavilion. The only one in millennia to enter the Tao through literature, hailing from the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion, found herself ranked third. It was a stark contrast to her previous second place. The most astonishing revelation was that of Qin Wentian, the newly appointed holy son of the Tai Holy Land, who unexpectedly appeared as second on the Qinyan list, shattering all preconceived notions. Despite prior expectations, the Tai Holy Land remained as formidable as ever. Junior brother, he has just become a holy son and yet ascends to the second on the Qinyan list. Surely, the Holy Master should have no words left to say about this. A cultivation at the seventh realm of the divine abode is simply unfathomable. Did you not see the evaluation given by the Qinyan list? Holy dragon fortune, unparalleled talent. On the heavenly altar, a flicker of imperceptible disappointment crossed Ji Liao's eyes as she murmured, second place. For other factions, being second on the Qinyan list is an unattainable aspiration, yet for a sacred land, they vie for the top position. The Tai Holy Land has consecutively held the top position 3 times. And Ji Luoyao had always assumed that this time, the top of the Qinyan list would also rightfully belong to them. Unfortunately, she overlooked a crucial point. Lin Che was no longer within the sacred land. And the one succeeding the Holy Sun position was her closest junior brother, Qin Wentian. Lu Ruoli, Mo Qingcheng, and Leng Rushuang, upon learning of this outcome, were momentarily stunned, as if grappling with the reality of the situation. Their junior brother had always been exceptional, and the first place on the Qinyan list should have belonged to them, the Zixiao Peak. The 3 women exchanged glances, each reflecting a subtle trace of disappointment. Yet this was precisely what Qin Wentian noticed. Just as he was about to speak, someone interjected. Now that the third and second places on the Qinyan list have been revealed, who do you suppose occupies the first position? Isn't it obvious? It must be the young master of the undying Purple Mountain, Yang Shao. No, it is undoubtedly the holy maiden of the chaotic Holy Land, Ouyang Lingji. The first place remained undisclosed, prompting the various factions present to speculate fervently. On the Zixiao Peak, Nangong Mingyue, upon seeing the rankings of senior sister Ji Luoyao and junior brother Qin Wentian on the Qinyan list, finally regained her composure. Lin Che, you are merely a waste. I still have my senior sister and junior brother. You have no support whatsoever. Furthermore, I am backed by the Tai Holy Land. With sufficient opportunities, I could return to the path of cultivation. Who knows what the future holds? Did you see the disparity? Following Lin Che will only bury your talents as long as you join the Zixiao Peak. I will plead with senior sister to grant you leniency. It is far better than being beside that waste. Lin Chat this moment. Nangong Mingyue regained her confidence. The Ji Ningxue and Hua Yui exchanged looks, gazing at Nangong Mingyue as if she were a fool. As if the women of Zixiao Peak were all afflicted with some great illness. One Lu Ruoli, having taken another's divine eye, ascended the Qinyan list without a hint of shame, while Ji Luoyao had twice excavated others' bones, presenting herself as superior. Nangong Mingyue was even more peculiar, having fallen to the status of a waste, yet attempting to elevate her self-worth by belittling others. That if Lin Che is a waste, then is she not even less than a waste? Was that last slap too light? I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind ensuring your cheeks are symmetrical, the Ji Ningxue asserted forcefully. Recognizing the significance of the Qinyan list and her curiosity about who would ultimately claim the top position. Buzz! At that moment, golden light surged through the sky, and 9 divine dragon phantoms emerged, followed by an ancient divine beast, the Qilin, treading upon clouds and traversing vast distances, emitting the harmonious sounds of dragons and phoenixes, leading countless individuals into enlightenment. Subsequently, a scroll of heavenly scriptures appeared in the heavens. And Miaoi, floating in the air, revealed a rare expression of envy upon witnessing this. The Qinyan list's first position was claimed by the Sword God Sect's guest elder, Lin Che, who comprehended 3,000 great avenues, excelling in all with an unparalleled talent of the ages. His cultivation is at the first realm of the condensed and stage, and his physical body has reached the Holy Shell stage, capable of rivaling those in the Law Avatar realm. His achievements include teaching the Undying Sword Body and the Extreme Night Magic Eye to 2 prodigies, with rewards comprising a tome of the imperishable heavenly scriptures and 3 strands of heavenly Tao intent. Boom! This news spread with lightning speed throughout the entire Great Wilderness domain. To achieved first place on the Qingyan list with a cultivation at the first realm of the condensed Dan stage. Ridiculous! It is impossible! The Qingyan list must be mistaken. How could that waste be first? I must be seeing things. My cultivation at the ocean transformation realm barely qualifies me to be on the list, while he is merely at the condensed Dan stage. And talented woman, you must provide us with an explanation. After much confusion, all eyes turned to Niaui, hoping to uncover the truth from her lips that on the heavenly altar. Upon confirming with her own eyes that Lin Che was indeed the first, the Holy Master Ziwe's expression darkened, that a glance at Ji Luoyao revealed disbelief. Impossible! This cannot be real. As Ji Luoyao's heart was shaken, memories flooded back of how Lin Che would steal peculiar techniques and sword arts to share with her, explaining their profound meanings to AT that time. She had taken it for granted, believing Lin Che was merely fulfilling his role as her junior brother. Yet after he was cursed by the fallen immortal, she deemed him a waste, thinking that remaining at Zixiao Peak would only squander resources and tarnish its reputation, bringing disgrace to her status as the holy maiden of the Tai Holy Land. Thus, she conspired with several other junior sisters to force Lin Che out of the Tai Holy Land, attempting to erase his name etched upon the 3 Lives Monument. Now, witnessing the unfolding events was akin to a slap in the face, ruthlessly striking her cheek, leaving her in disbelief and feeling a burning sensation across her face. Qin Wentian's mood was no better. His fingers turned pale from gripping too tightly, his expression darkening as he grappled with an outcome he had never envisioned. He had imagined countless possibilities for the top position, yet the only one he had ruled out was Lin Che. The holy shell physique, comprehension of 3,000 great avenues, and teaching 2 prodigies such remarkable techniques. Such accomplishments were unparalleled in the Great Wilderness domain. As everyone's gaze turned to Lin Che with skepticism, and Niaui descended from the clouds, approaching him. She first displayed a warm smile, then spoke amiably. I am Niaui. Congratulations, Elder Lin, on securing the top position on the Qingyan list for the 4th consecutive time. The impact of this statement is akin to a sudden surge of a mountain flood, devastating the dam. Especially considering Lin Che's current status as an elder guest of the Sword God sect. It is astonishing that this year's greatest victor is indeed the Sword God sect. I have heard of the Sword God sect. It is merely a second-rate power, hardly worthy of mention. Since even the talented and has said so, the Qingyan list must surely be without fault. The representatives of various factions in the audience are compelled to acknowledge this reality. Lin Che, though somewhat taken aback, finds it within the realm of reason. Despite his diminished cultivation, his physical prowess remains unparalleled among the younger generation. Chapter 57. A turn of events on Mount Zixiao. Nangong Mingyue gazes at the names revealed on the Qingyan list. Momentarily lost in thought that I see the top contender? That thief, that voyeur, that despicable wretch, who is not even worthy of a single toe of her junior disciple. The heavens are unjust, her delicate fists clenched tightly. A wave of helplessness surging within her. What can she do now? What can she change? Yes, it must be so. I shall expose him in front of the numerous factions that a person with such a monstrous heart does not deserve to touch the Qingyan list. Upon detecting the unusual worm in her dantian, Nangong Mingyue's expression suddenly shifts, as if she has realized something, and she crazily lets her hair down and rushes towards the heavenly altar, repeatedly uttering a single phrase. What on earth is this woman going on about? Who knows? Let's follow her and see. Ji Ningxue feels a headache coming on. Being around someone who alternates between normalcy and madness makes her fear that she might catch the madness herself if this continues. However, at this moment, wanting to leave the Tai sacred land, Nangong Mingyue is essentially their hostage. At the heavenly altar, Lin Che stands in the spotlight, becoming the object of admiration for many young prodigies, while the group from Mount Zixiao wears grim expressions. Lord Sovereign, I believe he is doing this deliberately. Lin Che, you were brought to Mount Zixiao by our master. You are a child of the sacred land in life and a ghost of the sacred land in death. How dare you leave the sect without our master's decree? A traitor who has eaten from both sides. The sect has nurtured you for so many years that if it weren't for the sect pouring resources into your development, how could you have achieved today's stature? The blatant moral coercion nearly makes Lin Che burst into laughter, and he wants to ask who was the one that forced him to leave the sacred land and marry into Lanhua City. Pouring resources into him, they brought him back from the foot of the mountain and casually discarded him on the peak, leaving a mere 6-year-old child to fend for himself. After he exhibited his monstrous talent, they tried every means to use him as a furnace. Is that what they call pouring resources? Have the people on Mount Zixiao lost their minds, having already severed ties with the sect? He no longer wishes to discuss right or wrong. Instead, he introduces himself anew. Sword God Sect, Elder Guest, Lin Che. He has grown disheartened with this sacred land. Brother Lin, why have you severed ties with the sect? Are you still haunted by the events that transpired in the trial grounds? It is said that the sovereign has already discovered the truth and will soon clear your name. Indeed, brother, the sacred land cannot do without you. The disciples from the 36 peaks of the Tai sacred land in the audience are already in tears, pleading with Lin Che to return to AT this moment. Qin Wentian feels a burning jealousy. Why is it that despite having reached the 7th level of the divine mansion realm at such a young age, no one pays him any heed? Yet Lin Che, who is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and could become a useless mortal at any moment, is being treated with such deference that he cannot accept it. I know the truth. Lin Che's cultivation does not belong to him. He siphoned my power to strengthen himself. This has all been part of his grand scheme. Everyone, do not be deceived by him. An off-key voice rings out. The crowd turns to see a disheveled woman in green stumbling up the steps. Who else could it be but Nangong Mingyue? Who is this person? By what right does she speak of Brother Lin? Is it the unusual worm? Could it be that Brother Lin is a worm cultivator? This has not been heard of. Worm cultivation is a taboo that if he truly is a worm cultivator, Lin Che would become the target of everyone's eye. As she observes Nangong Mingyue's figure, standing on the heavenly altar, Qin Wentian's lips curl into a slight smile. Lin Che, prepare for your downfall. Should the worm within you show any signs of disturbance, you shall find yourself unable to refute the charges of being a worm cultivator. Nangong Mingyue indeed turns out to be his savior. Mingyue, what brings you here? Sister Mingyue, you appear weak. If there is something to discuss, please wait until you have recovered. Recently, due to the arrangements for the conferral ceremony, I have neglected you that I hope you can forgive me, and I promise to compensate you later. Lu Ruoli and Mo Qingxing step forward, while Qin Wentian also feigns sincerity, apologizing to Nangong Mingyue. Their words instantly lift Nangong Mingyue's previously despondent spirits. Indeed, the indifference shown by several sisters and junior disciples during this time had left her feeling empty and even led to some overthinking. Upon realizing that her junior disciple always held a place for her in his heart, she is left with nothing but gratitude. This only strengthens her resolve to expose Lin Che. Only her junior disciple deserves the title of the top contender on the Qingyun list. And no, it's nothing to it is my own inadequacy that led me to fall into Lin Che's trap, causing my junior disciple and sister to worry for me as she speaks. Ji Liao's gaze falls on Nangong Mingyue. Mingyue, what you just said, could it be that your cultivation is not merely due to the detoxification powder? Due to the inability to suppress the dark poison within her, Nangong Mingyue had no choice but to seek the help of the 7th grade medical sage. Ji Boya. Although using the detoxification powder would result in a loss of her cultivation, it seems that her current words suggest otherwise. Just the day before yesterday, coinciding with Lin Che's arrival at the sacred land, the unusual worm within me vanished and my cultivation dissipated alongside it. Initially, I thought it was due to the detoxification powder, but only today did I realize that this matter may be related to him. Nangong Mingyue points an accusing finger at Lin Che. The other members of the sacred land are delighted to witness a spectacle of infighting within the Tai sacred land. Are you suggesting that his initial goal has been achieved? His physical strength has reached such heights solely because the unusual worm within you continuously infused him with the essence of heaven and earth. Very few know of Nangong Mingyue's plight with the worm. And at this moment, Ziyue seems to have a sudden realization. The bystanders begin to conjure up images in their minds, casting disdainful glances at Lin Che. Seeing that the effect has taken hold, Qin Wentian steps forward once again, playing the role of the Good Samaritan. I believe my brother had no choice in this matter. Sisters, please forgive him. After all, to be afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and to suddenly fall from grace. Who could bear such a burden? I understand my brother's urgent desire to prove himself. Qin Wenqian's tear-jerking words make Lin Che feel nauseous, almost as if he could choke him. Get lost, you green tea. Just stay away from me. However, to the ears of others, it resonates differently. Could it be that Elder Lin, the top contender of the Qingyun list, has some hidden circumstances? Worm cultivator. Is it possible that he is from the long-extinct corpse refining sect? Wasn't their lineage severed long ago? There is no absolute in this world. Some begin to believe Nangong Mingyue's claims, while Ji Luoyao speaks with disdain. I never expected that upon leaving the sacred land, you would fall to such depths. She is your senior sister. How could you stoop so low, you beast? Today, let it be a witness. I shall cleanse the sacred land of its impurities. Chapter 58. A Turning Point Sword God Sect Xiaomingzi. Quickly slap me. I must be dreaming. Haha, ancestor. You are not dreaming. Elder Lin truly is the top contender of the Qingyun list. With excellence standing out in the forest, the wind must surely strike it down. You must immediately send Huang Lao and Feng Lao to accompany you to the Tai sacred land to escort Elder Lin and the Sword Maiden. Understood. Xiao Ming's expression is equally excited. If he had previously harbored doubts about Lin Che's words, he now fully believes that Hua Yui and Ji Ningxue achieved their current accomplishments because of Lin Che. Is as if the heavens have sent him to rescue the Sword God sect. They cannot afford any missteps to be by the way. Send out the order. From this day forth, the Sword God sect shall seal its gates for 10 years. Xiao Ming pauses, nodding solemnly. The good intentions of the three ancestors are not lost on him. Though the Da Huang region appears peaceful on the surface, it is fraught with hidden currents. After this incident, the Sword God sect has become the target of collective ire. They must find a way to protect themselves. Sealing the sect is undoubtedly the best choice. In Lanyue City, still basking in the joy of Hua Yui's ascent to the Qingyun list, the news of Lin Che as the top contender leaves Hua Wuxin frozen in place. Initially, she had not considered Lin Che in relation to Hua Yui's ascent to the Qingyun list. After all, Lin Che had appeared pale and sickly at the time, having been expelled from the sacred land and marrying into such a remote city. It must have been a grave mistake, leading to a complete loss of cultivation. Now, the evaluation provided by the Qingyun list forces her to question whether Hua Yui's extraordinary achievements in just a week are somehow linked to Lin Che. City Lord, my lord, he is actually the top contender. Congratulations, City Lord. Best wishes to the City Lord. This is truly a double blessing. The disciples within the Lord's mansion were all elated, as if it were not Lin Che who had claimed the top position, but rather themselves. Jealousy was absent. Their gazes were filled solely with envy. From this day forth, the Lord's mansion is disbanded. The monthly stipend will be distributed as usual. Everyone, make haste to depart. However, the Lord insisted. There is no room for discussion. This is an order. Whether it was Hua Yui or Lin Che, both harbored irreconcilable conflicts with the Tai sacred land. Had they not displayed their talents, matters might have been different. Yet now, with the Qingyun ranking revealed, she feared the Tai sacred land might secretly intervene. She could not afford to be a burden to Lin Che and Hua Yui. Hua Yui and Ji Ningxuang arrived just in time, positioning themselves protectively around Lin Che. How fortunate, Ji Luoyao proclaimed. Hua Yui, Ji Ningxuang, I offer you a chance to join the Zixiao Peak, erasing past grievances. What say you? Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui exchanged glances. Incredulous at her audacity, erase past grievances? Ji Ningxuang scoffed. You might as well ask me to gouge out your ribs and sweetly suggest we forget the past. Ji Ningxuang, nearly laughing in exasperation, finally comprehended why Lin Che held such disdain for these women. They were utter fools. What nonsense are you spouting? It was your covetous gaze upon this holy maiden's innate sword bone that led to your downfall. Even at this juncture, Ji Luoyao remained obstinate, unwilling to acknowledge her position as the holy maiden of the Tai sacred land. A figure endowed with countless resources, would she really resort to digging into others' bones? Oh, I recall now, the holy maiden has a twin sister, perhaps named Ji Ningxuang. She mused. The disciples whispered among themselves, have you heard? The holy maiden sister has awakened her sword bone. Ah, jealousy perhaps. Such matters are commonplace in noble families. That Ji Ningxuang was taken aback by the woman's audacity and her unflinching demeanor while speaking such fabrications. You all conspire to ensnare Ah Che under the guise of exposing him. It is I who should expose you. Wouldn't you agree, Lu Ruoli? Suddenly, Hua Yui, who had remained silent, asserted herself with strength. Blind fool. How can you forget the pain so quickly after healing? Lu Ruoli, relying on the protection of the Tai sacred land, felt no fear to as for Qin Wentian. He began to discern the underlying tensions. It appeared that these senior sisters of his were not to be underestimated. Today concerns only the Tai sacred land. It is of no concern to others that if you withdraw now, this holy master shall overlook past grievances. At that moment, Ziyu stepped forward to mediate the situation. She knew full well the intricacies of Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli's issues. It was her deliberate negligence that had led to this irretrievable situation. Yet, she felt no regret. Such a commendable stance of overlooking past grievances. I hope you do not come to regret today's decisions. And Kai Nu, would you care to discuss matters with Lin? And Miao Yi, who had been silently observing, shrugged in resignation. She had hoped to avoid this entanglement, but it seemed impossible to remain uninvolved any longer. Lin Elder, the Tiangong Pavilion does not engage in disputes. You should be aware of that. Naturally, I am well aware of the Tiangong Pavilion's principles. However, holding on to this volume of the Heavenly Book is merely a waste in my possession, Lin replied, clearing his throat, that if you have matters to discuss, please be forthright, that as long as it does not pertain to violence. I believe Miao Yi may be inclined to assist. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentian lost his composure, and Kai Nu, the Tiangong Pavilion has always been apolitical. Do you intend to breach this principle? His aim was to tarnish Lin Che's reputation and subsequently keep him close, surveilling his every move, but he had not anticipated a member of the Tiangong Pavilion would intervene at this moment. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, impudent one? And Miao Yi's expression turned fierce. Withdraw. Wentian to Ziyu internally chastised Qin Wentian for his lack of discernment. Even she had given Miao Yi some respect. How dare you address my junior disciple with such insolence? Nan Gong Mingyue, enraged by Qin Wentian's reprimand, redirected her fury toward Miao Yi. In a flash, and Miao Yi's ethereal form appeared before Nan Gong Mingyue, seizing her by the throat and lifting her effortlessly. With her breath constricted, Nan Gong Mingyue's face flushed crimson. That is enough, and Kai Nu, you have made your point, that my junior sister was merely ignorant. I implore you to show mercy to Ji Luoyao, unable to bear the scene, cursed Nan Gong Mingyue for her lack of sense. Her junior disciple had been tainted by her foolishness, that is this how one speaks. In this current state of affairs at Zixiao Peak, only you still comprehend the gravity of the situation. For your sake, I shall spare her this time, but consider it not to be repeated. And Miao Yi's cultivation level surpassed even Ji Luoyao's, and only Qin Wentian could stand a chance against her. In Kai Nu, I require your assistance to ensure our safe departure. Upon completion, this volume of the Heavenly Book shall be yours. To demonstrate his sincerity, Lin Che presented a scroll of the Heavenly Book before Miao Yi. Are you not afraid I might abscond with it? And Miao Yi jested, her gaze playful. Chapter 59. The Human Heart, seeing the wordless Heavenly Book enveloped in golden light. Lung Ra couldn't help but scoff. Ungrateful wretches, you cannot raise a wolf without being bitten. In her eyes, this volume of the wordless Heavenly Book, a reward from the Qingyun ranking, rightfully belonged to the Tai sacred land. And now she could only watch as Lin Che intended to gift it away. The Qingyun ranking offered greater rewards to those who ranked higher. The wordless Heavenly Book was said to contain the teachings of the sage of Confucianism and Taoism. Though merely a scroll, to the Tiangong Pavilion, it was akin to gaining wings. Lin Che's actions left her disheartened. Could it be that the Tai sacred land truly held no allure for him? Compared to the wordless Heavenly Book Lin Che was about to bestow, Ji Luoyao was more concerned about the 3 Heavenly Tao intentions as rewards from the Qingyun ranking. To attain the Heavenly Tao intentions was to possess a tremendous likelihood of achieving Heavenly Tao Foundation, which, if successful, would mean no cultivation bottlenecks prior to reaching the Dharma realm. Yet, as she was merely ranked 7th, she lacked the qualification to obtain the Heavenly Tao intentions. Lin Che, if you were to present your 3 Heavenly Tao intentions to the Tai sacred land, I would beseech the Holy Master to allow you to return to Zixiao Peak. What do you think? Upon hearing their words, a broader smile spread across Lin Che's face that In Kai Nu, with her profound knowledge and being the sole prodigy of the great wilderness realm, to ascend through literature. Regarded the wordless heavenly book as a means to forge a friendship, Diane Miao, you scrutinized Lin Che closely. In her eyes, he was once unremarkable, no matter his prodigious talent, for his temperament had been evident. Yet today, upon seeing Lin Che again, she felt as though his demeanor had undergone a transformation, transcending the mundane. He was not merely her equal. He was extraordinary, that Tio so casually offered the imperial-level technique. The wordless heavenly book was not an act everyone could muster. However, considering Lin Che's current circumstances, it appeared he had better options. Indeed, as Miao contemplated this, other senior elders from various sacred lands began to voice their intentions to assist Lin Che. Lin Elder, the Chaos Sacred Land can guarantee your safety, provided you are willing to part with one heavenly Dao intention. Our Tianyin Sacred Land is prepared to do the same. One heavenly Dao intention in exchange. Everyone, is it not somewhat inappropriate to conspire against Lin Che before this holy master? Ziyu could no longer bear to watch. These cunning old foxes had finally revealed their true intentions. Claiming to protect Lin Che was merely a guise to seize his heavenly Dao intentions. This rightfully belongs to the Tai Sacred Land. None shall take it. The holy master of Tai you heir. I recall Lin Elder explicitly stating that his identity on the Qingyun ranking is that of a guest elder of the Sword God sect. How could there be any question of conspiracy? Elder Tang of the Chaos Sacred Land stepped forward, and others joined in the outcry. Indeed, you Tai Sacred Land have already expelled him. Why do you not accept him, yet interfere with others? Is it that those of the Sacred Land may act without consequence? Such a prodigy as Lin Che, should he be placed anywhere, would be revered. Yet the Tai Sacred Land has cast him aside, that I suppose you regret it now. It was evident to all that Lin Che and the Tai Sacred Land were now at odds. Or he would not have sought assistance from the Tiangong Pavilion with the heavenly book. The actions of the Tai Sacred Land hinted at their regret, yet for the sake of their reputation. They were unwilling to lower themselves. You lot truly amuse me. Those whom the Tai Sacred Land has cast aside, yet you scramble to claim. Ji Luoyao, undeterred by the surrounding skepticism, insisted on making it known that it was not Lin Che who had abandoned the Tai Sacred Land, but rather the Tai Sacred Land that had expelled him. Now, holy master of Tai, you have no retort. Even your holy maiden has declared that Lin Elder is someone you no longer desire. Thus, it is wholly reasonable for us of the Chaos Sacred Land to accept him. They were indifferent to the notion of claiming what others had cast aside. What mattered was Lin Che's value. At this moment, none were more furious than Qin Wentian, who had once thought everything lay within his grasp. Only to see the situation spiral out of control, he cursed his foolish companions, who had meddled with his plans. What baffled him most was that Lin Che, already afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and rendered nearly incapacitated, was still being courted by the sacred lands, while he himself was utterly disregarded. After all, he was the second on the Qingyun ranking. Surprisingly, no one mentioned his name this time. Senior brother, please return. As long as you accept treatment, I believe that the curse within you will eventually be lifted. And the celestial realm will spare no effort to assist you with the fallen immortal curse. As Qin Wentian spoke, he used Lin Che's curse as an example to make his point that I am the Tianxian continent. The practice of curses is a taboo, punishable by death. He firmly believed that no sect would dare to take such a risk. Qin Saint, one must be accountable for their words. You insinuate that Elder Lin harbors suspicions of curse practice. Where is your evidence? And Miaoi could no longer contain herself. The Tai Chi Sacred Land had left her with a poor impression, from the Sacred Lord down to the disciples. She also felt a sense of injustice for Lin Che. Evidence, this is evidence. He has violated me and even planted a curse within me. Is that not enough? Nangong Mingyue exclaimed, akin to a shrew, as she retrieved the Yinyang treasure mirror from her bosom. However, this mirror had already been tampered with by Qin Wentian, who aimed to use Nangong Mingyue to reveal Lin Che's alleged crimes. The image within the mirror materialized before the crowd. The people of Zixiao Peak, including Ji Luoyao, glared at Lin Che with indignation, as if to say, now you have nothing to say, do you? Zua, I truly wish to rush over and slap Nangong Mingyue. How could she so brazenly demean the Tai Chi Sacred Land and her position as its sacred lord? Did she not realize the repercussions of this incident on the sacred land? What was this, a farce? How could one determine that it was Elder Lin merely based on a silhouette? Perhaps it was not so. After all, Elder Lin had once been the sacred son of the sacred land. Who knows if he might enjoy such a thing? Lin Che turned out to be such a person. How thrilling. To force his own senior sister. The voices around him were mixed in praise and condemnation, and Miaoi cast a questioning glance at Lin Che, who could only shrug helplessly. Former senior brothers and sisters were resorting to all means to deal with him. This was not the first time he had endured such treatment. Yet, thinking back to the heartfelt devotion he had offered to these people, only to be met with slander and ridicule, he felt a deep sense of worthlessness. At some point, Hua Yui had come to Lin Che's side, her gentle hand softly clasping his large, sturdy one standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Che. Jining Shuang was on the other side, refraining from any inappropriate actions. As she was well aware that Hua Yui and Lin Che had exchanged vows. Meanwhile, she and Lin Che shared nothing more than a mentor-student bond. It was no wonder Elder Lin remained unfazed. She had genuinely thought that his state of mind had reached a level of detachment, only to discover he was enjoying the benefits of companionship. And Miaoi observed Jining Shuang and Hua Yui, who chose to endure the strange gazes directed at Lin Che, and she cast a flirtatious glance at him, saying with a hint of melancholy, Chapter 60. Contest for Supremacy. Talented lady, please do not mock me. By the way, I am quite curious. Do you not suspect that I truly engaged in such beastly acts? Lin Che inquired, genuinely intrigued, as he and Miaoi were hardly familiar, having only crossed paths a few times. It was only natural for Miaoi, who had once been his senior sister, to harbor suspicions against him, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Miaoi rolled her eyes at Lin Che, acknowledging that their ultimate goal was the same, to obtain the heavenly Tao while residing within him. Albeit her methods were more straightforward than those of others, Miaoi did not deny that her intentions were to seize Lin Che's scroll of the heavenly book. The actions of Ji Luoyao and the others were ultimately driven by the same motive. Yet, they continually sought grandiloquent justifications and attempted to occupy the moral high ground to criticize Lin Che's various actions. Haha, I truly appreciate your candor. And talented lady. Unlike some, who can only resort to moral coercion and exert pressure. Lin Che's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Some disciples of the Tai Chi sacred land, who had previously questioned Lin Che, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. How could you shamelessly deny the truth? Or have you struck a nerve? Humph. Hypocrites who superficially deplete their own essence to suppress the outbreak of dark poison while secretly planting curses within me to usurp my cultivation. Yet here you're trying to cover your tracks. And I had once regarded you as a dear brother, only to find my eyes blinded by your actions. Nangong Minghua adamantly asserted that her loss of cultivation was solely Lin Che's doing. Lin Che himself was reluctant to waste another word on such a foolish girl, fearing he might be tainted by her ignorance. Qin Wentian remained outwardly calm, but secretly delighted that aren't you the top of the Qingyun ranking? The center of attention? Aren't all the major sacred lands vying to recruit you? Now that you have committed such an act that incites public outrage, I wonder who will still be willing to take you in. He envisioned Lin Che's downfall, whether for violating a senior sister or for practicing curses. Either way, he would not be welcomed on the Tianxian continent. Nangong Mingyua's actions were tantamount to murder with a heart-wrenching blow. Forget her barking like a dog. What I said still stands. Let's leave. Lin Che expressed his desire to understand why, among so many factions present, including those of Sacred Land caliber, she had chosen him. Without fear of his potential betrayal, Miaoi found it puzzling. Clearly, Lin Che had numerous options to choose from, so why did he specifically select her? If it were for revenge against the Tai Chi Sacred Land. Joining the Chaos or Tianyin Sacred Lands would have been excellent choices. The Tianjai behind her, though mysterious, was peaceful and could only assist Lin Che in temporarily escaping his current predicament, failing to address the root of the problem. Others in the audience also perked up their ears, eager to hear Lin Che's response, particularly Elder Tang from the Chaos Sacred Land, who had previously extended an olive branch to Lin Che without receiving a reply. Because I find you rather agreeable, and as I stated before, you are more forthright than them. Lin Che had indeed considered joining other sacred lands, but the fact remained that he bore the fallen immortal curse. An undeniable truth that could not be altered regardless of the faction he joined. Moreover, should he lose his value to the sacred land, his demise would not be far off, rather than live in constant fear within the sacred land. He preferred a life of freedom and following his own desires, that he had grown weary of this subsistence under another's roof existence. Forthright. Lin Che, you despicable creature, how dare you even mention the word forthright? Have you seen what you have done to senior sister Mingyue? You still do not repent. I advise you to surrender the heavenly Tao will, and we can let bygones be bygones. The G Saintus. Your words are indeed sharp. If I recall correctly, Elder Lin once sought a sword for you. G Saintus. Ultimately, exchanging a millennium-old blood spirit grass for information on the ancient sword tomb from my Tiange. I asked this how the Saintess repays her benefactor? And Miaoi found her eyes opened wide by this revelation. She had previously thought Ji Luoyao to be a person of understanding, only to discover her to be ungrateful and skilled in moral coercion. It was she who proposed expelling Lin Che from the sacred land. Yet now, in the guise of a senior sister, demanded that Lin Che surrender 3 portions of the heavenly Tao will. How could there be such a shameless woman in the world? Unable to contain her frustration, she spoke a truth she had known long before becoming the head of the Tianjai. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's expression shifted, a hint of reminiscence crossing her features as her gaze fell upon the ting at her waist, her fingers gently caressing the hilt of her sword. The millennium-old blood spirit grass was something that even the Tai Chi's sacred land would think twice before offering. Although Lin Che had been the sacred son, he never sought anything from the sacred land. Thus, the origin of the blood spirit grass became questionable. And talented lady, I did not expect you to collude with such a person. The millennium-old blood spirit grass. That was 5 years ago. Back then, even as the sacred son of the Tai Chi's sacred land, Lin Che could not produce such a precious sacred medicine. Thus, it follows that it must have been stolen. Therefore, the tin in my hands is also fraught with suspicion. That Ayan Miaoi nearly burst into laughter, covering her flat stomach as though viewing a clown. Meanwhile, the others directed their attention toward Ji Luoyao. The millennium-old blood spirit grass was indeed a top-tier sacred medicine. Something even their Taiji sect would struggle to produce. That I have some collected by the ancestor of our Yin-Yang sect. But this millennium-old blood spirit grass is a treasure that supplements a cultivator's blood essence, especially for those nearing the end of their lifespan. Lin Che mused that even if the Tai Chi's sacred land were to produce it, they would surely feel the pinch. Most did not believe in Miaoi's words, finding them far-fetched. Who would be foolish enough to exchange the blood spirit grass for information? Lin Che had not anticipated that his sincere past would be met with slander, being labeled a thief. Did they truly see him as nothing more than a waste with no value beyond thievery? And Miaoi, unable to listen any longer, lost the will to continue debating. That I will take you all away. And talented lady, do you not think your actions are inappropriate? To take someone from my Tai Chi's sacred land right in front of me. Zua, sacred lord, the person I am taking is a guest elder of the divine sword sect. Please mind your wording. Halt. Lin Che is a cursed practitioner. Killing him is a blessing for all. Are you, and talented lady, attempting to shield him? At this moment, Lu Ruoli, who had remained silent until now, finally erupted, accusing Miaoi of harboring Lin Che with a hefty allegation. The people of the Tai Chi's sacred land were truly surprising today. The Dio not throw your dirt at me. One must speak and act based on evidence. You claim Lin Che is a cursed practitioner. If I am covering for a cursed practitioner, then present your evidence. Do not just speak without basis. Furthermore, taking someone's wealth to avert calamity for them. Since Lin Che promised me a scroll of celestial scripture, I shall undoubtedly ensure his safety. Therefore, none of you shall lay a hand on him today. To do so would be to oppose my Tiangue pavilion. With that, and Miaoi disregarded the thoughts of others and led Lin Che and his companions away without hesitation. Your Grace, is this matter not embarrassing enough? Even I must concede some respect to Miaoi. Since she is resolutely determined to protect Lin Che, let them be. Once today passes, the 3 wills of the heavenly Tao must not fall into the hands of others. Chapter 61. State of mind atop Zi Xiao Peak. Your Grace, are we truly to relinquish the 3 wills of the heavenly Tao so easily? Indeed, the foundation of the heavenly Tao does not encounter any cultivation bottlenecks before reaching the law manifestation realm. If my junior disciple can obtain the will of the heavenly Tao and complete his foundational cultivation, he shall become the youngest law manifestation cultivator in the great wilderness domain. Without a doubt. The next champion of the Qingyan ranking shall be from my Tai Holy Land. The TO under the Qingyan ranking. There is a fundamental requirement. one must not exceed the age of 50. Before reaching 50, it is the golden period for cultivators. What you say, I am naturally aware of. However, during your time spent with Lin Che, have you not noticed his temperament has shifted dramatically? I believe a person's transformation is never sudden, but rather the result of long-term internal accumulation. Ziyue analyzed the situation with clarity, suspecting that Lin Che's increasingly radical demeanor must stem from issues within his state of mind, that if we could pinpoint the source of this turmoil, perhaps we could guide Lin Che back to the right path. Your Grace, we have tried everything you suggested. Even my third sister and junior disciple humbly sought his favor. Yet not only did he refuse to acknowledge their efforts, but he also extinguished my junior disciple's spirit and committed unspeakable acts against my junior sister. Ji Luoyao believed that Lin Che's issues were not merely a matter of state of mind. From Lin Che's gaze upon them, she could sense the stark contrast. Previously, his eyes were filled with them. Now they were only cold indifference, as if viewing strangers. That I have been investigating the matters regarding the trial grounds, wondering if someone might be attempting to sow discord among you. Perhaps that individual is now lurking in an unseen corner, reveling in their hidden machinations. Ziyue pondered for a moment before looking up to say, since the incident at the trial grounds, Lin Che has completely transformed into a different person. The catalyst for this change was certainly the trial grounds. If we could uncover what transpired there, perhaps Lin Che would return of his own accord. Dou imply that we suspect there are spies within our Tai Holy Land. Lu Ruoli, with keen insight, quickly grasped the implication of Ziyue's words. The others exchanged glances, while Qin Wentian appeared outwardly calm, yet his inner turmoil was palpable. During my investigation of the trial grounds, I discovered this. With that, Ziyue produced a disciple token from her storage pouch, which had been compressed into an altered shape. The design on this token belongs to my Zixiao Peak. Ji Luoyao, with quick perception, immediately recognized the emblem that had long been imprinted in her heart. Despite its distorted form from excessive pressure, this token is the only evidence left behind from the trial grounds that, I recall now, my junior disciple mentioned his token was lost. Could this have been the one he misplaced at the trial grounds? Lung Ruo, as if suddenly recalling something, spoke up. Besides Wentian, this token bears the fingerprints of another individual. Ziyue continued. Who? Lin Che. Why would he seize my junior disciple's identity token? Does he truly harbor such animosity towards him that he would go to such lengths to fabricate evidence against him? Even if this token is indeed my junior disciple's, what does it signify? Mo Qincheng and Lu Ruoli's first suspicion fell not on Qin Wentian, but rather on Lin Che. This is where the issue lies. Judging by Lin Che's previous radical disposition, he must have been bewitched. Beyond the token, there is another discovery. All traces seem to have been deliberately erased, as if to prevent us from uncovering the truth. How could this be? The trial grounds are situated within our Tai Holy Land. Who could be responsible? Do you not find the actions of the Chaos Holy Land and the Tianyan Holy Land today rather peculiar? Especially the way they regard Lin Che. The group voiced their opinions, while Lu Ruoli's suspicions turned towards the other two major holy lands. Over the years, they have consistently suppressed the other two major holy lands, engaging in covert rivalry. Furthermore, Qin Wentian had also mentioned that they encountered an ambush at the trial grounds, yet upon returning to search, the bodies had been incinerated. Even the trial grounds fell victim to an anonymous conflagration. Sister, the investigation you requested regarding Lin Che trading 10,000 years of blood spirit grass for information has yielded results. That a hurried voice chimed in as Nangong Mingyue, assigned by Ji Luoyao to investigate past events. Reported back. 10,000 years of blood spirit grass. Did it indeed originate from our sect? Yes, it came from the treasure pavilion. See, what did I tell you? A dog cannot change its nature. They even dared to steal from their own holy land. Lung Ruo, having not yet heard the entirety of Nangong Mingyue's explanation, had already formed a conclusion. However, the next statement from Nangong Mingyue left them speechless. He did not steal the 10,000 years of blood spirit grass. Rather, he exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points. What? 100,000 contribution points? Where did he acquire such a vast amount of contribution points? When he was conferred the title of Holy Son, it consumed 100,000, making it ostensibly impossible for him to amass such wealth. This matter, I can attest to. Tasks ranging from 1 to 5 stars, even bounty tasks, were monopolized by someone for a period of time. Even 2/3 of your contribution points Luo Yao, stemmed from Lin Che's efforts. Ziyue had once dedicated time to investigating how Lin Che rose to the position of Holy Son, seeking any signs of opportunism. Little did she expect such an astonishing outcome that Ji Luoyao gently covered her lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lung Ruo, her frosty demeanor momentarily thawed, revealed an unusual blush, evidently caught off guard by the implications of her previous remarks. 100,000 contribution points for 10,000 years of blood spirit grass, only to exchange it at the Tiange Pavilion for information. Surely he could not be so naive. Who knows if the information's location is genuine? If he were to be deceived, would that not render his investment in the blood spirit grass a complete waste? Upon hearing this, only Ji Luoyao exhibited an unusual calmness. Her palm gently caressed the Tianyuan. As memories flooded back to her, when her Wuji sword body first manifested, she desperately sought a weapon that suited her. Yet upon entering the Divine Armament Pavilion, despite her thorough search, she found nothing of merit. She even went so far as to lower her status to serve as a maid to an 8th-grade artifact master for 3 months. Ultimately, it was Lin Che who, from an unknown source, procured the Tianyuan for her, that a high-grade sacred weapon, comparable to the Tai Su sword. She still vividly remembers Lin Che's appearance, drenched in blood and looking utterly disheveled. However, lost in her joy of obtaining the Tianyuan, she had offered no words of concern and had even dismissed Lin Che, stating her need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Your Grace, would you kindly check on Mingyue's current physical condition and the state of the poison in her dantian? Past events flooded Ji Luoyao's mind, and as her gaze fell upon Nangong Mingyue, the flicker of guilt she had felt towards Lin Che vanished without a trace. Chapter 62. Fortuity after leaving the Tai Holy Land. 2 unfamiliar presences lay ahead. It seems there are indeed many who covet your will of the heavenly Di Arayan Miaoi, dressed in a blue robe and disguised as a man, pouted and spoke with a hint of melancholy. She despises trouble above all else. That its the sword god sect that Jining Xue was the first to voice her thoughts. What do they want? Lin Che inquired, while Hua Yui rolled her eyes at him. Che, do you not realize under what identity you ascended to the top of the Qingyan ranking? Ah, I see. But at this juncture, do they not fear attracting disaster? While he is indeed the foremost on the Qingyan ranking, there are certainly many sects eager to recruit him. The Sword God sect, at best, is a second-rate force, struggling to provide him with adequate protection that a misstep could lead to the destruction of their sect. Old man, I have met the sword maiden. No, I have met the young sect master and Lin Taishang. The old man Feng Shun, having traveled day and night with the 2 elders Huang and Feng, finally caught up, and this lady is? The 2 elders Huang and Feng, who typically guard the scripture pavilion and remain aloof from worldly matters, did not recognize a Miaoi. However, Xiaoming, who was aware of some matters, spoke up. This must be the talented in. We are greatly indebted to her today for her righteous assistance. Xiaoming had not anticipated that Lin Che could enlist in Miaoi's help, given that the Tiange Pavilion has always maintained a stance of non-involvement. Master Xiao is being too courteous. I presume these 2 are the elders Huang and Feng from the Sword God sect. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you today. Your bearing remains as impressive as ever. And Miao Yi, as the esteemed leader of the Tianji Pavilion, possesses an intimate understanding of the forces within the great wilderness domain, even being privy to the hidden cards held by the various powerful factions. Ha! You must be the granddaughter of Xian. Am I right? How is your grandfather's health? With Feng Chen's introduction, the identity of Miao, it was nearly deduced that I am grateful for Elder Feng's concern. My grandfather withdrew from the world 3 years ago, and now it is I who manage the Tianji Pavilion that I see. However, I am perplexed by one matter. The Tianji Pavilion seems disinterested in worldly affairs. So why has the Pavilion Master chosen to wade into such murky waters? It is a matter of loyalty, a duty entrusted to me. And Miao Yi instinctively cast a glance at Lin Che and Feng. Immediately understanding and choosing to remain silent, that moment, Jining Shuang spoke up, asking, Young sect master, when did this occur? Are you not afraid of the Tai's sacred land? Her words carried a hint of derision regarding the sword god sects in action. The young sect master, is it a unanimous decision by the 3 ancestors? We are indeed apprehensive, yet the presence of a top contender on the Qingyan rankings, as well as one ranked 32nd, makes this risk worth taking. That if we succeed, a bright future awaits. If we fail, we may perish as a sect, but that is preferable to our current state of mere survival. Feng Chen continued speaking. While Elder Huang struggled with his words, "Oh, you have chosen to seal the sect. You must consider that if this gamble fails, the 1,000-year foundation of the Sword God sect may be obliterated in an instant." With Lin Taishang present, I firmly believe that nothing is beyond reach. You jest, having witnessed Lin Che elevate Ji Ning Shuang, who could not cultivate, into the top 50 of the Qinyan rankings within a week. I am confident that given enough time, should she not falter, she could easily become a ruler in her own right. Ha! Elder Feng is underestimating the situation that I currently bear 3 strands of heavenly Dao will. Leaving the Tai sacred land would make me a target. The most perilous locations are often the safest that I must trouble the 2 elders, Feng and Huang, to escort them back while I take a moment to evade trouble. Indeed, it was my oversight. May Lin Taishang take care. Until we meet again. The 2 moved with the swiftness of the wind, their actions decisive upon learning of Lin Che's intentions to depart. Seeking to escort Ji Ning Shuang and Hua Yuyi away, that we will not leave. Che, you promised not to abandon us, that we are still within the confines of the Tai sacred land. What will you do if they send someone after us? Listen to me. I currently possess 3 strands of heavenly Dao will, which I shall divide between you 2, 1 for each. Upon returning, immediately enter seclusion to refine it. Completing your foundation, I will use one as bait. My presence here is the most dangerous. The 3 sacred lands are watching closely, not to mention the first-rate powers and super sections with that. Lin Che promptly distributed the 3 strands of heavenly Dao will, 2 of which hovered as golden figures above his brow, before swiftly piercing into Ji Ning Shuang and Hua Yuye's foreheads. Elders Feng and Huang watched, swallowing hard. The heavenly Dao will. A legendary opportunity said to allow one to achieve foundation establishment without encountering any bottlenecks prior to the Dharma aspect realm was before them. At this moment, they comprehended the true meaning behind the 3 ancestors' insistence that they must bring Lin Che and Ji Ning Shuang back. Such a miraculous opportunity, given so freely beside them, and Miao Yi's eyes flickered with envy before returning to calm. From Lin Che's words, she discerned that he did not seem inclined to use this final strand of heavenly Dao will. Ordinary prodigies would be eager for such a gift, and she too felt a stirring desire. If she were to obtain the heavenly Dao will, she would refine it at the first opportunity. Yet, in Lin Che's hands, it seemed almost commonplace. But what of your injuries? Others may not know, but Hua Yuyi, with her extreme night demonic eyes, understood Lin Che's condition better than anyone. That I am fine. You too should refine the heavenly Dao will and complete your foundation. That I in due time. I will seek you out, or you may come to find me once you reach the divine mansion realm. Lin Che maintained a carefree demeanor, wishing not to impose undue pressure upon them. Very well, did Ji Ning Shuang cast a deep glance at Lin Che before departing. Hua Yuyi, taking the initiative, stepped beside and Miao Yi, grasping her hand to An talent. May I ask you a favor? And Miao Yi, somewhat taken aback, instinctively wished to refuse, but as she caught a glimpse of the sincerity in Hua Yuye's eyes, she found herself inexplicably asking, "What is it?" Subsequently, Hua Yuyi leaned close to Miao Yi's ear and whispered that a rare blush appeared in Miao Yi's eyes as she instinctively attempted to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. She was well acquainted with the identities of both Hua Yuyi and Ji Ning Shuang, and she understood the trials they had endured. Logically, after what they had been through, they should be despondent and suffering. She was curious about how Lin Che had altered their fates. Take care, Che. Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement. Once the others had departed, Lin Che observed in Miao Yi's lingering presence, An talent. I thank you for your prior assistance. Now that I am out of danger, we shall part ways here. Elder Lin, are you so eager to see me go? Is there something you wish to conceal? And Miao Yi, with her sharp tongue, did not hold back that if previously she had admired Lin Che's composure, she now found herself intrigued by the man himself. The Tianji Pavilion, with its knowledge of past and future, had failed to unveil Lin Che's history or destiny. Despite her grandfather's countless attempts, it was as if a thread had been severed. Regarding Lin Che's curse of falling immortals, she was also aware that she had once believed he was on the brink of demise. Yet the unpredictability of fate had proven her wrong. Not only had Lin Che not fallen, but he had also risen to prominence. Chapter 63. Competing for talent. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che mused quietly, pondering why this woman, who had always shunned worldly conflicts, seemed to be so drawn to them now that he was aware of the illustrious history of the Tianji Pavilion's past leaders, skilled in divination and possessing extraordinary poise. He did not believe he possessed such a lure to captivate her attention, Dadain talent. I have other uses for this strand of heavenly Tao will. Many have targeted my aura. If all traces of it were to vanish at once, it would cause significant trouble. His intention was to draw attention away, knowing that no matter where he fled, as long as the curse of falling immortals remained, that good junior brother from the Tai sacred land would be able to sense his location clearly. What are you thinking? Such a hot potato, I would rather not touch it. However, from your tone, it seems you do not intend to use this strand of heavenly Tao will. Heavenly Tao will. And Miao, he was certain that few cultivators could resist its temptation, as it promised no bottlenecks in cultivation before the Dharma aspect realm. In other words, as long as cultivation resources are abundant, one could undergo a complete transformation within 3 months. In talent. Are you not skilled in divination? I had thought you were all-knowing. And Miao, he was incensed by Lin Che's words, feeling it was a deliberate provocation to be. By the way, I am quite curious. Who exactly are you? With the curse of falling immortals, your current state should not be how it is, nor should your attitude reflect this. In Miao, he had encountered many so-called geniuses who fell into despair, unable to cope with the sharp contrast brought about by their loss of cultivation, succumbing to self-destruction or descending into madness. Yet, she saw none of that negativity in Lin Che. Instead, he exuded a remarkable openness toward life. The Tai sacred land, atop Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian gazed at the pallid face of Nangong Mingyue on the bed, quietly clenching his fists. Why would she not just perish? She was truly tenacious. If that was the case, he would not hold back his cruelty, just as Qin Wentian prepared to send Nangong Mingyue on her final journey. In that critical moment, the dreaming Nangong Mingyue murmured, "Junior brother, do not go. Sister was wrong. Please stay with me, will you?" Unintentionally, she grasped Qin Wentian's wrist. Qin Wentian was startled by Nangong Mingyue's sudden action, breaking out in a cold sweat. Upon hearing her murmurs, his expression darkened. He could discern that the junior brother in her dreams was not him, but rather someone he loathed profoundly. Lin Che. Why had he treated her so poorly? Yet she still clung to him. Why? What makes him superior to me? At that moment, Nangong Mingyue had been subjected to Qin Wentian's magic. Everything that transpired within the Yinyang treasure mirror was orchestrated by him. He had violated Nangong Mingyue and then framed Lin Che for the act. After venting his frustrations, an icy voice rang out from outside. "Junior brother, the senior sister has summoned you." "Understood, Sister Lu." Qin Wentian sheathed his dagger and turned to leave. He remained oblivious to the crystalline tear that slipped from Nangong Mingyue's eye at that very moment. It was only after Qin Wentian had departed that the cavern echoed with the sound of her subdued sobs. Earlier, Qin Wentian had mistakenly believed he had ensnared Nangong Mingyue within a dreamscape of his creation. In truth, ever since she had inexplicably fallen into a dream and awakened to a loss of purity, she had sought out her junior sister, Emo Qingsheng, to concoct a dream awakening pill, rendering her immune to such illusions. The events that had just unfolded were but a deliberate test of Qin Wentian's intentions. Yet, the outcome had surpassed her expectations. Her closest junior brother sought to kill her to eliminate any future threat. Previously, Sister Emo had deduced that I had ingested a peculiar pill before succumbing to the dream state. Could it be that the disappearance of the strange insect within my dantian is linked to this pill? Did my junior brother extract the insect from my body, and was he truly intent on taking my life? Lin Che. He must know something. Upon awakening, Nangong Mingyue discovered that her garments were drenched in sweat. She could no longer remain on Zixiao Peak. She had to descend the mountain to seek out Lin Che and uncover the truth. She vividly recalled how, since the trial ground, Lin Che's demeanor towards Qin Wentian and their attitudes had diverged drastically. Coupled with Qin Wentian's inexplicable actions, Lin Che's willingness to be expelled from the Holy Land suggested he had unearthed critical information. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian, summoned by Lu Ruoli, arrived at Ji Luoyao's cavern. "Sister, you summoned me. Can you still sense Lin Che's location?" Ji Luoyao coveted the 3 paths of heavenly will, which belonged to the Tai Holy Land and should not be bestowed upon outsiders, particularly that woman with whom she had ties. Indeed, it seems brother has had a change of heart. He has not yet left the confines of the Tai Holy Land. Oh, is that so? It appears he seeks the sanctuary of the Holy Land, but is restrained by emotional ties. Here's what we shall do. Wentian, take some disciples to monitor him. Simply observe without alarming him that if soft measures fail, then we must resort to firmer tactics. Having learned from past missteps, Ji Luoyao understood that if they revealed themselves and pressed Lin Che too hard, he might resort to desperate actions that could lead to the destruction of the heavenly will, resulting in irreparable losses. Understood, sister. This aligned perfectly with Qin Wentian's intentions. He required the heavenly will to complete his foundational establishment and swiftly advance to the Dharma aspect realm. This way, he would stand on equal footing with the holy master of Tai, allowing him to act without the previous need for subterfuge, while also providing a foundation for his cultivation of the yin-yang sacred body. Nangong Mingyue, having packed her belongings, took the initiative to bid farewell to Ji Luoyao. Sister, I wish to descend the mountain to wander for a while. My current state of mind is ill-suited for remaining in the Holy Land. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to escort you. Nangong Mingyue feigned gratitude, yet internally sighed. It seemed her sister still harbored mistrust towards her. For a fleeting moment, her heart was deeply wounded by the lack of faith from those closest to her. Such feelings were profoundly distressing. Thank you, sister, that as she watched Nangong Mingyue depart, Ji Luoyao turned to Lu Ruoli beside her and inquired, when was your illusory eye compromised? It was when the Qingyun ranking was revealed. During her meeting with Lin Che, I could no longer perceive the illusory eye. So, you're suggesting that her intention to descend the mountain is to rendezvous with Lin Che? Ji Luoyao pondered. Almost to herself, while glancing at Lu Ru, in any case, I shall continue to monitor her. If necessary, I will act without hesitation. That a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ruoli's eyes. Anyone who dared to harm her junior brother would face consequences, regardless of their identity. Indeed, I grant you this authority. Mingyue, do not blame us for being ruthless. It is you who chose to believe that traitorous scoundrel, the Ji Luoyao murmured, gazing into the distance, contemplating their departure from the Tai Holy Land. Xiao Ming and the others dared not linger even for a moment and hastened towards the Sword God sect. Yet, they could not avoid encounters with other factions, for the heavenly will was far too enticing. Who would not covet it? However, upon realizing Lin Che was absent, many lost interest. Sword Maiden, are you interested in joining my Taiyin sect? We are willing to bestow upon you the title of Saintess and dedicate our resources to your development. And I, from the Wuzhizong, extend an invitation to Lady Yui. The treatment will be equivalent to that of the Taiyin sect. Chapter 64. Xianin Mountain. These sects were almost all super sects, fervently attempting to recruit Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui. After the revelation of the Qingyun ranking, they had procured information about the two from the Tianji Pavilion. Initially, they intended to intercept Lin Che midway, but upon surveying their surroundings and failing to spot him, they shifted their focus to Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui, whose talents were undeniable. Their placement within the top 50 of the Qingyun ranking indicated potential to become leaders among the younger generation with further cultivation. Despite being super sects, the resources for talent were predominantly monopolized by the three great holy lands, allowing only a few from their ranks to make the Qingyun ranking, and all of those were beyond the 60th position. Thus, figures like Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui, ranked 31st and 32nd respectively, were naturally in high demand, with all dreaming of being admitted into a sect. The conditions offered were generally irresistible to any prodigy. What do cultivators lack the most? Endless resources for cultivation. That if talent determines the upper limit of a cultivator, then resources determine their lower limit. Even the most gifted individual cannot thrive without sufficient cultivation resources. It is akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. That Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yui remained unmoved by the offers of resources or the title of Saintess. They were uninterested. Before departing, Lin Che had provided them with a storage ring filled to the brim with cultivation resources. Apologies, but I must decline. That I also refuse. Everything they possessed was bestowed upon them by Lin Che. They could not betray him for mere material gain, for that would render them no different from beasts, akin to those from the Tai Holy Land. What a refusal! Do you understand the magnitude of this loss for you? With your current cultivation at the Transformation Sea realm, you should have sensed it by now. Without a powerful sect to provide ample resources, no amount of talent will suffice. Thus, I hope you will consider this carefully without haste. Such talent deserves to be squandered. If you join my Wujizong, within 3 years you will certainly be able to stand above the younger generation of the great wilderness. Indeed, I grant you 3 days to ponder this. I hope both of you and the forces behind you will deliberate thoroughly. Several sects even expressed willingness to accept the Sword God sect behind them, hoping they would give it earnest consideration. Feng Chen cast Xiaoming a meaningful glance, and Xiaoming instantly understood. Thank you all for your kind consideration. We shall return and deliberate further. Farewell. Xiao Sect Master, you are a wise man. You should know how to choose. Also, do not rush to leave. I have one matter that remains unclear. Was not Elder Lin with you? The inquiry came from Elder Tang of the Chaos Holy Land, and other factions turned their curious gazes towards them. Feng Chen was about to respond when Ji Ningxuang interjected, "Do not mention that treacherous scoundrel. He abandoned us at the Tai Holy Land, though we have been so sincere towards him. Yet he is utterly heartless." Ji Ningxuang's words left everyone, including Hua Yui, momentarily stunned. However, Hua Yu shot a glance at Ji Ningxuang, instantly comprehending her intentions. Ji Ningxuang's actions undoubtedly aimed to protect Lin Che. Truth be told, she too was uncertain of Lin Che's current whereabouts. Tai Holy Land? Is the Sword Maiden merely using a tiger's skin as a banner? We have already obtained relevant information about Elder Lin from the Tianji Pavilion. He has fallen out with several of his senior sisters on Zixiao Peak and cannot possibly remain in the Tai Holy Land. Tio the Super Sex, Ji Ningxuang, and Hua Yui were indeed considered extraordinary talents. Yet they were not regarded as scarce resources. Rather, these sects were more concerned with the 3 paths of heavenly will that Lin Che had acquired. Ji Ningxuang's countenance fluctuated as she realized the depth of the information possessed by her adversaries. Reluctantly, she shrugged. As you can see, we too are unaware of his whereabouts. That's so. I apologize for the intrusion. Having spoken, the representatives of the Chaos Holy Land departed without a backward glance. Well then, I have said all I needed to. May we meet again if fate allows. The Ji Ningxuang trailed behind Xiaoming and the others as they departed. Elder Tang, is it true that Lin Che is still lingering within the confines of the Tai Holy Land? My perception does not deceive me. Could it be that he has left the heavenly will with that group from earlier? Impossible. Had that been the case, I would have sensed it immediately. Moreover, the heavenly will allows one to establish their foundation. Who would possess such audacity to gift it away? Beneath the Xian Mountain within the Tai Holy Land, on a secluded ancient street, 2 figures had wandered into the realm of smoke and willow. What you call business is merely a visit to a brothel. And Miao Yi shot an incredulous glance at Lin Che. What was her status? To be traversing a brothel with a man. Moreover, Lin Che, a former holy son of the Tai Holy Land and the foremost prodigy of the great wilderness, seemed to linger in such a sordid place. Are you not an expert at gathering intelligence? Surely you realize that densely populated areas facilitate the collection of information. Lin Che paid no heed to Miao Yi's astonishment. Strolling through the brothels with the enigmatic master of the Tianji Pavilion, seemingly detached from the mundane world, felt like a peculiar form of enjoyment. Furthermore, he was already weary of his time in the sect. This is inappropriate. I am a woman, and such news would cast a negative light. Finally aware of your femininity, yet you still present yourself as a dandy. What business is it of yours? I do as I please. And Miao Yi directly showcased a transformation of identities to Lin Che. Come, young master, and allow me to introduce you to an old acquaintance. Without any regard for his identity, Lin Che strode towards the brothel. This location marked the boundary between the Dian Empire and the Tai Sacred Land. Within a lavish palace, a beguiling woman reclined elegantly on a bed, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. At her bedside knelt a cold, dignified lady draped in black robes, her demeanor devoid of arrogance, as she bowed her head in utmost submission. My lady, the one who severed your 8 tails and nearly led to your demise, has appeared at the Wangchun Lu. Do you wish for me to take action? The lady spoke cautiously, fearful of inciting the woman's wrath. The hatred of having my skin flayed and the vengeance for my severed tail are etched in my very bones. I never anticipated you would fall to such a state. I shall make you feel guilt and unease bit by bit. Since achieving her cultivation, she had kept a close watch on Lin Che. With the recent exposure of the Qingyan ranking, she infiltrated the Tai Sacred Land for the sole purpose of pursuing Lin Che. Young master, come in and enjoy. Oh, do not leave, young master. Lin Che had no interest in the women. He was not here for indulgence but to ascertain certain truths. Accompanied by Miao Yi, he approached a desolate well. There's something extraordinary about this well. And Miao Yi noticed that ever since Lin Che arrived at the well, he had been exploring it incessantly. While the exterior of the well held no peculiarities, the only odd feature was the thick iron chains along its edge. The moment Lin Che's hand brushed against the chain, memories flooded his mind. Mo Qingqing's urgent need for a six-tier demon beast, the three-eyed green-scale serpent's gallbladder, in her alchemical pursuits of the 9 turns revitalization pill. After extracting the gallbladder, he had felt remorse and fed the serpent a transformation pill, subsequently keeping it here to prevent the news from leaking. Chapter 65. Beast Taming Chamber. The path down the mountain wound and undulated. When Nangong Mingyue departed, she requested a unicorn from the Beast Taming Bureau, enabling her to traverse the rugged peaks with the body of a mortal. 3 guards followed closely behind, sighing heavily at the sight of the once revered daughter of Heavenly Poison, now reduced to such a state. So this is the scenery beneath the mountain. Gazing at the ever-shifting mountains, rivers, and landscapes around her, she reminisced about her first ascent with Lin Che. How long had it been since she breathed in the air below? Xianyi Mountain? Wait for me, junior brother. After losing her cultivation, Nangong Mingyue's mindset had undergone a transformation. She felt Lin Che's words held truth, and he must bear some unspeakable burden in the Tai sacred land. Qin Wentian descended with the 5 core disciples of the sect. Junior brother, this is the robe my senior sister procured overnight. This is the life and death Xianyang pill. It will be useful for you. Junior brother, do you still find the Tai Su sword manageable? If not, take my Tian Yuan, the Ji Luo Yao, accompanied by several senior sisters from Zhixiao Peak. Bid farewell to Qin Wentian. By the way, bring my ink Qilin for my junior brother. Cold Ru Shuang, witnessing that several senior sisters had gifts for Qin Wentian, was not one to hold back either. This ink Qilin bore traces of an ancient Qilin's bloodline. Its temperament was fierce and was a youngling brought back by Lin Che from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Over the years, it had matured into a 4th-tier spirit beast, comparable to an initial-stage human cultivator. Junior brother, you are truly fortunate. This ink Qilin is Cold Senior Sister's favorite mount. Others are not even permitted to glance at it. Cold Ru Shuang commanded her attendants, who hesitated. Why are you not hurrying? Her expression turned displeased. Did these fools not comprehend the situation? We dare not, holy physician. The ink Qilin has always been raised by Lin, and we cannot approach it. If we do, it will go berserk. What do you think I raised you for? He raised the ink Qilin, who allowed him to take on such a task. As soon as Cold Ru Shuang uttered these words, she recalled an incident involving the senior sister from the neighboring Xianyu Peak, Xiaoyu, who had captured a 3rd-tier aberrant beast, the Flame Sparrow, during her training and boasted about it at Zhixiao Peak. Cold Ru Shuang, intolerant of others flaunting before her, had declared that she would capture a beast of a higher bloodline within half a month. After making that proclamation, she regretted it. Her cultivation at the time was merely at the pill condensation stage, and capturing a 3rd-tier beast was implausible. The thought of being mocked in half a month made her weep in secret, while Lin Che, unable to bear seeing his senior sister in tears, ventured alone into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains to capture a young ink Qilin. The ink Qilin, having seen Lin Che as its first figure upon birth, instinctively recognized him as its master, forming an attachment to Cold Ru Shuang without ever signing a spirit beast contract. Holy physician, have you forgotten? The ink Qilin was captured by Lin, who secretly ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains to win our bet. I heard that he even attracted the beast god from the mountains. Since then, the ink Qilin has only heeded Lin's and your commands, holy physician. Junior brother, wait here. I will be back shortly. Cold Ru Shuang, her demeanor frosty, turned and headed toward the beast taming chamber, leaving Ji Luo Yao, Mo Qingsheng, and the others exchanging glances. It turned out that the previous incident was not merely for Cold Ru Shuang's bed, but also her birthday. With the ink Qilin serving as a gift, senior brother, why didn't Ti sign a servant contract for the ink Qilin back then? Qin Wentian's sudden voice broke the moment. The previously touched Ji Luo Yao and others felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over them. Indeed, it is such a simple matter. If he had merely planted a servant contract, would the ink Qilin still be uncontrollable? With junior brother's reminder, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Let us head to the beast taming chamber. Lu Ruoli suddenly spoke. The others exchanged glances before following her to the beast taming chamber. At Zixiao Peak's beast taming chamber, the unshackled Ink Qilin went berserk in an instant, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that shot into the sky. Its roar echoed across the heavens. The Ink Qilin, a top-tier spirit beast, had shown signs of breaking through to the 5th tier under Lin Che's care over the years. Moreover, the higher the bloodline of a demonic beast, the earlier it awakened its intelligence. Having spent countless days and nights with Lin Che, it had long regarded him as family. When Lin Che was misunderstood by the senior sisters on the peak, and no one believed him, he would confide in the Ink Qilin. Had it not been for the binding spell that restrained it, the Ink Qilin would have followed Lin Che after the news of his expulsion from the Sacred Land spread. Just as Cold Ru Shuang arrogantly unshackled the binding spell, the Ink Qilin charged at her with its horn, knocking her to the ground. "You beast! What are you doing? Recognize your master," on the ground. Cold Ru Shuang, regaining her senses, furiously reprimanded, only to be met with 4 hooves. The Ink Qilin reared up and trampled toward Cold Ru Shuang's delicate form. Sister Cold, Ru Shuang, beast die, as they entered the beast taming chamber behind Zixiao Peak. The 4 witnessed the Ink Qilin's frenzied actions. Qin Wentian summoned the Tai Su sword, unleashing a beam of sword light toward the Ink Qilin. The Ink Qilin, encircled by arcs of electricity, narrowly evaded the sword light and charged out towards the peaks of Zixiao. "Quick, pursue! Do not let this beast escape." I said, how could Lin Che possibly be so kind? It was all premeditated. If it weren't for Junior Brother's reminder and we hadn't arrived in time, what fate would Sister Cold have met? I dare not even think about it. The Ink Qilin had accompanied Lin Che on sect missions multiple times, thus it was well acquainted with the vulnerabilities of the sect's defenses. Additionally, with its keen sense of smell, it had long memorized Lin Che's scent, and this pursuit was a return to Lin Che's side to At Xianin Mountain, beside the desolate well, gazing at the full moon reflected in the water. And Miao Yi felt an inexplicable shock in her heart. Suddenly, from the still surface, a massive head leapt forth that a demonic beast. A rich aura of the demon clan surged forth that An Miao Yi unfurled her bone fan, unleashing countless flying blades toward the emerging head from the well. "Xiao Bai, it is I. Do not be alarmed." Lin Che remained unfazed, bending down to converse with the head that emerged from the well. The 3-eyed green scale serpent, its partially concealed eyes suddenly wide open, revealed its emerald vertical pupils, tinged with a hint of doubt. Ultimately, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke and materialized into a petite, exquisite woman at the edge of the well. "Lin Che, step back. I will handle her." An Miao Yi retracted her bone fan, producing a golden pen as she prepared to take serious action. "Talented, hold your horses." "Xiao Bai, you too. Why are you still as impulsive as before?" Lin Che interposed himself between the two. Chapter 66. Chaotic battle, is it you? What brings you here? Xiao Bai scrutinized Lin Che thoroughly, confirming that the person before her was indeed Lin Che, before inquiring, "I am here to grant you your freedom. I shall unbind this dragon binding rope." Lin Che strode directly to Xiao Bai's side, forcing out a drop of his essence blood, which fell upon the binding dragon rope, encircling Xiao Bai's neck and limbs, causing the chains to vanish without a trace. "What are your conditions?" Xiao Bai was skeptical, unwilling to believe in the existence of a free lunch. An Miao Yi also paused her actions, as she typically preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. "It would be best if we did not fight." "Clever. Serve as my protector for 3 months." Xiao Bai, a 6th-tier demon beast comparable to a human practitioner at the astral realm, discerned Lin Che's physical condition with just a glance. "Haha, I never expected the esteemed saint son of the Tai Sacred Land to find himself in such a predicament. What makes you think I would assist you? Do not forget that the transformation pill was merely a means to offset our previous grievances, that we are even now. After all, you have used the binding dragon rope to confine me for so many years. My greatest mercy has been sparing your life. Do you dare to overreach?" And Miao Yi suddenly recalled the incident from 5 years ago in the Blood Demon Forest, the rampage of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor. At the time, she had thought it was merely an accident. She never imagined that Lin Che would dare to covet the daughter of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor. "Are you attempting to hasten your cultivation to return to the demon clan and vie for the throne of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor?" "And if I am," Xiao Bai retorted, "you can barely protect yourself, so do not act recklessly. Having been bound in a desolate well for years, Xiaobai was not oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Lin Che's expulsion from the sacred land had long been known throughout the great wilderness that in the past, she might have hesitated at Lin Che's status as Saint's son, but now, she merely chuckled. One intent of the heavenly Tao. Guard for a month, I shall grant you one intent of the heavenly Tao. The remaining one, Lin Che originally intended to use for self-preservation. You have lost your mind. Let me handle this transaction. And Miao Yi interjected hastily. Lin Che cast a look of surprise at her. Aren't you the one who despises trouble? That is the intent of the heavenly Tao. Is it true? Xiaobai, awakened by Lin Che's words, finally came to her senses. Roar, roar. Two earth-shattering roars shattered the tranquility of Xianyin Mountain. In an instant, the ground shook. What is happening? Have we encountered a beast tide? The earlier roars belonged to Amo. Lin Che regained his composure, overjoyed, but as he sensed something amiss, his brows furrowed. Sure enough, 5 figures were in pursuit of the Mo Qilin in the sky. The Mo Qilin sped forth like the wind. Thunder rolling in its wake, IT had sustained severe injuries. Now was the time to use the binding demon rope and establish a servant contract. Once the servant contract was formed, the demon beast would forever lose its freedom and be bound to a human. Boom, bang. The disparity in realms was evident. Had it not been for the extraordinary bloodline of the Mo Qilin, it would have long since perished. However, it was riddled with wounds, considering that Qin Wentian and Ji Luoyao were both formidable figures at the Divine Mansion realm. Despite the demon clan's renowned physical prowess, there was a limit. Eventually, upon seeing Lin Che, it finally collapsed, utterly exhausted. Its hill-like body plummeted to the earth like a meteor, stirring up clouds of dust. The 5 figures brandished swords, surrounding the Mo Qilin. Stop. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Lin Che's eyes nearly spat fire. These wretches would not even spare the Mo Qilin he raised. Well done, Lin Che. You dare to collude with the demon clan, attempting to use the Mo Qilin to murder Sister Ru Shuang. What is your true intention? Brother, do you know how perilous it was just now? We were on the brink of losing Sister Ru Shuang. Qin Wentian echoed. Her life is hardly worth comparing to Am Odain, talented individual. I owe you a favor. Assist me. Such a battle was challenging for Lin Che to intervene in now, to save the Mo Qilin. He would have to rely on Miao Yi Xiaobai. Her emerald vertical pupils fixed on the 5, flashed a hint of ferocity. When her gaze fell upon Mo Qingqing's exquisite face, her teeth clenched tightly. It was she who had ruthlessly extracted her snake gall to refine some 9 transformations Xianyang pill to satisfy her own desires. Transformed into human form, Xiaobai, Mo Qingqing did not immediately recognize her. Lin Che, as ever, the scoundrel, I wondered why you volunteered to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains. It turns out everything was part of your scheme, that if you do not hand over the intent of the heavenly Tao today, you shall accompany this beast in the afterlife. While at the Tai sacred land, Ji Luoyao had put on an act before numerous disciples, but now she stripped away the facade. 3 intents of the heavenly Tao. 1 for me, 1 for my junior brother, and 1 for Ru Shuang. Together, we from Zixiao Peak shall become the mightiest force in the Tai sacred land. Brother, as long as you make this beast and sister sign a servant contract, I believe sister's magnanimity will grant you forgiveness. Junior brother, why waste words on such a conscienceless wretch? Break his limbs first. Compel him to surrender the intent of the heavenly DS for this beast. There are plenty of ways to deal with it. That a massive pit was created in the ground, within which the Mo Qilin lay, barely alive, able only to sense a faint aura. Lin Che was ablaze with fury, the patterns on his chest expanding, the bone-deep pain nearly suffocating him. Xiaobai, closest to him, observed everything. That I can assist you. The condition is 1 intent of the heavenly Tao. The foundation of the heavenly Tao is a monumental transformation for both the demon and human clans. Possessing royal blood, if she were to complete the foundation of the heavenly Tao, she would undergo a further metamorphosis. Lin Che remained silent, his heart resolute to reserve this final intent of the heavenly Tao for the Mo Qilin. As for why he would not use it himself, the answer was simple. It would be a waste. The foundation of the heavenly Tao would not alleviate the curse of his fallen immortal nor the foreign parasite within him. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your agreement. Hiss, a colossal green serpent, stretching 100 feet, soared into the skies. opening its gaping maw to unleash a spray of green venom. Lin Che, how have you descended to the depths of colluding with the demon clan? Do you truly honor the cultivation bestowed upon you by your master? Brother, do not err further. It is not too late to turn back now. No wonder the beast god of the 10,000 great mountains eventually chose to make peace. You must have promised it something unspeakable. Cold as frost recalled the moment when the beast god of the 10,000 great mountains had furiously descended to demand individuals from the Tai sacred land. And Lin Che had gone alone to negotiate with the beast god to avoid implicating his sisters from Zixiao Peak Point 3 days later. Having returned in peace, Lin Che truthfully stated that he had agreed to assist the beast god with the matter. Haha! Lin Che scoffed at these words, suddenly feeling regret for not agreeing to the beast god's terms and uniting with it to obliterate the Tai sacred land. Mo Qingsheng, you wretched woman, do you remember me? The three-eyed by Lin Snake transformed into a 100-foot giant serpent, spoke human words that Mo Qingsheng momentarily lost her composure, but quickly recalled how, 5 years ago, to expand her consciousness she had refined the 9 transformations Xian Yang Pill, needing just one primary ingredient, the demon core of a 6-tier demon beast. Thus, Lin Che had taken her to the Blood Demon Forest to seek a 6-tier demon beast, fortuitously encountering the three-eyed by Lin Snake, which had just engaged in a bloody battle with the iron-armed gorilla, allowing her to extract the demon core from its severely injured body. Chapter 67. Betrayal. Xian Yin Mountain trembled. Even the unicorn beneath Nan Gong Mingyue was startled. What is happening? It seems there is a battle over there. That is where my junior brother is. Let us hurry. Nan Gong Mingyue produced a yin-yang mirror from her bosom, reflecting Lin Che's towering figure. The three transformed into shooting stars, vanishing into the vast sky. Within a resplendent palace deep underground, a woman clad in a crimson gown, alluring and enchanting, with a pair of proud breasts resembling undulating peaks, captivated the gaze at first glance. That my Lord Demon Sovereign, it appears the people of the Tai sacred land are embroiled in internal strife. Should we seize this opportunity to annihilate them all? A cautious noblewoman in dark attire asked softly. The cold yet charming woman, with crimson vertical pupils, flashed a sharp glint as a scene surfaced in her mind. A snowy landscape, a young man in white wielding the Tai Su sword, battling fiercely with her. This was her first battle upon emergence, the most arduous one. The blood stained the ground as the youth callously stripped her of her fox clothing, ruthlessly severing her tail, leaving behind only a spirit-gathering pill as he departed. The young master of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan could not bear the humiliation inflicted by a human youth. Thus, she investigated all relevant information about Lin Ch's exact revenge. She secretly allied with Qin Wentian, intending to repay Lin Che with the most brutal methods, making him taste the bitterness of betrayal, being slain by his most beloved sister. You go help me with something. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman leaned close, and the coldly beautiful girl whispered that on the ground, transformed into a 100-foot giant serpent, Xiaobai continuously spewed venom, while in Miao he was not idle, leaping into the air, wielding a bone fan. Each flap of the fan conjured a fierce gale. Lin Che was isolated. He approached the massive pit where the Mo Qilin lay and was about to take action when Ji Liao's flying sword shot toward Lin Che's back in the blink of an eye. Sister No, Nan Gong Mingyue, riding her unicorn, leaped up urgently, barely using the yin-yang mirror to deflect the flying sword back. However, she was also jolted back, her body tilting. Mingyue, do you understand what you are doing? He conspires with the demon clan and plots against your sister. And you actually aid him. Cold as frost, upon witnessing a failed strike, a surge of fury ignited within her upon recognizing the individual before her. Previously, when Lu Ruoli had conveyed all that she had seen through the eye of illusion regarding Nan Gong Mingyue, they had harbored doubts about the matter. Yet now, it became evident that Nan Gong Mingyue truly had an affair with Lin Che. Lin Che, upon seeing Nan Gong Mingyue, did not even spare her a glance. Seizing the moment, he bestowed the only strand of heavenly Tao will upon Mo Qilin. That a golden figure sat at the center of his brow, emitting golden light that merged into Mo Qilin's being. Witnessing such treachery, one could not help but question the worth of saving a person with a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. Just moments ago, one risked their life to save him. And yet he remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in her direction. Lin Che's shifting expression did not escape Lu Ruoli's burning sky divine eye. Not like this, senior sister Lu. The junior brother has his own burdens. Nangong Mingyue, for the first time, spoke in defense of Lin Che, causing a fleeting glimmer of imperceptible killing intent to flicker in Qin Wentian's eyes. Had she sensed something? It was surprising that, even in such circumstances, she still clung to her feelings for Lin Che. Mingyue, what are you saying? Let us not forget that it was the 5 of us who voted together to expel him from the sacred grounds. Do you now regret that decision? Indeed. How many grievances has he inflicted upon the junior brother? Now he spares none of us. You shall be left with nothing but bones and scraps. Senior sister, junior sister. The junior brother was wronged. I will ensure his innocence is restored. That a joke. Who would wrong him? It is he who feigns humility and kindness, yet possesses a deep cunning. Even you, Ruoshang, nearly fell victim to his schemes. Almost perishing at the hands of this beast, the Ji Luoyao could only think that Nangong Mingyue had lost her senses, spouting nonsense. Lin Che was innocent. Restore his innocence? Evidence and witnesses abound. What injustice is there to rectify? Kindly remove yourself from my sight. I have no need for your presence. How you treated him before, and now, when faced with Qin Wentian's persecution, you only think of his merits. Is there such a thing as an easy bargain in this world? Senior brother, Mingyue is looking out for you. How can you be so heartless? Junior sister, you are merely pressing your warm face against a cold backside. It feels quite unpleasant, does it not? Come stand with us. Otherwise, this waist will not be able to protect you, cold as frost. Her words were as sharp as blades. Qin Wentian continued to speak in a casual manner, while in Miaoi and Xiao Bai sensed the subtle tension amongst the group. Senior sister, please cease this quarrel. The junior brother has suffered enough that as she spoke. Nangong Mingyue began to sob softly, recalling that Lin Che was not only afflicted with a curse but also bore the fallen immortal spell. Tears welled in her eyes. Keep your distance if you intend to weep. Whom are you crying for here? Already suffering from the repercussions of using her elemental energy, the fallen immortal spell coursed through her, causing her body to feel as though it were being devoured by countless ants, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Now, with Nangong Mingyue weeping at her side, Lin Che found himself increasingly agitated. Mingyue, did you not hear what that person said? Why subject yourself to this? Even if you lose your cultivation, you are still a disciple of Zixiao Peak. How can you allow someone like him to insult you? Nangong Mingyue, I command you in the name of the master of Zixiao Peak. Take the sword in your hand and slay him. Senior sister, please do not do this. The senior brother acted without malice. It must be because of me that I usurped the position of the sacred son, which has led the senior brother to become so extreme. All of this is my fault. I plead for your mercy. Qin Wentian feigned a leap forward, embracing Nangong Mingyue in his arms. That in her current state, she bore no resemblance to the daughter of heavenly poison. Disheveled and ragged, she resembled a beggar. Junior sister, why must you endure this? Someone so cold-hearted as him would not reminisce about past affections. Now you see his true face, do you not? You are injured beyond repair. How could he bear to strike you, junior brother? He acted without intent. Perhaps we have wounded him too deeply in the past. Lying in Qin Wentian's embrace, Nangong Mingyue struggled to rise, but her frailty prevented her from doing so. Lin Che, standing atop Mo Qilin, flanked by Miaoi and the transformed Xiao Bai, observed as Mo Qilin, having absorbed the heavenly Tao will, underwent a transformation, now a 6th-tier beast, comparable to a practitioner of the Divine Palace realm, Ji Luoyao, alongside Qin Wentian, had both breached the Divine Palace realm. Should a confrontation ensue, they would gain little advantage. Lin Che, is your heart made of stone? Mingyue has suffered so. How can you remain unmoved? Injured. How you sought to exploit her to seize the heavenly Tao will from me. And now you twist the narrative that I must commend your ability to turn black and white on its head. Lin Che found their accusations amusing. Just moments ago, had Mo Qilin not intervened, he would have been forced to utilize his cultivation, which would have cost him his lifespan. With time running short, he had no desire to squander it here. Lin Che, I ask you once more, do you wish to return to the sacred grounds with us? Or do you prefer to remain entangled with these lowly creatures? Mankind is regarded as the essence of all beings. In their eyes, humanity represents the most noble of races. Ugly woman, dare you utter another word? and I shall tear your mouth apart. Xiao Bai, having been bound for so long by the dragon-binding rope, was filled with resentment and found herself ignited with fury upon encountering Ji Luyao's foolishness. Very well, Lin Che. Is this your answer? You have chosen to fall. Do not come seeking me again. Even if you do, I shall not allow you to return to the sacred grounds that Ji Luoyao regretted not pursuing the core disciples earlier, leading to this dilemma, forcing them to leave in disgrace. Then hasten and take your people away. At this rate, you shall lose even the right to see me. Lin Che scoffed inwardly, bemused by the absurdity of such foolishness. Ji Luoyao glared fiercely at Lin Che before turning to leave with her fellow disciples. Suddenly, the heavens darkened with ominous clouds, and the earth was swept by flying sand. Disciples of Tai sacred grounds. Long time no see. Do you still remember me? A rift tore through the sky, from which emerged a figure resembling a celestial being from a painting, with 9 crimson tails fanning out like a peacock's plume and adorned in an ancient, elegant red gown. She strode through the void. Her scarlet, slitted eyes mirrored Lin Che's form. "It is you, Qi Lian." Atop Qingshin Mountain, the young master of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had once ventured deep into Qingshin Mountain to procure a heavenly Xin battle garment for Ji Luoyao, risking his life to strip the fox's skin and slay the 8-tailed beast. Indeed, the woman known as the Beast Master in the subterranean palace was named Qi Lian. Lin Che, we shall settle our accounts slowly. Now, I must reclaim what belongs to me. Qi Lian, with her plush ears and delicate jade feet exposed to the air, wore golden bells around her ankles, producing a clear jingling sound as she walked. Her 10 slender fingers bore sharp nails enveloped in a crimson mist, while a spectral fox demon manifested behind her. Roar! The ethereal shadow of the fox demon soared towards Ji Luoyao and the others. Upon sensing the ferocious aura, Qin Wentian decisively retreated behind the group that I in his embrace. Nangong Mingyue's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Had it been Lin Che, he would undoubtedly have stepped forth. Ji Luoyao, as cold as frost, and Lu Ruoli, along with the other 2, fought valiantly against the onslaught. Qi Lian, as the demon lord and inheritor of the 9-tailed celestial fox's powers, forcefully breached the barrier of realms and struck down the 4 with a single blow. "This battle attire rightfully belongs to me," Qi Lian remarked, as she retracted Ji Liao's heavenly mysterious battle garment, casually passing by her side. Observing the situation, Qin Wentian utilized spatial transmission to whisk away the 5 senior sisters, leaving only Lin Che and the others behind. With her delicate fingers brushing against her flame-like red lips, Qi Lian's 9 tails coiled around Lin Che like chains that Mo Qilin attempted to intervene but was halted by Lin Che's warning. "You are no match for her." Qi Lian had forcibly broken through to the Law Avatar realm, and no one could contend with her. Otherwise, Ji Luoyao and the others would not have been rendered incapable of resistance. "You're quite aware of the circumstances. How do you suppose I should exact my revenge on you?" Qi Lian teased, her fingers caressing Lin Che's cheek, her words laced with provocation. Yet only Lin Che understood the peril she posed, a voracious predator, harboring resentment for the deeds he had committed in the past. However, when Qi Lian's spiritual sense swept across Lin Che's form, she was momentarily taken aback. His cultivation had waned, and his life force had withered. It was as if he stood at the brink of death. The fallen immortal curse? Ha! You've fallen prey to the fallen immortal curse. It seems the rumors hold true. To die in such a manner is far too merciful for you. Everything you did to me back then, even dying 1,000 times would not suffice. A frenzied look crossed Qi Lian's face as her crimson slit pupils fixated on Lin Che. "That I shall imprison you and make you my pet. Are you not the holy son of the Tai sacred land?" This will be quite amusing. I can scarcely wait to witness their expressions. From this day forth, I shall proclaim to the vast wilderness that you, Lin Che, the foremost on the Qingyun list, belong to me, Qi Lian of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Lin Che wore an expression of resignation. With his life dwindling, he was loath to resist that if he were to be a pet. So be it. Besides, cultivating with a being of Qi Lian's caliber would not be to his detriment. You should be resisting. Why this expression? Qi Lian questioned, her confusion palpable. That I, the 9-tailed celestial fox, am deemed ominous. You should feel shame in being my pet, should you not? Qi Lian was momentarily at a loss, as if a retaliation had landed softly, akin to a fist striking cotton. Little did she know. Ever since Lin Che had endured the trials, he had come to terms with his fate, unwilling to squander a single moment of his remaining time. Realizing he could not resist, he preferred to savor the experience, to immerse himself in the local customs. Lin Che, you cannot truly intend to accompany her to Qingxian Mountain. Should you do so, the human race will have no place for you. A.N. Miaoi transmitted her thoughts to Lin Che. Eager to discern his intentions that A.N. talented one, you should leave. Staying would only tarnish your reputation. Rest assured, they will not harm me, that I am grateful for your company along the way. Chapter 69. Dual Cultivation Pet. Qingxian Mountain employs quite the strategy. Lord Saint, you must save junior brother Lin. He is from Zixiao Peak and must not fall into this woman's clutches. Mingyue, you have lost your mind. Qi Lian has entered the seventh realm. Comparable to a law avatar cultivator among humans. Moreover, Qingxian Mountain is fortified with protective arrays. Our junior brother has just assumed the position of Holy Sun. This is a time of turmoil, and we should not stir more trouble. Nangong Mingyue's words were abruptly interrupted by Ji Liao's ruthless voice. Ziwa, furrow not your brow. Lin Che has already been expelled from the sacred land. He is no longer connected to us. Clearly, rescuing Lin Che from Qingxian Mountain was unrealistic. Their best course of action was to distance themselves from him. The former holy son of the Tai sacred land had fallen to become a pet of the demon race. Should this news spread, the sacred land would be unable to hold its head high before other factions. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness washed over Nangong Mingyue. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with unyielding determination. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but Ji Luoyao cast her a cold glance. Mingyue, what sort of enchantment has Lin Che cast upon you? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Look at you now. Where is the demeanor of the daughter of heavenly poison? Henceforth, do not mention Lin Che. Consider him dead. Buzz, as her words fell. Nangong Mingyue's mind momentarily froze, a void overtaking her thoughts. How could such words come from the mouth of her esteemed senior sister? Could it be that her senior sister truly did not remember all that her junior brother had done for her? It was Lin Che who had rescued her from the brink of darkness, enduring countless torments at the hands of the demoness. How could she stand idly by? It was only after Ji Luoyao and Ziyue had departed the grand hall that Nangong Mingyue, kneeling on the ground, harbored a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. With her delicate hands clutching her skirt, she murmured, Junior brother, I will surely rescue you from her clutches. Wait for me. On Zixiao Peak, Ruoli, how is it? Has the little junior brother awakened yet? He is recovering well. He should awaken shortly. Phew, you frighten me. I am relieved that he is well. Cold as frost exhaled a sigh of relief. Her little junior brother was safe. What of senior sister Mingyue? Is she unharmed? From the stone bed within the cave, Qin Wentian's weak voice emerged. Junior brother, you are awake? Are you feeling better? Mingyue, she has long since betrayed us, seeking to vindicate that worthless Lin Che. She simply lacks memory. Upon her return, I shall confine her. Cold as frost bristled at the mention of Nangong Mingyue. How could someone like her emerge from Zixiao Peak? By the way, what of senior brother? How is he faring? What else? Reduced to a pet, as he deserves for consorting with demons. Let us not speak of that harbinger of doom. Focus on your recovery, junior brother. Lu Ruoli placed her hand on Qin Wentian's shoulder, her voice soothing. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentian inadvertently smiled faintly. Reduced to a pet, such was the fate of those who dared to oppose him. Nangong Mingyue's betrayal caught him by surprise. However, it provided an opportunity to delve into the cultivation of the yin-yang sacred body. Cold as frost, wait. As Cold as Frost prepared to lead a few sisters away, her feet paused. The others exited the cave. Junior brother, do you have something on your mind? Senior sister, I have brought back a cultivation technique from the ancient immortal secret realm. The 9-yin true essence technique, which aligns with your extreme cold spiritual vein, that I hope it aids you. Qin Wentian scratched his head, uncertain how to express himself, and extended his hand to pass the technique to Cold as Frost. A warmth flowed through Cold as Frost's heart as she sensed the lingering warmth of the technique in her hands. She stepped forward and embraced Qin Wentian, gratitude shining in her eyes. She had been troubled about what to cultivate next. Given her extreme cold spiritual vein, finding a compatible technique had proven exceedingly difficult. Qin Wentian's gesture was like a timely gift. Senior sister, are you all right? Do you not like it? I love it, junior brother. Thank you. Are you not worried that the other senior sisters might become jealous? Cold as frost jested, a rare playful tone gracing her voice. That I'm glad you like it. The other senior sisters are not a concern for now. That be by the way. Could you promise me one thing? As Qin Wentian spoke, his demeanor became somewhat bashful. That of course. Junior brother, you are quite the schemer. What is it? This is a secret between you and me. I hope you can keep it. You fear it is a significant matter, do you? Do not worry. I will keep it confidential. Cold as frost laughed. Her beauty radiant. She had not expected her little junior brother to display such adorable innocence. Watching Cold as frost depart, a cold smirk crept upon Qin Wentian's lips. The ice he had planted within Cold as frost was not merely for her medical heritage. He also coveted her extreme cold spiritual vein. The 9 true essence technique he had gifted her was a dual cultivation technique, that he possessed another technique, the 9 yang refining divine technique. Cultivators who practiced both could facilitate the formation of his yin-yang sacred body, thereby awakening the yin-yang divine veins. Far away on Qingxian Mountain, Lin Che was finally free from disturbances. As for Nangong Mingyue, he dismissed her as inconsequential. Exiting the cave, Cold as frost felt elated. Being favored by her little junior brother was not in vain. She eagerly entered the heavenly origin secret realm to commence her practice of the 9 true essence technique. She had been stuck at the 9th layer of the celestial phenomenon realm for quite some time. Meanwhile, Nangong Mingyue, in a daze, left the Sex Grand Hall without returning to Zixiao Peak. Instead, she arrived at the secret base she once shared with Lin Che. Junior brother, do you know? I truly wish to return to the past. Please come back. In a solitary mountain, she moved aside the stone door and curled up in a corner of the cave. After a moment, she stood up and opened the stone cabinet. The blood demon summon, she murmured, recognizing it as a forbidden technique, specifically a demonic one. That in the past, she had nearly strayed from the path due to her inability to properly channel the dark poison within her. And it was Lin Che who had guided her back to righteousness. This was a secret known only to Lin Che. Now, that person who had once risked everything for her had fallen into the hands of a demoness. While she could only watch helplessly, rendered powerless. Junior brother, even if I must succumb to darkness, I will bring you back. After making her resolute decision, Nangong Mingyue picked up the Blood Demon Guide and began to peruse its pages meticulously. This was a tome of dark sorcery, which promised the power derived from the refining of vital essence. The first step demanded the sacrifice of one's primordial spirit to condense a demonic embryo. Within the Grand Hall of the Sword God sect, when did this transpire? The Demon Lord of Qingxian Mountain has already proclaimed it throughout the Great Wasteland. The Crimson Serpent? It would be prudent to ensure Lin Che is unharmed. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to raise her Qingxian Mountain to the ground. Jining Xuan, wielding the Red Sky Sword, emitted a resonant clang. That in recent days, she had secluded herself to refine the will of the heavenly path. But upon hearing this news, she could no longer remain seated if not to shield us. Che would not have fallen into that demoness clutches. Hua Yui, upon receiving this news, could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Chapter 70. Blood Demon Guide. Deep within the Qingyan Mountain Range, where ancient trees towered, a magnificent palace rose from the earth. Lin Che could not have anticipated that now his reputation among the human race was tarnished, and no one would come to his rescue. That if he served me well, perhaps I could grant him a few more years of existence. Otherwise, he might not even last until the curse of the fallen immortal takes effect and would meet his end prematurely. At the highest level of the palace, Lin Che was bound to the bed by the Crimson Serpent's binding ropes, rendered immobile. A fair and smooth leg draped over Lin Che's shoulder. Fiery red lips blew warm breaths into his ear, her gaze weaving an intoxicating spell. Lin Che's skin burned with a heated flush, discomfort pooling in his lower body as he forced a semblance of a smile. Demon Lord, my reputation has been sullied by you. Now that I hold no value to you, shall we part ways amicably? To face such a bewitching creature daily, yet only be able to watch and not partake, was undeniably a cruel fate for any normal man. Spare you? Beg me for mercy? I shall tell you. Not only that, but I also intend to capture your senior sister and slay them one by one before your very eyes. The Crimson Serpent's face curled into a cruel smile. Lin Che internally scoffed. A pervert. He had sent the Mo Qilin and the three-eyed green-scaled serpent back to their respective territories, for remaining in the Qinyan mountain range would be of little assistance. Days later, atop the Zixiao peak of the Tai Holy Land, a formidable aura surged skyward. The heavens darkened with gathering calamity clouds. Within a cave, Qin Wentian suddenly opened his eyes. Had he successfully cultivated the 9 true essence technique? Truly, she was the hidden body of the primordial Yin. Once she matured, he would seek her out for dual cultivation and seize her primordial Yin, thus claiming her cultivation for himself. Sensing the powerful resonance, Qin Wentian suppressed the fiery turmoil within his heart. Meanwhile, on Zixiao Peak and among the other 36 peaks, the disciples were stirred by the extraordinary phenomenon. Look, it's Zixiao Peak, who has broken through to the divine mansion realm. Could this aura belong to her? Boom! As the words fell, 1,000 miles of ice were blanketed, and snow began to cascade upon the entire Tai Holy Land. The biting cold winds ravaged the air. Aside from the naturally frigid spirit vein of Lung Rushuang, they could think of no other. However, upon exiting her seclusion, the person Lung Rushuang most wished to see was Qin Wentian. She vanished from the astonished gazes of the crowd. Little junior brother, I have broken through to the divine mansion realm. The once aloof goddess, in the eyes of others, now bore a sweet smile. Outside the abode, Qin Wentian emerged upon hearing her voice. Senior sister, you are truly remarkable. Are you feeling any discomfort? He tentatively inquired. Lung Rushuang, in turn, truthfully informed him that apart from occasional bouts of heat during her cultivation, she felt no other discomfort, senior sister. It seems you have yet to fully adapt. Given some time, you will feel better. Lung Rushuang nodded, feeling inexplicably drawn to her little junior brother. Simultaneously, on a remote solitary peak of the Tai Holy Land. Within a cave, Nangong Mingyue underwent a profound transformation, her aura shifting dramatically as she practiced the Blood Demon Guide. During the process of sacrificing her primordial spirit, she severed unimportant memories, retaining only those pertaining to Lin Che. Her formerly emerald green eyes morphed into a deep violet, rendering her exceedingly otherworldly. Clad in a black cloak that suddenly exuded an overwhelming presence that in merely a few dozen days, she ascended from an unremarkable mortal to the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. Yet, due to the loss of her vital essence, her lifespan dwindled, necessitating the replenishment from other cultivators, fully surrendering to the darkness. Junior brother, I shall clear your name, she vowed. Qin Wentian, the burdens you placed upon me, I will have you repay. Nangong Mingyue was all too familiar with the dark poison within her. Shortly after the strange insect within her body vanished, she was astonished to detect a faint trace of dark poison emanating from Qin Wentian. It was known that Qin Wentian himself admitted to not having consumed or refined the Xianwang fruit, leaving only one possibility. Her poison resided within Qin Wentian. This detail she had kept to herself. And even if she revealed it, no one on Zixiao Peak would believe her. Furthermore, she fiddled with the ring on her finger, one she had discovered upon awakening from the illusion, hidden within her garments. The owner of this ring was someone Nangong Mingyue knew all too well, though back then, she was unwilling to accept it. Now enlightened, she realized how naive she had been. She understood that Qin Wentian harbored even greater schemes. For Lin Che, for the Sisters of Zixiao Peak, and for the Tai Holy Land, she had to take action done on Zixiao Peak. What illusionary I was shattered 10 days ago. Now Mingyue has gone missing. Impossible! The protective array of the sect has shown no signs of disturbance. She must still be within the Holy Land. Conduct a thorough search. Ji Luoyao, upon hearing the news, was filled with fury. These sisters truly gave her no peace. Lu Ruoli felt an ominous premonition. Logically, if she had not left the Holy Land, the illusionary eye she had left on Nangong Mingyue should not have been broken. The last incident was purely coincidental that so. Mingyue has gone missing? When did this happen? Half a month ago. Congratulations to Senior Sister Rushuang for breaking through to the Divine Mansion realm. Let us not discuss that for now. Our immediate priority is to locate Mingyue. Under Ji Luoyao's leadership, the entirety of Zixiao Peak was mobilized to search for Nangong Mingyue. Meanwhile, Nangong Mingyue had already prepared an escape route while cultivating the Blood Demon Guide. This dark art had been imparted to her by a formidable figure of the demonic path just before his demise, before she had even joined the Tai Holy Land. Had it not been for Lin Che's appearance amidst the scorn and peculiar gazes of her peers, she might have embarked on this path long ago. She had anticipated never needing this technique in her lifetime, yet fate proved capricious. The fallen demonic figure entrusted her with the Blood Demon Sect and instructed her that to master it, she must find the Blood God token. However, the prerequisite for obtaining the Blood God token was to cultivate the Blood Demon Guide, as the two resonated with one another. This was the path she was now to tread. Just as Nangong Mingyue contemplated leaving the Tai Holy Land, the Blood Demon Guide within her consciousness suddenly erupted, seemingly sensing the Blood God token. Several auras were approaching. Was it Senior Sister? Ultimately, her spiritual awareness locked onto an individual she recognized all too well. Each word was pronounced deliberately Qin Wentian. Her mind became a chaotic whirlpool. How could the Blood God token possibly be in Qin Wentian's possession? Could it be? A conjecture formed within her heart, though she could not yet confirm it. Resolutely, she made a decision, taking a red pill the size of a fingernail and swallowing it. In an instant, her demonic powers dissipated. Subsequently, she collapsed in a corner of the cave. Outside the mountain, Lu Ruoli's fiery divine eyes glowed like torches. Discerning the situation within the cave, did I ask there any trace of Mingyue here? Senior Sister Mingyue is in the cave, but her condition is rather poor. Lu Ruoli relayed the circumstances within the cave to everyone, then entered to retrieve Nangong Mingyue. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue appeared gaunt, her body weakened to the extreme, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chapter 71. Betrayal. Little junior brother, since you are determined to care for Senior Sister Mingyue, then she shall be entrusted to you. Ruoli, it would be better for you to look after Mingyue. Little junior brother has just assumed the position of Holy Son and has many matters to attend to. Senior Sister, I believe it would be best to confine her. After all, she has lost her powers and will only be a hindrance to Tio. Speak frankly, if she hadn't suddenly intervened on Xianin Mountain, we would have long since secured the will of the heavenly path. Lu Ruoli remarked disdainfully, having never seen eye to eye with Nangong Mingyue. Now that Mingyue was powerless, she held nothing back. Nangong Mingyue, feigning unconsciousness, felt a pang of heartache upon hearing these words. How had her senior sisters and junior sisters changed so drastically? Previously, they had been like family, cherishing one another on Zixiao Peak. The will of the heavenly path. Do you remember those two women who followed Lin Che? Logically, Lin Che obtained 3 wills of the heavenly path. One was wasted on the Mo Qilin, leaving 2 remaining. Do you suspect he gave the remaining 2 to those 2 women? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Lu Ruoli observed with keen insight, attentively noting the lingering aura of the Tao of heaven emanating from Lin Che. However, upon the wastage of the last remnant at Xianin Mountain, she found herself unable to sense any trace of the Tao of heaven's will. Qin Wentian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy within. All he needed was to find time for a visit to the Sword God sect and plan a couple of gu, and the Tao of heaven's will would be within his grasp. It was no wonder that the Sword God sect had sealed itself off. They sought to buy time for those 2 individuals through such means. This time, it would be Ruoli accompanying the junior apprentice to retrieve what rightfully belonged to the Tai Holy Land. Understood, Senior Sister. Qin Wentian and Lu Ruoli clasped their fists in unison. Once everyone had departed, Ji Luoyao casually set up a formation. The Sword God sect. No, I cannot continue to watch my senior sisters make mistakes. Nangong Mingyue understood the esteemed position of the Sword God sect in Lin Che's heart. Should anything further occur within the Sword God sect, the fractured relationship between them and Lin Che would be irreparable. With this in mind, Nangong Mingyue broke free from the constraints of the formation. Just a short distance away, Lu Ruoli stood frozen in place, her gaze piercingly fixed upon the horizon. My suspicions were indeed correct. Mingyue, your cultivation has been restored. Lu Ruoli's unreserved declaration left the others momentarily stunned. Is it true? Senior Sister Mingyue, is what Ruoli said accurate? That's wonderful. Thanks to you, I am in perfect health. Qin Wentian, eager to embrace Nangong Mingyue warmly, found her instinctively sidestepping him, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Mingyue, what are you doing? Has the junior apprentice offended you in some way? Senior Sister Mingyue, I apologize. I should not have. Qin Wentian feigned tears, his expression one of utter anguish, evoking sympathy. However, Nangong Mingyue remained aloof, still putting on an act. It was because of him that she had become a shell of her former self, neither human nor demon. You must not go to the Sword God sect and expel him from the Holy Land. Otherwise, I fear you will regret it later. Nangong Mingyue turned her back on Qin Wentian and directed her fervent gaze towards Lung Ruxiang. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Nangong Mingyue in disbelief, some even wondering whether they had misheard her. Mingyue, are you out of your mind? Do you even understand what you were saying? Senior Sister Mingyue. The junior apprentice is now the holy son of the Holy Land, bearing significant responsibilities. How can you slander him? Do you still hold a candle for Lin Che? He has been reduced to a mere pet, a laughingstock of the great wilderness. Does he still merit such loyalty from you? Lu Ruoli, aware that since Nangong Mingyue's cultivation had been crippled, she often spouted nonsensical remarks and bizarre thoughts, could not allow such unfounded slander towards their junior apprentice. Just as she was about to voice her objections, a resounding slap from Lung Ruxiang struck Nangong Mingyue's cheek. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Instinctively, Nangong Mingyue touched her slightly reddened cheek, a tumult of emotions swirling within her as she lost the last vestiges of patience. Suddenly, her aura surged violently, a demonic claw gripping Qin Wentian tightly. The blood god order is mine. At that moment, a blood-red ancient token emanating a sinister aura flew out from Qin Wentian's storage ring, hovering in the air. Let me leave, or I shall not hesitate to send him to his end right now. Nangong Mingyue, no longer concealing her demonic nature, her deep violet vertical pupils gleaming with malevolence, brandished a dagger against Qin Wentian's throat after acquiring the blood god order. Nangong Mingyue, have you lost your mind? Cease at once, or you will become a sinner of the Holy Land. Turn back now, and I shall plead with the Holy Master for leniency. Nangong Mingyue's actions terrified them. They had never anticipated that she would fall into darkness because of Lin Che. Let me leave, or we shall all perish together. Nangong Mingyue, having forsaken her soul, exhibited a drastic change in temperament, caring for nothing but Lin Che. The best way to safeguard the Sword God sect was to seize control of the Blood Demon sect. Relying on its influence, to do not act rashly. Do not harm the junior apprentice. Let us speak rationally. Ruoli, open the formation and allow her to depart. Lung Ruxiang feigned calmness. Though Lu Ruoli felt reluctant, she chose to compromise for the sake of her junior apprentice. Yet, Nangong Mingyue's actions had thoroughly enraged her. The others also stepped aside, leaving only Qin Wentian, who regretted not having dealt with Nangong Mingyue earlier, but he had not anticipated how deeply this woman had concealed her true self. Ever since she fortuitously acquired the Blood God Order 2 years prior, she had been in search of the lost foundational techniques of the Blood Demon sect. And, oh wonder, the Blood God Order had frequently sent warnings. It was clear that the Blood Demon summon resided within Nangong Mingyue. Alas, he had been too hasty. Had he left the gone Nangong Mingyue until now, the implications were unthinkable. Yet, there was little to lament. With Nangong Mingyue's identity exposed, the Tai Holy Land would have no refuge for her. And when the time came, he could still employ the Gu to bring the Blood Demon sect under his control. Achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Senior Sister Mingyue, it is my fault. I failed to protect our senior brother. You may blame me, resent me. However, how can you allow yourself to fall into darkness? Please return. Senior Sister, I do not desire the title of Holy Son. Let us retrieve our senior brother from Qin Xian Mountain together, shall we? At such a moment, Qin Wentian still spoke with gentle persuasion. Previously, Nangong Mingyue had not thought much of it, but now, she found it utterly nauseating that a man, speaking in such a duplicitous manner, was truly insufferable. Be silent. The sins you have committed warrant 100 deaths. Await your demise at my hands. With that, Nangong Mingyue delivered a forceful palm strike to Qin Wentian's chest. As Qin Wentian calculated the power of the strike, he chose to withstand it. No, Junior Apprentice. Junior Apprentice, why are you so foolish? Senior Sister, do not cry. This is my debt to Senior Sister Mingyue. She has fallen into darkness because of me. Chapter 72, United Forces in a certain forbidden area of the Sword God sect. A terrifying force erupted, a blade of light severing the fabric of space itself, accompanied by a pair of demonic eyes emitting black flames, incinerating all within 8 domains. 2 figures stood side by side. Ji Ningxue, and Hua Yui had finally stabilized their cultivation at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon realm after a period of intense training. "Let us go to Qingxian Mountain to rescue Ah Che," Hua Yui declared, her resolve unwavering. "Agreed," Ji Ningxue replied succinctly. Deep within the Qingxian Mountain's palace, Lin Che mused, "I truly do not comprehend what merits you possess that would compel Nangong Mingyue to risk falling into darkness just to rescue you from my grasp." Regarding the emotions of mankind, Qi Lian was not well versed. After all, had not Nangong Mingyue previously allied with a few from the Zixiao Peak to expel Lin Che from the Holy Land? How had she so quickly changed her stance? Nangong Mingyue had fallen into darkness. He did not display excessive surprise, for prior to their acquaintance, she had entertained thoughts of succumbing to the demonic path, only to be guided back to righteousness by him. Now, without him by her side, her cultivation stripped away by Qin Wentian, the path of darkness was her sole option. "Your demeanor suggests that you are not surprised. How cold-blooded you are! I shall see how long you can maintain this facade," Qi Lian thought, unable to believe that Lin Che could be so merciless. Previously, he had been quite devoted to the women of Zixiao Peak. Even she had been a victim of his affections. Now, her amusement lay in watching Lin Che accept his senior sisters once more, only to seize everything from him later. Little did she know, Lin Che had long ceased to care. His time was limited, and he no longer wished to engage in matters unworthy of his attention. "Sai, you have left your mark upon me. Are you not at ease?" "I cannot flee far. It has been too stifling lately. I wish to step out for some fresh air." With that, Lin Che shifted his leg from her lap, rising from the bed and departing the palace. Watching Lin Che's retreating figure, Qi Lian's lips curled into a cold smile. There is not a single good man among them. Tai Holy Land, Zixiao Peak, Ji Luoyao frowned. Mingyue has been practicing forbidden techniques and even harmed the junior apprentice. "Sister, let us dispatch forces to encircle the Blood Demon sect while Nangong Mingyue has yet to secure her position within the sect. Sister, senior sister Nangong, is merely acting out of impulse. Please show mercy that my injuries are not severe." Qin Wentian worried that too many forces from the Holy Land would thwart his opportunity to plant Guan Nangong Mingyue. This matter was grave, already entangled with demonic cultivators, and must be reported to the Holy Master. Moreover, the origin of Mingyue's demonic techniques was highly suspect. Previously, she had been closest to Lin Che, and as soon as he departed the Holy Land, she could not remain still. Who else would harbor forbidden techniques if not Lin Che? "Junior apprentice, where did you acquire the Blood God Order?" Lu Ruoli noted this detail. Qin Wentian had anticipated such a question and was prepared with a fabricated story. "I discovered it while tidying up in the senior brother's cave. Initially, the token appeared unremarkable, so I did not pay it much mind. Little did I know it was the famed Blood God Order of the Blood Demon sect." Qin Wentian feigned surprise while also bearing a hint of regret. "Junior apprentice, you need not blame yourself. This is not your fault, that if anyone is to blame, it is Lin Che for concealing himself so thoroughly that even we were deceived. But what of your injuries? Are they truly healed? Mingyue has truly gone too far, having struck with such intent after being in close quarters for so long. First, venture to the Sword God sect to retrieve our belongings. As for the Blood Demon sect, it is one of the 4 major demonic sects. Deeply rooted and generally avoided by other sections, the matter concerning Mingyue requires thorough investigation. It is prudent to deliberate carefully." Ji Luoyao, situated in a position of authority, quickly organized everything in an orderly manner. She dispatched 3 individuals from Zixiao Peak to the Sword God sect to reclaim what was theirs. The will of heaven dictates that everything belonging to Lin Che, having been bestowed by the Tai sacred land, should rightfully be reclaimed following his betrayal of the sect. Outside the gates of the Sword God sect, the sect leader remarked, "Someone has come to visit us at the Sword God sect. Are they unaware that we have closed our doors? These individuals truly have the audacity to persist. The will of heaven has been refined by us. He should abandon any thoughts of reclaiming it." After Ji Ningxuan completed the refinement of the will of heaven and established the foundation of the heavenly Tao, she succeeded the position of sect leader. The deputy head, Hua Yui, was granted full authority to manage the various affairs of the sect. "Master, it is the heavenly poison maiden of the Tai sacred land. What brings her here? Is she not satisfied with the harm she has already inflicted upon Lin Che? Tell her to leave." We do not welcome her at the Sword God sect, Jining Xuan declared resolutely. However, the disciple delivering the message relayed, she claims she seeks an audience with both sect leaders regarding a matter of importance. The two leaders exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of uncertainty in the other's eyes, that as if having reached a mutual resolution. Jining Xuan said, "Let us go, Yui, and ascertain what she intends to discuss." With that, the two women vanished within the Sword God sect. Outside the sect, Nangong Mingyue, clad in dark garments, possessed an enchanting visage, marked by a black lotus at her brow and chilling violet eyes. It appears that your days have become quite difficult since Lin Che departed the sacred land. How fares your junior disciple? Hua Yui recalled Nangong Mingyue's previous slanders against Lin Che and immediately sought to inflict further wounds upon her. Enough. The past was my fault. I shall seek Lin Shidi's forgiveness, and it is not for an outsider like you to critique. Nangong Mingyue, undeterred by her reputation as a demoness, spoke with clarity and poise. Do you truly know Lin Che? Are you aware of all he has endured? You Zixiao Peak disciples all share the same disposition, speaking of amends while repeatedly causing him harm. Hua Yui, unable to contain her ire, regarded herself as half a wife to Lin Che. Having awakened the extreme night demon eyes, she had some understanding of Lin Che's deteriorating condition, and she found Nangong Mingyue's pretense of seeking atonement utterly intolerable. What is your purpose in seeking us? Jining Xuan, remaining composed, believed that all matters paled in comparison to the urgency of rescuing Lin Chio save Lin Shidi. You must understand that the Qingxian mountain range is the territory of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a revered royal among the beast clans with considerable power. Most sacred lands hesitate to provoke them. Given our current cultivation, we can only rely on wits rather than brute force. Nangong Mingyue concurred, intending to invite the two to assist her in seizing control of the Blood Demon sect, thereby leveraging its influence to rescue Lin Che. To be candid, I cultivate demonic techniques and find no refuge in the Tai sacred land anymore, yet I would not hesitate to take such a step for the sake of my junior disciple. Upon hearing this, Jining Xuan and Hua Yui were slightly moved, surprised that she would genuinely go to such lengths for Lin Che. However, reflecting on Lin Che's condition, they could not help but feel disdain. Regret now, when you should have acted sooner. Chapter 73. Blindness. Mingyue, I did not expect to find you here. Return, and if you renounce your demonic practices, I am certain that my sister will plead with the sovereign for leniency. Nangong Mingyue, if you wish to return, you must apologize to Lin Shidi and earn his forgiveness. Are you not already embarrassed enough? The esteemed heavenly poison maiden practicing demonic arts, mingling with these rabble. I feel ashamed on your behalf. Lu Ruoli's words were not particularly harmful, but were laced with profound insult, consistently belittling Nangong Mingyue. Lu Ruoli, it seems we have some unfinished business to settle. Hua Yui, upon recognizing the newcomer, was consumed by fury. That it appears you have learned nothing from the past. Do you truly believe that I would fear you simply because you have made it onto the Qingyan ranking? Lu Ruoli, undaunted by Hua Yui's wrath, was determined to make her see the truth of her own limitations once more. The two exchanged sharp glances. Yui, do not act impulsively. They have a formidable presence at the 7th level of the Divine Palace. Just as Hua Yui prepared to engage Lu Ruoli, Jining Xuan intervened. The two locked eyes, their divine pupils radiating power as black and red flames entwined like dragons in the air, the intense heat causing the very ground to crack. Lu Ruoli was taken aback, astonished by the rapid growth of her opponent. Indeed, the foundation of the heavenly Tao must be completed. How wasteful for the will of heaven to be squandered on such a lowly individual. It would be prudent to extract it from your body before it is completely refined. It would greatly benefit my cultivation. With that, Qin Wentian nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The crucial moment of his breakthrough to the law manifestation realm had been squandered so. What? She can actually match my sister, a mere condensing pill practitioner, or rather, a 7th-level celestial phenomenon cultivator. When did she reach such a level? Mo Qingsheng stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before her. Only Nangong Mingyue maintained her composure, though Hua Yui's astonishing display only deepened her regret. After 5 years of stealing my burning heaven divine eyes, this is all you have accomplished. It is quite disappointing. Hua Yui shook her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Lu Ruoli, at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon, was not her match at all. Lu Ruoli, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the eye techniques, turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow, as she was consumed by regret. The burning heaven divine eyes had been bestowed upon her by Lin Che, who had warned her to avoid the original owner's resurgence. No one understood the burning heaven divine eyes better than Hua Yui, who also possessed the eye techniques of the extreme Night Clan. Within her realm, no one could rival her in eye techniques. Qin Wentian, keenly observant, recognized this and swiftly intervened to rescue Lu At that moment. Lu Ruoli, having overexerted her burning heaven divine eyes, found blood seeping from her eyes, and her vision blurred. Lu Ruoli, this is merely a slight repayment of the debts you owe from years past. Where are you, Lin Shidi? My eyes. It hurts. I cannot see. Lu Ruoli, cradled in Qin Wentian's embrace, appeared utterly helpless, gripped by a profound fear as she recalled Nangong Mingyue's fate. The terror coursed through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Sister, this is a clear vision pill. Take it. O Qingqing hastily produced a vial of elixirs and administered it to Lu Ruoli. Hua Yui and Jining Xuan observed coldly, their hearts unmoved. Nangong Mingyue, witnessing Lu Ruoli's brief blindness, felt a pang of sympathy as memories of Lin Che's past words flooded her mind, that in her most desolate and helpless moments, Lin Che had been by her side, the first person she had seen upon awakening each day. Later, upon attaining great power, she had cast aside the care he had shown her in her vulnerable youth, seeking instead the attention of her sister, repeatedly inflicting harm upon the very junior disciple who had once regarded her with adoration. Lu Ruoli, heed my warning. This is merely a warning. Should you dare to cross me again, I shall personally reclaim your eyesight. The pressing urgency lay in assisting Nangong Mingyue to establish herself within the Blood Demon sect before venturing to the Qingxian mountain range to rescue Lin Che. What shall we do now, Lin Shidi? As she watched Hua Yui and the others depart, Mo Qingqing hesitated. Let my sister return to the sacred land alone. We shall continue our pursuit, that truly wise. Do not worry, I can return on my own. Lu Ruoli managed a strained smile. Sister, be cautious on your journey. With that, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqing resumed their path, leaving Lu Ruoli isolated in the midst of her eye technique duel with Hua Yui. She had overexerted her eye power, plunging the burning heaven divine eyes into a temporary state of blindness. Now, her world was shrouded in chaos, filled only with the persistent sounds of chirping birds. Have I truly erred? Before donning the divine pupil, she had endured considerable hardships. There was a time when she experienced a 3-month period of blindness after acquiring the divine pupil. During that time, her world was engulfed in darkness. Yet there was always one person who conveyed warmth to her, narrating the vibrant hues of the world. Lu Ruoli reminisced about the myriad moments shared with Lin Che. In her past, she had been profoundly afraid of solitude and darkness, for she had nearly lost her sight before she was very young. However, after meeting Lin Che, she gradually emerged from the shadows and embraced a life filled with happiness. To outsiders, she appeared as the noble and aloof empress of the Yin, but only she understood how terrified she once was of the night and loneliness. Now, once again, she found herself in such a predicament. Initially, she believed that with her formidable cultivation and esteemed status, she would be adequately equipped to confront the challenges before her. Yet, when darkness descended, the first person that sprang to her mind was Lin Che. Lu Ruoli, with a heart full of trepidation, returned to the sacred ground, relying on her divine sense to navigate her way back, daring not to reveal her blindness to anyone. Ruoli, why have you returned alone? Where are your junior brother and Qingqing? Upon entering Zixiao Peak, Lu Ruoli encountered Lung Rushuang. Sister Rushuang, I suddenly recalled that my cultivation of the Burning Sky Divine Pupil had reached a critical juncture. So I returned early to continue my practice, Lu Ruoli replied, her tone tinged with urgency, fearing that her unease might be detected. She still faintly remembered Ji Liao's words. Zixiao Peak does not require the burden of the weak. Now that she was blind, could she not be considered half a burden? Until her complete recovery, she must not allow anyone to perceive her weakness. Observing the other's anxious demeanor, Lung Rushuang did not dwell on it further. Time flew by swiftly. With mutual support, Nangong Mingyue had utterly taken control of the Blood Demon sect, leading its main forces deep into the Qingxian mountains. Well, what an unexpected visitor. Are you all looking for him? Qi Lian, seated atop a stone lion with her legs elegantly crossed, regarded Nangong Mingyue and her companions with keen interest. Lin Che, on the other hand, lay back with his arms behind his head, surveying the vast sky from all angles. Following Qi Lian's pointed finger, he exclaimed, "Ah Che! Master, junior brother!" Nangong Mingyue's voice trembled as she gazed at the spirited young man with a blade of grass between his lips, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Now that she had embraced the ways of the demonic path, would her junior brother still recognize her? Despite her apprehension, she called out to him, upon hearing her voice. Lin Che cast a glance at Nangong Mingyue before shifting his gaze to Hua Yui. Indeed, the foundation of the heavenly Tao has been established. Release Lin Che at once, or I shall not hesitate to let the demon cultivators behind me raise your Qingxian mountains. Ji Ningxuang declared bluntly. Lin Che remained as cold as ever. Your senior sister fell into the demonic path for your sake. Do you not have anything to say? What do you wish to convey? Lin Che scratched his head, displaying signs of impatience. For him, to embrace the demonic path. Will such actions mend the scars that linger in his heart? Will this restore his lifespan? Will the curse of the fallen immortals vanish? If it serves no purpose, can this be considered compensation? Junior brother, I was wrong before. I apologize that I beseech you for a chance to make amends, for my world now consists solely of you. Nangong Mingyue lowered her stance, her voice filled with desperation. Get away from me. Just seeing you irritates me. Lin Che could still regard her as heir when she remained silent, but once she spoke, his mind became a cacophony, flustering him. How about it? Do you still wish to save someone like Nangong Mingyue? Your good intentions have merely been met with ingratitude. Join me in tormenting him. How about that? How dare you, witch? Do you not believe we could send you on your way right now? Nangong Mingyue, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, flared up immediately. Haha, since you cherish my pet so dearly, I shall borrow him for a few days. Qi Lian's figure vanished, undeterred by the thought of losing Lin Che. For she had planted her mark upon him, and as Qi Lian disappeared, the others exchanged glances, still in disbelief that the witch had been so accommodating as to return Lin Che to them. Ah Che, is that truly you? Yes, let us return. And these pests should not accompany us. With that, Lin Che summoned the inked Qilin, striding forward alone. Hua Yui and her companion exchanged sympathetic glances with Nangong Mingyue before following Lin Che. Junior brother, do I truly vex you so? No, it is that I have wounded you too deeply. This is merely my just deserts that I should not dare to wish for your forgiveness, that a single tear rolled down Nangong Mingyue's exquisitely crafted visage as she gazed at the receding figure of Lin Che, steeling her resolve to pursue him. Now, it was her turn to protect Lin Chas for the return to the Blood Demon sect. She instructed her companions to return while she followed Lin Che back to the Sword God sect. Unexpectedly, Nangong Mingyue had sunk to such depths. What shall we do now, junior brother? Originally, Qin Wentian had intended to intercept, but recalling Lin Che's extraordinary potential displayed on the Qingyan rankings, he did not wish for Lin Che's demise. As Lin Che harbored a poison within him, once it matured and departed his body, he would gain insights into the 3,000 Daos that by then, who could stand against him in the vast wilderness. Instead of pursuing them, it would be wiser to return to the sacred ground and check on Ruoli's condition. Junior brother, I know you are still concerned that Ruoli's injury is not like Lin Che's cold-bloodedness. If Nangong Mingyue could lower herself to plead for his forgiveness, how could he remain indifferent? The events that had just transpired were clearly observed by the two hidden in the shadows. In Qin Wentian's eyes, Lin Che's display of feigned indifference had been taken too far. And as for Nangong Mingyue, she had acted like a mad dog, eagerly licking up to him. Upon leaving the Qingxian Mountains and returning to the sacred ground. Senior sister, I apologize for disappointing you. We have failed our mission and allowed Ruoli to be injured, that I implore you to punish me alone. It is not Mo Shiji's fault. Qin Wentian, having just met Ji Luoyao at Zixiao Peak, willingly took the blame upon himself, confident that Ji Liao's affection would absolve him of punishment. Beside him, Mo Qingqing felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude at his words that it was not you, but my fault for not preventing the conflict between you and others. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao rubbed her temples in irritation, attempting to calm her emotions before inquiring. What transpired? Mo Qingqing recounted the events in detail, interspersed with her subjective interpretations. such a thing occurred, it seems Mingyue is resolute in opposing us. Without the heavenly Tao's will, there exists another method to break through the law aspect realm. Upon hearing Ji Luyao's words, Qin Wentian's eyes brightened. What method? The Dragon's Legacy, an ancient battlefield of divine beings located in the central continent, will soon open for exploration. You may seek your fortune there. The Dragon's Legacy? Qin Wentian silently noted this. Senior sister, please send Lung Shiji to check on Lu Shiji's injury. I heard that Lu Ruoli was trembling when she was injured, suggesting her wounds are severe. This Ruoli truly is something. Why not speak up boldly when injured? Why must she hide it? Ji Luoyao complained with some dissatisfaction before leading Lung Rushuang and others to Lu Ruoli's meditation chamber. Inside, Lu Ruoli sat vacantly, her eyes devoid of spirit as she stared blankly at a wooden figure carved from sandalwood resting on the stone table. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to none other than Lu Ruoli herself. This was a gift crafted by Lin Che for her birthday, taking 3 months of his cultivation to sculpt. However, due to the myriad precious gifts from disciples across Zixiao Peak and the 36 Peaks, she had carelessly tossed this seemingly inconspicuous statue aside into a corner. Only today did she recall Lin Che's words. The wooden figure represents the eyes of the sister, and he believed she would surely cherish this gift. Initially, she did not comprehend this statement until she infused pure spiritual energy into the puppet, through which she miraculously glimpsed the world through its eyes. Junior sister, are we allowed to enter? Please come in, senior sister. Lu Ruoli did not rise, but merely tucked away the puppet, sitting quietly by the bedside. Junior sister, are your injuries improving? I heard it was that vile woman Hua Yui who harmed you. Rest assured I shall seek justice for you. Did I ask your vision all right? Lu Shiji, Qin Wentian, having vaguely heard the exchange between Hua Yui and Lu Ruoli during their battle, inquired, it is no longer an issue. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. Lu Ruoli softly expressed her gratitude, omitting the full truth. How could it be no issue? Such a severe backlash. This thought was one Qin Wentian kept to himself, fully aware that Lu Ruoli's vision could not be restored in the short term, for her essence had been severely injured in the previous battle. This meant that the exotic poison implanted within Lu Ruoli's eyes was nearing maturity. If everything is all right, I wish to cultivate. Lu Ruoli, in a subtle yet unmistakable manner, issued an indirect expulsion order, to be candid. When confronted by Ji Luoyao and the others, she feigned calmness on the surface, while inwardly she was in a state of turmoil, fearing any slip-up might betray her composure. Nonetheless, we must prepare for our journey to Zhongzhou. The Tai Sacred Land places immense importance on the upcoming Tianlong ruins, as it pertains to whether Qin Wentian can transcend into the realm of law manifestation. Recently, Qin Wentian has been progressing at an astonishing pace, advancing from the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm to the 9th level in a mere fortnight, leaving him but a step away from the realm of law manifestation. This news has spread throughout the Tai Sacred Land, with whispers proclaiming Qin Wentian as an unparalleled prodigy. What are you still doing here? Even Lu Ruoli failed to notice the subtle shift in her attitude towards Qin Wentian. Through the puppet, she observed that Qin Wentian showed no inclination to depart, prompting her to furrow her brow. Senior sister, I possess a technique that may alleviate your pressing concerns, Qin Wentian declared, producing a tome entitled Rebirth Gu from his belongings. However, the contents were not easily discernible without meticulous examination, and he believed the moment was ripe. Lu Ruoli could not utilize the heaven-burning divine eye, thus rendering her incapable of perceiving the intricacies within. The likelihood of success had significantly increased. Junior brother, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Yet, as Qin Wentian exited the cave, Lu Ruoli's hand trembled slightly, causing the tome to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Why does he possess such a technique? Has he somehow placed a curse upon me? Unbeknownst to Qin Wentian, the moment he revealed the technique, the seemingly flawless subtleties of his method had already been laid bare before the puppet's gaze. The rebirth Gu left Lu Ruoli in disbelief. How could a junior brother, whom she had grown close to over the past 2 years, dare to employ such sorcery against her? It is those very eyes. He desires my eyes. Gone was the earlier composure from Lu Ruoli's visage, replaced by an unprecedented sense of panic. What should I do? Unable to employ the heaven-burning divine eye, she found herself utterly outmatched against the ninth level of the divine mansion realm Qin Wentian. At this moment, she began to comprehend the plight of Nangong Mingyue, who had chosen to forsake her purity and flee the sacred land. She felt as though Qin Wentian had orchestrated an elaborate game, with her merely a pawn upon his chessboard. Perhaps in his eyes, it was now time for her to play her part. To know, I must remain composed. As long as I possess it, there is still hope. Moreover, I must participate in this Tianlong ruins expedition.